sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Williams in there for an offensive rebound, and Dallas a deflection. Now Gafford. Jalen Green was wanting to do bad things on that trip to the basket. Gafford turned him away, and then Flack does bad things when he takes it inside.
Oh, my. What a way to open up the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning squad with you, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden coming soon on the Fan Camp, Twitch, YouTube, and, of course, the Odyssey app. Some Shaq-type energy from Cooper Flagg with that dunk over Dylan Brooks, and another morning show win as Cooper gets 27, and the Mavericks lose their 8th straight game, this time against Phoenix, their longest losing streak since 2016.
And the second longest losing streak in the NBA. Sacramento losers of 13 straight hold the number one, so the Mavs have gone from like the 9 to the 7.
Eight straight losses gets you from 9 to 7. It's a little demoralizing.
But they really picked up ground. On like your Brooklyns and your New Orleans, right?
Their top four, their percentage shot at getting a top 4 pick right now is 32%, according to Tankathon. So I'll take those odds.
Let's go. Let's see the Sim the lottery. First one is we're down 1. Dang it. Dang it. Second one, down 1. Third one, down 1. Dang it.
Oh,
gosh.
Sounds like the Mavs.
All right, back to 7.
History.
Holy cow. And now bat date. We're screwed.
So right now they would have the 7th pick?
Yeah, that's where the lottery would set us at right now. But I've simmed the lottery now 6 times in a row. Haven't gotten higher than 7. This is not good. This is not
Fortune
good.
favors the bold.
Mavs lose and the Lakers lose without Luka. Wemby scores 37 of his 40 in the first half. He scores 40 in 26 minutes, and it has LeBron agreeing with Rich Paul that they are not a championship contender.
Yeah, I mean, I think LeBron and Rich Paul, they're pretty much on F-it mode at this point with how the league has started to devalue their opinion. But after the game the other night, LeBron James came out, started dropping F-bombs, like, sorry, excuse my language, but we're just not a championship team right now. We don't play championship basketball, which is true. But generally, he's not been so direct about his own basketball team. Maybe he's a little irritated about things slipping away from him at this point.
Mark Stein, following up on his report that Mark Cuban and a group of investors are interested in buying back the Mavericks. He followed up and said, since his report, the prospect of external investors expressing interest in joining the bid to buy has only increased. It's been a rumble in Mav circles for a while now. So he's saying investor interest is picking up. We still don't know if the Dumonts actually want to sell, but he said this has been lingering.
Yeah, they may not want to sell. They may be like, no, we're not selling. We're here because, and the reason they bought this team is to to be on the ground floor of a casino industry in the state. They didn't buy the Mavs to buy the Mavs. They bought the Mavs to buy a casino. So unless that has been completely killed off.
Heck of a $4 billion gamble.
Well, when you've got $200 billion, you don't care about the 4, I guess.
And your team is going to grow anyway, unless you trade Luka Doncic, and you're going to get that return on your investment.
Yeah, that's not good. It's not good ROI. But still, the long-term game here is that they're going to get a casino. Unless that is completely out of the realm of possibility now.
I don't know. I think they've been caught off guard by how entrenched that anti-gambling block is in the state of Texas. I don't think I think they thought, we're the Adelsons, we fund half the party or whatever on whatever various election it is. We've given all these different lawmakers their contributions over the years. We'll walk in there, they'll just do it. And I think they've been surprised at how resistant some of these officials are.
You back with a phone?
Oh, I'm back with the best phone. So, yeah, I got the S25, so we're all good.
Yeah, the
We're good to go.
S26 comes out in like 9 days.
It does. I couldn't wait 9 days. My phone blew up. So
wait 9 days.
I don't know if you're here
You
yesterday.
went 9 days without a phone at one point.
Yeah, oh my gosh. We just talked about on Ask Reddit yesterday how
I know.
like impossible that is now.
Be a great sociological experiment.
But
You
it's-
got 9 days. Get a new phone.
It's great. So now
You
like,
wouldn't be able to do it.
If there was coming out with like the greatest phone of all time,
Is that what they're calling it?
yeah.
Or just
mean,
the newest?
No, it's the greatest phone of all time.
That's
It's
every
not even close.
Samsung.
Why?
Because it's the most up-to-date Samsung. So it's the greatest phone of all time.
Well, they're
So that does literally mean every year.
It does literally every year they come out with the greatest phone of all time. So, you missed it.
So see, look, I can like pull up a news article here, right? And then I just hit the little button in the middle, and then I can go summarize, and it'll summarize the whole story for me.
No, I don't want that.
And if I'm Kristen and I have trouble with the reading the small print and scrolling because it messes with my head, then
Davis want Max Crosby.
it'll read the article aloud to me if I want.
Whoa.
So it's made for lazy people.
Yeah, basically.
And blind.
So Peyton, I mean, this is for you after 6:40 on Thursdays, or like I can do like, see, like I can go, all right, let me get this thing of Dak. All right, I'm gonna hold it here, and if I just circle him, now it'll tell me what the picture is, and it'll give me options to like buy his jersey, and it'll find similar photos.
That's
and
cool.
wow.
That's cool. We have that. Do you have
You
the,
guys will get that in about 8 years on the iPhones. It'll be nice.
My
Will your,
phone is not melted. I'm fine.
No, will your phone
I'll
read
just
your
rely
text
on you.
messages to you?
Huh?
Will your phone read your text messages to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. My phone. If your phone does it, my phone did it 6 years ago.
I didn't know that that you could do that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, there's so many customization options. Like you don't find half the stuff on this phone.
So when you're buying a new phone, did you go and investigate and research all that stuff and the features beforehand? You knew that it was doing that, or you got it and then played with it?
No, a lot of it I know is already going to be on there just from previous versions, but some of that stuff is just new stuff that I found. I didn't look it up in advance. I just know, I'm not joking when I say like whatever the Samsung is, it's usually the iPhone 3 years later, because the iPhone then starts adding the same sort of things. And so that's always Tommy Arsh was talking about this yesterday. He's Mr. iPhone. He's trying to get his dad, I think, on board. But he's like, my dad's a big tech geek and he just refuses. He's like, no, there's literally no reason to have the iPhone other than social pressure.
So then how can he be a
iMessage.
big tech geek?
Because the actual tech geeks, not the masses, not the sheeple.
Tech geeks go
The
with
tech
Samsung.
geeks know that the Samsung's a better phone.
And the process of going through it in the store, the contacts, transferring over the info.
Pretty quick. Yeah, they were able to transfer everything over, so it wasn't a
You
problem.
will, when you sign into your phone, you'll have it all set up in 20 minutes. It's wild. It's so easy. It's so easy.
But I mean, everything got transferred over fine. The only annoyance was, and I think they looked at me like I think they thought I was into criminal activity or something, because I was like, "Do y'all have the 500 megabyte or 500 gig storage?" And they're like, "No." Like every store holds the 256. The 512 gigabyte phone is one that every store has to order because nobody needs that. Like, so I think they thought I was a little suspicious that I was like, I don't know if I'll buy the phone today because you don't have the double storage. But because 256, nobody's phone should get full. Mine gets full like that in a week. So
Because he's just got that much brain power.
That much
no,
brain
I
power, that much
download,
porn.
I shoot that many videos and download that many things and.
And the couch. And did they
couch-
give? Did
couch
they,
is fine. It's
how
the
much
phone.
more? How much more did it cost? Or were they like, okay, it melted. You were in warranty, out of warranty.
No, so the phone was in warranty. I'm getting a new phone for that one, but that phone's paid off. So that phone's that's been paid off for a few months now. So this just got me back into a new setup with this phone for the next 24
And how much
months.
was that?
It's like $40 a month or something added on my bill.
Oh, and what would that be if I just bought it outright?
$1,300.
Oh, man. $1,300. And then the couch investigation of why
Was not the couch. Was not the couch. It was just a worn out battery. In fact, specifically, they think the S Pen, because that's one of the other things we get on these phones. We get these little stylists and pens like this. They think that got overheated and just started melting stuff.
Ew. Those pens, I missed the pen. The pen's great. Didn't use it as much as I thought I was going to, but.
You seem like you have a little phone envy. Like you want to go back.
Oh, I would love to go back, but I can't. Once you're
Why don't you just make her switch to the Samsung?
Because now I got to make my kids switch. All the videos, the text message chains, it messes everything up. And plus, it's easy with the computer. Once because you have the Mac computer. I mean, I take a picture; it's automatically on the computer.
I got in there to draft show yesterday. I told Kyle Yeomans about this, and he goes, "Oh yeah, hold on." And I was like, "Where the hell's he going?" He ran out in the hallway to catch Isaiah's stand back because apparently they fight about Android and Apple all the time. So he's like, "Hey, guess what? Bobby's phone exploded. You know what it was? It was an Android." And Isaiah's like, "This is lies. I don't believe it. I don't." And I was like, "It was a 2.5-year-old phone." And so, but Isaiah's a team Android.
2.5-year-old phone still shouldn't melt.
That's why. Well, the battery just charging the temps. But Isaiah, that makes sense why he's ascended as rapidly as he has. Smart guy, understands phones, understands technology.
All right, now you will not charge that until when? Now,
I mean, I haven't charged it yet. It's at 91%.
Good.
And this thing also, by the way, one of the features, this thing I can set it to different intervals, and the phone will announce to me where the battery percentage is if I need to charge it. So if I forget, it'll be like, your phone's at 20%, and keep going like almost an alarm.
Savannah Guthrie update. As yesterday, this took over my TV viewing before Mavericks Suns and Cooper Flagg scoring 27 in the loss. They detained someone for questioning after Kash Patel put out. We were like, hey, why isn't there some type of hardware in terms of the security footage? Now, I guess her mother did not pay for the Nest package that gives her all the extra Bobby-esque features, but they still have it. As part of the company, they still have, background footage, and that got released of the masked man trying to cover up the security cam with leaves and shrubbery and bushes, the gun in his holster on his person in the middle of him, which people said is a very inexperienced rookie move. Then they detained someone for questioning. That person, according to the latest information, was released. So it's a good thing you're not detaining and putting in jail an innocent person, but it's a bad thing because you did not catch the individual who has the mother if she is still alive, and then people are all monitoring this Bitcoin account.
Right, yeah, so they gave a Bitcoin account to deposit the $6 million worth of Bitcoin in, and people are saying that, a lot of people think you can have an untraceable Bitcoin account, but our technology is so great that we'll find the address on that one. People also think you can't recover a Bitcoin account. They're like, yeah, no, you can now. The technology is such. That's a creepy video with the eyes. The eyes are like, whoa.
They got bushy eyebrows on him. They were pointing out a mustache and maybe
there's a good photo there. It's still shot.
Oh.
I mean, you can see a lot of the dude's face there. You could make, if you saw this, if you took a lineup of somebody without the mask on, you'd be able to find who this guy is.
We found Luigi by eyebrows.
He'll be done within a week. It's just a matter of her status.
Right.
I think they'll get that. I mean, that's pretty identifiable for those that know him.
And this guy, this guy may not be the one holding her. He may be the one that took her for somebody else, so he could get you to the person that's holding her. So this is yesterday. I would say it's a good day.
Yeah.
I would say yesterday's a good day for Nancy and the Guthrie family.
So Harvey Levin was saying there was activity in the account. Are we trying to basically judge Savannah off of not paying this yet? And saying, hey, why isn't the money in there? Because this whole thing could be over. Is that what everyone's trying to dance around by saying, there's still nothing in there? That's what I'm...
Yeah, I think so.
Is there a tiptoeing around that?
But also, I don't know that they're very, in these sort of situations, they're really particular about their language they use. And so they keep saying the whole, we're ready to listen or we're ready to talk or whatever they're saying. I imagine it's just... If it was up to Savannah Guthrie, I'm sure she would just throw it in there. And I'm sure the police are telling her for whatever reason, you can't just throw the money in there. We got to find out if she's alive. You can't just do these sort of things. We got to be able to trace this. We got to know where she is.
Right.
So I assume that they're it's almost a little bit like in the movies, keep them on the line as long as you can until we can trace the call. Don't just keep them talking for as long as you can.
So that is the update on the movie that is playing out in real life. Wednesday edition of Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We have another 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours. Ted Wynn from The Athletic breaking down Christian Parker and the Cowboys defense in the Expressway at 7:20. We will chop it up as well. We have the Red Zone on top of it, but we have a new Dallas Cowboys motto for the offseason: bust the budget over pink drinks at the bar. That's next Inside the Star on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Just Love Coffee, both locations, Grand Prairie and Arlington, and it was born out of a need not to...
Medicare coverage from HealthSpring empowers you on your health and wellness journey.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
We've had all in around here, and now we apparently have bust the budget. Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition.
Hey.
6 a.m. club here on Sean and RJ with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Well done, Peyton Phillip Russell. This is Inside the Star on your official home of the Cowboys, in case you did not know. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. I kept walking past the Four Seasons. Well, we all did. On the way to our awesome hotel in San Fran. And I was like, why is no one in there? Four Seasons over Hyatt? That's supposed to be an upgrade. That's where all the really rich people stay. And I told Choppy, I was like, maybe the owners are over there. Maybe the players are over here and the owners are over there. Turns out Jerry Jones was, as Nick Harris and a couple of different beat reporters set up some drinks before the NFL Honors Award show that Jerry was in town for and attended. And they're sitting there at the hotel bar, and this whole article, I love the way Nick did it, is basically going back and forth over Nick's apprehension and worry that they're all ordering drinks. He's not a drinker, and he feels the pressure to order one and consume it in front of Jerry Jones. So they're sitting there taking the drink orders, and he goes, old-fashioned, making sure everyone hears, making sure everyone knows he ordered a nice stiff drink. And as the waiter's getting ready to leave the table, he's, hey, I don't drink, man. Make me look good. Just don't put any alcohol in it. Well, instead of bringing back a mock old-fashioned, the waiter brings back this pink or purple girly type drink for Nick right in front of the table as Jerry Jones is staring right at him, basically saying, what are you doing?
It's good. I mean, that's the danger of just like, hey, help me out here. I don't drink. That's why everybody started giving Nick tips. He said he got a bunch of stuff about like order a sweet tea and throw a lime wedge on the thing, or ask him to just put it in a rocks glass, or get
water, vodka soda, gin and tonic.
Yeah. Pour a just
club soda with lime,
soda water, and put a lime on it. And so he's learning from here. He'll know from here on out. But
we have to ask Jerry if he noticed what drink did not belong at that setting. Did you notice what drink one of the reporters had ordered and consumed?
I bet he did. I bet he looked at that and was definitely side-eyed it a little bit.
Take us inside the piece.
So this is a really good article from Nick Harris, and it was Nick, Joe Hoyt, and I believe Calvin were there. And they got an opportunity, like you said, for
Calvin wasn't
about
too
a half
busy
hour.
keeping people out of the Hall of Fame.
No, he was letting Adam Vinatieri in. So they got this chance to talk to Jerry for about a half hour, and I mean, you think you read through the Sean, obviously, because you knew these references and everything, but it's stunning to me reading through this how much it feels like Jerry is wanting to portray himself right now as like, hey guys, I'm kind of a changed man.
Yep.
I'm different. And he was talking about the Christian Parker hire, for instance. And
let me go through it and then you stop and start me.
Okay.
I'll just go in order. What went wrong with Eberflus? He said, I was excited about him. I was excited about the idea he could bring some of his folks here with him, and I still think the world of him. But that was influential to the results last year. Again, it was so much of an approach that I took this year that basically said, if that's the way I've done it before, I'm going to do it differently. I spent a lot of time myself on how we handled our defense over the last 4 or 5 coaches. I started doing a self-study on this stuff and taking a hard look at things halfway through the season. So he's already preparing for that whole, what are you going to do to change? You know, the general manager's not going to change. What's actually going to change? Jerry continues. I could have envisioned a real turnaround and being right here at the Super Bowl, but I started looking back at some of the issues, and I looked back way beyond Eberflus. I started looking way back. What was the biggest takeaway? Nick Harris asked him. I probably put too much emphasis on coaches' individual place in line, their place in the profession, and should have been more attentive to what's coming out of the box today.
That's big.
All that counts is tomorrow, and all you can look at is yesterday and back. Knowing that, I spent a lot of time looking at the past with coaches' positions. I did less of what I've been doing and more of what I've been doing in this process.
Yeah, and he had the line in there where he's talking about Eberflus, and he said so much of the approach was, if that's the way I've done it before, I'm going to do it differently, which is similar to a line he gave in the final media availability, I think, when he was talking at the stadium. But it's clear that he's going, okay, I'm going to be here. I'm in charge. I'm not giving you that. But like you say, he wants to portray as like, I can evolve. I can be different. I can change. And I think this Eberflus experience rattled them to an extent where they were like, they felt so sure that they knew him and knew what he was about and knew what he could bring. And I think it was just so jarring to them the way that everything played out and the way it was like, no, we can't just lean on this anymore, because that turned out to be the worst possible thing we could have done, was hire.
And I think he's also trying to say, I'm not just trying to look at who was a former head coach, who had all the experience, what have you done in the league, versus what is your up-and-coming reputation, what can you do in the league. That's a lot of what I'm getting.
How many times did he snap at you guys or
what about you?
KNC? I wasn't here when this happened.
No.
You guys or KNC during like 2017, 2018 when the Linehan question would come up. And people would be like, why can't you hire people who are doing things like these forward-thinking ideas? And he would get super bent out of shape about that.
Well, I also think Jason didn't want that either.
I think Jason wanted to be more aggressive than Linehan did.
Oh, no, I agree. I think Jason liked that, hey, we're going to do what we do. We're going to beat you head on. You know, we're gonna line up. We're just gonna play our game. We're not gonna try to outthink you, out-scheme you. We're just gonna beat you talent to talent.
It may not work. The Christian Parker hire may not work, but you did go hire one of the top young, I've got different ways that I do it type of minds. Like I am an X's and O's advantage, which on defense is not as easy to attain as it is on offense. Offense, you've got the play design, you've got the ability to kind of control what's happening, the defense has to react to it. Christian Parker is very much about, I'm going to set the tone and impose what we're doing as much on my side of the ball as you are.
What did Jerry like about Christian Parker? Fort Worth Star-Telegram article. He makes you feel as a communicator, it has an emotional aspect to it. That wasn't lost in the communication of watching him buy into us and having Shoddy buy into him. That was a really important thing to me. They went out of their way to bond on scheme. I think that is very important. Don't sell that short at all, because one of the things I'm looking forward to is multiple schemes in this defense that we run now. There needs to be flexibility. I want this to be an open-minded group, and it is.
This team wasn't smart enough to figure out one scheme last year. They come up with multiple? Hey, it works. I'm down.
If you had a bad communicator, too, See, that's the thing I go back to. They're not great defensively. Like, I'm not saying, this is a great unit that was just destroyed by Matt Eberflus. But
they're not good defensively.
No, they're not. They're a bottom 10 unit. What they are not, though, is completely incapable of, is this cover 3 or cover 2? That being as bad as it was, as consistently as it was. I go back to that final game against Washington where you've got, or not the final game, but one of the final games, where you've got Diggs and Hooker from the time the huddle breaks until the play is over talking to each other about what is it? Like, you can see them clearly just confused, not knowing where it's, and then it makes sense why, this corner over here on this play, Caleb Williams, you were able to throw a 20-yard open pass to Roma Dunze. You were able to, Kyer Elam thought it was cover 2, so there's nobody back here covering when they ran her out. That all, to me, comes down to who is telling them where to be and how are they communicating it, and it clearly was broken.
Charlotte and Jerry's wife, Jean, they kind of stopped by, getting ready to go to the awards show, and Charlotte says, Jerry, tell them how you say Rio de Janeiro. And he goes, Rio de Gigi, Rio de Jerry Jones, Rio de Jerry-O. We'll just stick with Rio. So then she goes, now say the stadium. What is it? Maracana Stadium. and there were some similar struggles. And then finally, the new motto, ? Bust the budget. What exactly does that look like? Quote, we did some things last year that helped us. Busting the budget would have to be going beyond that, going beyond what ground we made up. That would be busting the budget. You would expect me to take the improvement that we have on assets to have personnel to play. You would expect me to use everything that I gave up to get it. Close quote. So that's part of the reporter gathering. Nick Harris and his view, Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
And I know I'm not even looking at the fan text right now, but I'm sure there's people on the fan text. I'm sure because it's whenever this happens, they'll say, yeah, but what's different about that? He says that every year. No, he doesn't. He does not typically say, like, he'll say, we're going to be all in, but then it's like, oh, was that tied to this? It's always kind of just very almost salesman language. Like, you can tell he's trying to, like, oh, did I mean that or did I mean that? This is 2 straight times he's been pretty direct saying, like, we need to add and we need to spend for it.
What will be the highest individual per year at AAV salary they sign?
George.
No. Outside the organization.
Oh.
It depends on if they want to attack edge rusher or whatever through the draft or if they want to do it through free agency.
Yeah, sorry. So
yes.
Yeah, give me a number. Like, what's the highest individual at AAV contract they signed this offseason?
That I'm not sure because they can always do it differently. I would say, though, that they are going to sign somebody this offseason on the outside whose total guarantees over the life of the contract is probably more than they've spent on any individual class any offseason in the last decade.
Woo!
Okay.
What do you think Reek Woolen will get a year? I'll say around that number to answer your question.
Yeah, because Tariq Woolen will probably be, I would guess he's going to get 50, just off the top of my head, 15 to 18, something like that.
Yeah.
He's a very scheme-specific type of player that kind of limits it, but they may get in on Trey Hendrickson. If they were to do something to move away from George Pickens, they may get in on Alec Pierce from Indianapolis. They may dive in on Alontae Taylor at New Orleans. So I think that they're definitely they recognize, I think, that we can't just Jaron Curse and Dontari Poe sign this thing to cover our bases.
Well, there it is, a little Inside the Star Hump Day edition here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being part of the 6 a.m. Club. We want you to win the 9-inch nail ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway when Ted Wynn from The Athletic and X's and O's fanatic breaks down the Cowboys defense, and we'll chop it up at 740. But hopefully you've enjoyed your underdog and all the rest of your betting because Mark Wahlberg's daughter may have ruined gambling for all of us for the rest of the time. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But speaking of getting your money right, and man, I had a bunch of different...
For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
A 9-inch nails ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. We will also chop it up at 7:40 after Ted Wynn, film breakdown artist from The Athletic, talks about Christian Parker and that Dallas Cowboys defense. But is gambling about to end because of Mark Wahlberg?
It seems that way. So you could place random bets on these betting markets, these poly markets, these Kalshis, if you will. And that's where this one came from.
By the way, Giannis catching a lot of flack for now being a partner in Kalshi. And they're like, oh, conflict of interest. That's sketchy looking.
Yeah, because that's big, like the Brandon Miller stuff a couple years ago with Shams, where they're like, you're directly involved in the reporting of stories where then you're telling people to bet on the markets that may have odds on those things.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's so... Because the leagues have deals, right? The leagues have deals with some of these companies, so the players can't. I don't know,
because that player's dictating whether or not he's going to go. It's thought of as insider trading. You can help dictate. You're telling people to go bet it, you do.
But you're not telling them what to bet.
No,
right.
But you are telling them you're juicing a market potentially. That's where, like I said, Shams, when he started saying Brandon Miller's going to go number 2, Brandon Miller, and people were like, no, he's not. And then when he didn't, people were like, Shams was trying to boost FanDuel or whoever he was with, trying to boost their market on the odds of the number 2 pick.
I don't have a problem with it. They've muddied it up.
Right.
If Giannis gets caught betting on his own team, then he's got to be gone for life.
100%.
Or if he gets tied to things behind the scenes.
Yeah, totally agree. So Mark Wahlberg is a big Patriots fan. And more than 24...
Well, he's a little one.
He's a little one.
The rest of Hollywood.
More than $24 million was wagered on the question of would Mark Wahlberg attend the game. That is more money than 31 other celebrities and politicians combined. It was 5 times more than the amount wagered on the second highest potential attendee, which was the president. So it's insane the amount of money that was wagered on Mark Wahlberg. Now, why is the question? Was all this money wagered on Mark Wahlberg? Well, apparently his youngest daughter, Ella, goes to Clemson. And Ella is a member of the Alpha Chi Omega sorority. And according to reports, she told someone at a Clemson fraternity that her dad was going to attend the game and that he and his fraternity brothers should bet on it. So all these fraternity bros got together, these Chads and Brads and Chazes.
And one Mark.
And one Mark. They all got together and said, we're just going to pool our money together. Oh, Dad, help me out. Oh, tell your friends. And all of a sudden, this thing snowballs, and now $24 million is bet on this. So either Kalshi absolutely raked in the dough. First of all, they still don't know if he was there. They're trying. I've got a buddy who just sent me a screenshot of whether or not.
Yeah, the bet has not been settled.
It hasn't been settled. And it tells you now, and it said on his thing, you've got a 39% chance now of winning this bet. And the number keeps going down. And it's like they have not settled this bet yet. But this is all right, this is throwing off everything. And you've got one person could completely skew the market like this. Kalshi's either going to make a ton of money. They're either going to make $24 million or they're going to lose so much money on this. If they lose this bet, I wonder what this is going to do for these kind of
it shouldn't do anything.
Style bets.
This happens. This has to happen all the time. This just became public because this girl wants to grow her little TikTok account, and she went on there and posted about it. We tried to have access to the national anthem prop bet when we had someone spy on the timing of it during rehearsal.
Right.
That happens all the time, and then those people are going to go and bet it.
Yeah, but you get 1 or 2 people like that. When you get $24 million.
Yeah, but all that did not come from this university. First off, with a lot of those prop bets, I'll be interested, Kalshi, what's the max you can bet? A lot of times with these prop bets, the max I could bet is $50.
Yeah.
So $50 worth of betting did not happen from Alpha Tau Omega or Alpha Chi at Clemson.
Get it right. Alpha Tau Omega is a fraternity.
Yes.
Alpha Chi Omega is a sorority.
That was my fraternity. That's why I dropped it in there. But $24 million did not come from this one university.
I wouldn't think so. But Mark Wahlberg, of all people, getting the most money bet 5 times more.
Maybe she went on social media and said it.
Maybe somebody did.
I don't know. I'm interested in figuring out how they go about proving whether he was there. Like, do you have to turn into TMZ and start making calls and asking for photographic evidence? Do you reach out to Wahlberg's people? How do you settle it?
You got to find out, because, like, obviously, if you're not on the game broadcast, right, that's easy. When you're on the game, or, they showed, I can't remember who they
Is it on them to look at, oh my God, this is such a disparity between the number one person bet and the number two, we're just going to shut this down before? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be.
Like, something's fishy there. To me, it's incumbent upon the book to shut it down then.
Yeah, you would think that the amount of bets being accepted or placed would trigger them to be like, okay, we need to put a stop on this. Because, again, outside of seeing the person on TV, it's going to take a lot to prove this. I mean, you're going to have to see. How long does he wait before he posts something on social media?
What if he was at a Super Bowl party?
Right.
What if he got shot by
Lil Baby?
Yeah, or his people.
Keon White did.
Or his people.
But the other thing is, like, if he's involved in, hey, tell your people to bet on this, like, couldn't he also just say, yeah, I was there? It's like, well, do you need photographic evidence, or is it enough if Mark Wahlberg just says he was there?
Yeah, and then it would just get AI.
Y'all, let us know in the fan text how much you can bet on a prop like that based upon what you use. 877-881-1053. Is it up to 1,000? Can you go 5K? 877-881-1053. I'm very interested.
682 says they won't make or lose any money on the bet. They don't put lines. It's peer-to-peer. Which I don't know what that means, but that's
so. I would go on to Kalshi's website and bet Sean.
Well, and then there's somebody else. 512 said they aren't betting against Kalshi though; they're betting against other people.
That's 1-1. I guess.
So there are multiple people saying that's how it works.
This is cool. This is the I'll bet you $5 that this team wins, and you say, okay, fine, go to Kalshi and put the money in.
Right. Speaking of the big game, apparently Bad Bunny saving water in the boroughs.
Look, we talked recently about stuff like the Pentagon Pizza Index or other interesting indicators that are out there. I think you can tell by halftime water usage potentially some of the politics in this country, because New York City Water tweeted the other night, NYC saw a significant reduction in water usage throughout the 5 boroughs during the Super Bowl's Bad Bunny halftime show yesterday. But in the 15 minutes right after the show ended, there was a spike in usage equivalent to 761,719 toilets flushing across town. So basically that tells you New York was saying, all right, I got to hold it. I got to watch this Bad Bunny halftime show. So waited until halftime show ended to go to the bathroom. I genuinely bet if you looked at other data across other parts, like a more probably somewhere like Texas, where there's probably more people who are like, I'm going to watch Turning Point or whatever. I bet you the water usage did spike there. Like, I bet you could see at halftime water usage spiking. It's like, I bet you can see where those people voted.
I mean, you go to a Super Bowl party during the halftime show. That's the only time of the entire game outside of like a very close game at the end where everyone is huddled around the TV.
So, Sean, you always talk about you've got to have you pay attention to the commercials just as much. You pay attention to the halftime show. How do you stack your prioritizing of going to the bathroom for what content within the game?
It's so difficult. I try to judge it by when a movie comes on. A movie promo comes on, I got to run. Like, I got to run and pee real fast because I don't want to sit there and miss the other commercials. So a movie one.
The game is
like NBC, the network promo.
I was going to say the sweet spot is the desk report at halftime.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody cares what they're saying.
Nobody cares what they're saying. Also, look, the way you could fast forward through debt.
Billionaire glazing. What does this mean?
That was the DM?
About the betting market?
Okay, so it was not
look, there's a lot of people who think that betting markets are bad. I get it.
Yeah.
They think that they're predatory on people trying to get rich. I happen to disagree. I think they're great. I love the betting markets. Gambling is, I'm an adult.
I'm not going to govern your self-control.
Go ahead. Yeah. If you can't handle it.
We endorse underdog.
Right. Don't show up to the party if you can't read the directions. That's how I look at it. I'm not your daddy. If you want to gamble, gamble.
I'm this guy's daddy.
If you want to gamble, gamble. If you don't want to gamble, the hell do I care? Don't gamble, but don't try to stop me from doing it. Because I'm 46 years old. I want to place a wager on a game. I want to place a wager. And I've got this little thing inside me. It's called self-control. Okay? It's very small. I don't have a lot of it. All right? And certain things I have more of self-control than with others.
Mark that.
But, I could tell myself when to stop. I had a bad run in college football this year. Guess what I didn't do at the end of the year? Bet a whole lot of college football. I said, you know what? I don't have it this year. So guess what? I'll see you in 2026.
Yeah. You want me to go on a fast food crusade? You want to be RFK and, shut down the soda companies?
Hey, get rid of the dyes. He's getting rid of the dyes. I like that.
Red dye. 877-881-1053. Although that's all Trump consumes.
That's all he consumes, man.
Getting rid of the dyes. How about the black tar, though?
It's wild, the amount of Diet Cokes. Or is it Diet Coke or regular Coke that he drinks?
I think Diet.
Which, that is just, that's so...
That was Kid Craddock back in the day. Kid Craddock used to drink so much of them, and he got aspartame poisoning, and his tendons literally pulled off of his bones.
God.
Another morning show Mavs victory, getting us closer to a top pick. And RJ says we may be able to draft the best overall player. That and an RJ Choppy Olympic update.
Oh, yeah!
Next on 105.3 The Fan. Let me go ahead and get you to the Tolo team of attorneys at Frankel and Frankel. The site is frankelfirm.com, where you get live 24-hour assistance 24/7, and it is a free consultation. You never pay anything out of pocket until they win your case. It's Mark, Scott, and Gene who have been winning for 30 years in DFW. Their motto, I love it, do not get hurt twice. If you get in an accident, be forewarned. There's a lot of unethical attorneys out there that may try to contact you immediately following an accident. That is a felony, and you don't want to be represented by an unethical attorney. They're chosen by the people, and they are feared by the insurance companies because they know all their secrets. They used to represent them. 214 or 817, all threes for that accident you did not cause. And Shaquille O'Neal throwdown. Kind of got lost there on Mavs TV. It's another Maverick W for the morning show. Coop gets his. Team loses to get the better draft pick. Team tank in full effect as the Mavericks lose to the Suns, their 8th straight loss last night. This is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're going to have to rely on college basketball lover RJ Choppy to scout out a lot of these prospects, and you've been paying attention to one, maybe the one in particular.
Yeah, this is the superstar.
That's the good part of having your pro team suck. It can force you even more into college. So, like Senior Bowl, I don't care about that. I do this year. Combine, okay. I care this year with 2 first-round picks. Bowl games, whatever. It doesn't matter unless it's the CFP to me. It does this year, and now college basketball again. Even more so. Right? Even more so than last year. Where were the Mavs set to select before they lucked out to 1?
It's like 11, right?
Hey.
Yeah, they were on the very edge of the lottery.
And
more March Madness coverage.
Yeah, they went way up. So, all right, the University of Kansas has a player named Darren Peterson. Now, Darren Peterson is the best player in college basketball. He's got an offensive game that we have not seen in decades. He is so much more polished than anyone I've seen in a long time. I'm talking like, cover your ears.
You gonna say what you typed?
Kobe-like.
Wow.
Okay. He has one flaw. He hates playing basketball.
And he will come off the floor once a game with a cramp.
Yeah. And whoever he is listening to in his family, in his traveling party, in his inner circle, is giving this kid what I believe awful advice. He has brought load management to college basketball. The guy never plays. If there's a top 15 team on the schedule, deuces, I'm out of here. I ain't playing today.
Wow.
All right.
Was he the one that you said robbed us of a great matchup?
He scored like 20 points in the first half against BYU and AJD. Right? And AJ is one of the other competitors for the overall number 1 pick. He had a great first half. And then it's like, can't go in the second half. All right. And then the other day, they're playing Arizona, number 1 team in the nation. And there's a video of him and Bill Self, like a text exchange, and they're kind of talking, about not playing. He says, I got flu-like symptoms. I can't go. Bill's like, if you're going to half-ass it, just don't play.
This is a text exchange?
There's a text exchange.
How did that get out?
I don't know. And apparently Darren was like, screw it, I'm out of here. Like, I'm not playing. But there's confusion as to whether or not that's real.
Right.
So this kid is amazing. You cannot draft him number 1. You just can't. Like, you can't trust him. At least the way he is playing here. Like, it's.
Well, where can you draft him then? When does your rule change?
Anywhere else.
5?
Absolutely. He ain't going to get there. I mean, this guy's amazing. He is an amazing basketball player. But again, it's the Jonah Hill and Brad Pitt, Billy Beane that he has got one flaw. He hates basketball.
But doesn't this fly in the face of what you normally feel about with athletes, where you're just like, get me the most talented. I don't care if they love the sport.
Yeah, but this is different.
I don't know
like
if he said, I don't care if they love. Well, I guess you.
I think it's overrated if they love it. But like in football, they say that, I assume, because 80% of what you do is practice. Everybody loves the games. Even people who hate football like playing in the actual game. This guy doesn't even like playing in the games. It seems. He took all his money from Kansas and now he never plays. I don't know, man. Like there's so much.
He's played 13 out of 24 games.
Yeah, he's played half their games. He has skipped games against some really good defense. So he skipped games against Arizona and UConn and Syracuse and Tennessee and Duke. Those are all like outside. Syracuse isn't like a really good team at all, but they play a unique defense. The rest of those teams are good defensive teams. Second half of BYU, he's like, nah.
Bruce Pearl said, if I was coaching in the NBA, I'm sorry, I would have some concerns. Of course, he's doing that show with Jamal Mashburn, and I guess Darren Peterson could miss every game and still have Peterson as best.
Spins around and does a little one-handed, like 12-footer. He has that. He has a pull-up jumper already. And he's running the team. He's playing point forward for them. I'm dumbfounded by this. This guy was supposed to be this awesome two-way glue guy, had some offense, but was just impactful all over. This guy's an elite offensive player already.
So I don't think it's happening, Jamal. But maybe Peterson's just saving it for the pros, you know?
Maybe. I think people in the fan text say Anthony Edwards was kind of similar to Georgia.
Oh, he was definitely that way.
And how does Anthony Edwards not make the NCAA tournament? Right? So you would have to miss a ton of games.
Because he openly said, I want to be a football player. I don't even want to play basketball.
What else happened in college hoops, Bob?
TCU. Big time last night in Fort Worth. They take down number 5 Iowa State. So shout out to TCU. They had a big win last night. That was their first win over a top 5 ranked team, I think ESPN said, in over 2 years. And so big victory for them. They got the big upset yesterday, and they were going nuts in Fort Worth.
Ted Wynn from The Athletic breaks down the X's and O's of the Cowboys' new defense at 7:20, commercial-free in the Expressway. It's time for RJ Choppy's Olympic Update.
Oh, we love an intro. From track to hoops, Ledecky to Simone. It's time to hear how the Olympic Games are going. We won't talk box until the gender thing is settled. RJ Choppy puts his pedal to the metal.
Man, I was glued to the figure skating men's short program yesterday. I'll get to that in a minute. Okay.
How's your wife with the Olympic consumption? Is she in?
She's on her phone a lot of the times watching, and I'll say, you gotta watch this. And then I'm like, oh, you gotta watch this. Oh, you gotta watch this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You know, Ilya Malinin just putting on show after show after show. He's like 21. He goes to George Mason. He did doing backflips on the ice. The final stage that they had yesterday, I guess I'll do it now, of the men's short. I mean, they had heavyweight after heavyweight come on. The last 6 skaters were like top tier skaters that they had, and they all did a masterful job. The kid from France, Xiao Himfa, was just he was magical. All right, it was a magical skate.
We'll call her from now on.
I think it's Adam Xiaomfa. Okay. He was phenomenal. I mean, it literally got me out of my seat.
What?
I got out of my seat. I was like, holy cow. I'm obsessed with Grace. I'm obsessed with Grace.
You're obsessed with Grace.
I'm obsessed with Grace. I absolutely love it. So just inject that all into my veins. Team USA curling fell short of the gold in their match against Sweden. Isabel Vrana, who is just nails with the stones for Sweden. 97% shooting her rocks off in this Olympiad. She was phenomenal. They were down a point in the final end. She knocks 2 stones out.
2 stones.
And they get the 2 points, and they wind up winning the gold medal. First ever medal in mixed doubles in the Olympics for the Americans. They had never had a medal in that event, so they get the silver. Michaela Schifrin, she choked. She just choked. She struggled in the slalom. Her team finishes 4th because this was the team slalom. But the USA still gets the bronze. Austria takes the gold. The big shocker in women's luge. Now, I don't like the 2-man luge. That's just, I can't understand how somebody would say, hey, you know what? We've got this great event called the luge. Let's put another human on top of you and just lay flat on you. That doesn't make any sense to me. But the U.S. never medals in this thing. They never do anything. Germany has won like 8 straight, but U.S. and American did get a medal in the luge. Alex Hall wins gold in men's slopestyle in his last Olympics. He took home the silver. But the GOAT of GOATs, my guy, Johan Klabo, in the cross-country skiing.
Is this the guy that's running in the snow?
Yes.
Why is that? That seems weird to me.
So they're doing what's called the classic style of cross-country. There's the freestyle and the classic. And the classic one is when it looks like they're running in place. And then they got to use their arms just to basically ski. This is going up a hill. This is the same hill the day before, or 2 days before. He went up, but he really kind of separated. And in this one, I mean, he's doing a dead sprint.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's not crazy.
I don't know how it's legal either.
From a cardiovascular standpoint, but I'm just like, he's not skiing.
Right.
He's running with skis on.
He's running with skis on. I don't know how he does it.
It looks like a drunk game you'd play at your house.
Yeah.
It's like winter speed walking.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is. And that was the sprint. It was called the sprint. That was the event they were in, the cross country. That's his 7th gold medal, one away from tying the most. We also had an American win the first medal in 50 years in this event in cross country skiing, Ben Ogden. So he took that one home. All right, so we mentioned cross country. This is a biathlon. I love biathlon. It's one of my favorites at the games.
Are you impressed by this, Bobby?
Yeah, it's good. He's rattling all of it off.
This is daily consumption.
Thank you. This is Sturla Lagreed.
Here's the one story I saw yesterday.
You saw this one?
I saw this story.
I wish this interview was done in English.
Yeah.
Okay, this was done in Norwegian. But this was a post-race interview with a guy who won the bronze medal. Do you win the bronze or do you lose the gold? I don't know.
Win the bronze.
What are the expectations?
Unless you blew a lead.
Yeah, you would. Right. I guess what are the expectations? Well, in the post-race interview, he says, and he is breaking down. He is crying at this point. He goes, 6 months ago, I met the love of my life, the world's most beautiful, sweetest person. And 3 months ago, I made the biggest mistake of my life, and I cheated on her.
What?
He said this in the interview?
Yep.
He said this in the interview. I am sure many people now see me in a different light, but I only have eyes for her. I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to say by saying this now, but sport has taken a backseat in recent days. I wish I could share this with her. He's like, I don't know if she's watching. He goes, I told her a week ago. So he cheated on her 3 months ago. He tells her a week ago. He tells her a week before the Olympics? He told her.
Well, you got to be in the village.
Wow, that's true.
I haven't heard anything about the village or the food.
I haven't. Yeah, no. You would think you would hear something about the food or the village. I did hear this. The beds are not made of
When did they
cardboard.
hand out the condoms?
They're probably there already. I mean, what if you're done? I mean, you could already have had your race. Now you got 2 more weeks in this thing.
Man, this is time and place, and this was neither to disclose this. I don't feel like you've already told her. So what was he getting emotional and he felt the need to explain why he was being emotional?
What's his name?
Sturla, Sturla.
Yeah, just search Sturla. You'll find
Sturla Holm, HOLM.
Okay.
Lagreed.
I want to see if I can find the X.
So here's my maybe not the X. This is my conspiracy theory.
His way to get her back?
No, sort of. This was her stipulation. All right.
Oh.
If you want this, you better own it on national TV. You better tell everybody what you did to me, and you better beg for me back on national TV. And so he just was like, all right, here it is. Here's the moment. Because they were like,
got a big pair of cans.
they were like, so tell us about the bronze. And he's like, I cheated. Please take me back. I'm so sad. It's like, how did it go this direction so fast?
And a lot of people are like, this is being manipulative. A lot of women are killing him for saying this. And then, guys are like,
how is it manipulative?
I don't know. I don't understand what manipulation is anyway.
You don't?
I've been told I'm a manipulative person.
Yes.
I really don't understand. I've also been told I'm a sociopath and a narcissist, but I don't really believe those things.
All right, I gotta find this girl. I think she did an interview with a Norwegian outlet, but that is RJ Choppy's Olympic. Maybe daily recap. Here, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
On 105.
I got more too, baby. Let's go.
We're going to go commercial free in the Expressway with a 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway. But are you a or wannabe film junkie? Ted Wynn, one of Bobby's favorites from The Athletic, breaks down the X's and O's of what you're going to see with the Cowboys' new defense next on 105.3 The Fan.
But let's put some money in your pocket. Base Power. We're going to put money in your pocket by saying...
his white whale in Christopher Mad Dog Russo, and this is Bobby Belt's most excited guest of the day here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat. Handle the intro, Bob.
Yeah, we got Ted Wynn from The Athletic here with us, and Ted has been, I've been following along with Ted's writing and following each other on social media for probably like 11 years now, 10, 11 years. It's been a minute, but we've read a lot of stuff from Ted on the air, specifically the nickel position article that we did, and he's got a good handle on all the Fangio stuff. So, Ted, appreciate you stopping by and joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
So that first aspect of it, we've heard it so much, and we've referenced before your article, the stuff from Cody Alexander at Match Quarters, the different things about the Fangio and Fangio adjacent stuff, and how that has become, just like there was a McVay-Shanahan push offensively in the NFL a couple years ago, the Fangio stuff has really taken over. Just kind of explain like a general overview of what this Fangio look and this Fangio adjacent look has done to the NFL and how teams are applying it.
Yeah, essentially, Fangio just said that he's going to, one day, I think it was with the Chicago Bears, he decided his main focus was going to stop explosive passes. And I think part of that was the response to Patrick Mahomes in 2018, Josh Allen, and what he was doing at that time where guys just couldn't stop him. And his whole focus was taking away explosive passes, disguising, and stopping the run became a little bit more secondary, which was kind of a cardinal sin at that time. But he designed his defense to do so. His defense will almost always stay in a too high shell, and you heard that a ton. But just because they show too high shell doesn't mean they're always going to be playing a too deep type of defense as they rotate down and do all that stuff. But it all happens after the snap, and that also helps you against play action type of quarterbacks, because when they turn their back to the defense is rotating, and then you don't know exactly what they're going to be until you get your backs turned, and that gives it a little bit of an advantage to the defense.
What would you say is because Dallas obviously was so bad defensively this year that they could justify really addressing any position on the defensive side of the ball. What would you say is, if they're going to be implementing Fangio-type schemes with Christian Parker as the new defensive coordinator, what's the number one position that's got to be figured out if they want this to operate smoothly?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, or you guys have talked about the nickel position and how important it is in this defense. But to me, I think you have to be able to shore up the run defense first, because the whole idea of this defense is being able to slow down the run. But if you can't even slow down a run with your two deep shells, then that's going to eventually force you to put a safety in the box, and that defeats the whole purpose of this defense. So you have to be able to stop the run. You have to have the guys up front to be able to handle that and play the run from a soft box. And they made that trade, the midseason trade for Quincy, and that made a huge improvement. But I still think they need to add one more piece to this front to really have a credible run defense while playing these light boxes.
With the pass rush, because that's a big part of this now. Choppy's been talking about this lately with some of the guests too, is that it seems like a lot of the pass rush started coming from up the middle in the NFL. Like the trend started moving that way, and you want to get more A-gap pressure. Dallas is obviously committed to that now. They got Oso Digizua, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, that whole group there. Is the edge emphasis really that necessary if they can generate some stuff with blitzes or with the interior defensive linemen?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's less of a priority if you can get an elite presence in the middle. But I think you have to be really good in the middle and create a lot of constant pressure if you're really going to make the edge rush position a little bit more secondary. And I think they have potential to do that. But to me, again, I think it's all about stopping the run first and finding another piece that can really help you up front and do that.
We talked about the comprehension issues and the communication issues with Matt Eberflus's defense this past season. And when we were talking about, well, let's go get Flores, Bobby would say, I don't know if we're going to be able to learn that in the classroom. With this defense incoming, however much Christian Parker wants to copy Vic Fangio, does that same problem and issue apply?
I think It's simpler than Flores for sure. It'll be more complicated than Eberflus. But
Thank God.
I don't know how there's communications with issues with Eberflus's defense when it's pretty simple. But I think they have their base coverages. You'll see a lot of cover 6, cover 8, which are split field combination, and they have different variations of that. But they don't play a ton of coverages. It's all about the nuance in those coverages, being able to get the reads down, and that's one thing that kind of gets lost when there's teams that try to copy this system, but they don't have the coaching of the nuances. It's not just a copy and paste system. There's a lot that goes into it from a reading perspective and technique perspective, and Parker being a guy that's been with Fangio for a long time, I think he could bring those nuances to this defense so it won't be another example of a failed carbon copy.
When we talk about because communication being such a big deal, that even if it's not a Flores system, it's okay. There's a lot of reading. There's a lot of different things. Fangio obviously has done a lot of the man match stuff. He's done cover 3 sight, which has all these different rules of like, hey, when the back does this, you're going to do this, and there are all these little intricate details for that. Is that really going to be the best solution for a team like Dallas who had as many problems as they did, or do you say, hey, they might need essentially an overhaul of personnel there before this really starts getting the way it needs to?
Yeah, I don't know the full extent of the personnel and how they processed or were able to pick up the Eberflus defense.
Terrible.
Yeah,
there you go.
Bad.
There's a recap.
But if you can't pick up the Eberflus defense, I think that you probably need a haul of personnel because I don't think the Eberflus defense was that complicated. I think what Parker will bring will be more complicated, but it's not exactly the Flores defense. I think they're going to do what they do, and it is a lot initially, but once you get it, you just build on it because there's 2 or 3 main coverages that you're going to play a ton, and you really have to get that down. If you can't find guys to get that down, then you really have to consider overhauling the personnel.
Why is it so difficult for some of these really advanced offensive minds that when they talk about Fangio's game, they talk about it like with a reverence of just, man, it's really challenging. Schottenheimer couldn't say enough glowing things about it's really cool to watch them on film, and you see them do stuff, and you're like, oh man, that was really, really cool. Why is it that this scheme specifically has been so difficult for all the offensive innovators to crack?
Yeah, I mean, I think when Fangio first started doing this stuff, and we just weren't used to seeing how the coverages rotations played out, where these guys were going. It was really tough to figure out like what guys had each assignment. I mean, and this was coming from a time where the cover 3 system, the Pete Carroll system, was really popular. So it was really easy to understand what defenses are doing. And then all of a sudden you move into this Fangio era where there's guys moving all over the place, disguising. They even would take a few seconds after the snap to declare where they're going to be. It was tough to figure out what they were doing watching the film in slow motion. So you can only imagine how it is for a quarterback having to read all these things play out in real time. It's one of the reasons why so many teams are moving into pure progressions, which means they're reading the same the order of routes the same every play, or for the most part every play, because they're not trying to figure out what the defense is doing. They're just going from 1 to 2 to 3. So I think, yeah, it's just hard.
They're just doing what they do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're doing what they do. They have plays where, I'm reading this route to this route to this route, and that makes it so the quarterback doesn't have to try to understand exactly what the defense is doing. And there's a whole argument that we get into about like how that could be hurting the development of quarterbacks and all that. But I'm just saying that Fangio is part of the reason why these offenses are moving towards plays like that, because they don't want to try to figure out what he's doing defensively.
Ted Wynn from The Athletic joining us here, brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Are you doing draft pick homework?
Not yet. I will get into the draft after the Super Bowl, but it's just too much for me to handle right now with the Super Bowl going on to study all these draft picks. And of course, I've taken a look and I watched them Saturday, but I haven't broken down all 22 on these guys just quite yet.
So give people a little background of your story and how you became, film nerd guy. I'm going to break down all these schemes and schematics and X's and O's. Give our audience a little reset.
Yeah, so I coach high school football for a long time, actually.
Does it bother you that he called you a nerd?
No. I think film nerd is kind of a compliment now.
Yeah.
So
means you know ball.
So I coached football, high school football for a long time. I went to clinics, learned more about ball as much as I can. Got to talk to coaches as much as I can. And while I was coaching, my friends encouraged me to start a Raiders blog because they liked hearing my thoughts about the strategy of what the Raiders are doing. So they're like, you should start a Raiders blog, and I just started doing it for fun. And it started growing. People started following me on Twitter, and long story short, I had stomach cancer. I actually had to get my stomach removed. Believe it or not, I don't have a stomach. So, but it's not as crazy as it sounds. But I don't have a stomach. But that got me to it really changed my thoughts on things, and I wanted to go into a career where I was a little bit more passionate about, because I loved coaching. I hated teaching high school. So I quit teaching and I jumped into sports journalism. It was a leap of faith. Took about a year to really get going, but I eventually got hired by Athletic, and it's been a dream come true ever since.
You got Choppy's interest now with the no stomach.
You've confused the hell out of me. That is, it's not impossible, obviously, because you're sitting next to me with no stomach. Where does the food go?
So believe it or not,
I bet this is too personal. I'm sorry.
No. I talk about it all the time. So it just goes to my intestines. Your intestines is what does the most digestion. Your stomach does store food, and it breaks it down a little bit with stomach acid, but most of it happens in your intestines. So you don't really need a stomach to live. There are certain things I have to do, like get B12 injections every month, but I just eat slower than a normal person. And
is your appetite suppressed, as if someone was getting like a stomach, like a reduction surgery? Like you get full quicker?
Yeah, I get full quicker, but I still love food.
It's a secret, Chop. Just like when you get the flu.
Can you get fat? Like, can you get a beer belt, like a belly?
It's really hard to do. It's really hard to do. I mean, I
don't wish for it.
I'm not wishing it. I'm not wishing.
You just said it's amazing.
I've been trying to get to 170 for a while, so I finally got back up to 170. So it's hard to gain weight, that's for sure.
Ted Wynn from The Athletic here on 105.3 The Fan. So you wrote the article, How to Watch Football Like an Expert from the Comfort of Your Couch. Summarize that for us, because my theory is coaches can come on here, Brian Schottenheimer will come on here and talk all the terminology and stuff. Bobby's really understanding it. We don't. But we want to, right? It's football and it's religion, and you want to act like you're in the know, understanding it, as I'm sure you could speak to all these different coverages and stuff. So what are the tips to watch football like an expert from the couch?
One of the highlights from that article was I talked to Carson Palmer. Maybe some of these young Gen Z guys don't know who Carson Palmer is.
It's been a little while.
Yeah, he was the number 1 overall pick. He played quarterback in the league a long time.
How old are you?
I am 35.
Oh, okay, so we're old.
We're millennials, right?
Not you.
He's younger than I am. Yeah.
So. Yeah, but Carson Palmer just he went through like how he reads the game, how he watches. Typically, you don't get to see the free safety too much from the TV angle, but now we have Prime Vision, and I think that things are changing a little bit where people want to see a little bit more of the field. So just like you could start looking at the safeties, because that kind of informs you what the coverage is going to what's going to happen with the coverage. But now, like we said, Fangio is screwing that all up, because you're going to show one thing before the snap, and after the snap they're going to rotate. But that's something you can pay attention to. You can see if the safeties are staying in too deep, or if they're going to rotate. You can look at the corners. Are they up? If they're playing up, it might be man coverage. If they're back, it might be a zone coverage. Pay attention to offensive lines. Like, are the offensive lines firing off? If they're firing off, it's most likely a run play. If they're pass blocking, it's most likely pass, and that's important to see with how much play action passing is happening now in the league. So there's a bunch of little tips like that you can pick up on, but just generally learning some of the basic schemes really, I think, changed the way you look at football, because you can recognize it. You're like, oh, look, it's a zone play, or look, it's a ISO play, or whatever.
So what is your film study intake? Like, are you looking at every single game starting on Tuesday, Wednesday? How are you knowing what every team is doing, or what's your job assignment?
I don't always get through every game, but I think definitely on Sunday I'll have like a list of games that I definitely want to get to early in the week. Like if it's a game like between the Cardinals and Jets or something like that, like it might not be high on my list, like I might get to it eventually. But then there are big games that have a lot of influence on what's going to happen, and I'll obviously look at that first and make sure I get through those and write about them. And then later on the week, if there's games that I haven't really gotten to or talked about and I have time, I'll check them out. But I don't always have time to watch every single game.
When you look at Dallas's offense this year, which was really explosive, kind of returned back to where it was, because we were all curious what Brian Schottenheimer was going to be like as a play caller, and he hadn't done it in a long time. What stood out to you? Did you look at Dallas's offense this year and say, hey, they do a lot of modern stuff. This isn't just an old school offense with great playmakers on it. They're doing things schematically to give themselves an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think things have kind of gone full circle, and doing modern stuff is being really creative in the run game. So I really liked Clayton Adams' influence on the Cowboys and how they were able to run the ball, use different personnel, and motion into different runs, and just evolve their run game from week to week. So that was pretty interesting to see, and I think that made a big difference for this offense. Obviously, Pickens was huge, but to me, they were one of the more interesting run games to watch every week.
Who are your top 2 or 3 offensive minds?
Kyle Shanahan, of course, Sean McVay, and Ben Johnson. Yeah, those are the 3 top guys.
And defensively?
Defensively, I got to say Vic Fangio, Mike McDonald, and
Christian Parker.
No, not quite there. Flores. Yeah, you can't. You got to have him in the list.
Hey, man, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Bobby, your hype paid off with the preview, and we look forward to catching up with you again. Thank you. With the draft pick info this time.
Yeah, we'll get into that. Thanks for having me on.
Combine and Indy. Ted Wynn from The Athletic in the Wild Fork Foods Hot Seat on the Fan.
Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see 9 Inch Nails on Tuesday, March 3rd at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Can Emmitt Smith change the way that you think about NFL quarterbacks? That is coming up at 8 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ in the commercial-free Expressway. Another 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. It's Hump Day.
Hump Day.
7:40. It means this.
Ow.
Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew,
Oh,
no. RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up. Come on, chop, chop, choppy.
I listened to that intro, the pew 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 guy. Just the other day. I came across it, and it's funnier. It's funnier 6 months later.
So how much?
Never stops.
How much of that is tied into? Is that the network that Nick Costas was on?
Yeah.
Pepe. Douchiest, by far, note of the week from San Francisco.
I'm ready to go with this one.
Watching this guy. Okay, Nick Costas. What is he exactly again?
He is you better, you bet.
You bet, you better.
You better, you bet.
Someone came by and told me a note about him, and I could not let go of this for 15 straight minutes.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Someone said that he stops drinking during the NFL season for the clean mind
to lock in,
to prepare and lock in for football. The broadcaster. Emmett may have a point coming up, or actually it was Randy Moss, but he goes clean.
Goes clean.
Clean mind, clean brain to lock in for football, to talk about it while the NFL season's taking place.
Apparently he is very much like Jim Rome, where it's like
short.
Well, yes, but he just does a show, goes to his room, doesn't leave the room the rest of the day. Comes back out, does a show, goes to the hotel room. Doesn't go to dinner, Doesn't do anything.
Man.
He could have gone out. It's just nobody would have seen him in the crowd of people.
Clean
because he's so
thinking.
small.
Yeah,
Clean thinking.
But you would have heard him and that raspy.
Yeah, he's got a very raspy voice.
Can I get a table for one?
Yeah. So, I listened to the pew 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 thing. Man, gets better and better. All right, let's
chop it up.
Chop it up here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Is your baby food causing you to be more feminine as a male as an adult? That is one of the studies they are looking at. There is a sextinction going on because we've talked about the younger people have completely avoided relations of late, and people are starting to do studies on why, and they're going beyond the you're so locked into your phone or you don't want to deal with other people, and they're talking about the biological aspect of humans.
Careful.
And no, like and they're saying that because soy is in all baby foods or a lot of baby foods, so if you're not breastfed, that soy is causing a decrease in testosterone and an increase in estrogen in men, and it's causing men to be less sexual as they age.
But how is that baby food affecting me?
Not affecting you.
You mean as a baby, if I eat it, I'm going to have less of it as I grow?
When you were a baby, so now, like, so many people are... we did not breastfeed our children, either one of them. They were all formula.
Same.
And because
lasted for about half a night.
I was straight from the tap.
Yeah. You what?
I was straight from the tap.
Really?
No baby food.
God, look at you. Until you were 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5. That's why my brain's so huge.
If you were not breastfed and you're in that 20-year-old range, that's what they started using soy as a supplement. That brought a decrease in testosterone as you had aged. And that is one of the reasons they're believing for this sort of lack of desire to go mate.
Man, you could have had so many different jokes there. You could have said soit of desire, and you could have said lactation, but you didn't.
Oh!
I'm sorry you missed both.
I didn't even think of the lactation aspect. All right, we talked about this earlier. We got the guy's name, 36-year-old Carlos Palazuelos. He is the one that was detained with the Nancy Guthrie situation. The $6 million.
Oh, they put his name out?
They put his name out. They said he held me against my will. They didn't even ask. They were reading my rights until 2 hours later. He is a freed man. But
man, that's kind of rough to have your name released. I'd have a major.
Well, he did
problem.
an interview.
Oh,
he did an interview.
Wow.
So yeah, he did an interview. Told reporters that my hands or my wrists are swollen from the cuffs. Boy, I guess they put those things on really, really tight. But yeah, so he was released, and he did this interview outside of his house. It's a small border community 60 miles south of Tucson. And that's what they did this interview with him.
And what's his name?
Carlos Palazuelos. But that's a photo of him right there. And, they're saying, okay, because based on the mask with the
facial
eyes,
hair.
the facial hair, they were like, okay, we're trying to, basically, they're finding anybody who would fit a description of having like a soul patch.
Yeah.
And, facial hair, a little bit of a mustache.
It's going to be a lot of people.
It's going to be a lot of people, man. In today's world, a lot of people have that. So they're still trying to figure out what happened, if she's alive. I know that a former FBI director is questioning whether or not she's alive at all, and then wondering if any of these ransom claims are real, because it started out with $1 million, and then all of a sudden it went to $6 million. And, we haven't heard from her. We've got nothing on that. So we don't know.
One guy, former expert saying doesn't look like a kidnapping. Someone always leaves something behind, no matter what. And he was going, all this stuff is it's awful, but it's fascinating because it's true crimes playing out.
It really is. And now obviously you have the FBI involved. Anytime there's a kidnapping and a ransom, you're going to get the FBI involved. It's just very, very scary.
Here's the thing. When they find blood on the scene, how old was she? 83 or whatever?
84.
I don't know how much of it, like I don't feel like it should be difficult for grown men to remove an 84-year-old from a home without her getting bloodied. Like, so the fact that there's even blood there makes me go like, this was...
Like, Amanda was watching the footage off the Nest video, and she's like, how did she not react? And he was messing around there for a while. I was like, she's 84. My dad is almost 90 years old. I could sit there and fumble around for like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Well, I don't want to give anyone any ideas, but the point is, you're 85, you're 90. I don't know if you run to the front door, especially, I don't know what time of night this was. It was obviously at night.
It was obviously at night.
How many are going to go there with their shotgun, you know?
It was
like Elmer Fudd.
It was 2 in the morning.
2 in the morning. Mm-hmm. She was out. She was asleep.
Sure. So dead asleep.
Yeah, even if she got notifications.
Who hears that?
I mean, and even if you did, are you going to be able to get there in time? I would not. I would think not.
Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Do you know who Jack Doherty is?
No.
Yes,
Bobby?
he's a loser.
Ooh.
Okay, so explain who he is.
He's the Twitch guy.
He's a YouTuber guy,
He's the pranker.
Let Peyton explain. He said he knew who he was. You don't have to interrupt this moment.
I know he is. He's always got someone
talking over him.
He's always got someone filming what he does. You know, he's telling guys on camera. He goes up to me and says, "Hey, do this on camera real quick. You know, I'll give you $100. I'll give you this or whatever."
So he's Impractical Jokers.
Basically,
he's the kid who wrecked his Lamborghini and live streamed bitching about it instead of taking care of his friend who was concussed. That clip you.
And he's like 5'5" too.
Everybody's short. Everybody's short, right? That's what we're talking. That's the whole point of this segment. So he is banned from the PGA Tour. He was at the Waste Management Open, used to be the Phoenix Open, and he told everybody.
Frat party.
Yeah, and he told everybody he was paying them to go yell in people's backswings and do the old Happy Gilmore jackass, like in people's backswings. Well, they caught him and they banned him. And normally, I think golf is way too stuffy. All right, I think golf is way too stuffy. But you cannot, and I mean you cannot. This is people's livelihoods. If they could deal with noise if they're hearing it, if they're expecting it. But in the middle of somebody's backswing to, do something like that, it's going to throw off their timing.
Yeah.
Can't
Losers.
do this.
For amateurs.
I know people laugh at the Alex Steins and all that, losers. But they get their laughs. People don't care about the seriousness of an event.
They do.
They just want to get their little chuckles over the prank.
He's notorious for starting fights with people.
The seriousness of the event. It's golf.
But he is banned for life. Banned for life for telling people to.
Banned for life. Wow. How many times is this kid going to the Phoenix Open?
Yeah. And people are killing him. Could happen to a worse person. Can we ban him from the rest of the planet? That'd be a nice one. But yeah, how many times is he going to go to the golf tournament? Any golf tournament around the country? I wouldn't think very often. Chopping it up here on the Fan. So this is a Southwest flight. Now, of course, Southwest rolled out their new seating about a week or two. And the way it works is you've got your extended legroom in the front, and then you got some premium seats where you can buy, and then Gen Pop way in the back, right? Your ham and eggers, your normal
like us on the way back from Indy,
like us on the way back, and the way there, We were too late to get the good seats, and we could have got a middle. I could have got a middle and an exit row. But we're not doing the middle seat. So this one woman on the flight decided, nobody is sitting in these seats up here. I'm just going to take one of these. The flight attendant's like, no, the people who paid for these seats would be upset if you just sat in here. So let's put it to the vote. You guys are on the plane. You guys paid for the upgraded seats.
Right.
Someone from the back of the plane comes up and sits in the upgraded seats with more legroom. Would you be upset?
But they did not pay for the upgrade.
They didn't pay for the upgrade. They're just saying.
But the seats are open?
The seats are open.
Yeah.
They didn't pay for the upgrade.
Right.
They were sitting in the back, and all of a sudden, mid-flight, they decided to come up to the front.
I'm not upset about it. I'm jealous.
Jealous you didn't think of it first?
No. How am I supposed to predict that those seats are going to be open?
Yeah.
It's like Twitter right now is offering that premium for 50% off. And I was just thinking about this yesterday, verified, I guess, and all the other stuff that, wannabes want to sit there and pay for around here and then talk smack on social media. I'm talking about people who aren't even in our business legitimately. And I was like, man, would I be bitter and ticked off if I had paid full price for it, now they're offering 50%. It's just the breaks of the game. Just the breaks of the game. And it's like being mad that the Upper Deck fan snuck downstairs if the 90-year-olds at the Globe let them.
Right.
You know, it is what it is. I'm not gonna raise a hissy fit over it.
So you wouldn't say anything?
No.
Yeah, you wouldn't say anything.
No.
I'm gonna be pissed if I've got an open seat next to me and they take it. If you take something else, whatever.
Mess up your gap.
But if you come sit next to me and all of a sudden it's more cramped in there, now I'm annoyed.
Yeah, messing up the gap.
That's true.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
But
or
I'm not
they
gonna
sit
be
right in front of you and lean the chair back.
Or come up with a dog like the guy in our first row.
And what happened there? You were right next to it.
So this woman was sitting in the middle and she was complaining that this guy brought the dog on. And I felt like, if I heard it correctly, he was a little bit of a jackass. Like, hey, don't come on the flight if you're not prepared to sit next to a dog.
Yeah, that's the
new norm.
That's the new norm?
Yeah, and that's why I asked you, can you bring snakes on?
I don't know. I don't
not
think
our
you
usual
can, right?
snakes.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't get on the plane. I would freak out. There was a snake on Radio Row when I was doing my IG live walking around.
Oh, really?
And I was terrified. But this guy was like, you're the unusual one. Because we were just talking about allergies yesterday. We can't even get dogs in our house without allergy testing our kids. So the woman got up and moved and had to trade with someone else. And then the dog lover went up and was like, how dare that woman have a problem sitting next to an animal? I got to defend the woman a little bit.
I'm on the girl's side here. I'm on the lady's side here.
It was a big dog, too. Well behaved.
Was it a big dog?
But
I didn't even see it.
Oh, large dog.
Yeah, this is just what happens when San Francisco's in the equation of the flight, is that you get, entitled, well, sorry, sister,
the
you
guy
got
could have been
doggy
from
here.
Dallas.
But it doesn't matter. He's got San Francisco business. And it was not on Radio Row. I didn't see him. So he was not required to be there.
Yeah, it's the same thing with peanuts. They had some airlines banned peanuts now because of all the allergies. It's just, he brings a dog on. He brings a dog. If he's allowed to bring a dog on, what am I going to do?
Well, I thought you were defending the woman.
Yeah,
I am defending the woman, but he's allowed
a 24/7 contradiction.
He's allowed to bring a dog on, right?
Yes,
he is allowed to bring a dog on.
But she can have a problem.
She
with
can have
it.
a problem with the dog. Yeah, but and that's where the stalemate.
Some people are afraid of dogs. They are.
Ultimately, what's your position?
You what?
Ultimately, what's your position then?
I think that I don't like dogs on planes. I don't like animals on planes.
They're eating.
Leave your dog at home. But I'm also going to bring peanuts on the plane.
Gosh, was it last year heading back from Super Bowl where we got held up by that lady who she brought her dog to and they're like, you can't bring the dog here. You got to go.
Yeah. She didn't get prior approval and it held everybody up.
Yep.
Chopping it up here on the Fan. There was a game in Brazil, a soccer game, paused for 4 minutes so the goalie, Cassio, could poop. I've never seen a sporting event stopped because of bowel movements. This is the end of sports. Could you imagine they stopped the Super Bowl because Sam Darnold had to go drop one off?
I want to hear one huge play in history that was affected because they got a stomach cramp.
Yeah.
They were going up for the shot and they're like, oh, I didn't go to the bathroom before and it caused me to miss, come up short.
If you jump and you lose, what happens if you jump all of a sudden it just comes out?
Yeah, what happened in the, did any big plays happen when Paul Pierce went off the floor? When he was wheelchaired off?
God, what a fake fraud that was. Chopping it up, Hump Day edition, commercial free in the Expressway here on 105.3 The Fan. Another 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. Is Emmitt Smith about to change the way that you think about today's quarterbacks in the National Football League? Next on The Fan.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. And the reason why that last part is very important, Bobby Belt is going to throw another conniption at 8:20 with some developing news that we have coming up on DFW Sports Station. We also have the KNC Masterpiece coming up today from the Dallas Open at the Star in Frisco from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. KNC there today.
Man, I got to say, I enjoyed that. Now, Sarah did not. I mean, she enjoyed the company and being there, yeah. and people she worked with, but she was expecting it to be more intense. And I'm like, well, it's an exhibition. It was an exhibition. I love
with
it.
A 70-year-old John McEnroe.
66.
Oh.
I loved it. I thought it was great. I could not wait. I can't wait to go again. We're going to go back. Yeah,
Don't you have to win it again, the ticket?
No, I was able to get tickets.
Should get them through Isner.
I did. I got through Tony Fay.
Wow.
Yeah. So we're going to go back again. I can't wait.
Even though she didn't like it.
Well, this is going to have more intensity. Because it's going to be not going to be an exhibition, right? Maybe it'll be Casper Ruud. Maybe he'll be in there.
So Emmitt Smith making a lot of football headlines at the Super Bowl in San Francisco. He joined, was it KNC or GBag?
Emmitt joined KNC.
Okay, yeah, it was not us. He went off saying Shador should have the job. What is there to discuss in Cleveland? And then he had another strong quarterback take when he sat down with the This Is Football pod, and the topic here, elite quarterbacks.
Well, I also think you're seeing it a little more. I mean, this year it's not like the elite quarterbacks all made the Final Four.
Say that again.
It's not like the elite quarterbacks made the Super Bowl
Say it again.
or the Final Four.
It's not like the who?
Emmitt, the elite quarterbacks are at home.
Name the elite quarterbacks you talking about that are at home.
Patrick Mahomes is at home.
Nah, that's elite.
Lamar Jackson's at home. Josh Allen. Joe Burrow.
Oh, it's only one elite quarterback then. It's only one elite quarterback you're talking about. So you see what I'm saying? That's the power of marketing. There's only one elite quarterback that you just mentioned out of the 4 quarterbacks that you just talked about. Patrick Mahomes.
The other guys aren't elite?
Hell no.
Okay.
They're not elite.
Explain that, Emmitt. That's a bit of a controversial take.
Why is that a controversial take?
Well,
what makes the other 3 elite versus him?
Woo! So my first reaction to this was to make fun of more of Emmitt's football opinions, as I'm prone to doing. And then I started thinking about it because I think there's going to be a lot of people that agree with him on the Franklin Franco fan text. It's kind of like a Hall of Fame argument and discussion. What is your standard for elite? Right? Bobby may agree with Emmitt because he has now put Josh Allen onto his wall of losers. Are you oversimplifying it by saying, how many rings do you have? Because later in the interview, he called Dan Marino elite, and Kevin Clark was like, he doesn't have any rings. And he goes, yeah, but all Miami had was Dan Marino. Then the follow-up question was, why aren't some of the quarterbacks you mentioned, why aren't certain guys elite?
First and foremost, Josh Allen had a chance to get his Buffalo Bills to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You saw how he played. Elite quarterbacks rise up in extreme circumstances and leads his squad. He puts them on his back and he carries them to where they need to go. Elite quarterbacks show up when others are not showing up. Elite players show up when others don't show up. Elite players define the game. The game don't define who they are. And so when I look at Patrick Mahomes, I see an elite quarterback that learned how to overcome extreme circumstances. These others are learning how to become an elite quarterback.
Bobby, you're rubbing your eyes.
Yeah,
he's got your Allen point. You agree?
No, he doesn't, because he doesn't think Allen's elite. I think Allen's elite. I think he's a loser. There's a difference.
He's an elite loser.
Dan Marino was elite. Dan Marino was a loser. Like, same sort of thing. Like, there reaches a point in your career where it's like, huh?
Chris Paul.
Yeah, sure, Chris Paul. They're just
a loser.
Some guys who they reach a point in their career where it's like, you've been the very reason he's a loser for the very reason that he is elite. He's elite and he's never pushed through to the other side. And that makes him just not a January football player. Like, you're not elevating, you're not getting past it. So that could change. Stafford changed it. Other guys have changed that later in their career. Elway did not. He was taken to a Super Bowl title by Terrell Davis, so he was just lucky to throw his name on the group project.
Stop it.
But
he at least got there.
I would say that that to me is the very evidence that I think Kevin Clark nailed it. Those are the three, that's the four quarterbacks you would talk about as that's the elite group.
How are you defining it, and what do you think?
Man, I do believe that Pat is on a tier of his own.
Still?
Right.
Even with your NFL playoff ruling, you can't miss.
That he is the definitely outlier. I mean, he's not an outlier this year. He's an outlier in the history of the sport.
Well, Burrow and Dak in recent years too.
Well,
yeah, but let's
no. But if we're talking about statistical performance, or playing at a high level, those three all have played at a high level, and it showed the quarterback wasn't the only thing that mattered.
But let's all-time greats. Let's not say statistical. The all-time greats make the playoffs every year. They just wake up and get the postseason, at least in the post-cap era. So that definitely throws it for a complete loop. But I still, I still think that if
who's elite and what is elite to you?
Well, Mahomes is definitely elite. I think Josh is elite. I'm starting to struggle on Burrow a little bit, but I think Burrow is pretty elite.
Thornay.
That's really it.
Not Lamar.
Lamar is easily the next quarterback. Easily the next one. I don't know that I put him in the elite category, and I definitely don't put Herbert there, and I definitely don't put any other quarterback there. There's none yet.
Yeah, to me, it's are you a special player? Josh Allen is a special player. He's no doubt elite in my opinion.
Now, real quick, you can only put one in the Hall of Fame: Josh or Lamar. Lamar has to get in, right? He's the one that goes in.
Josh. Josh to me is the better player.
Yeah, Josh probably. But I mean, Lamar's resume is stronger in terms of they both have failed at the same points. I think Josh.
And Lamar's got one more MVP.
Yeah.
I mean, all I can say is if I was to have one on my team for their career, I would no doubt choose Josh.
I think most people, when they would, if their careers ended today and they had to vote on it, it was you can only put in one, which apparently the Hall of Fame does think that's the only option they have. I would look at it more as but Josh just basically was stopped by the one guy better than him during that time. He was blocked by, if that guy's not there, Josh has 3 titles. And whereas Lamar, there are plenty of instances of Lamar and the Ravens just not playing well down the stretch.
Yeah, so are you a special player? Look, when Joe Burrow is healthy, and do you factor that in, elite talent, elite ability, when he's healthy, he's elite. He's never on the field. And Lamar, I'm kind of with that choppy, I'm probably lean toward, but I got to see what happens with his health now moving forward. But, Josh Allen is an elite football player. To me, he's also had many, many special playoff performances. He was choking in that first half against Denver, and then he balled out and was clutch in the second half. But Emmett wants to kind of boil it down to, do you have the rings? Except for Marino. Do you have the rings? Well, then there's only one guy who is elite, and that is Mahomes, even though that offense has been dragging over the past couple of years and had me asking questions about Andy Reid in terms of the play calling and his offensive design.
Yeah, again, this is a running back's take on quarterbacks. So I'm just throw it out. You think they should run the ball every single time in the second half anyway, Emmett?
What do you think, Pepe? What are the Tolos saying?
The 432 on the fan text says elite is an established future Hall of Famer. 214 and 817 say Emmett is dead wrong on this take. 636 says Mahomes isn't elite. He just missed the playoffs. 972, how is Lamar better than Dak?
How is Lamar better? I mean,
what do you mean? What do you mean? How is he better than Dak?
I don't have time for that.
The first half of the career, Dak was better than Lamar. The second half, right now, he's not been.
877-881-1053. Do you agree more with Emmett Shador take, where he's why are we talking about quarterback as a question in Cleveland? At least to have someone else start, it's his job and
Shador's
should be.
Trash. What are we talking about?
He proved he could dominate in this league.
And a Pro Bowl.
He's trash. They don't have a quarterback.
Are you judging too early?
Yes, of course I am. I'm talking based off this year. You can't make a judgment on Shedeur that he's going to be great after this
Emmett's
year.
talking about this feeling and this swag. I think we're on a recent run here of sports opinions where people are showing their relationships and their bias, whether it's ESPN anchors and who the agency is that represents all of them, Emmett, Dion. That's why I really respect the person who's willing to go out and burn friendship bridges like Charles Barkley, even though you can call him old school and all that. He ain't sitting there kissing up to Michael Jordan. He's going to give his honest truth, even if you think he's got a little bit too much haterade on it.
If you're telling me of the people on their roster, yeah, I would just say you just start Shedeur.
Yeah.
That's what I'd say. But I would also say actively look for somebody to replace him.
Agreed.
And so if that's all Emmett's talking about is just of like the guys there who should sure, okay, fine, yeah, start Shedeur. But you should not be like, oh, there's our franchise quarterback right there.
Couple more Super Bowl leftovers. George Pickens was a guest on the Micah Parsons podcast. Man, you got to. I think it was set up a little bit, but Myles Garrett schooled Micah. It was about a 30-35 second clip. It was amazing if you get a chance to watch it. As Myles, you really felt the separation in players with Micah trying to put himself on the Myles level and Garrett just shutting it down. He had to know those questions were coming because it was super, super impressive. Or they're teaching really great education there at A&M. Micah and George Pickens were asked how they relax on game day.
What are you listening to? What mind state do you go in? Because I tell you right now, for me, I need to be listening to some R&B.
Okay.
Like my mind state, I need to be cool, calm. I don't want to release no energy. I just I get massages before the day of the game. I want my whole body to feel relaxed, no tension, because I got to release some shit. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it.
For me, what's crazy is I be watching food videos, bro.
Food?
I swear to God, I don't know if you be seeing, I know y'all be seeing on Instagram Reels when they be preparing it and then the seasonings, and then I be watching them for the game, and that really keep me at a level base. I swear to God.
What? It'll be me versus Broadus fighting for the GP interview in Oxnard if he's there.
Wow.
Food videos to relax. How?
So, is he talking about like those tasty videos, like the cut-ups of you just see hands preparing
where it's kind of
something?
like ASMR?
Yeah, and it's just like this stylized video, here I am putting together this whatever, or is it like somebody who's cooking and teaching you things and talking about it? That's what I would need to know.
He also said his way of doing training the hand-eye ability, tennis balls at night with no lights on the field.
Wow, that's
Just
cool.
Searching out that lime green, searching out that green.
That's really cool.
Cut off the lights, tennis balls at night, and cooking videos. If you want to be the next George Pickens. Micah also asked him. It was hilarious. They brought up that pose.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize that was George. I've looked at that meme forever, and I didn't realize that was George looking at the TV all slanted back. Mm-hmm. And Micah's like, what's up with your posture? What's up with that body pose and that posture right there? It was hilarious.
He's different. Then they'll tell you that. They'll all tell you that. They're like, yeah, he's a different kind of guy, but they like him.
Bobby Belt about to throw a baseball fit because of the breaking news on your home of the Rangers. Choppy will have it in Diamond Cavs next.
the Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about bringing back 2023, baby?
Adding strength to strength.
Yeah! They just needed somebody to... Well, never mind. I'm not going to say that because we've already talked about Rowdy already. I'm not going to go down that Rowdy road. I'll let GBag talk about that. But your boy, Bobby, Jordan Montgomery is back. The greatest rotation in the history of the sport. What is right here?
Oh. What a great job by the
Maybe
boys.
not. That may be a little bit of hyperbole. But it's a good rotation. It's a very good rotation.
Chris Young
deep.
is
deep.
Damn lucky this city doesn't care about the Rangers as much as they care about the Cowboys, because he has done the equivalent of if the Cowboys go out here this offseason and only sign offensive players. That's what he did. This is the most ridiculous. This is Nico-like in its stubbornness. And it's ridiculous. And I already saw somebody on Twitter go, it's no risk. Yeah, okay, fine. Then give me the no-risk batters, though. Like, go get people to hit here instead of just going like, run it back. This will work. Run it back. Because, when you said we're bringing back 2023, no, we're not, because their offense was great in 2023. And this offense will not be.
I like it. And I'm going to assume this is the plan. It has to be the plan. There's no bats really left, I guess.
It's a wonderful plan.
You come out of this dominant rotation, you have to make a humongous or a couple deadline deals after you assess your development and your guys who need to take the next step. We see what Wyatt does, even approach more stardom. Evan Carter and Josh Young finally be that guy again, and then you go ahead and you add a big batter too once you're hovering around 500 or just above at the deadline.
That's what you're going to have to do, and that's, I think, probably what they're. First of all, there is not, I don't think, a bat that's on the market right now that you would.
Well, there was last week.
Well, with
2 weeks ago,
Louis Arise, they weren't going to spend $12 million,
and
Eugenio Suarez, they were, and he got $15 million. Now those are both really solid deals. If you got those two guys for $27 million total on a 1-year contract.
Montgomery's expected to return mid-season after undergoing Tommy John.
Yeah, he had Tommy John. He had TJ. So he'll probably come back.
Beep.
First week of May.
Beep.
First, second week of May, maybe.
Let me back it up a little bit.
Yeah,
just in time for the Nate Eovaldi arm fatigue.
Is at one point? Are you crapping on Nate? Don't crap on Nate.
I'm crapping on a team that just does nothing to address the level of negligence to just not address the offense is stunning to me. And I don't know. Again, it's only because people don't care about the Rangers enough, I guess, compared to the Cowboys to get that worked up about it like they would the Cowboys. This is bad. This is ridiculous. Not this signing in particular. I just mean in general. It's awful that they've done nothing to make their offense better. And I know Sandler's going to say, they traded for Nimmo. It's like, okay, whatever.
That's not cool, guys.
I mean,
$1.25 million?
Great.
$1.25 million for Montgomery, but not until midseason.
No, and this is the guy who just got a $25 million a year contract 2 years ago when he left here. So you're obviously buying very, very low. You're buying a guy you have no idea what he's going to give you.
Chris and Skip just have to be asked, like, how are you going to score? And they're going to rely on the whole development.
They're going to rely on, Seager's going to be Seager. Wyatt's going to take a step. Nimmo's going to be a better team offensive player.
They're also not allowed to go into tax territory.
Right.
We know that.
Right. And so,
especially after they, I think, bungled the accounting.
I don't think it's a think. I think they bungled the accounting.
They barely went over it.
Okay, they need my guy. They got to go to Turkey. My guy's from Turkey. My accountant's from Turkey. All right, you got to go to the eastern side of Europe to get a good, solid accountant out of there, right? That's where I kind of go for mine. But
blame Ray Davis.
They've either bungled the accounting or they lied, because it's 2 years in a row now that they've said, like, hang with us, get through this year, and we'll have the money. And then they go, hang with us, get through this year, we'll have the money.
So this is these are the free agents they've signed this year. They signed Danny Jansen, the catcher, to a 2-year, $7.5 million deal each year, right? So $14 million total.
He's going to hit cleanup.
They got Junis, 1 year, $4 million deal. Tyler Alexander. All these are pitchers now, by the way, outside of Jansen. 1 year, $1 million. Diaz, 1 year, $1 million.
And the one who's not a pitcher helps the pitchers.
1 year, $4 million. Right. And the one who's not a pitcher helps the pitchers. They also obviously acquired Gore, and they acquired Brandon Nimmo. Jim Bowden gives them a B grade.
While losing Marcus, so it's not like you're just adding Nimmo. You're trading off the difference.
You're trading off a bum. They traded off Marcus a bum.
Wow. Okay, so
he's KP, can't play.
You guys all think I've clearly got over the top. But are you not like frustrated by how they're just saying,
it's a problem.
It'll get better.
It's a problem. We're just not going as hard as you're going
I just don't know why I guess this is just the, hey, you were here for the World Series, so you get a pass.
But do you ever believe or subscribe, and can you think of instances of the sports theory of add to a strength? You can never have too much pitching. I mean, these are mottos and slogans that have been preached forever.
When you have like a mid-tier offense, maybe, but like when you cannot hit, they were losing games consistently last year. Where it's like, they gave up a run, but they had 2 hits in the entire game. I mean, there were brutal stretches where it's like,
you're gonna have to rely on the Dallas Cowboys offense and the Rangers pitching being what it was in both of the previous seasons. And that's not a lock. That's hoping.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of hopes and dreams.
Expect it, but it's still going to take a certain amount of luck for both of those units to be as good. And I would think that the Rangers pitching, if I had to pick one, would come back down a little bit.
Because
of injuries.
What are the chances that Jake makes as many starts?
Yeah, the record-setting ERA, like team-setting ERA.
Jake DeGrom had his best year since 2019. It's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. We go through an entire pandemic. We go through like 3 elections since he had a year like that. So that's what are the likelihood?
They were 22nd in runs scored.
Get to 15th.
Cowboys defense.
Yeah, that's it. So Jim Bowden gives them a B grade for their offseason, but he does say
a B?
A B. Yeah.
They were 18th in home runs. What do you care about between average slugging percentage OPS the most?
I mean, the league values OPS the most. I still like batting average. I mean, I think hits are invaluable.
OPS, they were 26.
Yeah, that's no power.
And that was with
average, they were 26.
Last month, it's the Peyton drop. What a great job by Du Bois. That was when you were just getting miracle like Sam Haggerty collection of players who were, for a stretch of like 3 weeks, they put up like 8 runs.
Yeah.
But for most of the season, they were essentially below as a team hitting what Madison Bumgarner was at the plate for his career.
For the key takeaways from Bowden, I love the decision to hire Skip as their new manager. They won the Marcus Semien trade, considering Nimmo's 3 years younger, hits more power, and Marcus's production has declined. The best move was landing Gore. He upgrades the rotation, joining the veterans and the up-and-comers.
Give me the rotation. This is fun.
The rotation's fun. DeGrom, Evaldi, Gore, Leiter, Latz, Rocker, Bradford at some point. The biggest question is if they're within striking distance at the deadline, will they have the flexibility to improve the roster?
There it is.
That's the big question.
And he will trade for a pitcher like he has done the last 2 deadlines when they needed hitting. He did it 2 years in a row. Yeah. He went and got a pitcher at the deadline.
Well, Montgomery isn't the only pitcher they got in the last 24 hours. Ryan Brazier, who's Texan.
Pour it on.
He was a relief pitcher, and he was very, very good in L.A. with the Dodgers when they won the World Series a couple of years ago. He was pretty good with the Red Sox, too, when they won the World Series back in 2018. But Brazier is signed to a minor league contract. I actually like him. I think he'll be when he's pitched in a pitcher's park, he's had a really good go. And I don't know, I think he's a fly ball pitcher. But either way, when he's pitched in a pitcher's park, he's had really good numbers. Hopefully, that is something that kind of continues to happen here. The best giveaway in the history of sports is coming.
Even Bobby loves this.
To Globe Life Field. They are giving away, the Texas Rangers are giving away a Nolan Ryan, number 34, throwback jersey with the blood stain on it.
Man.
Now, no reports have been confirmed that this is actually Nolan's blood that's going to be on this.
Don't believe so. Could be from his beef. They could just be.
Yeah, there you go. But this is from obviously the 1990 game against the Royals.
Get your salmonella here. Get your salmonella.
Yeah, where Bo Jackson just connected with one right up the kisser.
Not obviously, because there are a lot of people I think who believe that came from the Robin Ventura fight.
Yes, my immediate thought was, man, I feel a little bad.
Boy,
I feel a little bad for Robbie. Can we let him go? Let him be.
Bo was part of both Nolan moments with the Rangers. This one, and then he was in the Robin Ventura fight. He was in that game. Yeah. Pretty cool. But this is an awesome giveaway. I have not seen a better giveaway ever than this one. I love it. You could take your
pretty awesome
bat day, ball day, bobblehead day, anything you want. And this is maybe the craziest, dumbest controversy in sports right now. Have you seen the Luke Weaver controversy?
No.
He is a relief pitcher. He now pitches for the Mets. Last year, he pitched for the crosstown rival Yankees. He showed up to Mets camp with his Yankee baseball bag that carried all of his equipment. And the media up there is losing their minds. How dare you show up to camp wearing or having the other team's bag?
Did the team issue him the gear, new gear?
3 minutes after he showed up, like everybody else in the history of the sport.
Only in New York could this be a topic.
Absolutely. This is such a non-story. Like everybody
You don't believe it, you don't want it.
When Brandon Nimmo shows up...
Michael K's dumbass probably said this along with, who did he say?
Fire Dungy for not answering.
Shut up,
I'll tell you, and I'll guarantee you this. When Brandon Nimmo shows up to surprise, you will see a Mets bag. And when Simeon shows up to where are they, Port St. Lucie, you'll see a Rangers bag. That's normal.
I will say, yes, if he didn't have another, just bring the bag, whatever. I would have taped over it or something. I would have just put a tape over the logo or something. Just because they are going to freak out about that. We would freak out even if it was for the first minute. Cowboys fans would freak out if some Eagles player was signed here or something, and then they walked in with like, well, I didn't have enough back, so then cover up the Eagles logo.
You don't think Micah showed up at a Cowboys? He had something, right, when he first got there?
Why don't they mail him the new gear? How hard is that? Come by the stadium. We'll have someone drop it off at your house.
Or get a locker.
How difficult
like
is that? What's that?
Get a locker like Mozzie.
They don't do it because it's not that big a deal. Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers here with Ralph James Choppy on DFW Sports Station. Guess who was who else was in San Francisco? Sean Lee. And he says the Cowboys are about to bounce back. The Hump Day edition of Below the Belt. Next on The Fan.
your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Is Sean Lee a genius or is he a homer? Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Window Nation. Sean Lee was out there at Super Bowl, which was really odd because he was never, ever a big media guy. I never felt like he hated it the way some other guys did, but he was definitely not somebody who wanted to just sit there and chop it up and cut it up with the media. He was serious. He was very serious, and he was very serious about football, and there he was out there last week in a navy blazer just walking around talking to people.
Desperately looking for him.
I was looking around for him, and I don't know who he was there with, what he was there I don't know if he was like pitching something or he just came to hang out, but I know we saw Joe Trahan, who's now with Tony Fay PR, formerly of the Cowboys, and he said he was like, "You doing media?" And he's like, "I know, you never would have thought." And so it was bizarre to them as well. Now, before we get into what he had to say, he talked to Tommy Arsh from DallasCowboys.com a little bit. We talked yesterday about Devin Witherspoon saying that the Patriots offensive line in the Super Bowl was giving away tells. That they were tipping run play, pass play with just various things they were doing in the way they were coming off the ball. Turns out Drake May was tipping some things too. NFL Films released a mic'd up segment from the game yesterday. And the one that went really viral was Julian Love, who did end up getting an interception after he had dropped one earlier in the game. Or he was close to getting one and he didn't quite get there. It's him coming off of the sideline and talking to one of the Seattle DBs.
Yeah. That's all right, though. I'm going to stay patient.
Keep going on that out.
I'm going to give me one. Classic young quarterback.
I know.
As soon as that back foot hits.
Man, deep ball is this.
As soon as the back foot hits, he's going to where he wants, but he's pausing for a second to confirm that he's open. He's not blindly doing like Stafford. There's like a little hitch there. Okay. But you can show you jump that.
So he was talking about how, like, when he was scanning the field, he goes, all right, he's stopping on it, which this is something that happens, like you said, classic young quarterback. It happens with quarterbacks a lot. The further you get along in the game, the more you're throwing people open. I'm trying to remember who. Neuheisel said it to me off to the side before we'd started.
Well,
he said that because we're talking about Aikman, and he said that as a quarterback, when you're playing the game at the right level, ball should be halfway to the receiver by the time they turn their head. Mm-hmm. Like when you're playing where at the level that you should be, that's where it should be. Drake May is boom, 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 getting into his drop, hitting that back foot, and then he's just confirm, okay, and then he was releasing it, and Julian Love was like, we got this. This isn't Stafford. Stafford's going to cut it loose before he gets back there and can look at it. That was a big criticism of Dak when Dak was coming out. That Dak would stare it down and look at it and go, okay, open.
He wanted to throw to receivers looking at him, basically coming back to him.
He just wanted to know it was open. Mm-hmm. He wanted to. He looked at it and needed to confirm. There's a clip of Jason Garrett from the War Room talking about Dak like that, where he's explaining the differences between various quarterbacks to Jerry. And he's like, all right, so an example, John Elway. John will just, John would kind of look at it a little bit. It's not a bad thing necessarily, but it's just more about a comfort thing. And Dak, he'll look at it. He wants to make sure it's there for him and comfortable. And that's what Drake May was doing apparently, and the Seahawks were able to take advantage of that.
So the first time I actually saw this in person was Hammy, the ball knower.
Oh, yeah.
Thing that I should now have on my side after my one-loss playoff run. But
the tee for good. The tee was broken already. It's now officially off.
Good. This is better. The Al Saunders offense. Okay, This was all about timing, and I think it was Todd Collins. This thing is not metal. I thought it was.
No, 3D printed.
3D printer.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That's cool. But I was at a Redskins game, and I was watching Todd Collins, and he just knew the offense. He knew it like the back of his hand. And I watched him throw these footballs before the receiver turned. And it was like a thing of beauty. And it's like, oh my gosh, like he's not waiting to see it. And it was just knowing the offense and where everyone's supposed to be and when they're supposed to break.
That's why Aaron Rodgers
Back to you.
When Aaron Rodgers has talked about
good hands there, Roberto.
Yes, thank you. I was breastfed till I was 5.
Homeschool.
when Aaron Rodgers has talked with, it's the one time he got serious with Barstool when Big Cat was interviewing him one time. And they were asking him about stuff, and he started saying he said the West Coast offense is the most beautiful thing in the world to me. And he goes, just the way that it's timing and its numbers, and it's just,
Go watch the Steve Young 49er offense when they were in sync. And it was like poetry.
It's impossible.
It's kind of like that Spurs offense that dismantled the Miami Heat. Those are probably the
18 passes in 24 seconds.
The two most beautiful offenses that I'm just sitting back like, oh my God, this is like drawing it up. Bill Walsh and John Wooden.
Yeah.
The way that they intended the game to be played.
Think of the way, like whenever you see one of those.
The NIL era is really how John Wooden intended for the game to be played. Paying players are getting away with it.
Whenever you see
You're the most disrespectful historian in sports history.
Whenever you see how it's been, and if John Wooden sat down with us at Super Bowl, we'd be like, Chop, tell me your theory. He goes, well,
you know what?
I think some people have said.
I'll say to him. I'll say, Bill Walton told me at the Final Four, Bobby.
He said, choppy.
He said the three C's of recruiting: cash, cars, condos. So he said that was John Wooden.
Surprised he didn't throw cannabis in there.
That's what the 3 C's of recruiting at UCLA: cash, cars, condos.
No, John was against the cannabis.
Bill was not though. Bill was all about everything. No, but it reminds me a little
John
bit.
Was against
it reminds me of like whenever you see one of those videos, like, here's how this thing is made. And you see the production line, you see the conveyor belts, you see all the gears clicking together, stuff like that. That's what the West Coast offense feels like when it's going right.
Yeah.
We're just at such precision. It's like, there's nothing you can do because everything's in its place. And it's just, if you are precise, it's great. The problem is a lot of people are not precise. Speaking of a lack of precision, Sean Lee was talking about the Cowboys defense with Tommy Yarsh out at the Super Bowl. And he's still a big fan. Said he loves the Cowboys through and through. Says every single game, every single play, love the Cowboys, love the fans, and excited to watch them next year. They're going to bounce back and have a huge year. All right, so I'm already getting a sense a little bit. Sean Lee might be somewhat of a homer.
Yeah.
Not the loud and proud Michael Irvin type, but definitely probably hears Michael talk sometimes and goes, that's a good point. That is a good point. We are going to go to the Super Bowl.
Right.
He said getting the coordinator in, getting the personnel healthy again. I think there were a lot of games where they had a lot of personnel in and out, a lot of people who weren't healthy, getting some continuity with a new coordinator, drafting some guys, bringing some young guys in. I think this defense is going to bounce back quick because the talent is there. Ooh, talent is there. I don't know. He said there are guys who know how to play football, and you're going to have a lot of young guys moving into year 2. From year 1 to year 2, I took a huge jump in understanding football and being able to play at a high level. Sure, I imagine Donovan Ezeraku is going to be better next year. I would hope Revel's going to be better, but I don't know how much next year might still kind of be a rookie year for him.
Overshown, more healthy.
Overshown, yeah. Now, see, Overshown is one who...
Bland couldn't be worse. I mean, I guess he could be worse, but hopefully he'll show a little bit of why he got paid.
He had a couple games where he was good. It was not consistent.
Yeah, you can go.
You agree.
You can be out on your island with Duran he is.
I'm gonna go.
You're desperately hanging on.
I'm going to go back and I'm going to tally this. I'm going to tally the number of times we came in here the next morning. You had Bland as a star up. I know it happened like 3 times.
2 or 3.
Okay, so I'm saying
there's 17 games.
Consistent.
He got $90 million.
He showed it 3 times. All right, that's $30 million a game. That's
there you go.
That's like what Chris Young would pay a pitcher. All right, it's good. But Sean Lee is talking about, he said, from a standpoint, talking about where he was asked about the linebacker group, because the linebackers obviously were awful for the Cowboys last year. And Sean is the epitome, I think, of just understanding everything and how it works together and how you play that position. And so Tommy asked him, all right, what makes a perfect linebacker then? Well, what are the traits you need to have? He said, from a standpoint of skill set, a guy who's instinctual, a guy who's quick, a guy who loves to hit, and then ultimately from a leadership standpoint, a guy who always leads from the front, who's preparing constantly, who's trying to make his teammates better every day, who wants to compete every single day. Those are what make not only great linebackers, but great football players. And then, of course, he had to circle back and he said, when I think of a guy who competes every day, Dak Prescott. There's nobody better who competes more, pushes his teammates, who loves football, who loves his teammates, and loves the Cowboys. So that's a guy, if you can be like Dak, you're going to be doing all right. Now, him talking about leading from the front is interesting to me. So in 2020, when they had or was 2019 or 2020, I can't remember, whatever his last year was, both years they had awful issues with leadership and locker room chemistry. 2019 was awful. That was when Michael Bennett came into the locker room and was screaming after the first game of just like, you guys need to pick this up a little bit. But it was 2020, so they have the COVID year. It's not good. And he was kind of a reserve at that point. He was taking a back seat. He wasn't playing as consistently. And the locker room, because he was taking a step back, he's like, all right, I need to turn over leadership now to the guys who are playing consistently. It wasn't pouting. It was just, you can't lead and not be on the field consistently with the guys to be their general. So he took a step back, and it got to a point like midway through the season where the defense basically just had to tell him, will you please take charge again? Because we can't operate this way. This isn't working. And he ended up having to do it a little bit, but he tried to like pass that baton and he couldn't. Nobody would pick it up. And very specifically, it worked out now. He learned. But in 2019, the guy they tried to get to pick it up at that time was DeMarcus Lawrence. And DeMarcus Lawrence, it turned out, was just a little too gruff. I think at that time in his career, did not have enough of didn't know how to put his arm around some guys at times. He knew how to cut it up and be DeMarcus, and I'll be honest, I'll slap the S out of all y'all. And it's funny, but it's not necessarily like, yeah, this is who you want setting the tone for your entire defense. There's got to be some ability to reach guys where they're at and where they are. But Sean Lee, optimistic. They got the talent, man. It honestly reads kind of like a Jerry Presser at the end of the year. We got the talent. All right, this is not a player issue.
No, never.
This is all Matt
never
Eberflus. All Matt Eberflus. I'm still stunned Sean Lee hasn't gotten into coaching. I asked somebody about it, and they said, yeah, I think that he's got some home obligations that are like, let's spend some time away from football for a little bit. Let's have home time.
Like with jerseys of players who don't play anymore. Okay, there are certain levels of players you can wear their jersey at any point to any game as long as they're gone, doesn't matter. And then others, it's like, that jersey's a little bit old, you might want to update your jersey.
Yep.
Can you wear a Sean Lee jersey, Sean Lee on that level where you can wear his jersey at any point and no one's going to look at you and be like, man, come on, step your jersey game up?
That's a great question. I think the answer is yes.
Think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, there may reach a point where you get a few years down the line where some younger
Sean
fans...
Lee was a machine.
Where some younger fans will be like, who? Because he just... He wasn't on the field consistently enough. But, I mean, I think anybody who remembers is not going to judge you for wearing
With all that being said, no offense, Bobby, that was a waste of time. Generic, cushy, cowboy.com answers. Not interview. You got to talk to him. I wanted to interview him. But he kissing the star. Nothing of real substance or depth there.
It sounds like a guy who was analyzing it straight to me.
877-881-1053. Below the Bill Hump Day Edition. We're going to hook you up with another 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway and a year of surprises in the NFL. Part of the reason we love it, right? Seattle, a record 7 new teams won the division. The surprises that the experts are saying happens next year. See if the Cowboys are a part of it next.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total that says to turn it on, leave it on. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell, Aiden is getting it in the hallway. We got Pay as well. Peyton, is it good to have us back here at home? And were you lonely? How was it doing everything by yourself?
It's different. I mean, it was definitely lonely. It was almost 2 weeks. You know, we had the ice storm that kept you guys at home for 3 days. Then I think I had 1 day up here. Then I was gone to Vegas. So it was almost 2 full weeks without seeing you guys. You know, I miss you. It's tough because I'm looking at a dark studio. Aiden doesn't get here till a little later. So I have Jake Reitman in the hallway, but I can't talk to him the whole time. So it's just me in the smaller studio.
Well, Jake would talk the whole time.
I was going to say, Jake could talk to you.
Well, Jake's got work to do. You know, he got to improve on those TSN reports.
Whoa!
I'm joking.
Careful. Don't say that to him over the fan text.
But it's glad to have you guys back.
And then we're going to Indy. We'll be gone again.
We are, all 4 of us. I mean, we got the numbers,
just like
right?
we all 4 went to Vegas.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Well, one day.
It'd take you one trip and then the wait. Now you would enjoy it for a few years, but if it was a West Coast.
I mean, they send Lucius to Vegas, so you know
I'll start covering a sport like boxing, like Lucius does.
Yeah, I think Lucius has even made the GBag promos. It's just him and Dawson.
Him and Dawson and the guys.
Gavin Lucius and the guys.
Lucius.
One day.
Lucius.
Yeah. I don't think Broadus going to be in no promos after yesterday. That's just me.
Please, can we play it next segment? Please.
Worst take 9 a.m.
I want to play it because then I want to play my AI version right after that.
Oh,
well, I have to hear the AI version.
I texted it to you yesterday.
I didn't.
No, Eric and Zach were on the text. They
I
liked
thought you
it.
were just texting Broadus's audio.
No, I said this isn't the first time he's done this, and then I sent you.
All right, I'll listen to the break. I'll listen to the commercial break. Okay, obviously the NFL season is. Oh, Bobby got some in the commercial break that's probably going to infuriate RJ Choppy on how they're celebrating in Seattle.
Oh, yeah. You will love this. They are expected. This is going to be a huge event. It's
down Capitol Hill again?
Nope. No. Oh, quite the opposite.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is about, like, ridiculously stringent enforcement of rules, which is very unlike Seattle. Whoa. Very unlike them. 1 million people are expected to be in attendance today at their Super Bowl parade.
Good for them.
The largest public gathering in Seattle since the 2014 Super Bowl parade. And of those 1 million people, none of them will be school-age children. And if they are doing so with an official absence on their record, as Seattle schools sent out a note telling families that your children will not be excused to go to the parade.
Oh,
if they're gone,
baby,
they are getting an absence.
Oh, baby. It's a tough one for me.
It is tough.
Like I say, that's ridiculous. For, like Seattle of all places to enforce the law and the rules that much.
Okay, Bobby. I thought you would go crazy on the schools, go nuts.
Yeah, I don't like the schools telling the parents what they can and can't do with their kids.
Well, they're not telling them what you can and can't do.
Well, they're giving them an absence.
Yeah.
It's nobody's business why I take my kid out of school.
Okay, but it'll get counted as an absence.
Then you know what you got to do.
Rules.
I'll tell you this.
Homeschool?
No.
Could end up like me.
Just take him. Just a $10 copay. Take him to a doctor for the day. Take him to the doctor. Have a doctor note.
Got to get the note though.
That's easy. I'll forge one. I'll tell me where I do with my kids.
Truancy is.
They're not telling you what to do. They're telling you we're conducting school as normal. We're not giving you special privilege to miss. We're doing you a favor if we don't count it as an absence. Now I'm getting technical.
You a favor if they don't. They're doing me.
We're doing you and your kid a favor if we do not count it as an absence.
Well, they are counted as an absence.
And we'd be doing you a favor if we didn't count it.
But isn't it supposed to be like community? It's the whole city coming together.
I'm just saying to the technical argument of what he's saying. They're not telling them what to do.
Yeah.
They're not saying you're going to jail if you don't come to school. It's just we're not giving you a special pass.
Yeah. Timmy's just repeating the second grade if he decides to skip because he didn't have enough. Although I don't know, Timmy's not a very Seattle name. What would Seattle's name be?
Simon?
I don't know.
Simon. Yeah, Simon's good.
Chrysanthemum or something.
I didn't like Pittsburgh. Give it a delayed opening after the playoff game. Right?
Why? You wanted what?
A regular day. Just go to school. You got to teach kids that you want to stay up for the game. You want to stay.
I can't believe this. I thought you would want more celebrating and getting a free ride, a pass.
You want the Super Bowl,
especially for sports communal celebration.
Yeah, but I still want you to get for work the next day. That's why Grandma always told my grandpa, you can go drink as much as you want. You go play poker all night. 5 a.m. rolls around. You're getting up and you're driving me to work.
So if
that's part of.
So if the station offered us Monday after the Super Bowl, or making it an unofficial holiday, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, I'm taking a day.
Oh, you want to show up for work?
Yeah, but if no one
show up for work.
if the day is granted, yeah. I just don't like that they're delaying the delayed opening for school.
This is like his thing of how he wants 4-day work weeks, but he wants them to be 10-hour work days because he wants it to still be a 40-hour work week. He doesn't want you cutting corners.
I'm not just
4 days.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
This isn't UNICEF here. The company still has to make money.
That little hand holding to the Pittsburgh schools makes a little more sense now why we got the work ethic from McCarthy we got.
Okay. Bet online with the surprises for next year. So, again, another glorious NFL season in terms of unpredictability. Seattle winning it. A record 7 new teams won the division. That's insane. 7. The Eagles were the only team to repeat. 2024, of course, which breaks the 25-plus year streak. 2024 only had 2 new division winners. 2023 had 4 new ones. 2026 opening odds have how many teams as new division winners? This is just from Vegas, so-called experts.
I'm going to say that it is, let's see here.
One team. You go ahead and think about it. Write them down while I go through the rest of the numbers, and y'all guess on the Franco the Franco fan text. One team went from worst to first. Of course, New England. In 2024, there were no teams that went from worst to first. 2023, one team did it, the armpit. 2026 opening odds have no teams going from worst to first. So I will help you with your list.
I got 6.
I've got 4. I think it's 4.
RJ's correct. At least according to Vegas.
The AFC East will have a new champ.
Okay, let's go through them. AFC East winner.
That's that'll be Buffalo next year.
That will be okay. Are you surprised they have Buffalo?
No. Vegas has loved Buffalo the last couple of years. They've given them they give them a bunch of latitude. They're like Baltimore.
They've been owning the division, and now you have New England with a rightful argument to be the division favorite.
Right, but like when Baltimore was 1-5 and Pittsburgh was 4-1 or whatever, then they were still like Baltimore was still minus money doing the division. Like Vegas treats Baltimore and Buffalo like that for some reason.
AFC North.
AFC North will have another one because it's Baltimore's the favorite. Pittsburgh, I think, is third.
Pittsburgh is third behind Cincinnati.
The AFC West.
Well, let me run it. All right. You guess.
I'm just guessing.
AFC South winner.
I thought it would be Jacksonville.
It'll be the same. It'll be Jacksonville.
It's Houston in Vegas.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's Houston. You and your damn buzzer. Now I want the buzzer to go back away. Houston is plus 150. Jacksonville's plus 160. So it's barely.
Okay.
And then Indianapolis 7-2. No Daniel Jones. Tennessee 8-1.
Underestimating Carly Gordon.
AFC West winner.
That'll be Kansas City.
I wasn't sure if the AFC West or NFC West would be the flip, so I had I assumed this was Denver, though.
It's neither.
Chargers?
The Chargers are the AFC West favorite at plus 170 with Mike McDaniel running that O and that Herbert belief.
Justin Herbert's elite, baby.
Kansas City plus 180. If you want to hop on that early chop, Denver plus 220.
So all 4 AFC divisions they think is going to have a new champ?
Yep.
Kansas City went 6-11 and enters the offseason with the least amount of cap space in the NFL. And Vegas still just Kansas City,
And they got the Mahomes sweetheart deal.
Yeah, they got the most generous quarterback deal possible, and they still have spent themselves into oblivion.
So we are 4 for 4. No, you said it right. It was a reference.
I know I was gonna make.
Are we 5 for 5 in the NFC East?
No.
No, that'll be the same.
Yes, correct.
Damn it.
Philadelphia minus 120. Dallas plus 275.
Last time I listened to Sean Lee.
Washington plus 450. Giants 7-1 to win it. Giants over under with John Harbaugh. Win total
7.5.
6.5.
8.5.
What?
Hard under.
Hard under.
Hard under.
Oh my gosh.
All right. NFC North winner.
That'll
Packers.
be a different team than Chicago.
You already said no worst to first, so I know it's not the Lions.
God, they were in last, weren't they? They were tied with Minnesota.
They were in last?
They were tied. They have a fourth-place schedule. They have the sixth eastest schedule next year.
Tied with Minnesota, but they had a worse division record. So
and Chicago ended up winning it over Green Bay?
Yep, I got Green Bay.
It'll have to be Green Bay because if it's not worst to first.
Couldn't it be Chicago?
No, Chicago already was first, so it couldn't be worst to first.
Okay. Green Bay is the answer at 8-5, and then Detroit, and then Chicago.
Yeah.
All right. NFC South.
That's going to be a different one.
Should be Panthers, but
unless they're going to change the NFC West.
That's what you said last year, and they did make the playoffs. You should be saying it should be Kellen.
No, Kellen's going to revive that program, but I mean, it took Jimmy Johnson 4 years too.
You're funny this segment.
I'll say that's going to change. It'll be Tampa.
Bobby?
I honestly, like, Tampa would be dead last to me. So, but it should be Carolina, I think.
It's Tampa at 6-5. Then Atlanta and the Saints are tied. Then Carolina at 17-4. Plus 425 for the Panthers to win the South next year, according to Bet Online. NFC West.
I had this as a change initially, but we've already hit our 6.
Yeah, so this is Seahawks.
Seahawks, Rams, San Fran, Arizona at 40-1. How many new NFL division winners will there be next year? The over-under is set at 4.5. Will a 2025 last-place division team finish in first? Yes is minus 180. No is plus 140. So a 64% chance that a team goes from worst to first in the division. I thought those were fun.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Detroit's going to be the obvious favorite.
That's a Lions and semi-Saints stat. That's all that is.
Yeah.
Yesterday there was a kind of an alpha male face-off as a clip came out of Tom Brady on Logan Paul's podcast.
Tom Brady?
Logan Paul, heck of an athlete, right? Boxer, WWE superstar, and it felt like varsity versus JV in Tom putting him in his place on athleticism.
I'm told that I'm being flown out to Saudi Arabia to compete in a Fanatics flag football game with you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually a little worried for you because I know
for me.
Well, you're a good athlete, but you're like
no.
These guys are another level.
I am the highest level. I am the level.
No, you're not the level.
I am the level.
You're a good athlete, but honestly, when I'm thinking of Saquon Barkley and I'm thinking of like
can Saquon
Odell
Barkley
Beckham and Justin Jefferson,
a flip off the top rope?
Have you not seen him
moonsault
jump
off the top
over
rope
someone's head? It's cute. It's a great. I love WWE. It's very cute. But honestly, this is like real football. This is real competition.
I was an all-state linebacker. I rushed for 1,200 yards, 19 touchdowns my senior year.
Well, let's see what you can still bring it. I mean, look, we all had a great pass. I won 7 Super Bowl. Who don't give a You know what matters? This game, March 21st in Saudi. I'm glad you're going to be there, and I'm glad you're finally going to participate in like a competition that matters.
This guy's insane. The audacity of Tom Brady, I can't believe it. Wins 7 Super Bowls, thinks he can just go around and talk about his flag football game like it's going to be the Pro Bowl.
It's going to be way better than that.
Dude. And Tom was sitting there looking like the nerd.
Yeah.
But then you're like, all right, I remember this is Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
And he's like, yeah, that was cute.
That was cute. You're cute little...
That was great.
This is the idiots who want to pick a fight with professional athletes. Guys, these guys live for combat. Like, what are you doing, right?
Logan's close to a pro athlete.
He's as close as a commoner is going to get, right? He does professional wrestling. He'll moonlight as a boxer. Like, he is, for the general population, he is as close as you're going to find. But the gap, the gap could not be greater. And just from what an elite, normal person versus an elite professional athlete, it's night and day.
Bobby has your 2 newest Cowboys with a latest mock draft that has come out. That's next in the Red Zone, your football fix on Sean and RJ. But you know what? We're always referencing
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone, your football fix here on Sean and RJ Hump Day edition.
Hey, Hump Day.
On 105.3 The Fan, as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. We got crosstalk. All right, I'm going to let Bobby play the audio.
Yes.
Crosstalk at 9:40.
Yeah, baby. I haven't heard it yet.
You haven't heard either?
It is.
The original or the follow-up?
No. Not heard either.
The original is 2 minutes straight of Brian saying everything the opposite that was being said about Miss Price.
Well, don't give it away.
I'm not. That's not.
Bobby.
Lord,
You just gave it away.
No, you'll hear it. No, he knew that he said something about Miss Price. I'm telling you, it's
the listener may not know. Like I told Chava last night, just let me do it.
Let me run this thing.
Let me run it. The KNC Masterpiece is going to be broadcasting live today from the Dallas Open. That's where we'll cross with them. Coming up, GBag tomorrow from Sidecar Social in Frisco, 2 to 7, social lounge and sports bar, big screen TVs, limited amount of Tolo flags to give away, but let's hook you up. Good song. Great song.
Right, 5 for fighting.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see 9 Inch Nails on Tuesday, March 3rd at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
This is the Red Zone Football Fix, maybe an RJ Choppy Olympic update in this segment as well. That is what he is binging in all the commercial breaks. But, Bobby, let's get some draft picks.
It's Nordic combined right now. It's women's biathlon and ski jumping. So they ski jump, and they go right into the biathlon.
Do you think this will get really good TV ratings, or are we burning and wasting radio time?
The time change is tough because everything is live now.
Yeah, everyone's at work.
Right?
So then you know the results if you watch the replay later.
You can watch the replay later. You already know the results.
I think I can avoid seeing those results throughout the day.
like biathlon's my favorite winter Olympic sport, and they're all on in the morning. So, I would like to go home and enjoy it.
Go home and enjoy the bi women. Yeah. 100%. All right. So Nate Tice, who you guys saw it. I know you did.
Mike Tice.
Yep. I don't know if you saw it, but I know Sean did. Brian Broaddus was blown away by Nate Tice and could not say enough nice things about him after they had him on as a guest. That was the first time he had ever interacted with him, and Nate's very, very good. I loved it. There was a video last week of Nate getting interviewed by Philadelphia media, and they're like, stop me when you hear a quarterback that Jalen Hurts is better than, and he let it go on for a long time.
They did the same thing with CeeDee Lamb, but they were like, T.Y. Hilton.
Still in the league?
No, I'm
but it's like, no, and he got, he threw out, they're like, Jordan Love. And he's like, God, no. And he's like, Jordan Love's way better than Jalen Hurts. Why are we talking about that? And then he finally got to Baker, and he's like, all right, now we're getting around Jalen Hurts territory. But Nate Tice had a fresh mock draft up after the Super Bowl. And what have we become familiar with? What's the common
Sonny
pick at number 12? Sonny Styles, which if you buy what Daniel Jeremiah seems to think about him and some other people around the league, I don't know if he gets there.
Sonny Styles?
There's been some talk that he might. Because he is when you look at him, it's very similar to Urlacher or Van Der Esch, because that was Van Der Esch who he got compared to a lot. Of just this guy who, size-wise is a massive player at linebacker because he's 6'4", 6'5", he's 240 pounds. So Leighton, big tall linebacker with size, really good athlete. Same with Urlacher. That's Styles. Styles was a safety when he started his football career, and then he moved to linebacker. He got too big, basically. But Sonny Styles is who he puts here. He says Dallas has an opportunity to really upgrade its defense here for new coordinator Christian Parker and can shore up what has the potential to be a top front seven with the addition of Styles. So he thinks this is, we're talking about one of the best front sevens in football. If you throw Styles in there with Ezeraku getting better, and then you've got Quinnen Williams, and all right, we'll see. He goes, he's a fast, physical linebacker who has all the talent in the world to be an ace starter in short order in the NFL. So you jump down to 20, and I believe This is a new name for y'all. I wouldn't think we've read this name on the air one time so far.
How fun is it to have 12 and 20?
It's great.
It's freaking amazing.
It creates all sorts of.
I mean, right now it's amazing.
No, it'll be awesome on draft day too.
Yeah, I meant during the season.
Yeah, it'll suck on Friday though, when there's no picks, and we're just kind of sitting there watching everybody else.
They're going to trade back.
Brandon Cisse, you know him?
No.
Nope. Cornerback, South Carolina. He says, after spending their first pick on Sonny Styles, the Cowboys can add another piece here in Cisse. They desperately need help at cornerback, especially after cutting longtime starter Trayvon Diggs, and Christian Parker cut his teeth in part by coaching the Eagles secondary into becoming one of the best in the league. That is your greatest hope for adding.
You should see a dentist for that.
For adding any corner who's not, like, it doesn't seem pro ready. Your greatest argument for that right now is Christian Parker, who has shown a pretty good ability to get guys up to speed in the secondary, which is the position he's coached for the last several years. Young players usually contribute pretty quickly within a scheme, but also you could say chicken or the egg, were those not just players who were ready to play? Patrick Surtain, did he need a whole lot of getting up to that point? Surtain would tell you did a big part in putting him up there, but Brandon Cisse is ridiculous athlete, really long, looks really, really sharp in man coverage. Like, I mean, is a strong player. He's raw. This is you'd be talking about another raw player. Like, I would think we would have some lumps year one if he had to play consistently. It would be like you would have people freaking out and going, why did they pick this guy? Because
that's fine with me.
You'll have
for
to deal with that.
You next year window people like Bobby.
It's just, I mean, here's the thing.
It makes sense for the team, but like, I reject the notion and thought like Cowboys are on the doorstep.
Right, but I mean, if you said...
I'm not drafting me because I think he can help me more this year than in year 3. I don't care.
Okay, we'll do this. What do you think the minimum was? Just the like, this is the most you could get away with the defense being last year to have said that they could have been a Super Bowl contender. Because obviously their defense was nowhere close. It was never going to be there. But with the offense, where at it was... How good did the defense need to be? Did they need to be top 10, top 15?
Not top 10.
No, definitely not top 10.
Like top 15, though, probably, right?
But see, we always throw that out there, but there needs to be a caveat.
Mm-hmm.
What were they under Dan Quinn? Like, how high did they get?
They were top 10 pretty much all 3 years.
So you're top 10, but as Jerry said, and he's been right when he talked about the Micah trade in this regard, they could still get run on in the deciding moments or in playoff games whenever the other team wanted. So it's easy to say if they're number 15 with that offense, boom, there you go, magical combination. You can still have humongous holes and weaknesses in a top 10 unit like Dan Quinn's team had in the postseason. But yeah, if they got to 14, I'd feel really, really good about the balance.
So if I told you I can pick 2 players right now in the draft that are more pro-ready, and regardless of who they are. Forget who the players are. I just tell you, they do enough in free agency, and they pick 2 pro-ready players to have a top 14 defense next year.
I wouldn't believe you.
But I'm saying,
that's right. I wouldn't believe it.
But let's say I can get you there.
You guarantee it.
Yeah, I can say these 2. If you pick these 2 players in the draft along with the free agent additions,
then I'm more apt to listen.
And then if I tell you,
with the prerequisite that we have 7 or 8 spots that need to be turned over. So you're going to have to convince me in the draft in the war room that 6 to 8 spots are going to get solved in one off season.
Yeah.
In order to say we have to draft this guy because he's better tomorrow versus taking a year.
Yeah, and that's why it has to be completely dependent on how much do you spend in free agency. How much do you actually address it with players who can start?
Yeah.
So, but if I say you can be 13th, 14th ranked defense in the NFL next year if you get these 2 players in addition to your free agent acquisitions, versus I tell you the other option you have is if you pick these 2 players, whoever they are, maybe Brandon Cisse is one of them, who are raw, and your defense is going to be 24 next year, but as they grow, it'll be 15 in year 2 and it's top 5 in year 3. Which would you rather have?
I mean, this is a world of hypothetical.
No, but you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying that the players, the type of players you're talking about they have really good upside. And in some instances, it's not even like if they hit their potential. It's like they're pretty comfortable that they're going to hit it. It's just going to take time versus the guy who can come in and he can make plays for you now. But maybe he's also that's kind of going to be what the defense is for the next few years is a 13 to 14 defense.
Yeah. All right. 12-20, according to Nate Tice. Latest mock draft here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get RJ Choppy Olympic update.
Oh, we love an intro.
From track to hoops, Ledecky to Simone. It's time to hear how the Olympic Games are going. We won't talk boxing until the gender thing is settled. RJ Choppy puts his pedal to the metal.
All right, so we gave you the curling story and all the failures and the successes by Team USA. The interview in Norwegian by Sturla, where he admitted to cheating on his girlfriend, very high school. It's a 6-month relationship. He's like, 4 months ago I cheated on you.
Yeah.
3 months ago.
I think he's going to have her back in 2 weeks.
He's going to make her a mixtape.
Do you want Olympians breaking medals? The most absurd graphic from a single hockey team ever, or the major Olympic controversy that has turned political?
I mean, politics, but
politics.
The medal's broken, and what was the second one?
This just insane Team Canada hockey story where they're just so good.
Let's not do the political one because it'll probably take longer. I already, I've hit my quota this week.
Canada and
Future 51. All right, we're still getting political.
Canada has this is the most insane graphic I've ever seen. They have released their team lines, their lines of center line, first, second, third, fourth, fifth of the games. Sidney Crosby is the third line center on Team Canada. Could you imagine you're playing for Latvia and you're like 18 years old and you're lining up as the third line center? There's Sidney Crosby on the other side. Oh, look at that. Oh, the top line guy, he got to go against Big Jesus, but I have Sidney Crosby, one of the greatest players that have ever lived, and I'm just the third line center. At least the first line center for Latvia might actually be in the NHL, or he might actually be there, but I'm the third line guy. Not happening. So what did Team USA decide to do as kind of an answer to this and how good Team Canada is? They announced their team captain is going to be Austin Matthews. And for those who are not aware, Austin Matthews is one of the great losers in sports today.
Oh, my.
Okay. This choke artist, in the history of Game 7s, in his career, he has played in 6 Game 7s. He is 0-6 in Game 7s. He has never scored a goal in a Game 7.
God, he's 28 already.
He has 2 assists. That's it. This is one of the best players in the league, but he's never won a win or go home game. He's also never scored in any of those games. He's the captain. I'm already feeling very, very bad about this. Very, very bad about what's going on with Team USA because, this is your captain? I don't know about all that. And then finally, they are breaking medals. They're celebrating winning. They're jumping up and down. The medals are breaking. I don't know what's gone on here because this has happened last year. They started changing colors in the middle of the Olympics. The medals did. This is in the summer games.
They need diamonds direct.
And now they're breaking. These medals are breaking. They're only the gold medal is 92% silver. Go figure.
Oh,
not even real gold. Not even real gold.
And they're chipping or
they're falling. They're ripping off. The metal is ripping off the lanyard. So the metal's so fragile and so weak, it's ripping off the lanyard. They're going to have to fix them.
Tariffs. They're using cheaper products now.
All right. The GBag audio that Bobby Belt has been dying to play and more evidence in the Broadus files. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece after this.
After we get you...
upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet engraved line today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Williams in there for an offensive rebound, and Dallas a deflection. Now good. Oh, Gafford! Jalen Green was wanting to do bad things on that trip to the basket. Oh. Gafford turned him away, and then Flack does bad things when he takes it inside.
Perfect morning show result. Coop with 27, helping me cash in 2 underdog plays. Promo code TOLO, and the Mavs lose. Look at the culture finally injected into the KNC masterpiece with the tennis balls in the background as they're doing the show on the road today. Good morning, Corey. Where are you?
Guys, we are at the Nexo Dallas Open today out here in Frisco. We're right in front of the Star, as a matter of fact. We got a huge tent above us, and we are, you know where the turf is at the Star, right in the front?
Yeah.
That's where the tent is today. Yeah, we're on it today, and I don't know.
Are you outside?
We're in a tent. We're in a tent.
Okay.
So what do you call that?
Is it fully enclosed?
Yeah. Like, let's look around real quick here.
Oh yeah, that's a very professional looking tent.
Wow.
Look, we got some vineyards. We got some Casamigos tequila over there.
Better than
vineyards.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say vendors?
Vineyards.
grapes
It says
and
Dow
stuff
Vineyards
out
right
here.
there.
Oh, vineyard.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're just partying today, dude, and it's going to be fun. So come have fun with us.
Wow, they take the clothes out every day? Because I think it was full of clothes the other day, like shopping.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, they were Parsons jerseys.
Yeah.
Oh. What's coming up or who's coming up?
Man, we got the what I wanted to get into was the Sean Lee discussion that y'all had this morning about being able to wear his jersey. I wanted to figure out how many jerseys you can wear from the Cowboys history that like people won't look at you and be like, who? Like my Brady James jersey just wouldn't work.
Right.
So that's like I only have like 2. That one and Roger Staubach. So
I saw more Brandon Aubrey jerseys at the stadium last year than Micah.
Wow.
Which was not the case with Zeke and some other guys. The year after they left, those jerseys hung around.
Only youth soccer players can wear the Aubrey jersey. That's the rule.
Okay.
Notre Dame fans? Can Notre Dame fans?
No, we don't give special exceptions to Notre Dame. This isn't the CFP.
Wow. At 10:20, though, Sean, our brand new Olympic segment, So Far, So Good. We'll do that one. And then also, do you miss these things from baseball at noon? And our NFL draft focus is back at 11 o'clock today. Blake Miller, offensive tackle out of Clemson, and Jordan Tyson, one of my favorite receivers I've ever watched, will be at 11 o'clock.
All right, Roberto, the floor is yours.
All right, so yesterday, I know we spent time on it. I damn sure know GBag spent time on it. I assume you guys did. Did you guys spend any time talking about the passing of Miss Price?
Okay.
In the C block, I brought it up, yes.
But can we tell that story? I hadn't seen that yet, and Corey read the statement first, and I was like, oh, did she die? So, it kind of threw me for a loop.
Yeah, I did it in
that
the
he
wrong
didn't
order.
say she died.
But
yes,
our discussion, though, was the first time we ever went to training camp, we're out there, and she called both of our names. And we were like,
cool.
What?
Yep.
And she was like, I know who you are, KNC. And I was like, that's awesome.
I'll tell you somebody who knows who she is, and that's Brian Broaddus. And after about 3 straight minutes on GBag of just sweet eulogizing of Miss Price, Brian Broaddus decided there is no time limit on just telling my truth, and this is what he had to say.
Yeah, she was a Tolo. I'm sure she knew who you were.
She was.
Yeah.
She trapped me into buying her book.
Okay.
She was a little different.
Did Wow, okay, here we go. Are you about to urinate?
I just, there are things. I just.
And that's the rest of the story.
I just
This is when the documentary turns, where you think it's going to be like a buff piece. Oh, what a sweetheart. And then, you know what? She tricked me into buying her book.
No, she did. She was very pushy that way.
How much did it cost you? $10?
No, it was like she basically took my phone and put it on a mode to buy her book. You know?
Oh yeah,
I had no interest in buying her book. I really didn't. I was cordial to the lady. I really was.
Sounds like you were adversarial.
Hey, listen. No, when she came to London, like she was out there lost as a goose, and we were taking care of her. You know?
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. So I'm just going to tell you this, though. I'm kind of like, I thought she was like incredibly pushy, you know? And so.
Persistent salesperson, Mrs. Price. She got to where she is today by that pushiness.
No,
she did. Yeah, she would.
I thought she was pushy. I thought she was pushy to the fan base and stuff around her. I did. I'm not.
You gonna go to the service and say that in front
I'm going to say this. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Okay, all right, enough. All right.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh, this I was not expecting. This man crashed out, bro.
Poor lady
It's
just
not a
lost her
crash
life.
out. It's just being honest.
Well, we don't need that right now.
Well, everybody's sitting there. Oh, well, she's hugging and all this. And you guys don't know the real lady.
Gave great hugs.
Yeah.
We didn't know the real Mrs. Price. I love to give Miss Price a hug.
Oh my God!
So unbelievable! Oh my God!
Holy moly!
He just kept going with he just kept adding. She's just pushy.
Yeah,
she's not a good person.
There were like 3 points during
I really didn't like
where
her.
it's like,
I'm not a fan.
No, I'm just not a fan, guys.
It's like 3 points where you could have just pivoted away.
Stopped.
And he was just like, and another thing. Oh my gosh.
Look, man, I a lot of times we want to give props to realness and authenticity.
Yeah.
But, man, have a little decorum. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah,
Come
you know
on.
me.
Day of the death, day after the death. Come on. Don't be indecent.
Yeah,
and I love Broadus. I'll be getting a phone call, I'm sure, after this. Come on, man. Have a little respect.
I don't know who I hate the most in this world. I have no idea.
You don't hate anyone.
Not really anybody. But the day somebody dies, showering with praise. Showering.
Now, you said...
And I will lie to your face.
Well, I was just about... Here's a chopism.
Yeah.
You said the truth can't be offensive.
Truth can't be offensive.
So if this is his truth...
See, this isn't offensive. This is poor taste.
Okay.
This lacks decorum.
See, the thing is, though, is that...
And offensive.
It's impolite.
This is not the first time that Broadus has had this issue. He's got a long track record of doing this.
Australian crocodile hunter Steve Irwin has died during a diving expedition.
Crikey is right. I'm glad he's gone. Seriously. He was just a rude person. I saw him show up to a congressional event at one time in his safari outfit. Leave the cargo shorts in the Outback at. Put on some pants when you know you're going to meet Newt Gingrich.
For 3 decades, Fred Rogers welcomed children into his television neighborhood. The gentle, soft-spoken Mr. Rogers died of cancer.
I don't know. I always thought he was kind of a creep, to be honest. Who gets that excited to work with kids, you know?
People around this country, and for that matter around the world, are reacting tonight to the terrible news of the death of Robin Williams. A statement from his wife.
You all know he did cocaine, right? Oh, yeah. He did so much blow that Mike Reiner was about to refuse to ever work with him again.
Oh, my
God. Come in, Mother Teresa. The tireless work.
God, she was just always asking for money. She's a total bum. You're the one who took a vow of poverty. So how about you go back to your Vienna sausages and ramen and leave me in peace, okay?
So he's always been a little direct.
Yes. I'm just not a fan. Not a fan. Just not a fan.
Pushy.
Holy moly.
Kevin, over to you.
I was afraid to hear this audio because the first text I saw was somebody goes, yeah, Broadus was kind of a D yesterday. And I was like, oh, what does that mean?
Dude, Chiafala was amazing in that. He's like, what would she charge you $10?
Oh yeah, the auto book charge. I know that one.
The book app, the auto buy and book app. He said, what are you about to get number one here? You know, he had all the references, all the very subtle. So hopefully, Broadus is doing a podcast right now.
That's amazing.
He's out listening to this. Man, this turned out to be a topic on the Fantolo pages on Facebook. Whew.
What was the reaction on the Fantolo page?
Not good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, in the words of Brian Broadus, they're not a fan of what he said.
It has me thinking of they're hanging all of our old photos now around the floor. And you walk out there to the left, and what do you see? Do you know who I'm talking about?
I know who you see, yeah.
Who?
Raj.
Oh, Roger Emmerich.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at that and thinking, like, what did Broadus really think of him? You know? We can put up TMP somewhere. And he's going, what did he had bad sushi taste.
I had a bad impression with Raj first time I saw him.
How?
He criticized. He said, I think you're pronouncing your last name wrong.
To you?
Yeah.
That's something that you would say.
Yeah,
you should love that tape.
100% you would do that.
I would definitely
You
say
should
it.
say thanks, Emrich.
Yeah. All right, he said, say
How did he think you should be saying it?
Show pay.
Cajun.
And I was like, shut up, old man. I got things to do. Well, we were at UNT Media Day. You know, that's where they sent the spares. UNT Media, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So they sent me. The UNT Media is like 04. The other name was Show Pay. Man. I was like, listen, I don't know who you are. But now I do. I love Roger now.
I did. It did make me think yesterday about, like, if anybody here met an early unfortunate demise, I wonder who would be getting this. And I think there would be somebody who, if they mentioned me, would say, I didn't like him. And would just flat out just say how much they thought. I've got some day one people. There would be day one people in the fan text.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the fan
text. You mean
sure.
coworkers.
No, not coworkers. I mean the other folks. Like I'm sure Mike Leslie. I'm sure Mike Leslie would do a Dale Hansen style tear fill thing with the signature at the bottom.
You know what I don't understand.
I definitely do it as a bit for a little bit, but
below the
but I
belt
think
is
he'd
how he lived his
appreciate that.
life. Pushy.
Gosh, there's
pushy.
Little pushy.
I can't.
I didn't even listen to the full audio because I assumed that the first half was as bad as it got. It got worse.
It got worse. I was just not a fan.
I thought she was like incredibly pushy.
Pushy is what you say about somebody trying to like get you to change your electricity in Kroger.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm done good. That's not what you say about an 82-year-old woman who just died.
She's just walking around aimlessly in London.
Lost as a
no idea where
goose.
she was.
Lost as a goose
out there
in London. We're gonna bring her to the pub. So, all right, where are y'all at one more time?
We're at the Nexo Dallas Open, right in front of the Star today. Come on and swing by.
Mother Teresa's always asking for money.
We're back tomorrow with Rick Neuheisel at 7:20. New head coach of the Dallas Renegades. Talk college football as well, and 2 more giveaways. KNC is next.
I'm just going to tell you this, though. I'm kind of like, I thought she was like incredibly pushy.
Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Nexo Dallas Open here in Frisco at the Star. If you've been to the Star before, we're on the field right out in front of the Star.
Yes, we are. That is true.
In the tent. I don't know.
There's never been a tent before like this one. So I think there's been a tent before like the draft parties, and so they'll do stuff like this. But this is the first time that this one.
Does it feel disrespectful to call it a tent? This is like a full-on structure, man.
Like, an outdoor protective structure for tenting. I think this is a tent because in my idea of tent, and Alec, correct me if I'm wrong here, it something that has a triangle that you get under outside.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, an A-frame kind of thing.
All right.
And, now, not all structures are A-frame tents, though. But this one definitely, I think, qualifies because that's tarp stuff, right? That's plastic or laminate or something like that. Vinyl.
Mm-hmm. So come out and help Corey and also help us guess how many tennis balls are in that Vineyards bottle. 877-881-1053. How the heck is everybody in Radio Land out there doing today? You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, man, Corey Majors, and, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Now, we've already gone through a lot of words, but how are y'all doing?
I'm good today. I woke up this morning, Kevin. I got to ask people, when you wake up in the morning and you don't want to go, you're like, I don't want to go to the gym today.
Okay.
And your mom kicks the door in and says, let's go or something. When you wake up, how do you get up, motivate yourself out of bed? Because this morning was one of those where I was like, I could go after work and go to the gym. I could do this later. I can sleep for one more hour, but I know the dog's going to bark in 20 minutes, so that's going to be a waste. So I usually have a pre-workout, and it's in the bedroom, and it's waiting for me. And as soon as I get out of bed, I go grab that, and I'm like, I know I have that caffeine to give me the jolt. But this morning I didn't have that, and I was like, I don't want to go. I ended up going. But how do you guys do it? How do y'all get yourselves motivated?
I really thought you were going through the lyrics of "Fight for Your Right to Party."
I was kind of doing
but then he was, and then you pivoted into a different direction. And I'm going to default to Alec on this because usually a little 3-year-old decides when I wake up whether I want to wake up or not.
Yeah, I don't have a 3-year-old or an anything-year-old, as a single man and father of none. So those mornings, honestly, I just got to get in my own head to get myself out of my own head, if that makes sense. It's usually like you said, I could always do it later. I don't really feel like doing it. But then I remind myself, I got to tell myself sometimes I am everything that I think I am. And if I want to continue being everything that I think I am, I got to put in the work to do it. So that's why I end up training 6 days a week most weeks, sometimes 7, because I'm like, I am everything I say that I am, but I can't be that if I don't do that. So, yeah, just simple reminders sometimes. Get yourself out of your own head.
Okay, but sometimes I worry about you in the morning just a little bit, Alec, because sometimes I look at you and I'm like, you're a teepee, you're a wigwam, you're a teepee, you're a wigwam. And I was like, you know what, Alec, relax, you're too tense.
Maybe I should have stayed in bed today.
Oh, that's the kind of thing that'll make you crawl back into bed.
That's Dallas Open humor for you, right?
9:03. I usually take a load off, then I'm good to go. So that's pretty,
okay.
Yeah,
I get you.
So that can be one. Stop being a bee and get on and come on is one that got thrown out there.
Wow.
I take a look at my bank account and tell myself, "You're so broke, get your butt up." That usually motivates me.
Wow.
I just know I have to get up. I got a wife and 4 kids to provide for, plus Folgers. Yeah, I don't like coffee before the gym because stomach stuff. I don't want that to get involved, but I appreciate this. I'm gonna start telling myself things in the morning, and I'm gonna be like, "Get up, you dummy," stuff like that. And just really, I got to figure out my motivation tactic though, because your motivation tactic is like, you can't do it, and mine is like, hey, put your arm around me and just tell me I can do it.
Look, obviously I got a long way to go, but perhaps the one similarity that I would share with Michael Jordan is the ability to create an imaginary antagonist that I have to slay for that day. Like there's somebody who's like, do it. I bet your show's not going to be any good today. I'll show all of you.
Everybody's going to learn.
Yeah, so that can be helpful. Look,
by the way, tell people out there about our show. Tell your friends. Let everybody know what our show's all about, that it can be part of their day too. Because I was thinking about this. I'm sorry, Kevin, to change the subject. I was thinking about this yesterday as I was hanging around with Sean and RJ and Bobby and you while we were doing crosstalk. I was like, man, I consider these guys my friends. You know, like I work with them, they're my coworkers, but I do consider them my friends. But it's also because I've gotten to know them by listening to them all this time. And so there is this like connection. I've listened to the morning show every day since we started at the Fan. And I got this little connection with them. And I hope people like we've made that kind of connection with the Tolos out there too, because we're part of your day just like you're part of ours.
Hey, look, and we're trying to spread the word about this show one person at a time. The other day in the elevator, somebody asked, are you really doing radio up there? And I said, yes. And she asked, are you by chance with the ticket? And I was like,
you punch her?
No.
Oh,
well, because she was old and white.
Yeah.
And I was like, so that's why you listened to the ticket.
Oh, gosh.
And so I take a look at the demographics. And so I was like, no, we're with the Fan. And she goes, oh, I know the Fan. I like the Fan. And so, you know, we're going to get her over to our side. And it's going to be great.
Yeah, I've collected a few at our new building on the elevator, giving them the pitch. I'm like, hey, we don't know what a 10 is, you know? And they're like, well, let me explain.
I mean, there you go. From the 214, this is how we're starting, Kevin. And from the 817, Kevin just killing it again. All right, I like that. Okay, real quick, I wanted to throw out this note because I think this is a player that a lot of people, especially around here, very fondly remember. Go ahead and give me cut number 9 if you can, because Jordan Montgomery is back.
The count is 1-2. Montgomery is ready. The set and the pitch. He struck him out swinging with a high fastball. Down goes Maldonado, and the Astros leave the bases loaded. No runs on 3 hits and 3 left.
Now, I know the concern of one Bobby Belt is that I believe he feels like the Rangers offense is similar to the Cowboys defense, and he is
they didn't do anything to fix it.
Yeah, and he is somewhat perplexed at the fact that they continue to add pitching while doing nothing for their lineup. But I will say, in the case of Jordan Montgomery, it's a 1-year, $1.25 million deal, and so I'm good with it. He's probably going to be back around midseason because I believe he had Tommy John in March, and that was, I guess, mercifully to end his run with Arizona, which was just a complete and utter disaster. Yeah. So he came to the Rangers midway through I guess a little bit past midway through the 2023 season. He was one of your 2 starting pitchers. Like, let's face it, that really, really propelled you to the World Series. It feels like he grew like a Tyson Chandler-esque iconic status
with
here.
One play. Like I know it was the pitching efforts too. Like in the world, he was so comfortable, and then he was like, "Yeah, I'll come in and do relief pitching for you guys.
Right.
That's what you need." And but it was the one play. I was at Tampa. Somebody just texted in about that. Yeah, his diving play for the ball in front of him and the throw to first base was magical. Kevin, that in my opinion launched that team into the World Series. That's what won the World Series for him. Once they saw that dude was willing to do anything to win. There's a pitcher diving for a ball and making a play. Like, right. He's like, I'm putting everything on the line out here. You guys will too. And they did. So, like, that was the moment, Kevin. He was the catalyst for that, in my opinion. I know there were some great performances as well, but Corey Seager's home run, Adolis' home runs, all those things mattered so much. It just felt like going the way things started, it was a little flat, and then Jordan Montgomery was like, let's liven this sucker up.
And then he ended up signing with Arizona because if we're being honest, the Rangers had metrics, especially when it came to his body, that they thought it was not going to hold up going forward.
But not just the Rangers, the rest of the league. Remember, the rest of the league wouldn't sign him, and I don't know if it was those metrics or if it was just we're not paying this money, because he was like, I'm about to cash in.
Well, and he did end up getting a nice deal with Arizona. He had a very bad season. And was it the owner or the GM who just came out and was like, hey, if you want to point to why our season was so bad, it was because of Jordan Montgomery. Like he just straight up was like,
he said, blame me.
Yeah,
I signed Jordan
because I signed Jordan Montgomery. And he was like, what an abject failure that entire thing turned out to be. And so we kept talking about, hey, maybe you can get him back for cheap. Maybe you can get him back for cheap. And so Jordan Montgomery rolls into next season, and then I believe it was towards the end of spring training, you find out he's going to need Tommy John. He missed the entire season, so now he is back with the Rangers. 1 year, $1.25 million. He probably won't be back until around the All-Star break, if I had to guess. And for people that are curious, Cody Bradford is set to be back at the end of May or at some time in May. But unfortunately, I would say for both Bradford and Montgomery is you see setbacks in pitching injuries all of the time. So I like the idea that while we're talking about Rocker and Latz for the last spot in the rotation to potentially break spring training.
What about Quantrill? You know, there's some other options out there.
That I would be surprised by that, but you know, we've definitely seen surprises come out of spring training in the past. I like that whether it's because of injuries, ineffectiveness, or whatever, you have some other pitchers that we're hoping who have a track record with the Rangers, or at least somewhat of a track record in Bradford and Montgomery that could be waiting.
Extend the depth. Like, that's the most, for Chris Young, it's the most important thing, is just extend the depth as far as you can, no matter where it is in the season.
For sure.
Because midway through the season, if he was to come back, then you might have that option available to you. And Chris Young's, we've talked about it for so many years, and we would go in with a couple of pitchers and be like, all right, we're going to be, we got question marks. And you're like, but somebody's going to get hurt. Something's going to happen.
Unfortunately,
it's like cornerbacks. You know, cornerbacks, you need a ton of them, just because the position they play, what they're told that does take on their body as well, because of the way they run. And the hamstring injuries that come along, so much more. And so pitchers are the same way for Chris Young, and I think that it's been a positive. But creating pitching depth at the younger stages would be an important factor too, and it's going to take some time for the Rangers to do that.
And I still think one of the things in terms of Bobby's concerns, which I think are very valid, we've talked a whole lot about some of the projection that you have to make with this offense. I think the thing is not necessarily just adding pitching. It's that, hey, what players are becoming available that will essentially play for league minimum? Or will sign a minor league contract. Because if you look at some of the bullpen pieces they picked up, minor league contract. You look at this deal for Jordan Montgomery, you're essentially talking about a vet minimum at his level. And so those are the kind of deals that the Rangers are signing. And if bats become available at that spot, well, I think the Rangers would consider those as well.
Oh, man, I'd love to see the Rangers, like the roster, really perform at the level that they can. Like max roster from the batting lineup. Because Kevin, with this pitching group, that could be very fun to watch. Those would be very. Let's just have competitive at bats every time. Every time you step to the plate, have a competitive at bat. Have something that puts the ball in play. Have something that creates movement on the base paths. And if you can do that, if you can make those things happen, you're putting pressure on the opposing pitcher, and you got faith that your pitchers are going to go out there and do their jobs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Alec, I know you're excited for another clever Olympic segment name, and this one is going to be So Far, So Good. But what I really need to tease for the Olympic segment is I have an update on the cheating scandal from both the cheater and the cheatee. Next, and we smash Canada in women's hockey. Next on The Fan.
when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Harvey flips it back the other way. On to the stick of Murphy. 3-on-2 into the Team Canada zone. Murphy. Belka. Score! Second of the night for Hannah Belka.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from the Nexo Dallas Open. And it's time to talk some Olympics with our brand new Olympics segment, So Far, So Good. Do you want to talk about the just dominating hockey victory, or do you want me to give you an update on the cheating by athlete that we...
Okay.
I feel like we broke that story yesterday.
Yeah, we did break that story yesterday. He was on with us very early in the day.
Speaking Norwegian.
Yes, of course. And we asked our questions in English, and he was like, can I speak in Norwegian? We were like, yeah, dude, just do you. Just whatever you're
That's what happened with De La Hoya.
Yeah, we were like, open up. And he was like, oh, thank you for allowing me to open up. I have something I really need to get off my chest. So that was a really cool moment yesterday for the show. Kevin, let's go with dominance first.
Okay.
Because I'm really keen on how this team rocked.
All right. So we thought it would be advantage United States going into the game when we found out lower body injury to Captain Clutch. Yes, not Clunch. Captain Clutch for Canada was going. So, literally, their captain was going to be out. So, advantage United States. I don't think there's any way we thought it would be this much of an ass-kicking. USA was up 2-0 over Canada by the end of the first period, and it did not turn from there. It was total domination from the United States. Now I want to point this out. In their 4 pool play games so far, Team USA has played the teams that are ranked second in terms of betting odds to win the gold. Second, 4th, 5th, and 6th. I believe the only one in that group they haven't played, I think, is Sweden.
Okay.
They've beaten those teams by a combined score of 20-1. 2, 4, 5, and 6, and they've beaten them 20-1.
It's pretty impressive.
That is crazy.
Yeah, and you know how often we hear coaches and Jerry and Steven talk about when their defensive coordinator, we want the players to play fast, right? We want them to not have to think. There were so many plays. They were playing fast and they were playing fluid, and that they knew they had comfort. There was a play over in the corner that she just whipped around and sent it to the center of the net for a fired shot. It was awesome, and you just kept seeing that in their bag over and over yesterday, and the excitement level, Kevin, because I did stop through the gym and it was on yesterday, and I swung through there, and everybody was on the treadmills watching.
Okay,
they were so pumped up about it
because you can always see if are people watching their own phone, which TVs are they looking at, but you can see you're locked into
all of the treadmill TVs, and then the TVs on the wall that anybody that was lifting was stalled out watching. It was just so much fun yesterday, and that's where that could be one of the best moments. There are going to be some people that are just captivated by this women's hockey team, and we had Hillary Knight first. We get to claim her, and she wants to come back on our show and talk about not only the Hershey's, but whether or not Britt, her partner, would trade a medal.
And here's hoping she'll have 2 gold medals to be in the mix as we come back. Now,
can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are out here at the Nexo Dallas Open. We're under the tent. They got some Kendra Scott over there, some Hugo Boss.
Plus the brackets.
Yeah, so that's where I'm about to get to. The Casamigos. We got Ciroc Vodka stand. So much good stuff that's going to be partying throughout the day. But they did just put up the bracket, the center court and grandstand brackets over here. When you see that, does it make your heart happy because it's so perfectly organized and laid out, and they have the little flags? And is that one of the things you like about hockey, is it helps your brain stay focused?
For sure. I mean, plus it's in military time, and so Tiafo is going to take center court after the 7 o'clock match. And by the way,
1900.
Yeah, when Taylor Fritz is getting going on center court, it says not before 1900. So they're giving you a heads up. If you got stuff to do, it's not going to start before 7 o'clock. So if you're hey, I came here to see Fritz, to see Tiafo, they're laying it out for you. They're 7 o'clock at the earliest, and then Tiafoe will go after
I just feel like that makes your OCD brain very happy.
For sure.
I understand you now.
For sure. The only way it could be even better is if they had a secondary screen that had the actual laid out bracket next to the schedule.
You'd love that.
And then I would just sit here and I would like try to get people involved in a pick-em. And it'd just be this whole thing. And you'd be like, yo, dude, we have a segment to do. And I'd be like, I got stuff to do. So going back to, but you're right about all of that. Going back to hockey, Troy Ryan, who is the Canadian coach, said we've probably got a little bit of soul searching to do and make some adjustments. But you got to play with confidence. You can't be scared to make mistakes, and that's how it looked at times. Caroline Harvey, the defenseman for the United States, has really stepped up her game.
Yeah, she's playing great.
She's been phenomenal so far. You've got Metroplex.
Very vocal leader, too,
yes.
what she's doing.
You've got Metroplex representation. You already talked about Hillary Knight. Look, it feels like the United States, one way or another, is going to be in the gold medal game a week from tomorrow. Now, I have questions about if Canada will be there or not. I still think they will.
Can I tell you something?
Tell me.
I don't think I've ever cared, honestly. Like when it comes to the Olympics and women's hockey, I've never been like, hey. But because of their this rivalry with Canada for one, and the dominance that the U.S. has shown,
and having a player on the show helps.
Yes, I think that definitely did hook me just a little bit more. But I am more invested this year than I've ever been. I've watched more women's hockey than I've ever watched already this year. I'm excited about it.
I mean, that's a great thing to tell Hillary when we get her back around on the show, hopefully with another gold medal. All right. Let's talk about moguls real quick, and then I'll give you an update on the cheating scandal that happened in the past that rocked the Olympics. So Elizabeth Lemley and Jalen Koff took 1-2. That is gold and silver in the Olympic women's moguls. So, yes, while I was dubbed a hater yesterday for our questions about being able to overtake, somebody just goes, the fan, thumbs up.
About one U.S. winner, one U.S. loser.
You know what? Here's where I'll disagree with that. They're both from the U.S., so they finished first and second. I hear in another event, if you're like, you lost in Norway or whatever. But they're both U.S. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. And here's what you should like, Corey. They added 2 medals to the count.
What?
Because gold and a silver.
Yeah, that's right.
And
you
so,
said we couldn't catch Norway.
And I still think we will not catch Norway, but
how patriotic are you?
That's a good point. But this was a heck of an effort right there. And by the way, in case you were curious, tomorrow United States men's hockey gets going. It's the United States against Latvia.
Okay.
Latvia is a 3.5 goal underdog. The odds of the United States winning, so you can take Latvia plus 3.5. I think you're probably right. But the United States,
unless this is the game that they just go, you know what, we need to give them a break. So we're gonna rotate a little bit differently in this one. And,
would be a bold strategy to start the Olympics that I would hate.
We don't want any of those Tyrese Halliburton moments where he didn't play, so we want everybody to play.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen. All right, now let's give you the update to the story that we brought to the world yesterday. Sturla Holmblad is what I'm going to stick with. Spoke on Norwegian TV after taking the bronze medal in the 20-kilometer biathlon, and he professed that the person he was really doing this for maybe wasn't watching because he had cheated on her. This is the love of his life. Met her 6 months ago, cheated on her 3 months ago. Update. He said, I made the choice to tell the world what I did, so maybe there's a chance she will see what she really means to me. Maybe not, but I don't want to think I didn't try everything to get her back.
I agree. Yeah, do whatever it takes at this point. You won a gold medal, or you lost a gold medal.
That's true.
You have a bronze medal. Use that. Figure out a way to buy a gift for her with that bronze medal. How much do you think bronze medals are going for right now?
Actually, I could probably answer that question for you in just a second.
Okay, all right.
I believe it or not, I might have a sort of an answer to that question.
No, I mean, after professing the situation that happened out there, he really put himself on the line, and I hope things work out for this couple because I'm invested.
Well, I have an update from the woman.
All right.
Now, her identity is be kept anonymous, but she talked to the Norwegian tabloid VG, which dangerously close to what she might have been scared about. She talked to that tabloid today and said, quote, It's hard to forgive. Even after a declaration of love in front of the world, she continues. Dude. And this is why she stayed anonymous. And by the way, he told his partner a week ago, so like right before he split for the Olympics.
I'm going to go be around the most attractive athletes in the world now. Guess what? I cheated on you.
And she said, I did not choose to be put in this position, and it hurts to have to be put in it. We have had contact, and he is aware of my opinions on this.
How did they find her? That's wild that the news that VG found her. Of course VG would, though.
I mean,
like, of course they would have those
that's
sources.
Why I'm guessing they're Norway's premier tabloid.
She should, you know what? Listen, it takes time to forgive. Sometimes you never do forgive.
Okay.
I totally get that. And you know what? The cheater can't be upset about it. That's their problem. They started this. So
very true.
You can't be mad at somebody. But, you know, whenever you do run through the airport security and get to the terminal and you scream their name, that's the romantic part. That's where the movies, they always kiss and then everything's good, right?
See, I think you should take them back now. That means they bought a ticket, because otherwise there's no way they're getting up to the terminal now. Like, that's just not happening. All right, based on the quotes I read you, are you optimistic?
No.
Yeah.
It's never going to. You know what could happen? Maybe he does invest his time and prove it. He sleeps on her porch, for a long time.
Oh,
nobody gets offended by
goodness.
that. They think that's romantic. Or maybe he just sends flowers every single day. Whatever it is, if he really cares that much, he'll go through it to get her back.
Okay.
But if he doesn't care that much, he'll go find another hussy.
Holy moly. Okay. All right. Thank you for sharing that. Now, you asked about how much a bronze medal is worth.
I always am fascinated by this because, Kevin, you put in all this work.
Yes.
It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars for you to be able to go do this event.
Yeah.
You practice, you train, you fight, you go through everything, and then you get a medal. And it's more of an honor. Like, it tells everybody. You get to pin this up on your wall or wear it every day, whatever you want to do. But what is it like? Is it actually worth all that money that you spent to get there?
So it doesn't sound like it.
Oh my God! Does that say 21 cents?
21 cents. Okay. So here's the breakdown. The supposed melt value of an Olympic medal.
So when you melt it down,
exactly,
gotcha.
is
Right.
about $2,500.
Okay.
But there's some variance on that. How long do you think it's been since the gold medal was made of gold?
I'm gonna say 60 years. Oh. You okay? Oh no! I was right. I was dead on, and that's why Kevin got all coughed up.
Sorry, I was so shocked by that answer. It's been since the 1912 Summer Olympics.
Oh, my gosh.
That's the last time the gold medal was really gold. Now,
It's more than 60 years.
That is true. The Olympic Committee only requires that gold consist of at least 92.5% silver, and then it has gold plating on it. The silver medal has 500 grams of silver and no plating, and bronze medals are solid bronze. So I was going off the idea that 500 grams of bronze, and it says bronze is trading at 21 cents. So was that like $100?
Oh man!
But like,
I don't know if
maybe
that's worth it, dude.
I'm off on calculating that for the bronze medal.
Yeah,
But
if you get a bronze medal, you did lose.
Yeah, so look, a bronze medal is solid bronze. Silver medal, 500 grams of silver, no gold plating. And gold medals are 500 grams of silver with 6 grams of pure gold.
If you earn a bronze, I'm going to call it earning. If you earn a bronze, does that mean, like, do you tell people, yeah, I'm the third best in the world at that? Is that your, when people are asking and talking to you, you just go, yeah, I'm the third best?
See, I would try to delay it and impress people by saying I won an Olympic medal. And then inevitably that person's going to be like, oh, what was your event? And then they'll probably get to, oh, what medal did you win? And like, there's an old Seinfeld
I'm an Olympic medalist.
Yeah, exactly. There's an old Seinfeld bit where he's like, what happened? Because like, especially in the track races, it's like a hundredth of a second, a tenth of a second. He's like, whoa. That's third place instead of first place. And you're like, what happened there? And so, yeah, I don't know if it would be exactly like that.
I wish everybody could have seen Kevin's.
Hey, if you're watching the fan cam, the Twitch or the YouTube, you could have. But yeah, so that was the information I learned yesterday about the composition.
Good job.
Of the medal. So yeah, because of what you've told me now, I feel like I would strive even more for that gold and that silver.
Yeah, because it's cost. Yeah, you want more of the gold.
And I'm so surprised that bronze is so cheap out there in the world.
Yeah, I wonder why. Should we make those medals out of copper? That seems to be expensive.
Okay. Alternate idea.
Can we change the medals?
Yes. Silver's third.
Okay.
Gold is second. Platinum is first.
Oh, what about diamonds?
I feel
diamond medal.
I feel like that could rip you up, right? A diamond medal.
We wear diamonds all the time. So do guys.
Yeah,
Rip
I
you
guess
up.
that's
you can
true.
make a smooth diamond, right? You can cut it however you want. Make it like a rectangle or something like that.
That's true.
I saw that ring that Demi Moore's wearing in Landman.
All right, we will. Man, I love when you're watching a show. We all get to know like where progress is in that show. But yes, so there is my Olympic update. Tomorrow, potential Olympic segment name. It's all downhill from here.
I like that.
All right.
That's a good one.
We will pick that back up tomorrow. But coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where we've got the winners, losers, and Rangers of MLB's offseason. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next GBag Nation, get your
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
He's hit it high and deep to right center. And it's gone! Have yourself a day, Bo Bichette. His 4th hit of the game, and the 2-run homer has given the Blue Jays the lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, live at the Nexo Dallas Open in Frisco. They have opened the doors. This place is a buzzing, and I believe we've got matches that are going to be starting at noon at the Star here in Frisco if you want to go ahead and come and join us.
Kevin from the 469, I love your guys' Olympic segments. That's how I keep up with the Olympics when they're on. I don't watch them as much. I especially like that you change the names very creative.
Okay. So like I said.
So you have made an impression.
Do you like It's All Downhill from Here or Kicking Ice for tomorrow?
I like
either.
Both
okay.
Those are good.
And usually I try to pitch out my ideas for the Olympic segments.
And I'm glad, Kevin, that I've stopped really crapping all over those.
Me too.
Your jokes still kind of beating.
Fair.
Because it's the setup. I know they're coming. I'm like, oh, here we go. But these headlines, you've always been one of my favorite headline writers.
Okay, man.
Even though our bosses would let us put some headlines in there.
That is very true. I will argue to this day. Back when Allen and Euless Trinity were playing for the 3rd time in the span of 12 months, Allen had won one, Euless Trinity had won one. The headline I had was Eagles Trojans set for rubber match.
Yep,
it got vetoed, even though I stand by the legitimacy of that headline.
Because the rubber match is it's the 3rd game of the series.
Exactly.
Yep.
But I was told that that was a big fat no.
Yep.
Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, it's time for some baseball nuggets. All right. So let's start. In case you missed the news of the day, we kicked off the show discussing this. Jordan Montgomery, on his way back to the Texas Rangers, signed a 1-year, $1.25 million deal. It looks like he'll probably be ready around the All-Star break as he's recovering from Tommy John surgery that he had last March. Now, winners and losers from the MLB's offseason. And the reason why I said the winners, the losers, and the Rangers of it all, because, look, there are obvious winners like Tarek Skubal, Framber Valdez.
Yeah, Skubal is definitely a winner in this situation. Valdez, I'm interested. Yes, he's a winner. I wonder if his team will be.
Yeah, I don't know. And that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So maybe it's the Tigers or maybe not. Pete Alonso feels like he's a winner. And the Athletic said the Wrigleyville bar owners, because you get to see what Pete Crow Armstrong is going to do next. And the Cubs should be a hot ticket. And then you got to some of the losers. Like the St. Louis Cardinals, not the Dodgers, like the FanDuel Sports Network, who lost the rest of their teams, as we talked about a few weeks ago. And then there's no mention of the Rangers. And so I just wanted to throw the Rangers out in there.
So
because
they're neither a winner nor a loser.
Which, don't you feel like that's a good way to describe their offseason?
It happened.
Yes.
Without much fanfare at all.
Of all the off seasons, it was one of them.
Yes, yeah. What did Alex say the other day? It's one of them from all time.
Yeah, it exists.
Yeah,
yep.
And so because they made a move, Nimmo, who a lot of people don't know and don't care about. I think it's a good addition. I hope it's a good addition. I don't know. We'll see. I always liked the player before. How many times you hear me say that dude can play my outfield anytime? I just liked his hustle. Hopefully he brings that element back to this, because we did see some great hustle from Adolis Garcia. When losing Adolis, Kevin, we kind of saw it coming.
For sure.
But we're all still hurt by it because we loved the personality, like the good parts of his personality that came along with it. And then you didn't do anything to You replaced your second baseman with a potentially backup platoon situation.
Yep.
You're pinning the hopes on a healthy Evan Carter and the growth of Wyatt Langford and Corey Seager staying healthy. And we've done this for about 2.5 years now where we're like, is that going to actually happen or not? So I'm with you, man. Aside from making the trade, I like the Mackenzie Gore trade. That's good.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change. It doesn't shift much of anything for me. Hopefully, Kevin will get out to spring training, and the excitement level in those players is going to be at an all-time high.
And there was a lot of discussion about excitement yesterday in terms of Skip Schumacher.
He's exciting.
Yeah, well, and Skip Schumacher, one of the things that they talked about yesterday was he didn't necessarily go out there and give like a big fiery speech. He was more like, I want to talk to everybody. I want to hear from you. And so, like, what have we talked about for the last maybe 2 years, but certainly at least year and some change, is maybe not having the best clubhouse in the world. And so that was one of the things he stepped in and he asked questions about, hey, why?
You know, here's something that I wonder if more teams should do. The Cowboys, when they made this move with Schottenheimer, the thing that I think we all knew was a lot of complacency in that locker room. And Mike McCarthy didn't do anything to change that complacency. There are a lot of individuals in those locker rooms. And hiring from within, in this respect, a guy that wasn't necessarily like a coordinator, he had a job, but he kind of consulted at first, and then he had chances to observe the personalities. And I wonder how important it is to, like, when you hire from within, you got a guy that already knows the problems. Skip should already know the problems in that clubhouse. That's a response. I want to hear from you guys.
Yeah.
What was the thing that what can I do this time with you guys? Because I know the answer. I just want to hear you guys say it so that I can be free to go ahead and pursue making those things work for you.
Now, I have an important question about you, Corey. How's your hammock bone feeling today?
Pretty good right now.
Okay.
Pretty good right now.
Good. Because it's a tough day for hammock bones.
Are you serious?
So, Jackson Holiday has a broken hammock bone. He will probably be out for weeks after opening day. So we're talking about, so he's going to be out for some time. And then Corbin Carroll also has a broken hammock bone. He will miss the World Baseball Classic. He is getting surgery. Dang. And so obviously that feels like something much like with Jackson Holiday that's going to trickle into the regular season. And this is one of those things, as I watch you kind of flex your hand, that feels like it's not in fact, it feels like one of the smallest bones, but it's super annoying.
Oh, yeah. No,
especially for baseball.
And especially when you're trying to grip in. And baseball is all about grip.
Sure.
I mean, like, you're gripping the baseball, you're gripping the bat. That's like, so that one little bone can be such a big problem. Now, Kevin, I got a trigger finger is what they call it.
Okay.
And so basically, like, there's this little tendon that goes over each one of your phalanges in your palm. And this tendon, if you get a little inflammation, it'll get stuck on the other side of the other tendon, and then it'll lock up. I've shown you a couple times how it'll just lock up on me. Whenever we came back from San Francisco, I was fine.
Right.
Maybe it's because of the Call of Duty.
Oh,
that's what it is.
Well,
maybe I should stop.
Rangers, my request at spring training would be to protect everyone's hammock bone.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
So does everybody need to, like, bat with one of those shields on it?
Maybe take the day out from batting because it's only
just for one day.
Yeah, it's only for the catchers because only pitchers and catchers are there. I don't need my pitchers to be taking batting practice.
Good point.
Yet. All right, now. Nick Castellanos will be on the move if the Phillies can do anything about it. I feel like their president of baseball operations, Dave Dombrowski, has been very clear about that. But he added, saying to the Philadelphia Inquirer, we're doing everything we can to make a move by Monday.
Okay.
So just be on the lookout for Nick Castellanos. They've been trying, it's no secret, they've been trying to move him all off season.
Are you going to put that guarantee on it by Monday then, Kevin?
Yeah, it's going to happen by Monday. Guaranteed.
That's the Kevin guarantee.
Now, there are other injuries out there in the world as well. Anthony Santander, he will undergo left labral surgery. It can happen for men, too.
It's part of your shoulder, Kevin.
I know. That's what I said. It can happen for men, too.
Yes. I know.
How old do you think the average man is when they tear their labrum?
Probably 38.
Okay. Well, he'll be out about 5 to 6 months.
All right.
To deal with this, so surgery is I know what it is. Surgery expected as well, so a shot there against the Blue Jays. Reese Olson, the starting pitcher for the Tigers, he is going to miss the season after right shoulder surgery. And then we get to Juan Soto. Juan Soto is healthy as far as I know, but the Mets did announce that Juan Soto has been working out in left field as he is set to make the move from right field to left field for the Mets. Early thoughts are he feels really comfortable out in left field.
My early thoughts are people that heckle him, he's going to have to go Oppo now. Because that
he
dude
can do
that heckled
that.
him, he
can do that.
pulled that one. So
yeah, no, I think he can. I think he can absolutely do that. By the way, baseball note: tomorrow, Eric Nadel is going to pop in studio with us for a couple of segments starting at 10:20 to talk some baseball.
I love it.
Good. I thought that you might. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our draft focus continues with a breakdown of Blake Miller and Jordan Tyson next right here on The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're out here at the Nexo Dallas Open in Frisco at the Star. We're on the field right out in front of the Star. There's a cool tent out here with all kinds of different spots to stop and take pictures and get some drinks and buy some memorabilia and some gear and stuff like that.
Great view, man.
It is a great view. And then the matches start in about 1 hour, it looks like.
Okay, and no earlier than not before 1 hour?
Yes, that's for the future matches. I feel like you should know when the first ones start.
Okay.
You should be able to control that, and it looks like the singles play is going to get going at noon today.
I got a question about that. So, like, the other day I was like, when actually is kickoff for the Super Bowl or the big game?
Right.
My apologies. Don't that.
It's fine.
When is kickoff? Because they always are like 5 o'clock, and then you're like, no, it's not. That's 30 more minutes.
Yeah, it's
before we get
5:30. Yeah,
and then and basketball has done that recently too, where they're like, game starts at 6:30, and you're like, really?
Yeah.
Like, nah, 7 is more like it. Hockey does that. Tennis is pretty accurate on keeping with their times. Like, they're like, this is going to be our time.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. The tough thing is when you stack matches, just like we would see with like high school playoff games at the Star or at AT&T Stadium, is like you can guesstimate, but you never know how like the actual match is going to play out or how the actual game was going to play out. But yeah, we'll get going in about an hour here. But right now, we're going to switch our focus back to the NFL draft. Going to do a couple of different positions today. So you guys got Blake Miller and Jordan Tyson. Would you like to start with a player that I have a highlight of or not a highlight of?
I got to go back and look at the highlight list real quick, Kevin, because I need to make sure. No, not a highlight of. I would
we
like
are
to
not starting with the highlight, Alec. We are starting with Blake Miller.
Why don't you have a Blake Miller highlight?
It's really hard to find highlights of that. I mean, you can. Actually, you know what? I don't know why I'm answering this question. Alex should answer. I didn't find any of these.
There's not going to be a Blake Miller highlight. He's
probably,
an offensive tackle.
You could probably find one. Sometimes there's like huge block by Miller. But it is exceedingly difficult to find offensive line highlights.
The reason I wanted to dive in on Blake Miller was yesterday on CBS Sports. There was a mock draft that had the Cowboys being able to select Blake Miller and also Jamard McCoy, who we discussed yesterday.
Yeah.
So Jamard McCoy would have been your pick at 12, and then Blake Miller would have been your pick at 20. And you were like, hold on, can you see the Cowboys doing that? And the only way I can possibly see it, and I think Alec would agree with me on this, is if there was a way that the Cowboys filled up their linebacking and other cornerback, maybe safety positions with really good talent and free agency, then I can see the Cowboys saying, look, we can go make our offense even better by securing our offensive tackle. Now, how you're going to work with that, that's going to be a different deal. But Blake Miller, Kevin, do you like big men?
You know that I do.
Blake Miller is a 6'6", 315-pound offensive tackle. And that is a very large man right there.
Okay.
Out of Clemson.
Can I ask you a question, Alec a question, then maybe our audience a question? How big of a deal is it? Because you know how we've talked a whole lot about defensive players so far, and that makes a whole lot of sense given the Cowboys' current needs. But with defensive players, obviously we can talk about plenty of production when it comes to that. How big of a deal is it to y'all that Miller is somebody who has made all of the starts in college?
Oh, man, health is important. I mean, you saw your tackle position was a turnstile last year.
54 starts in college.
Yeah.
So, like, pretty much every game.
Yeah. Now, and again, like with Guyton, you're like, okay, how you feeling? And he's like, oh, I got this going on. And that's on top of, Kevin, the uncertainty of his job anyway. Like you don't know what this. It was a bummer that he got hurt in camp.
For sure.
Like that was a big bummer because you were hoping he could get those practice reps. He had kind of missed a little bit of what he needed to do the year before. You were hoping he could get those practice reps and really get things going. And then so you're kind of stuck going, all right, well, what are we going to do is let's patchwork it for a little bit, knowing that you're going to have a Tyron Smith out there for 13 games. before he started doing the 13-game thing, you knew he was going to be consistent.
Right.
Knowing Zach Martin was going to be on the field. Here's what else it helps. It helps the synchronization of your offensive line. Your offensive line, they have to move in unison with what they're doing as their jobs. And that is, if they're pulling, they have to everything has to be timed right. And you watch these slide protections, you watch all these things, the communication's so important. So all of that's a big factor in what you want. So health, Kevin, absolutely important for me.
Just real quick, Alec, how clutch is it for you, especially when it comes to like offensive linemen, that you're like, hey, obviously you want to know their win rates on various things, but also the fact that he's out there and played all of the games.
It matters a lot, and honestly, I think part of it is because of the success that we saw last year here in Dallas with Tyler Booker, but a lot of people saying really high remarks for his character and for his leadership. A great way to lead is by example. He's the type of guy that if he's got his shoulder in a harness because his arm is dangling from his body, he's going to say, yeah, I'm good to go on Sunday. I'm going to play. And he's going to play well because he's got that mentality. And if you've got that mentality, I feel like you can be coached in any other inefficiencies that you have. So I'm like, sign me up if he's got that kind of quality.
Here's the thing I like about Blake Miller, Kevin. I see power whenever I watch this guy. And now that's going to need to be coupled with some good technique. That's going to need to be coupled with a little bit better footwork. But he's got the size, the frame, and the power. Like his hands off the snap pop right in your chest.
Okay.
Sometimes though, his hands get a little drifty, and that causes some.
What do you mean by that?
Sometimes it'll hit the shoulder instead of the chest. It's going to hit the shoulder hard.
Okay.
But maybe you needed to hit.
Yeah, that's not where you want.
Yeah. So sometimes his hand placement's a little bit off, but the power is there. He gets out of his stance really well. He'll create a lot of ground for himself to have space to react. But he's got these real long legs, 6'6", real long legs to step back. His first kick puts him back in really good position as a tackle to take on it, whether it's a bull rush or whether it's going to be one of those guys that's lined up really far out wide. He can get to it because he has the agility to do it. He also has the power to make sure that he's going to keep you off of it. But that big step's a big deal for him. This is what we talk about, communication, talking across the offensive line, those things, his awareness, he sees things. You got to be able to see that pickup blitz. You got to be able to see, we have this alignment set up right now. I got to be able to find this. He's a very intelligent player to go along with. It picks up stunts really well. Like the stunts and the twists, those can be damning for your team if they're going to be able to play those games against your tackles and your inside guys. So that's a really big deal there. And pass blocking, Kevin, that's been a big factor of, like, can we do this or not?
That's been a struggle for this offensive line in general,
especially the tackles, especially our tackles. They've been struggling on the outside. We don't need to get in the Super Bowl, Kevin, and have a Will Campbell moment. You know what I mean? So that's been a big deal. This dude right here, his pass blocking is well above average, and so like that's going to be something now. I'm a little concerned about the run blocking, but we're a pretty good run blocking team, so that's not going to be a big concern for me because he'll get into it, he'll work, he'll learn it. He finishes blocks strong, and that's just something I like the player a lot. I'm not begging for an offensive tackle, but I wanted to watch a couple of offensive tackles to be like, all right, this is a good addition to this team, and I think he would be.
And you like pass block better than run block?
I do like his pass block more right now.
All right, Alec, how we feeling?
I will take the opposite approach here on this guy. I prefer... When I think about translating to the NFL, I think that his run blocking might translate a little bit better than his pass blocking.
Okay.
I think his pass blocking on tape is definitely better, but I think the inefficiencies in his technique are going to cost him more reps in pass blocking in the NFL.
Yeah, you're right.
Because I do think that the pad level is a bit of a concern, the unsteady footwork that you mentioned, Corey, but also what you were talking about with his hands. Like, he's quick with the arms and he's quick with the hands, but a simple chop, a simple twist can easily get him beaten on the outside, so people can get around him. That's what I'm concerned in his pass blocking game in the NFL, is people can get around him with pretty simple moves. I do think that some of the run blocking inefficiencies that you see on tape in college will get cleaned up over time, because he does, like you said, Corey, he has the IQ. He knows what he's seeing in front of him, and I think his quickness to get to the second level is going to really help him in situations like combo blocks, where he's going to be asked to climb up to a linebacker, zone schemes that Clayton Adams loves to run here in Dallas, stuff like that. I think he's just going to get schemed into getting better at certain things in the NFL because of his physical strength and his like football IQ and his intelligence when it comes to the game is really, really strong. So
it's something that flashes, like his intelligence flashes every time you put the tape on for this guy.
Yeah, it honestly does. He's really smart, and he fits what they're trying to do here. There's going to be a lot of things that offensive linemen are going to be asked to do in a Clayton Adams run scheme, and I do think that he has what it takes mentally to do that. I think most of everything else can get cleaned up.
What are early thoughts, either from y'all or from the prognosticators, about where he could fit draft value-wise?
Yeah, I mean, he could go anywhere from like 18 down into the second round. I think he's probably going to go in the first round late, especially if there's a run on tackles early, which it looks like there probably will be a little bit of a run early in this draft. So I think he could go anywhere in that little range right there. But what I really want to do, Kevin, is I want to talk about your highlight guy.
Give me cut number 5 from the Metroplex. It's Jordan Tyson.
1st and 10 from the Texas State 30-yard line. Off play action, Levitt dodges an oncoming rusher, throws downfield to a wide-open receiver, Tyson, and Tyson dives forward into the end zone for a spectacular touchdown of 30 yards.
Now, Jordan Tyson played his high school football around here. He was at Allen as a freshman, sophomore, and senior, and then he played at Frisco Independence as a junior.
I think it was at John Paul for a minute, too. Something I saw there.
I'll look at that.
Yeah, go look that up. Kevin, this is top 10 potential right here for wide receiver. 6'2", 200 pounds. Alec, do you kind of see a CeeDee Lamb frame in this guy?
Yeah, I can definitely see it for sure.
Okay, because CeeDee Lamb, like when we saw him in the lobby, I was like, man, he's taller than he looks on the field. But I guess sometimes when you're standing next to George Pickens, that can make you look a little bit shorter. But yeah, he very athletic, good tracking. I mean, as far as tracking the football, this dude absolutely does that well. I love his acceleration after he catches the ball. He separates so good. Every route you see, every single one of the routes, he separates, uses his hand fakes exceptionally, short yardage especially. Kind of reminds me of Devontae Adams with his head fakes at short yardage passes. He's going to create. All right, I'm sorry, I left this out. I've come up with a nickname for him, and I can't decide. There's 2 nicknames. Either he's the king of separation or he's the king of space. Which one do you want? Because king of space sounds awesome.
I like king of separation, and here's why. Because not only can he create separation on his routes, maybe he can separate defenders from their relationships, because that person is like, you were terrible.
Yeah,
that's it.
He isn't just going to be a little open. Like, this isn't a dude that's just like, hey, it was a tight window. He knows the game. He knows where space is supposed to be, and he does things in the route that create that space. Like he'll do a setup as he's going downfield so that he can come back on a curl, and it confuses them so much. It confuses defenders because whenever they're tracking him, his speed's the same all the time. It's like the same. He can slow you down if he wants to, but because he can break on so many different directions with the same speed, they get lost trying to go because they know he can burn past them. And they don't want that to happen. So now if he cuts in front of them, they were trying to keep up with the speed he already had. So that's a big deal there. I call him the king of separation, the king of space. Catches in stride. His quarterback rating when he was targeted was 111.2. So I feel like that's positive, Kevin.
Yeah.
Whenever you do that. And here's one of the things that I like about him this year. 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns, 12 third-down conversions. This dude wants the rock when it counts the most. But just watching him play, it's like it looks so comfortable and fluid for him at the position. And he's not necessarily the most physical guy. I didn't see him do a lot of physical things. CeeDee Lamb very wiry and kind of makes his way and navigates kind of body. And that's kind of the things that I saw. I'm not saying he's CeeDee Lamb, but he's not George Pickens. If you're going to get this, you might have double CeeDee Lambs on each side.
Well, here's another one as long as we're throwing out lofty comps, which is great from the 940. I'm obsessed with Jordan Tyson. He's identical to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, I love that comp, yeah.
All right.
I feel like St. Brown's, he's got a little more stocky and powerful frame.
Okay.
And I don't feel like Tyson has that same kind of power, but I love the route ability on this guy's amazing.
All right, Alec, it might be impossible for us to convince Corey not for us to go draft Jordan Tyson. What say you?
Yeah, there's a lot to like here, and I think the best way I could pose it to you, Kevin, if we're doing comps, I'll ask you a question. Do you like Terry McLaurin?
I do.
Oh,
You're getting Terry McLaurin.
Dude.
That's what you're getting if you're drafting him. The IQ, the willingness to just be out there, like Corey said, when it matters the most. And just to put it in perspective, we were talking about it with Blake Miller, the offensive tackle. He hurt both of his hamstrings against Texas Tech. He refused to check out of the game and single-handedly won that game.
So he's the opposite of Darren Peterson. I got what you're saying.
Very much so. So, yes, topical. But, yeah, this dude, he's a menace. He wants the ball. He's sudden. He's quick. He can play any receiver position on the field. The only thing that concerns me early, like rookie season, second year, CeeDee Lamb, dumb drops. He'll have a dumb drop every now and then.
Yeah, he had a number of them that were like, how did you leave that many on the field? So that does happen occasionally for him.
All right, so we'll take part of Joel Klatt's draft where he has us getting Caleb Downs at 12. Then he has Jordan Tyson at 20. At 24, sorry.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. So if I tell you we walk out of the first round with Downs and Tyson,
if you did this, if that was to happen, you traded George Pickens from
I would assume.
I'm not necessarily taking a receiver unless Pickens isn't going to be here.
Okay.
And so in my imagination, Kevin, I would take Tyson, and I had already traded Pickens in that scenario.
Okay. Alec?
I don't want to get clipped and people be like, oh, my God.
Yeah. No. I'm with you.
In that scenario.
Alec, the idea of potentially taking Tyson at 20 if you traded Pickens.
Then you won the draft. Like, so many things went wrong for other teams.
Yeah.
So you won the draft if that happened, because I think that's incredible value at both spots.
Yeah, he's dead on right there.
Okay. I love
and we'll
it.
figure out the defense from there. We'll figure it out.
Okay. Man, yeah. Bobby's going to be furious at us about this. He's like, why are you doing this? Hey, we did get Caleb down. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You know, though, 1 downs isn't going to be enough for this defense.
No, you're right. But that's where I start. That's where I start my reclamation.
Yeah, you get 4 downs.
But actually, usually 1 down was enough against this defense.
And somebody texted in, they were like, can't draft Blake Miller. His name's got to be Tyler.
That's right.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like we got closer with the wide receiver. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus more big game prediction market scandals next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your bud.
1023. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Nexo Dallas Open. And come out and see us in Frisco at the Star. Also, note for tomorrow, we already talked about how we're going to have Eric Nadel on starting at 10:20. Tickets for his birthday concert are available right now. You can log on supporting the Grant Halliburton Foundation if you want to get that going right now, and we will talk with Eric Nadel tomorrow.
Did you already buy a bunch of the tickets and you're trying to sell them off, or
no.
jack the prices up on them?
No, I want everyone to buy them for a fair market value so they can help mental health.
Ask him tomorrow, though. Ask him, hey, if I bought an extra 20 tickets and jacked up the price by $10, would that be okay with
That feels like that goes against...
It's his birthday.
Okay,
it's his
true.
birthday benefit.
So you kind of got to go with it. All right, I got
Whatever he says is okay.
Right now, I was going to say everything this guy says is okay, but that's questionable. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it, Kevin. It's time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Raisins. Alec, can I tell you something? People are making their way to the courts because the first match is starting in about 30 minutes. I was really hoping. That's right. I was really hoping a group of people would just stop when I said yeah and yell back yeah. It didn't happen, but I was hoping for it.
You have to yell mock. Then they yell,
King.
Yeah, that's what they remember.
Or Sweet Caroline, and I feel like we'd get a bump.
Yeah, we'll get there at some point. We will get there where the entire Metroplex knows their cue when they hear the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Could we call it the entire Medfordplex?
I like this.
Of course he would like
How have we not come up with this before?
Put it on a T-shirt, management. This is awesome.
Medfordplex.
Dude, actually, that's a really cool name.
This is awesome, yes. You know what?
You're welcome.
I'm getting to work. I'm getting to work after the show today. I'm coming up with merch ideas. I'm coming up maybe a podcast. Who
I was
knows?
about to say, new podcast.
But you just so you know, that's the deal. You have to deal with the dad jokes to get things like that.
You know what? After just weeks and weeks and weeks of wanting to rip my luscious hair out, you have given me something that I can lay my head on my pillow tonight with a smile on my face, knowing that it paid off. Thank you for that.
Hashtag proud.
We'll get to the question of the day here in just a moment, plus another big game prediction market betting scandal. We will get to that here in just a little bit, and how Mark Wahlberg is involved in it.
Oh yeah. No, this is fascinating.
Yeah, this one's interesting. This one's very interesting. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But guys, before we look at the entire slate of holidays today is National Make a Friend Day. So I posed the question to you on Twitter at Alec on the Radio before the show each and every day, Monday through Friday. But I pose it to you right now as well. You are eliminating all of your friends, and you get to have one celebrity as your best friend for the rest of time. Who is it? 877-881-1053. I will let you guys ponder because there are so many different options that you could go with, and we'll look at the rest of the national holidays today because there's a ton. It was hard for me to pick just one to focus in on. I wanted to ask like 3 questions, but I was like, Alec, we don't have enough time for that. We got C-Blog that, needs to be on time and everything. We've got a schedule here, so I don't want to mess up anybody's time. But today is Armed Forces Day, so shout out to all of the servicemen and women out there. Today is also National Guitar Day. So that was hard to avoid.
Like acoustics or electric, does it matter?
Doesn't matter. Any guitar is welcome on National Guitar Day.
I'm going to play the guitar today whenever I get home.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. Just one singular chord. Just so you can do the bare minimum. That's what I'm going to do. I'm telling you right now, I'm not playing a single song. I'm playing one chord and putting it back in the closet.
Which chord?
Probably one of my favorite power chords.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Like, I don't know. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to make it fancy. I'm going to make it fun.
I just let the E.
He didn't care about your answer. He just wanted you to say a
just
joke.
Let the E ride, dude.
Uh-huh.
That's mine.
If only I had a drop of Kendrick saying A minor, that would have been great. It is also Grandmother Achievement Day, so any grandmas who have achieved things, congrats.
Neat.
Yeah.
They gave birth.
That's
or
right.
adopted.
That's right. It is also National Latte Day. It was a big day for me. That's how I started my morning when I got to the studio.
You a latte guy, Kevin?
No, but Alec, can I divert you for just 1 second?
I'm scared.
There are a shocking amount of people here wearing shirts or tops that just say tennis.
Oh.
And
that's cool.
It's just interesting.
I've not noticed that.
Feels like when Rob Lowe wore the NFL hat.
Yes.
Right?
I love it.
Like, it's a little, it's odd.
You know what?
It's fascinating.
Maybe I need to get a last-minute ticket to SmackDown in Dallas on Friday and just wear a shirt that says pro wrestling.
I think you should.
With a period. That's it.
I think you should.
That would be a good bit. I'd have to sit like front row, though, so people would actually see me and be like, what's that weirdo doing?
Yeah.
But yeah, National Latte Day is how we started the day today, and we focus in on National Make a Friend Day. Again, if you missed the question of the day, want to hear from you, Tolos. You have no more friends, but your best friend for the rest of time gets to be one celebrity. Who are you choosing?
You know, I decided to go with Chris Hemsworth.
Ooh.
Dude. I've actually developed a lot more love for the guy after seeing his story about his father. And his father's dementia.
Yeah, I don't know that story.
It's fascinating.
See, we could talk about that. That happened with my dad. We could talk about Cabin in the Woods a lot.
Okay.
He seems super fun. I'm sure there would be plenty of foxy ladies around.
Yes, well, he does have a wife and kids. But,
but still. And
you think they just hang around?
Yeah.
They want to be in the presence?
Yeah, so I think I would pick that.
That's not bad, dude. That's not bad at all. I feel like and the reason
Corey's distracted, Alec.
No,
that's what's
listen,
happening.
I can tell.
I have a lot of options here, and I can't decide. I can't decide exactly which option I want to go with the most. Because Sandler sounds like Adam Sandler. That is sounds like if you're in his friend group, you're in his friend group for life. And his friend group Rolodex is deep, like MJF deep. All right, that's how deep it rolls.
Yeah.
And when I asked him that when we were at the Super Bowl, I loved his answer. Like he broke character to explain how much he loves Adam Sandler. So I feel like that's a significant one right there. And then there's obviously Roger Staubach, just because if you want to be around class, that's the way you do it right there. And then Billy
I'd be
Bob
afraid
Thornton.
he's too classy for me.
Because he's looked at me before and been like, "What are you doing? What are you saying right now?" And then Billy Bob Thornton. But I just want to ride around in his truck and landman with him all the time. Do you think he'd let me do that?
Only if you put a angry ringtone for your wife on your phone.
I really, I'm having fun with that show. I thought it really, Kevin. I told Kevin this, Alec. I thought it was called Landom. And I was just like, is this some show about driving cattle? And now I've learned a lot more since then.
Yeah.
See, I wanted the Rams to make it to the Super Bowl just because, not the Seahawks hate, but because they had a linebacker named Landman. And I was like, dude, the commercials that they could make if they go all the way and win it, oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
It's a match made in heaven. Our video extraordinaire, Aiden, has chimed in. He says that his answer would be Shane Gillis.
Ooh, yeah.
I was telling you yesterday that Bud Light commercial from the Super Bowl, big game, if you will.
That's right.
There's an ad involved.
Yeah.
I thought he had the funniest line because everybody, Post Malone's diving down the hill and they're all tumbling down the hill after that keg. And Shane Gillis is like walking down the hill and he's like, guys, we don't need to do this. There's a trail. And I just thought that's dead on Shane Gillis right there.
And his show Tires is really funny. Season 1, they were like, what if we just said everything?
And they did.
And then in season 2, somebody was like, hey,
let's develop
what
a
if
plot.
we do kind of the same thing but have a structure to it? And they were like, all right, I'm
and
in.
so it got better.
It did get better.
Let's see. From the 229, they say the Dutch speed skater Jutta Leerdam. Wonder why you said that.
she has
a gold medal.
She has added millions of followers since that gold medal, but she's also engaged to Jake Paul, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they don't pay taxes. In Norway, I guess, or America.
That's interesting because
I don't know.
Yeah, she's not American, right? Wasn't
know.
he like
But
going after?
She's Norwegian. Do they tax in Norway?
I do not know much about the Norwegian tax system.
Look this up.
I would assume yes, but that's based on nothing.
If I expected anybody to know about that tax system, it would be you, Kevin. So you're kind of letting me down here.
That's fair.
Those taxes are typically between 40 and 45% of GDP. Yeah, up to 47%. Flat rate of 22 on general income, and Social Security is about 7 to 21.
Look, man, I'm willing to listen if they want to implement a flat tax here in America. I'll listen.
Let's see. From the 972, Kevin Hart would be their celebrity best friend.
Dude, he's fun.
Do you feel like Alec would pick Kevin Hart?
I don't know. I feel like Alec would pick a wrestler.
Oh, I just thought because he'd be Kevin Hart's tall friend.
This is true.
Alec, I never do that.
I feel like I have to do this now. Okay. I have nothing to say, nothing to add on to that. Thanks, Kevin. From the 469, Ryan Reynolds. And then I saw
anymore.
From the 817, Cristiano Ronaldo. He bought his agent his own private island. I like where your head is at.
Wow.
Who can give me the most free stuff?
His agent?
I think I'm out on private islands now.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because they have a stigma. If you're like, I got my own island, they're like, you dirty.
Yeah.
You're like,
what are you doing on that island?
And I watched that movie, Don't Blink Twice, a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I don't want to, I don't even want to entertain that
How can
idea.
you watch a movie and not blink?
That's a great question.
Yeah,
I can't answer that.
That movie kind of feels like it was like if you turned Epstein Island into a movie. That's kind of what it felt like.
It was odd. Great acting, though, I will say that, because it creeped me out for days. Guys, Kalshi is under the spotlight this time as they're one of the super popular prediction markets that have taken the internet by storm. Here, as of late, they obviously were taking some plays on the big game, if you will, and they're one of those that have the super random, odd things that, like prop bets that you can put some money on and predictions on, if you will. And so they had a list of celebrities that would be shown on screen or make an appearance at the big game. And a noted New England Patriots fan, Mark Wahlberg, was one of the people that you could place money on attending the Super Bowl. Well, the reason this is interesting is ESPN reports that more than $24 million was traded on whether or not Mark Wahlberg would attend the Super Bowl in Santa Clara. That amount, according to ESPN, is more than the 31 other celebrities and politicians combined, including 5 times more than President Donald Trump, who is the second most bet on.
That's fascinating.
Oh, my God.
5 times more. So why were so many people predicting whether or not Mark Wahlberg would be at the big game? Ella Wahlberg, Mark's oldest daughter, is a student at Clemson University and a member of a sorority at the university. According to reports, she told somebody close to her at the fraternity at this party that her father was going to attend the game and that he, this friend, and all of his frat brothers should bet on it. So they did. And Kalshi is now holding back those winnings to make sure that there wasn't any foul play going on here. And I would guess that those payouts will not be received.
Wow. Holy moly. Yeah, I had not heard this story.
And what if you already spent all that money, you know? Like, I know they're withholding it, but you got a credit card and you just go out there and start saying, you know what, I'm buying everything out here.
Yeah, I don't...
Don't spend it before you have it.
Yes.
That's what Kevin always says.
Look, man, don't you agree with that philosophy?
Yes.
As of today?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, so that's crazy. See, and just real quick, is that cheating? Or is that gaming the system with the information?
Yeah,
is that like
you
insider
just happen to be in the right place at the right time, unless they were like intentionally going out there to drive that up. That's a different deal.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. In a season of skyrocketing ratings, Super Bowl a little bit down. Next right here on The Fan.
Upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Faith stepping up, throwing it out. Stevenson kicks it off his shoe tops and scores a touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from the Nexo Dallas Open in Frisco at the Star. Matches are going to get going in about 15 minutes, so people have been pouring through here, but what's really cool...
They need to hurry up and get to their seats.
That's probably true.
Y'all need to go right now.
But people have been waving and shouting Tolo and stuff like that.
That's nice to know.
I might be able to get a giant tennis ball that's autographed.
Tolo means turn it on, leave it on.
That's true.
It's a radio term.
That is true.
Actually, that's not a radio term. Tolo's never been a radio term.
Yeah.
We're original.
We invented it.
Yeah.
Right now, courtesy of Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Let's start with ratings for the Super Bowl. They were down, and I know
miserably.
It wasn't too
Could have been the worst ratings ever.
The halftime show was actually down a lot more than the game, which was interesting to me. But so the viewership last year, 127.7 million for the Super Bowl. That was the highest rated Super Bowl ever, which makes sense. You're always getting more people in the country. So logically, you could see how ratings could potentially go up because the Super Bowl is the one thing that doesn't seem to be hurt by the fragmentation of media. It went down to 124.9 million. So still a monster number. And I think we kind of saw the potential for this with the conference championship games coming in soft. But I'm sure the NFL is kind of bummed because their redone deal with Nielsen has led to a lot higher ratings.
I wonder if NBC is sitting there going, man, we just raked in the cash with people having to buy Peacock and all that. You know, because the NBC problem with some like Fubo and some other places, I wonder if they added with the Peacock app this year.
See, they need to, because I heard in the last quarter the Peacock app lost $500 million.
Wow.
So
it's actually, dude, here, I'll tell you, I hated the fact that I had to get it.
Yeah.
Now that I've canceled Fubo, I have it through April, so that's weird. But I did cancel it. I like the Peacock app is really nice. It's a nice app.
And that's the thing about a lot of these apps is they're okay with losing money now with the idea that if you can like partially cannibalize the market, you'll make all of the freaking money in the world. Now, obviously, people have decided to wage a culture war based on the halftime show. I say watch it or don't. Bad Bunny, his average audience was 128.2 million viewers. That was down 5.3 million viewers from last year with Kendrick Lamar, where his halftime show essentially annihilated Drake from existence. But I know there was a lot of buzz about what would happen with that number, and so the Super Bowl was down about 2.4 million viewers. The halftime show down about 5.3 million viewers. Now let's take a look at the next.
I don't even know if they should do a halftime show anymore at this point.
I mean, it feels like it's still working out for them.
Decline.
That's fine. If I could have a property that had ratings declines and still had that number, I would be A-okay with that. Now, next year's Super Bowl halftime show, who do you think is the favorite right now?
I mean, I feel like Taylor Swift's still always in the conversation, but if Travis Kelce's not in it, would she even consider it?
Kyle Yeomans.
Man, that's a good option right there. I really like that. Kevin, I think it's time to go back to an old school band. You know, Aerosmith or Pink Floyd, something like that.
You're not going to like these betting odds then. The favorite is actually Bad Bunny again. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's Ariana Grande.
Oh, yeah, I saw. Yes, I did see that.
Who has famously said that she hates America.
She did say that.
That was
because of the donuts, right? Because the processed food.
You have to make a decision.
She was great and Wicked, though.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Okay.
Then Miley Cyrus. So the first three not necessarily a throwback to some of the bands that you're mentioning.
Not at all. I will
Malone,
say Sabrina Carpenter has. I'm not a huge fan. I did find out Alec is.
Do you think you don't like her music, or do you think she's too sexual?
Yeah, a little bit of too much of that. She's a very good singer, like a phenomenal singer. I just thought sometimes my take is I don't think you need that.
I got you
because you're that good of a singer, but she got the attention. She's a star though. She has a star quality about her that she hit and then all of a sudden just kept taking off.
But I know, you might have been joking, might have been serious, but if you're looking for a throwback, here are the top 7. Ariana Grande, Sabrina Carpenter, Miley Cyrus, Post Malone, Taylor Swift, Harry Styles, and Adele. So at least as of now, those bands are not among the favorites for betting odds. But we'll see how it plays out. Just wanted to throw that out there for you. Now, speaking of betting for next year, somebody has already gone ahead and put a $2,500 bet down that the Bengals will beat the Cowboys in next year's Super Bowl.
Okay.
$2,500. If it wins and it plays out like that, he will win $1.25 million. That
doesn't seem like enough.
It doesn't?
I know it sounds weird, but $2,500 is a lot, and this far out, it seems like the odds should be more ridiculous on that just because of the Cowboys.
You always got to pay the Cowboys tax.
Yeah, I guess so. But that would be amazing. That's a lot of money.
That
is a lot of money.
That is indeed.
A lot of money to pony up for a guy like me. A lot of money to win for a guy like that.
For sure. Now, would you want to buy this ticket stub? There is Tom Brady's personal ticket stub is up on eBay right now from Super Bowl 39. He autographed it and wrote, "Sorry, Andy, Donovan, and T.O."
It's his personal ticket stub?
I don't know why he has it. Pretty sure they didn't make him "Where's your ticket, sir?"
Yeah, I feel like they're going to give him a stack of tickets probably. Hey Tom, you want to invite some people? And he's like, yeah, I got a couple people I'd like to invite. And so, did he get those back? Did he not invite somebody? That he was like, no, I don't even want them there. This is all about me. I'm Tom.
But I think that is a hilarious bit.
That's funny.
I have not seen.
I don't want it though.
Okay.
No, that's not something on my list.
No, you do want it if somebody just gave it to you, because then
I could turn around and sell it for plenty. Yeah.
But for example, Eli Manning has an autographed Topps Chrome card where he drew up the David Tyree play.
Oh, wow.
So the play is on there.
I like.
Yeah,
I think
that is pretty cool.
And the play is it never was supposed to look like that play.
For sure. All right, so CBS Sports put out some bold predictions for the upcoming offseason. I just wanted to throw one at you. What would you think about the prospect of the Buffalo Bills trading for Justin Jefferson?
That would be a blast.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be an absolute blast. As a matter of fact, I think they should go ahead and do that. Now, I don't think the Vikings would do that.
I'm sure you're right.
But that would be Josh Allen does need a receiver like him, somebody who can, because he can throw the ball a ton. And that's something that kind of sometimes is a problem, is he can throw it so far. But with a guy like Justin Jefferson, his ability to track the ball, his ability to grab things out of the sky, he would be a very effective wide receiver, a very effective number one. They would move immediately into contention for. Oh, I wonder how much the new head coach changes that contention. But for me, it would still be number one.
Yeah, we've been thinking about how much it would cost from a draft capital perspective, but it would be super cool to see that. And by the way, somebody said, do you think it's possible that it was his pregnant girlfriend that he didn't invite to the Super Bowl?
Was it Bridget Moynihan at the time?
I don't know. I can't speak to that.
She was in a movie called Serendipity that I really enjoyed with Kate Beckinsale.
Okay,
yeah,
you love that movie.
She was John Cusack's should-be wife, but he was like, I kind of like this other chick more.
Oh, man.
She played the role she lived.
Oh, John Cusack was Tom Brady.
That's fascinating.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to switch things around just a little bit. I got some NFL overreaction or reality for you next, live from the Nexo Dallas Open right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. To go along with that, a couple of other quick NFL notes as play has begun at the Nexo Dallas Open. Dan Quinn said he expects more of Jaden Daniels potentially under center with their new offensive coordinator, David Blau, Metroplex fella right there. And so that will be interesting to see what that looks like. Christian Gonzalez said he does not want to go anywhere. And remember, we talked about the issue with James Pierce and the domestic violence. His partner or former partner, who is a WNBA player, has alerted the courts that she is willing to testify against him.
Oh, wow.
So,
that's significant.
I know, because a lot of times, unfortunately, in domestic issues, and for totally understandable reasons, people do not want to testify, and then it's significantly more difficult to prove your case. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. You could see this Seattle team repeating.
I think that's an overreaction, but it's also a reality because I could see it. Now, if you're going to say they're going to repeat, that's whenever I'm going to have a sterner line on this. But I could see it. But I also understand teams catch up real quickly.
For sure.
Now, the effort that they played with this year is hard to repeat after you've already done it once, too. You have to be very motivated to do it multiple times, especially at this point now. It just seems more difficult. I know the Chiefs kept getting back. They had it built the right way, for sure. But I think they're a well-built, well-constructed, well-rounded team. I need to know what they have that is exceptional other than their defense. Offensively, I think Jackson Smith and Jigba is great, and Sam Darnold did a very good job of not screwing up. I guess that's all you can ask. So you know what? I'm changing it. Reality.
Whoa!
Man, I just talked myself into Sam Darnold being a two-time champion.
Alec, this could be a bitter pill for you to swallow. You can see this Seattle team repeating.
Overreaction. Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot, Kevin.
Hater.
And that's exactly what happened there.
Hater!
I'm going to keep leaning into it. If Corey's going to back out of the bit, I'm just going to lean into it stronger. But no,
okay. All right.
But, like, from a serious football perspective, like Corey said, teams catch up. They're very good at identifying what other teams did well. And they say, hey, how can we do that better? And I think of a team that they're very familiar with having that mentality. The Rams, I think they're going to come back stronger next year. They got the seal of approval from Matt Stafford that he's going to be back. They're another good draft away from being just a dominant force again. Who knows what the heck San Francisco is going to be next year? I just think that the NFC has so many teams that are hanging around the rim that are just a couple of moves away from saying, hey, on paper, we're just as good, if not better than you. So I think it's just going to be tough. I think Seattle's going to be really, really good again. I just think it's going to be tough for them to repeat.
You know, he pointed out teams are really good at picking up on things. Listening to Bobby this morning, he was talking about there was audio from the sideline, from Seattle sideline, where they were like, hey, watch when he gets on his back foot. Once he hits his back foot, he pauses and he waits, and then he makes sure it's open. That's he's going there. You're going to be able to jump one of those routes and get a pick. Like they pick up on these things so fast, dude. And it's not because they're cheating like Michigan did. You know?
Okay, well, you know what? And then I think I might know y'all's answer to this, and I can't remember if I've asked this question before. Overreaction to reality, Sam Darnold will start another Super Bowl in his career.
I think it's an overreaction right now.
Okay. All right. Overreaction to reality. This, once again, you know, I was telling you CBS had their hot take offseason, Justin Jefferson to the Bills. They also said the Cowboys would trade George Pickens to the Broncos. Now, overreaction or reality, because this is the compensation they pitched. You would trade George Pickens for a second-round pick.
No.
Man, that was so fast.
I mean, for one, they already have Cortland Sutton. I believe he's under contract for a minute now, too. So they already have him. I know that's two different receivers, but...
And they still need better weapons.
Yeah. That's just not enough for what George Pickens can produce. He's a number one receiver. Like he's a legitimate number one type receiver for you. He will win one-on-one battles. I don't understand why I would trade him for anything less. His value is too high. So I have my bar set very high, a 1 at the least.
Okay.
But beyond that, man, I think you can get a lot more.
Alec, overreaction to reality for you. You would trade George Pickens for a second-round pick.
You can miss me with any conversation involving trading him that doesn't involve a pick 1 through 32.
I'm with you.
I just can't, because there's no reason for me to look at him and say, yeah, second round player. Like Corey just said, he's a wide receiver 1 in the NFL. The only way I might consider it is if pick number 33 is on the table. I'm like, okay, I get to lead off the second round, or I could use that to move up and get a Caleb Downs or something. That's when I would entertain it. It has to be one of the first 32 picks in this draft, or I'm not even listening to any offers there, because I've already got his rights with the franchise tag. I'd rather just keep him than undervalue his market.
You know what's really interesting about that? Since you just mentioned that pick, Alec, we're projecting a lot, but let's have a little fun with this. Let's say somebody did give you a number 1 pick for George Pickens in this draft. You could try to make a push to trade pick 20 for pick 33 and 44 from the Jets. And so then you would still have 2 firsts, but now you would also have 2 seconds, including the first pick in the second round.
What if I got number 21? Would I want to trade the 21st pick for the?
Yeah.
What if I got pick 19?
I think that would be about the range.
18?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So I'm going to draw the line at 19, 20, and 21. Yeah, if you made the trade with Carolina or Pittsburgh, I think you could figure out a way to make it happen. All right, overreaction or reality. Kenneth Walker made himself a crap ton of money in the playoffs.
What is his contract like
He's
right
up
now? He's up for contract.
That was the end of his rookie deal.
Yeah, if I'm Seattle, you're my hero. You're my running back for the next 5 years. Thanks for getting us a Super Bowl.
Okay, so you will pay, because usually the theory is you don't pay for the pass, but in this instance, special circumstance.
I know what the player is. It was the biggest moment, and he was like, "I'm here, guys."
Yeah,
and his teammate, Zach Charbonnet, he was like, "That's my brother. He's hurt," and so Kenneth Walker, when he got hurt, he's like, "I just have to play harder," and he did. And so, yeah, I absolutely am like, go ahead and cash that check, buddy. Congratulations.
By the way, I know people are concerned about what would happen to the team, but if you're George Pickens and you hold out and don't sign the franchise tag, the whole process just carries over to the next year. So that's a loser. You have to show up.
You have to hold out the whole season?
Yeah, no, you have to show up by, I don't remember what week you have to show up by to get credit for a season counted.
Oh yeah, because you lose those checks too.
Exactly.
So and then players don't want to do that. I will say this though, man, it is terrifying thinking that Jerry and Steven have to renegotiate with Mulligetta, and knowing that all of this mess just happened. And that dude, historically, he doesn't have a single player that's ever played on the franchise tag for one. And then on top of that, he gets them money.
Look, I go back to it. Don't let your money get mad. Nope. And I think that's what Mulligetta was like, hey, I won. Mm-hmm. And maybe the Cowboys think they won,
but
too.
He also knows I will do every tactic it takes in order to ensure that my next client gets the most money from me.
As he should,
yes,
right?
Absolutely. That's what you pay him for.
Alec, Kenneth Walker made himself a crap ton of money in the playoffs.
That's an easy reality because he showed, like Corey mentioned, in the big moments, he shows up the most. He's got a Super Bowl MVP, a Super Bowl championship to go on his ledger, and I don't think it was any coincidence that literally the day after he scored 3 touchdowns in that playoff game, he switched agencies to David Cantor and Aura Sports Group. So that was there's probably somebody out there that can do a little bit more justice for my wallet because I'm going off right now. that level of self-awareness is impressive to me because he is everything that you could have imagined and more. And I just think about Corey's text during the Super Bowl to us where it was like, hey, those 84 of the toughest yards you've ever seen. Yeah, remember when I said that, I meant that in the first quarter. Like, this
first
dude,
quarter and a half.
He is a game wrecker at this point. He's going to be so rich.
NFL overreaction or reality, if you want to make the playoffs, all you have to do is be good at scoring defense. So 8 of the top 10 scoring defenses made the playoffs, and guess where Seattle was? They were number 1.
And you know what, Kevin? One of the reasons they also were able to score points.
That's
true. Because their offense put them in position for that this year, too. I'd say it's a well-rounded team. Their offense was really good, too. I'm not trying to discount their offense. Their defense was so good that their offense was able to be like, oh, no, we don't have to do too much. But whenever your offense doesn't have to do that and they can just play their plan, they don't have to take too many risks, then the risks that they do take are going to be higher percentage shots downfield to an open Jackson Smith-Njigba for touchdowns and points. So what's going to end up happening is your opponent is trying to catch up. They're trying to catch up to you. Now your defense can pin their ears back and get after the quarterback, create these things, create these turnovers, and then keep that score low.
Right, absolutely. Alec, what about you?
Yeah, I'd say reality because the NFL is so focused on offense right now that if you can figure out how to force these guys to make mistakes, then you're probably in good shape. And I'm intrigued really to see what direction it takes in terms of the coaching cycles going forward. Is it going to be the hotshot defensive coordinators that get more looks now because you saw it this offseason with Jesse Minter getting a big opportunity? I wonder if that's going to be the trend if you see some of these defensive-minded teams winning Super Bowls and everybody's kind of like, hey, scoring points on the other side of the ball and stopping people from scoring points, that's kind of important to the game too. Maybe we should try that.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Dolphins and Cardinals are going to face challenges in unloading Tua and Kyler Murray.
Oh, absolutely. Because neither quarterback has lived up to what their draft position was for one. They've required a lot of money already in those contracts that they signed. So I think,
and that's why I think it's going to be. Sorry, Corey. That's why I think it's going to be tough. Maybe is because those teams, even with a restructure, are going to be like, "Hey, we got to eat all that money," and the other team's going to be like, "Well, that's not my fault."
Yeah, exactly. And so that's going to be problematic. And somebody's got to buy into, somebody that has that amount of money to be able to do that has got to buy into, I think I can change him. And like that's the only thing. Hey, we can make him the next Sam Darnold. And that's what they would probably pitch if they really wanted the guy. They would go pitch that to their owner. We'll make him the next Sam Darnold. But you got to believe that you can do that, and you got to know that you can do that. And on top of that, the player has to be willing to buy into that too. I'm willing to change. Some of the things didn't work out for me. That's not why I'm with my original team. And now I got to make some moves.
Alec, what say you?
Overreaction. Kyle Shanahan's going to trade for one of these bums and turn him into a starting NFL quarterback again. That's just what he does. I do think, in all seriousness, that teams get desperate and they get locked in on the idea that the talent is in there somewhere. There's a reason they were highly touted. There was a reason that they were highly sought after coming out of college, in Kyler's case especially. I do think that there's going to be at least a couple teams out there that are like, look, the finances suck. We're going to meet you in the middle, and we're going to make something work because we really do think that there's something left there. It happens at least once with these guys that were highly drafted, and it works sometimes. You see Baker Mayfield succeeding now. I think recency bias is going to kick in, and people are going to be like, hey, just a few short years ago, they were really, really good. Let's give them another chance.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Nexo Dallas Open. Play has begun, so we should just talk to the tournament director, Peter Lebedev's next right here on The Fan.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger.
time experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Nexo Dallas Open. Play has begun. I feel like they set these TVs up just for us.
Yep.
But we can ask about that with Tournament Director Peter Lebedevs. How are you today?
I'm doing well. We've got the matches on and people playing tennis and fans coming in the door, so it's a good start to the day.
And I feel like I followed your off-air advice of just saying your last name really quickly, and then it would just sound right.
Yep. You did good. You did very good. Good approach.
Okay, perfect. How important is the inside setup you guys have with the different vendors and the bracket setup and the schedule setup as well as the TVs?
Oh, well, the idea is that this area is open to the public. You don't have to have a ticket to come in here. So we want to have people come in here, see the tennis, maybe get inspired to go buy a ticket. So everybody in the Star District is welcome to come in here. So that's great for the vendors, more people coming through the door. 6,000 people per session is the seating capacity. So that's the idea. And so we need to make it as inviting as we can. So having both courts being there so you can watch the tennis, you can see all the scores. So that's the idea, is to make it inviting for everybody to come by and get inspired to play tennis.
Yeah, and Kevin, and for those that are looking, you can get some Kendra Scott, you can get some Hugo Boss. They also have some wine from Dow Vineyards. We have Casamigos, Ciroc.
Do you feel like the wine and the Kendra Scott puts a little pressure on you with Valentine's Day coming up?
That's a smart decision. That's a smart decision. If you're out in the middle of the day today or later this afternoon, swing on by, get yourself a drink, get some jewelry, and you're ready to rock, and then go watch some tennis.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, open to the public. I think it's super cool. We've seen people kind of positioning up and going to the vendors and everything. You mentioned the 6,100 people per section of the tournament. How did you guys come up with that idea? Because we were talking off air, you could theoretically have more seats, but how did we determine this was the right spot?
The idea is, as a ATP 500, you have to have 6,000 seats in there. So we wanted to obviously meet those requirements, make it a larger tournament than we were before, but also keep that intimate atmosphere. So the worst seat here is about 58 feet away from the court. So the worst seat is that close. So you feel like you're on top with the athlete, and that's, when you're that close to the athlete in tennis and seeing the way they move and how fast they are and how long they go, it really makes people appreciate the athleticism. And then on top of it, you've got to have 4 practice courts out the back so that people can be close there, so they're watching practice, they're watching the players, and just keeping that intimate atmosphere, because that's what everybody wants when you're watching sports, period, that up-close feel.
And I think if anybody has been to the Ford Center before, they understand, it's not the most massive venue where you're like, I can't really see what's going on.
Absolutely. You can see everything.
That.
You're pretty close. I am fascinated, though, did Jerry have an idea that something like this would take place whenever he was building the Star?
Look, I don't know if he had an idea when it all first started, but it was something that, we sort of heard through people that's one of the things they didn't have here was tennis, and that, Mr. Jones was sort of interested and intrigued, and that gave us the opportunity to then apply for a 500 upgrade with the ATP. So I'll say he had that in the back of his mind to see more sports and more things come up to, Frisco Sports City, USA. So.
Can you expand just a little bit, because you've talked about it because we get new listeners all the time, the ATP 500. Can you walk us through why that is an important distinction, obviously, for this tournament?
What it means is the winner gets 500 points for their ranking. That's all those numbers mean, but there's only 16 of those in the world, and 2 years ago we applied, 17 people applied, and only 3 cities got chosen. So that guarantees us players at a higher level. There's only 2 500s in the world this week, so about 64 jobs on the ATP Tour, so you're always going to get those top guys coming in. So for us, we've got Grigor Dimitrov, Fokina. We were supposed to have Casper Ruud, but his wife had a baby a couple of days before, and he's like, hey, I can't leave my wife then.
That's a pretty good excuse, though.
Exactly. Out of all, as I said, of all the guys who ever pulled out in all the years doing this, that's the one that 100% everybody goes, I got it. Not a problem. He's coming back next year. He said, I didn't want to miss it, so I can guarantee I'll be back. So that's what getting the 500 means. There's more prize money for the guys, so that incentivizes them. But because there's so few of these and the points are so much, we get a much stronger field than we've ever had at the other levels.
What is the current Texas tennis scene like? Because if you go back, Dallas and Houston and this area used to be really hot for tennis. Then it feels like maybe there was a little bit of a dry spell, if that's okay to say. Where would you put that?
Look, Dallas is an amazing tennis market. I'd heard about it before, and when we brought our tour level event back the amount of stories I had, oh my gosh, back in the days at Moody Coliseum, because professional tennis started at Moody Coliseum with, back in the day with Lamar Hunt. That is the beginning of the ATP. So the amount of stories I heard, and we sold out of our boxes at SMU within 30 days, and that was 6 months before the tournament. They didn't know who was coming, but they really wanted, they wanted to be a part of it, and that's what's been so successful. I've been surprised. I'd heard about it, like I mentioned, but I was surprised. Everybody loves tennis up here. The amount of people that can come and tell me stories about previous times, and then even when John McEnroe was here last week playing the Baker Tilly All-American Classic, he said, I played Moody. He said they went to Reunion Arena, and part of that, the Reunion Arena, he said, was it got a little too big. And so that's when I said to him, he said, this feels like big enough, but small enough. I know that sounds weird to say, but so even he made that comment of, he loved his time here in Dallas. So Dallas is a very, very, in Texas period, is a great tennis state. And so when we brought it back at this level, everybody was pumped.
I'm kind of fascinated, just the view that we've had here today. There's obviously doing sports radio, we talk a lot of football and baseball. There's a massive male audience. There's a massive female audience in this place today. Is that seen consistently?
It is. Today is also TCD, which is Tennis Competitors of Dallas Day, it's a ladies' league that bought tickets, and we took Ben Shelton up to quarterback corner and got to meet Ben. Nice. So that's why you probably saw so many coming through at that time. But it is, and look, this time of the day, a lot of the guys are at work, and so the mums are out able to, kids are at school, come and see a bit of tennis. So today you'll definitely see more of the ladies, but at night it's a mix. Tennis is one of the sports that the mix between the fans. It's only slightly skews towards the ladies, but it's one of the most sort of 50-50 viewership of sports.
And another thing about the makeup of the audience, I think for some people maybe on the outside, they might view tennis as sometimes kind of an elitist sport. And I really love tennis, but it feels like a lot of times people might just focus in on the majors and they see the crowd and, the princess is there, and they're like, I could never go to one of these. Do you think that's a fair idea of what the tennis audience is made up of?
I think it definitely used to be. I mean, as promoters, all of us sit there and try and say, how do we get that younger new fan? That's where you see we've got the influencers, we've got all the specialty drinks, we've got the other things that we're trying to add here.
And us?
Yes, exactly. That you guys are standing here. I mean, we had the lady come up and just start talking to you and asking you questions a few seconds ago. So it's all about trying to get that new fan. We had that old stigma, but tennis is definitely getting newer and younger. When you've got guys like Taylor Fritz and Tommy Paul who, they have very... their partners are influencers, so that helps our sport as well. And also with the big three leaving, Roger Ruffer and Andy Murray and those guys, there's this new group of guys coming up. So that also helps the younger fans coming through because those guys have been dominating so long. The older people knew them, and that's part of it.
Is there...
Our morning show, we had John Isner on the station. Yep. He was phenomenal. He's always great.
Yes.
But our morning show host, Sean Sharif, he's a state champion up in Maryland.
Yeah.
And we were wondering if there maybe next go round we could get Sean in like a friendly or something.
He isn't volunteered for this. We're volunteering
him for this. So
I love that volunteering him for. That's my kind of style of things. Hey, by the way, this is what you're doing. Yeah, get him out there with Johnny Boy.
Yes.
And I always say that the hardest thing to do in sports, and everybody says hitting a baseball, but to try and return John Isner's serve at 140 miles an hour that is moving, 25 to 30 feet away from you lifting off, that's the hardest thing. If John drops a bomb, good luck.
It's like those long arms. It's like a pitcher in baseball that's long arms.
Sure.
Those long arms are the direction that looks different.
Look, I'm with you. I
angles.
tried a few different times to return serves at 90 miles an hour, and you're talking about another 50 miles an hour on top of that, and I was like, good night. This is coming so freaking fast. I can't fathom having to do that.
Well, you've got less than half a second to say that the ball's going to be to your left, to your right, and move to it. And that's why going down to the practice courts, because all of our practice courts are here, and stand behind them. I tell people, stand behind it and see if you can do it. And that's when people go, wow, that's how fast these guys move. That's how fast the ball is coming. That gives you a great perspective of it.
And you have the access, you said, to those practice courts. I love that.
Yeah,
it's like spring training.
Yeah,
exactly. And these are the guys that are out there. And so you're what is it? I guess it's 21 feet from the baseline when you're out there watching that. The boss has their store down there, so you can grab a little merch and then watch the guys practice. It's really good for the average fan to see that and get that feeling. Okay, now I got it.
it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I love that. Now, we got Peter Lebedevs right here with us on 105.3 The Fan. You might not be able to answer this question because you're supposed to be unbiased and whatnot, but when you talk about the void of the big three, and obviously Djokovic, he's still got something, clearly.
He's brilliant. He's motivated.
But like, you wonder how much longer he can do it, but I don't want him to yell at me, so I'm not wondering that. Are there any particular group of players or player or two here that you're like, watch this guy because he's about to move up in the world?
Well, look, there's Ben Shelton, the young American. He is ready to just pop. I mean, he's a physical specimen, and he's getting better. He's really hasn't played much tennis compared to most of these other guys out there. Taylor Fritz is still one of the strongest. I mean, Taylor's been the top American for the last 4 years. He's only 27. He's still got plenty of time left. So those are the two guys, as well as Francis Tiafoe. These are the names from the American crew that are out there right now. But one that's also here is Seb Korda, who he's been playing mostly in Europe, been hurt. His father was a Grand Slam champion, and his sister's the number one player on the LPGA. So I think those guys have got a chance to come up and win a major and really do well. So we're excited for these guys to be here and sort of say, hey, I saw you before, I remember when, and then when they do something great. But those guys, keep an eye on them because they're knocking on that door.
What a wild family right there. His dad won a Grand Slam, and then you're like, oh yeah, and his sister, she's the number one LPGA. No big deal, or anything
is
like that.
9 days? Is that a long time? Or is that that's pretty particular? Typical.
We don't get a fortnight.
No, that's a standard. Look, it's the first 2 days of qualifying, and then it's the 7 days of competition. These guys, the thing about tennis, these guys are traveling from all over the world. Like, we have Tommy Paul, who's playing right now. He just played Davis Cup indoor red clay in Hungary, finished that match, and so then he had to get here. And, that's a, 8-hour time difference. These guys, what they do, traveling the zones like that, and hey, you got to come out and play. Tennis is very, very tough on them. So a week is good, and that way they've got a day off. We're able to start Tommy on Wednesday instead of having to start Monday or Tuesday. So that's what it is. Now, once they get to Friday, it's every day that they go.
Now, you just mentioned, is Ben Shelton maybe going to play some doubles today?
He's playing some doubles today, and he's playing with Alex Kovacevic. And the funny thing about that is, I don't know if anybody looked online, his original partner got hurt, so he put it out there, hey, anybody want to be my partner? He got a few 100,000, hey, I'll be your partner for this event.
Yeah, that's what we should have had Sean do. Oh, man.
A few 100,000. That's
it is, and he chose COVID to do it with him because they played good, because I would have had to give Sean a wild card to get in there. But, it's great to have him playing doubles as well, because he likes, for the players, they get a little bit more court time on the center, having a fun time like that, playing with their friends, and anytime they can do that, get better, timing under their feet of the court and all that sort of stuff. So it's great for us. Anytime we can have those top players playing more so the fans can see them more often, it's terrific.
We should point out that Sean was a mixed doubles state champion, and the female.
We kind of think his partner might have carried him. I think he has said that himself. His partner might have carried him.
Well, all great doubles teams is the guy that chooses the right partner, or the girl that chooses the right partner. That's what it is. I'm all about that. Choose the right partner.
Now, what would you say? I know we talked a lot towards maybe kind of tennis fans to see some of the up-and-coming players. What would you say to people in the Metroplex who maybe they're tennis fans, maybe they're not, why they should come out and check this event out?
Well, it's because of like the Fan Village here. You've got these activations. You've got the the Nexo thing. You can sign a TV camera like they do at all their sports events. You can get that, which is so cool. You can find out how hard you can hit a tennis ball. Here we got the fast serve contest, and then
I was wondering what people were doing.
I've been watching
there
them all day. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, check out if you guys want to go in there. You may not like the number you see up there. It's a whole lot harder to get that triple digits. So we have that, and then look, we've got some crowds in the faces here. We had the kicker, Aubrey was here the other day.
Yeah.
And we've got a couple other people. We've got Fergus coming out in a few days. So we've also got the stars coming out here to be a part of these things. So we've got all of that extra stuff. And like last night was boss night, so everybody got a Taylor Fritz headband when you walked in there and got upgraded in the seat. So there's all those fun things that are going on the whole time. So, you don't have to love tennis to have a great time out here. That's the key, and that's what we're trying to create. as all great sporting events are trying to do, more than just the event itself.
Yeah, Kevin, just looking around, just this spot specifically, this is an influencer's dream. Like these little places right here, I see
good lighting
floating around.
Yeah.
The lighting, those little boxes you got set up, it's really cool.
Could we go with the slogan, if it's good enough for Cowboys Pro Bowlers, it's good enough for you?
Yeah, I like that.
I like that one.
All right, I will let you use that
You
in
might have to pay Jerry
exchange.
some royalties
That's true.
on that,
If
though.
there's any way, I think the giant autographed tennis ball is the coolest thing that they do in all of tennis. I know you said to sign the camera, but whoever came up with the giant tennis ball to autograph is a genius.
Yeah, look, I tell you what, you see the kids down there, they get that giant Dunlop ball and they run down there, and it's just all about singing. It's funny, it's one of our staff members. She said, "Oh, don't we just get one?" I said, "No, the whole thing about tennis, we'll get 20 signatures on there, and look at all the guys that got it. It's really good." We had Kids Day this weekend by the DTA, Dallas Tennis Association, and we had the kids at the back of it, and they found a new place to capture the guys as they walk off practice.
Really?
So they're dropping balls down, guys are throwing it back up. It was fun to watch that happen.
I love it, and I love that you have us out here, and then tomorrow, GBag Nation is going to be right at Sidecar Social.
Nice.
So they're going to be out here as well. Peter, thank you very, very much for the time, good sir.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. There you go. Peter Lebedev's right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are the KNC Masterpiece, and if you're familiar with the show, which honestly, hopefully you should be by now, you know that we're going to keep it going with the content because it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they not at the Dallas Open?
Do you think that like somebody that was a guest on our show gets up and starts walking off, and then you say, "It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot"? Do you think they're like, "Oh no, is that me?" Or do you think they're like, "Oh, I'm not included in that, otherwise they'd have kept me around"?
That could be viewed as hurtful. That I'm hoping that you explained, hey, we're not going to break. Which,
I did tell him that, yes.
By the way, is
but I didn't say anything about My Buddy's an Idiot. So.
See, look, it's a twofold situation. It's weird, and we ran into this at the Super Bowl when we've completed the interview, but we don't go to break because people are politely just waiting, and I'm like, hey, we got 20 more minutes, so I know you got stuff to do, and the tournament play has started for the day, so he's got to go. But I didn't think about the My Buddy's an Idiot part. That's not meant to be.
We did that to Adrian during Peace-a-thon this year.
Yeah.
When we were done talking to her and we just turned our attention.
Yeah.
And she was like, "What's happening?" And I was like, "Look, you just got to get with it. All right.
Yeah.
You've been watching me do radio for years. What's going on here?"
Yeah. Not meant to be inflammatory towards those people whatsoever. But you know what? Perhaps we will do a better job stacking the show.
Or not.
Future.
Who knows?
Okay.
Who knows?
All right. So we got to start. My Buddy's an Idiot with this. You know what, Alec? Let's go ahead. Give me cut number 6, will you please? Because Seattle, they did football right, but now they're screwing people over.
3rd and 5. He's trying to step up. He lost the football. It's free, and Seattle has recovered.
Now, they won the Super Bowl. Hooray! Good news for everybody, except for kids that want to go to the parade, because the parade for the Seahawks...
It's happening right now.
It starts in 19 minutes?
Looks like it's going on. Like Sam Darnold's holding up the trophy.
Oh, okay. Well, let's freaking go.
AJ Barner said, first, we did not care. Second, we still don't care. So
the celebration started at noon, and then the parade starts at 1 o'clock. Seattle Public Schools said, blanket statement, they are remaining open, and there are no excused absences for going to the parade.
Okay. But you can create an excused absence, right?
Like a
dentist, cough. Yeah.
Goodness.
Well, I mean, you need the doc. Yeah, you take them to the doctor. Maybe you have somebody in your family that's a doctor, and you call them and say, "Hey, can I get a note?" I think that's illegal. But you never know. There's some crooked doctors out there, I bet.
Or maybe do you just miss a day of school, and that's fine.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Did you have perfect attendance in school?
I did. That was my mom's decision.
Did you ever miss a day and have a doctor's note?
No. My mom did not believe in that.
Okay.
So what would happen was they took attendance at 10 o'clock, and if I was sick, she was like, I'll set up a doctor's appointment after 10.
But you're there.
No, I had to be there. She'd not give a damn about me passing illness along to anybody else. I always joke that if I got a leg cut off, she'd be like, you got another leg.
Just
Get
wait
to
till
school.
10 o'clock and we'll get you to the doctor.
Absolutely.
Put some pressure on that thing. Wrap a tourniquet around it.
She was not here for us missing school.
I understand, like, you can still have an excused absence, and what's that going to hurt, really, honestly? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Unless you're one of those kids that maybe you've had too many this year. Maybe you did get COVID or flu and you were out a little too long, and then now all of a sudden you're sitting in a situation where you can't have another one. Otherwise, the truancy officers are coming after you, Kevin. And you don't want truancy officers coming after you because that could be a real problem.
Can I tell you a story about that? So, Jess works at a school and as a teacher, and Noah's currently attending that school in the pre-K 3.
Oh no!
He has missed several days because she's working part-time, and he'll stay home when she stays home. Yeah, we got a letter, and I was like, seriously? Because our 3-year-old is missing pre-K 3? You realize this is like a voluntary program, right? Like, we are the ones who sought this out. And so
I like the aggressive nature of the school.
I think we're going to be okay now, but they're trying to get after us.
Does Noah ever get sent out in the hallway and Jess is walking by and she's like, what are you doing out here?
Not as far as I know.
Okay.
I don't believe they've sheltered me from these things, but I guess it's possible.
Yeah, I don't think my dad knew whenever I got sent out and my mom caught me.
You know what I'm a little worried about? I'm a little worried that my son might be a snitch.
Why are you whispering?
Because that's a good point. Yeah. I'm a little worried my son might be a snitch.
Oh, okay.
Because the other day they were coloring and he's like, Miss Roscoe, Stephanie is not coloring in the lines. And he definitely has some of that OCD vibe where you can see when he really puts effort into something and when he doesn't. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, come on. And the teacher was like, everybody likes to color in their own ways, which I felt like was a nice way of her being like, don't be a snitch.
Well, I appreciate that, Kevin, for one. Yeah, then don't be a she should have just said it, though. She should have been, don't be a snitch. Snitches get stitches.
I don't know if he knows that word.
Stitches or snitches?
Probably either.
That being said, father-in-law he has a master's in art. Okay.
Oh.
He ran a company. He's got a master's in art at UNT. And one day, Carter is coloring, and Carter's coloring outside the lines. And I was like, hey, let's try and keep it in the lines. And he goes, don't do that. Don't break his spirit. Artists should be free. And I was like, oh, wow. So that's when I stopped caring about coloring in the lines.
Okay. All right.
I think also like some Subaru commercial told me to not worry about that.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I do remember that commercial. Now, this question is for y'all because this is up for debate. Is the Athletic idiots because they did their season-ending power rankings and they put New England 3 and the Rams 2, and they wrote for the Rams the real runners-up.
Oh, really?
Is the Athletic an idiot for saying that the Rams are the real runners-up, or you saw the games?
Yeah,
I feel like that's right.
It wasn't billed the same way the Cowboys-Niners was, but we all agreed. Like, we thought that was going to be it. I still think if Bo Nix hadn't got hurt, I don't know necessarily that it's a different game, like a different Super Bowl, but I think they're in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And so I think that it might have definitely been a different game at that point. But yeah, the Rams,
the Broncos were 4.
I would consider the Rams the real runner-up in this situation. This is weird. This is weird because how often do we see that where the third-place team was the second-place team, but they get bumped down for it?
Okay.
I feel like there's some sports you see that in.
I will have to think about that. Like, you know what's really funny? If you go back to when I was watching that Miracle documentary on Netflix about the 1980 hockey team, it wasn't necessarily a tournament as much as it was a continuation of round robin. And so when they had to beat, was it Sweden or Finland?
Yes.
But like, I think Russia still took the silver medal, even though they had already lost the United States because of the nature of the flow.
That's what it's all about, is nature.
All right, so maybe not an idiot there. This one hurts me a little bit. Is Gee Whiz an idiot? The mascot for the Washington Wizards said he is planning on suing Jackson Hayes, over the shove that got Jackson Hayes suspended for 1 day. But the attorney he's using, Joaquin McCoy, is the same attorney who represented the ex-girlfriend of Hayes in her domestic violence lawsuit.
Oh.
And so he's like, I'm going to go use that one guy who went after him because of the domestic violence thing, which obviously that is very serious, not a joking manner.
I honestly, Kevin, I don't think that he went and found that lawyer.
You think that lawyer found him?
I think that lawyer saw that and was like, hey, let's build a case.
Okay.
And obviously, like, there's a couple of, interesting situation. I think that. I can't confirm that. I don't know that. That's just what I think would be the situation there.
Okay. All right. That is interesting.
But if I don't know, dude, does he have a true history of this, or like? And that might be another conversation.
I mean, that is a fair point. From the 682, am I the idiot? I accepted a bet payoff and had to listen to the other sports station for a week. It was the worst week of my life.
I'm so sorry for you.
Yeah.
So, do you know how that could have affected our week? Do they even know that? Don't put those kind of bets out there.
Oh, I thought you were going to say if they were a woman or a minority that continually got run down by that station. But, okay, I hear what you're saying.
Listen, here's what I'll say. And Mike always said, if you say listen before you start talking, people are like, oh, I need to listen to this. Listen, we're glad you're back.
Yes.
We're sorry that you had to go through that, and glad that you're back in the fold. And now, for that, you need to find one friend that needs to listen to this station for 1 week. Because what's going to happen, Kevin?
Oh.
They're going to listen to our show for 1 week, and they're going to go, I'm hooked.
I like that.
I can't do anything else. I must listen to the KNC Masterpiece. So, for leaving for 1 week, please ask one friend to listen with you.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Man, I like that. That's a good deal right there.
It's a simple deal.
All right.
I didn't ask much of you.
Okay. And we were going to bring this up yesterday. Didn't get to it. Is Darren Peterson an idiot? For a lot of people, supposed number one pick in the upcoming draft. We talked a lot about the big three with him, with DeBonsa, and with Boozer. And then if you want to expand it out, we've talked about a couple of different point guards, including, did you see Mike Hell the other night dropping 40-plus points? Love to see that. But
listen, I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Tolo's out there. If you like college basketball, you need to follow Kevin on Twitter right now, @OThankKevin, and just be involved with him because this dude loves college basketball.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Him and Kingston Flemings. We said, you want to look out for potentially the Mavericks' next point guard?
Dude, didn't he have some fun with DeBonsa recently when they were playing a game? The Kingston Flemings, they played each other, right? And somehow Flemings got into their huddle and was over in their huddle, and everybody was like, oh, no, this isn't good. And then he walked off laughing, and everybody else was laughing, too.
It's a good bit. Which means likable.
Yeah.
So for Darren Peterson, he's missed a variety of games this year and has people like me questioning whether or not he was soft. So he had the opportunity for his Jordan flu game against Arizona on Monday night. So he told Bill Self, I guess in warm-ups, that he wasn't feeling well, like out of nowhere. And Bill Self's like, well, we're not going to half-ass it. Like, you're going to play or you're not going to play. And he's like, oh, yeah, I think I shouldn't play. And go check out what the Texas Tech fans chanted at him. It's not a safe.
Rude people, huh? In Lubbock?
Yes, yeah. It is not a safe for radio.
TCU
term.
folk would never treat people that way.
Oh yes, never. That were chanting that at him. So my question is Darren Peterson an idiot, or is he just soft, or does he just know he's going to be a top 3 pick, maybe number 1, no matter what?
That definitely probably has something to do with it. He probably is riding the high off of hitting that shot the other day too. The big one, the big 3 that he hit. I do wonder this,
he's a really great player.
As you said, though, there's already been questions about this.
Yep.
There's already been questions. Yep. Kevin, the last person I heard, does he love basketball, was Ben Simmons.
Whoops.
That was, and everybody was like, undeniable talent. That dude is trying to be on the pro fishing tour right now. Because he likes, and look, there's no problem with not liking the sport you're great at.
Right.
Like tons of people don't. But like, I don't love to hear that in some way. You have all this skill, all this talent. Obviously, you use your talent to use the platform for whatever it is. Like, those are the goals. But if you don't love the game, I don't think teams can really invest in you, and that right there could be a definite sign that he's going to be asked that question a lot whenever it's time for their draft.
Now, this is another tricky one. Who's to blame? Are the Golden State Warriors idiots because someone around Jonathan Kuminga was reportedly talked to for taking too much food from the Warriors' family room? Look, very NCAA-ish of them. So Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors probably should have parted ways like a couple of different years ago. But this report came out from Anthony Slater. He knew management wanted to ding him for missing a team-requested event and alert him that someone around him was taking too much food from the family room. The gripes between a player and an organization continue or super petty.
Okay, hold on. Who was mad about the food? The organization?
The organization.
It's like the catering company was like, they just keep bringing bags in.
I think the thought is...
and loading it up like grandma. They just wrap up the rolls and throw it in their purse.
I think the thought is that the team was mad at Kuminga for missing another function, and they were like, oh, yeah, and your family was eating too much
Start
food.
nitpicking at things.
Yes,
you start,
yes.
Okay, all right, we're going to find reasons to be upset with you.
A little bit.
And like any other player, we're fine with it because they're performing for us and doing all these things. If you're not going to do this, we're gonna go ahead and blast your character and your family's character on the way out the door.
I mean, a little bit. And I think you see why they should have parted several years ago.
How much is okay to take, though? Like, because, Kevin, sometimes we get to go to the suite,
yeah,
and we get to hang out, and we'll leave, and there's still food there, and I'm like, I feel like I need to get a box. Sometimes they do offer boxes, but I'm like, I feel like I need to get a box. Do I just take a hot dog? Or do I need to take all the rest of the hot dogs?
And that's what I usually think, unless somebody literally tells me you need to take this. I think just take something I can carry out the door. You know what I'm saying?
Snack on the way out to the car.
Exactly, exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from the Nexo Dallas Open. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, I think I'm going to get you and Alec an opportunity to go to the World Series.
Oh.
Plus, who's the person who made you feel at home even though you weren't part of the family? We'll do it next in the Fan.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Nexo Dallas Open, where we already got to talk to the tournament director about 40 minutes ago. And in the break, we just talked with Sean Teeter, who is the executive director of the Dallas Tennis Association. And we need to shout him out because he needed to hustle to make it up here. And so we have talked about all kinds of things, but also, would there be interest in seeing at one of these events a mini fan tennis tournament?
That would be very interesting. Do we mix doubles with shows? And I say mixed doubles because we mix the shows up because we don't.
Yes.
Or is it just show versus show? And
I like show versus show.
How does that square up? Are we going to lose to Sean because he's a state champion?
He's a state champion.
Yeah. He'll be the 1 seed.
We'll be the underdog. But you know what? Does he have his own segment named after him like this one? It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you. You know, when you were bringing that up and talking to Sean, this is Sean. Sean. This is interesting because there's lots of opportunities for people to get involved in tennis that way, right?
For sure.
Well, I have a friend named Sean Lee. Different Sean Lee. He's the president of the North Texas Amateur Baseball League.
Okay.
And you can Google him at www.ntabl.com.
Thanks for saying the W part.
Thank you. You have to, Kevin. You have to type that in, otherwise it won't go to the right place. Do you not always type www.in?
I do not.
They have leagues for baseball leagues for people 18 and up, 30 and up, 45 and up, 60 and up.
Oh, cool.
So you can play adult baseball. What's interesting is a couple of the guys that played for them in their adult baseball league went to the fantasy camp in Arizona that we had the fantasy camp on. And so and one of the guys that works with David Dustin, he goes to that every year and he loves it. So that's a really cool thing. They are having a tryout and player draft this Sunday, 1 to 4 at Jesuit College Prep. Anyone 18 and older, just show up and they'll get you onto a squad if you're interested in something like that.
Very nice.
I'd love to be able to do something with them in the future because I'd love playing baseball my whole life, and I've missed the game. And so that's a question, what do you do that you were like, I'm never going to give this up? Because I wish I had never stopped playing baseball and softball to be involved with something like that. But this gives me that opportunity, the North Texas Amateur Baseball League.
Can I give you a quick Olympic hockey update?
Yeah.
All right, so we already talked about the U.S. women yesterday. They smashed Canada. The U.S. men get started tomorrow, but our Stars off to a tough start. The Finnish team has been upset by Slovakia 4-1 to open up men's Olympic hockey.
It sounds like they're finished before they even get started. Alec? Nobody. I'm not used to this. Ross gave me a laugh. I appreciate that. Tolos, please text in that you gave me a laugh as well, because that one really hurt.
And by the way, what did I tell you earlier in the show? Protect your hamate bone.
Do we have another hamate injury?
Francisco Lindor will have surgery for a stress reaction in his left hamate bone, but the Mets are optimistic he will be ready for opening day.
Kevin,
damn,
that stinks. That really stinks because, a high-valued player for one,
for sure,
and a key player on that team. He's essential to what they're trying to do, and they just made those big investments in their corner infielders.
Right.
So that stinks for them, but hopefully he'll be all right.
So Lindor, Carroll, Holiday, Hammett.
It's just a new trend that's going on.
Okay.
Your hamate bone injury is just a new trend.
Okay. That's tough though.
I wonder why. Are they not catching it with the webbing of their glove? They're catching it in their palm?
I don't. Also, those players would not have reported technically for spring training yet, right?
Yeah. So what are they doing in the offseason? Maybe that's it. It's like something you can't truly prove injury, and they're just like, I don't really want to do that much work during spring training, so I'm just going to make sure I'm in shape, but I don't want to have to go through the whole, spring training. You know those dudes.
Yes.
We see them. Every year by the time we get to week 3, they're just like, I am ready for real baseball.
Yes.
We have 162 of these. Why do we have to do a whole spring training?
That's why I like going out earlier in spring training as opposed to later. That last week of spring training, What is your question?
I like the last week because they're like, oh, y'all want to do nonsense? Let's do nonsense.
Okay.
The first week, they're all on guard. They're all like, oh, I don't know about these guys. The last week, they're just like, I've had enough of these baseball questions. Please ask me about chips and candy and junk.
This year, will we score an interview with Jacob deGrom?
No. There is zero chance.
No, not zero.
I will give you 0.0 chance that we score.
That's still zero.
I know, yeah. Because, Kevin, we've tried for 3 years.
Okay.
And every time he tells us to our face, no.
Man, last year, he didn't even make up an excuse. He just goes, no, and then went back to playing on his phone. And I was like, damn.
Yeah. So, and
I respected the honesty.
Kevin did. He was like, hey, do you want to go ask Jacob deGrom again? And I was like, no, I'm tired of this, dude. This is like, I want to ask the same girl out over and over. Why would I ask him again?
Man,
so
he is too pretty for us.
He is a very, very pretty pitcher. This just in, Kevin. I follow Tops at Tops with 2 P's.
Oh, yes, I want to talk about this.
I follow Tops, and I've been very adamant that you get really cool stuff when you're watching what Topps is able to do. The 1 pack of 2026 Topps Series 1 baseball will hold redemption card, which I'm not really sure what that means. It sounds like you didn't do too well and you get a chance to really prove that you're okay, for 2 free tickets to 1 game of the World Series in 2026.
Oh, the other redemption's better.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You wouldn't want to go to the World Series?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because you know what the other redemption is? For an original 1952 Mickey Mantle Topps card.
4 of them?
No, 4A, F-O-R. No, I mean,
that's amazing.
1?
Yeah.
Yeah, but so.
Okay.
You're right. The World Series thing would be freaking amazing. But so the way they posted it, they posted the card like looking like it was part of a regular pack, and people started to freak out. They're like, why in the world would you put that in a regular pack? It's going to get damaged. And they were like, don't worry, it's a redemption card.
It's protected.
Yeah, so there's a redemption card for that.
I just saw it.
Yeah, see,
there it is.
So
okay.
it looks like it's in the pack, right? And so you're right. The World Series one is awesome, but that Mickey Mantle card is going to be worth more.
So I have a turn back the clock card like that. This one. But
yes.
But this is, so it looks like that card.
Right.
The one that Mike's daughter painted him a painting of the card, and it was
so
amazing.
Cool. Yeah.
And so it looks like that, but on the back side it says, hey, you just won. Is that what's happening
No,
here?
I think it's going to be a straight redemption. I think they were just showing you that picture to give you an example. But and they were smart because they put Shohei Ohtani on top of the pack and everything like that. But yeah, so Topps Series 1 2026 comes out today.
Oh.
And look, here's our opportunity. Trading Card World in Dallas, Sports Collectors Hub in Allen, RJ Dukes in McKinney, worth collecting.
Kevin's room.
In Waxahachie. No, I was going to say, these are all great places that have donated a bunch of really cool stuff to
Kevin's room is donated to Peace-a-thon also?
That is true. Collectible investments in Bedford. I'm going to make sure I'm not forgetting anybody. I probably am. I'm going to kick myself for that. But yeah, so many cool people have helped us out with that over the years in the Peace-a-thon. And yeah, me too.
Well, Alec, I will let you know this as Mickey Spagnola is walking up right now. I will let you know right now.
What?
I was trying to get you to the World Series. Kevin said not cool enough. The Mickey Mantle card is more important. So sorry about your trip to the World Series.
It would just be more expensive. I mean, you're always welcome to sit down.
You can always sit down, Mickey. We're always
Mickey's here to watch tennis, and we're like, we're going to put you to work.
I can actually, to go the other side of that, it would be more exciting. I will not be in tomorrow.
What?
I'm going to my wife's grandmother's funeral tomorrow. She was an amazing woman. And the question that I asked to start this segment was, who's the person that made you feel at home even though you weren't family? And whenever I remember, distinctly, we were still dating at the time.
Right.
And she, actually, the first time I asked Adrian out, I asked her to prom.
Oh.
And she called me and said, hey, I'm going to my grandmother's wedding tonight. She was getting remarried after a long time. Her husband had passed. And so she said, hey, I'm going to a wedding. Can we talk a little more later? And I was like, absolutely. And so that was my first introduction of knowing her that way. Then I met this woman, and I was like, she is amazing. She opened her arms to me immediately and brought me in, and it was just the coolest thing. So, like, knowing what Adrian is experiencing, because I've experienced this a couple times now lately as well, losing a grandparent, but knowing that, but also knowing the great woman that she was, it kind of made me reflect, like, that's a person right there who had no clue who I was, but knew that their granddaughter was like, hey, I like this guy, and brought me in immediately. And every time we would go visit them, I felt at home.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And so I was just kind of curious, 877-881-1053, who's that person that made you feel at home?
Yeah, and I want to have that conversation. Mickey, if you have any interest in jumping into our conversation, because let's face it, we're pretty much going to force you to with peer pressure.
That's how we've always done.
Now,
do you have a doctor's excuse for tomorrow? I was listening, okay?
So are you a big, I mean, obviously I know you do work over here most of the year. Are you a big tennis fan?
I am.
He is a big tennis. He loves to play tennis.
Okay, what do you think about this?
Because didn't you injure your ankle playing tennis? Or blew out your knee?
I fractured my fifth metatarsal playing tennis.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. It wasn't the
hamate.
Yeah, the hamate bone.
I played 1 year in high school.
Okay. Were you good?
Well, let's put it this way. We had a guy on the team, and it was the first year in school history that our tennis team won district. I had nothing to do with it.
Right.
And our number one singles player qualified for state.
Okay.
That's how good he was.
Yeah.
So we would play other schools, and they knew their number one player couldn't beat him.
So they would drop their
would drop him to the third line, and guess who was playing third singles?
No. So Mickey would get it dialed up against their number one player.
I was the sacrificial lamb.
That sucks. So we were just talking with somebody from the Dallas Tennis Association. Would you like to see a 105.3 The Fan tennis tournament, or would you like to participate in this tennis tournament?
If I got back playing, because I haven't played in a while, yeah, I would absolutely do it.
Okay, we'll seed you correctly. We won't put like a BS match together.
Right. Yeah,
we're going to do somebody that's right and appropriate for you.
Yeah, or anything.
You know, you guys were talking about trying to hit a serve.
Unbelievable.
This was quite a while ago. A friend of mine was a member at Four Seasons, and they were having a women's tournament there. And they were doing a clinic, and so he got me to be part of the clinic, right? So they were the pros weren't doing it, but there was pro teachers out there.
Yeah.
And I think there was a couple female pros. Anyway, they were serving, and we were practicing returning. So I returned one, like, really good.
Okay.
Right? And I think it annoyed her. So the next time she really served, right? I didn't even touch the ball when you were talking about how fast the serves come out.
I mean, because, like, you think you're in their league, and they're like, all right.
And this was probably just 80 miles an hour, right?
It's and like, you think about it, some of these guys, like, obviously we use Isner as an example, who could potentially crank it up to 140. Like, I can't even fathom trying to hit that back, let alone hitting it back in a particular spot that puts you alive in the point.
Yeah, and God forbid if it spins away from you.
Oh, my gosh.
I was watching yesterday, and it just reminded me that TV doesn't do justice to how hard those guys hit the ball. Because you're always behind, right?
Yep.
So go stand on the side and see how fast
it gets on you.
The serve comes in, or even the returns.
Yeah.
It's like you can't keep up with it.
Yeah.
You know, you got to watch it from behind when you're out there. You're on the side and you're close, you got no shot of keeping up with the ball or knowing if it's in or it's out. And I didn't realize, I think it was last year when they were doing it, that they've got the automated call out there.
Yeah.
Because I was watching the umpire, and I never see him say anything like out.
Yeah.
And I'm going, oh, it's automatic.
Yeah. Their automation system is awesome, too, with the replay and stuff like that.
And it looks like it's usually right,
Yes.
too.
No, absolutely. How cool is it to see, we were talking about the tournament director, how cool is it to see Dallas tennis picking it back up? Because there was a time where, kind of along with the sidekicks, this was one of the really big sort of side sports happening here.
Back in the day, so this had to be probably mid to late 80s. I remember covering tennis at Reunion Arena.
Yeah.
It might have been team tennis back then.
Yes.
And which was pretty neat. I mean, it was big time in Dallas. And then it just kind of faded away. Now, they would have some tournaments out at
sidekicks, obviously.
Right. And I covered the sidekicks, too.
And for people who don't know, in the mid to late 80s, the sidekicks were huge.
Awesome. I remember that one year they ended up playing for the championship.
Against the Sockers.
Was it the
San Diego Sockers?
I want to say
was it Seattle?
Seattle or Tacoma.
Oh, Tacoma. I think that's right.
Yeah. And I remember covering the games. That indoor soccer was great. That's the way soccer should be played.
Oh!
They should have boards so the ball never goes out of bounds.
In your face, World Cup.
But soccer used to be good. And, I remember playing USTA team tennis. I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
What is a Mickey Spagnola off-season schedule like? Because
I need to go write my column today.
You were just hanging out, and you were like,
I said I'm going to go over there and say hi to those guys. I heard you were here. I didn't know when you said you were outside, I didn't know if you were inside or they put you out on the sidewalk.
We walked up, we had no clue what to expect, but we found the tent, and I think we found our home.
This is pretty cool, right?
It is
super cool.
You were weaterproof.
Yes, exactly.
A week ago, you had been glad to be in there.
My goodness. Yeah.
I don't have something to do every hour of every day now. So it's a matter of kind of keeping up with everything that's going on. You don't have any games, so sometimes you got to be creative what you're writing about. We only do our podcast now once a week instead of every day, and it slows down a little bit, but it makes it harder because you don't have anybody to talk to, right? The players aren't here.
Yeah, the content's a little different.
Coaches are, kind of straggling in and out. I mean, they're always in meetings. It seems like 24 hours a day. So it's a little bit more normal than the regular season. And I don't have you guys every day.
Well, that part makes you sad.
Yes, it does.
The intrigue of Christian Parker, I think, for us, I'm captivated by the idea of what he is. Obviously, I think it's a little more heightened, too, because of what the defense looked like last year. Everybody's like, how do we fix this? But what have you heard, gathered, liked, or not liked so far?
He seems to be one of those fast track guys, right? That he's kind of rising.
Yes. Kellen Moore type.
And everybody, with all due respect to Jonathan Gannon, this is kind of the antithesis. We felt like of that.
And he. There was other people that were interested in him too, right? And previously, not just last year, I believe he was interviewing for coordinator's job too.
He was, yeah.
So when I kind of looked at his fast track from when he started coaching in the NFL to now, everybody was talking a whole lot about him.
Yeah.
I saw Sirianni when he hired him, so it had been 2024 season, and it was a story from back then, and he goes, well, here's what I know. A whole lot of people know who this guy is, right? They know his name. He goes, when I was 27, 29 years old, nobody had any idea who I was, right?
Yeah.
So I said, okay, that speaks volumes of how fast-tracked he was from, getting the job in Green Bay, Denver, Philadelphia. So now they just got to get him some players.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes. Right. And that's why we've been doing our draft focus.
Right.
They've been doing
He's not a magician.
Yeah.
When everybody wants to know what are you going to do with those 2 first-round picks, it's like, well, I think defensively, I think that would probably fit really well And depending on what they do in free agency, right?
Yeah.
That'll have a lot to do with what you do in the draft. But when you don't, at this point, have a second or third round pick, those first 2 picks are pretty important.
And I understand why, but it does kind of feel like the Joneses have kind of glossed over that fact when they talk about the cavalcade of riches for draft picks.
Right.
I love having 2 first-round
yeah.
picks, but it does feel like we kind of gloss over the fact that...
and they got something for them.
Yeah, for sure.
And you don't realize it, or you don't remember until you don't have the picks.
Yeah, and you're like, where the hell did that pick
What happened to that go? Well, I don't know. I got Kenny Clark over here, and Quinnen Williams is over here.
Yeah.
I think they spent wisely, but they still have, priorities that they got to take care of depending on what happens in free agency. Do I need a cornerback? Hell yes, right?
Yeah.
Do I need a middle linebacker? Oh, yeah. Defensive end? Yeah, probably could use one of those too. But I only got 2 picks.
And that's the thing. We talked about in free agency, cornerback and linebacker. I was like, that doesn't affect my draft strategy at all. Go sign one of each, and I'll be like, I need more.
Yeah,
keep bringing them. Go get me more.
Keep bringing
So
them.
just see what you can do in free agency within reason, right?
Sure, yeah.
Because you got a few of your guys that you would like to re-sign, right? And you got to kind of prioritize. Somebody asked me about safety. I said, well, if it's a safety, is it Darren Woodson?
Yeah.
Is that safety can play in the slot, right? And really play in the slot.
Yeah.
That's
Otherwise,
what we've been talking about, yes.
the further away from the ball, it seems like the priority goes downhill.
I think that's fair.
And that's how you spend your money. They haven't drafted a safety, and I know the guy from Ohio State
Caleb Downs
is supposed to be all that, right?
I put him at that nickel spot.
But if he can play the nickel, then I'm in.
Yeah.
But you better convince me he can do that. Because they haven't drafted a safety since Roy Williams, right?
Put the tape on Downs,
okay,
and let us know what you think.
All right, if he can go in the slot and cover Jerry Rice, I'm all about it.
Okay, all right.
Too, yeah.
Well, as long as we're setting that expectation, I like it. All right, thank you very much, Mickey, for coming on by. That's freaking awesome.
I'm gonna go and peek in on what's going. So Tommy Paul's playing right now.
Correct,
right?
and he's already down a set. You need to get in there, Mickey.
I better get in there.
All right. Well, he was like, "That's what I was gonna do," but then you guys maybe go to work.
4 in the second.
All right, go do it.
All right, guys, have a good day.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what are realistic as well as lofty goals for the Vandy boys this season? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
piece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Najee Marshall puts up 31 points. Cooper Flagg puts up 27, but the Mavericks continue their abysmal run on the road. They are 5-18 on the road this year. But if you're interested in the draft pick, I think that continues to keep them in the number 7 spot. Right now, as we are live from the Nexo Dallas Open, it's time to chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Just ecstatic. Boy, these Mavs, they've figured out how to lose at the right time.
I'm with you on that. I was
keep you just entertained.
Yeah,
enough,
absolutely. Najee showing out, Cooper showing out. I was ecstatic until just a few minutes ago. We found out that James Vanderbeek died at the age of 48. Yeah. He had cancer.
Wow.
Now, I know most people know him from Dawson's Creek. Let me recommend to you, it was not very popular, so there's not a lot of episodes. Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23.
He recommended that show a lot.
It's awesome. He plays himself in that show. It is freaking tremendous if you get the opportunity.
Use thoughts on the Dawson?
Man, that's sad. That is very sad. Dawson's Creek is a name that people tried to nickname me with for a sustained period of time. I'm glad that has passed, but it's incredibly sad, man. This colon cancer is no joke.
Did you ever watch the show, or did you purposely not watch the show because of that name calling, or would you have never watched a show anyway?
I mean, I would have been up for it if it, I had reason to believe that it was going to be worth my time. It just seemed like, romance and love stories and a bunch of nonsense. So
I'll tell you,
that's a fair way to put it.
Kevin, I watched all of it. Nobody talked like them. No high schoolers talked with that kind of speed, the pace they talked at, the big words that they used. It was, but it was still interesting to me. I will tell you though, my favorite story from him was whenever he was on set at Varsity Blues.
Hell yeah!
I don't know if you remember that movie, Kevin.
I do.
In West Canaan, Texas, real city.
I don't want your life.
And he said he was lined up and he was getting ready to call snap the ball and everything, and there's a linebacker just staring at him, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, this guy's about to kill me." And the guy just goes, "I don't want to wait," and he just couldn't stop laughing because he was like, "That's the Dawson song right there." So that was a great moment in West Canaan High School football.
Oh, now you guys said absolutely, Eric. Wolchuk is Varsity Blues. Was that pretty high up in helping you become a man?
Hell yeah, it was. Are you kidding me?
I thought it might have been.
That's a classic.
Yeah, I mean, that is it's one of the few movies that you all think of the exact same thing.
Oh, yeah, it's a VHS pause rewind. Oh, my gosh. Mom, don't walk in.
And
that's why Allie Larder's perfect for her role in Landman, because she's the exact same thing she was then.
Okay.
They basically just wrote her as an adult.
You know what's interesting about that is you're talking about the whipped cream bikini, but I also thought how many people wondered if their teachers were strippers on the side. That's the other thing that I wondered.
10. That's freaking 10.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. You guys, I believe, are going to be out here in this neck of the woods, Sidecar Social, tomorrow. Are y'all big tennis people?
Used to love watching tennis, especially in the summers, when you're home and like a tournament's on, all of a sudden there's sports to watch. But pretty out of it. I think as the American team sports have grown and the content's just been flowing, I find myself less and less like diving into other sports. I used to watch open wheel racing. I used to watch a lot of golf events, a lot of tennis, and now it's just like you can pretty much get 24/7 content for your favorite thing. So.
Would you guys be interested at all, because we've talked with some people from the Dallas Tennis Association about putting on a mini 105.3 The Fan tennis tournament?
Yeah, I think it would be hilarious. I mean, it would just be a blooper reel of discuss. I mean, I'm sure Sean and Spittle would probably fare decently well because of their backgrounds. The rest of us just look like schmoes, and I'm fine with that. I don't know. Medford, do you have any skill here? Like, I feel like you do have some agility.
Yeah, you're
athletic. I have some skill, yeah. No, I did play tennis for a little bit. They tried to get me to play in high school, but I was so focused on the track stuff. But, yeah, I think I could play. I could probably get my stroke back.
I would
beat Peyton.
Okay.
Believe in you. Did you say
Oh,
stroke
that's
back
what I
or
want to see.
I would have
back
the bit
stroke?
of having like an oversized racket. I would just carry the biggest, like that Casamigos
Okay.
racket. I would just have one of those and be like, "This is my racket, guys.
See,
what are y'all doing?"
Y'all just changed my perspective. I don't want to see skill on skill. I want to see grudge matches. Like I want to see Alec against Peyton. I want to see Broadus against Mrs. Price. Like I want to see some of these grudge matches get settled. Can you walk us through how you guys were feeling when Broadus said all of the things?
Oh my gosh, that was as funny of a moment. It was just I was so surprised by it. You're just not anticipating it.
Right.
We were kicking around the run of the mill kind eulogy for 2.5, 3 minutes, and then bam, truth bomb. Here comes Broadus, and I was as caught off guard by him saying that as I have anything he's ever said. And I'm glad he did it, because it opened up my eyes to a different perspective.
Mrs. Price and I, in 2014, were together in London. Actually, she was about to board the wrong train. She might be in Scotland still today if it wasn't for me. And
hero.
Yeah, Mrs. Price was about to board the wrong train. She was at the Cowboys game there in London.
Almost missed the game.
I went out of my way to make sure, like, no, Mrs. Price, you need to be on this train, or if you're not, you're going to be somewhere else. So I've had my positive moments, and I've also had other negative moments. But
was that when she put your phone into book buying mode?
I was just amazed.
Such a glorious mode.
I was just amazed that was the case. I'm like, ma'am, I really don't want to buy your book. And, and I was polite about it. But she insisted, and I said, ma'am, I really don't want to buy your book. No, she's a super fan. Great for her. A lot of people, care about her and stuff like that. And good, if that's your loss, that's your loss. But like I said, hey, it's it's one of those things.
What do you find fellas got coming up on
Thanks
the program?
Thanks for bringing it up, Peggy. I appreciate it, man.
Sorry, so I didn't hear it yesterday until Bobby was like, I got to play it for you. And
so he could play his bit audio.
Yeah.
Well, the AI bit audio was fantastic. I loved it. I thought it was radio gold. I appreciate Brian speaking his mind about the subject, and maybe a subject that a lot of people.
I got some texts that saying, "Hey, you're absolutely right" as well. So,
did you hear Bobby's AI after that?
No, I did not.
Because he was like, Mr.
Good.
Yeah, Mother Teresa just asked for money all the time. Yeah, he did AI Broadus for other famous figures. If you get a chance to find it, maybe you'll be amused. Maybe you will not.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We're gonna have Tim Cato on from All City. Pardon me. Talk Mavs. I'm gonna try to fight off these hiccups.
Yeah,
going full Bo Jackson on you today. 2-7.
All right, I love it. Roll home with the GBag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin. Sorry, Broadus.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever
GBag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're off and running. General at your service. If you see me, beer me. NA. That's non-alcoholic. For those that are wondering, I get a thought about that sometimes, a question about that sometimes. What do you mean NA? Non-alcoholic.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl champion. Here, he's got Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. He likes his beer with alcohol.
I do.
For the record. And his vodka. You got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup Master Control there. 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless. Like it's nothing. The man has it stuck on automatic. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo, your Nosebleed brothers, and along with you, we are the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. If you miss anything we say or you want to go back to a prior segment, you can check it out with the Odyssey app. Instant rewind functionality. You could be like, what did they say 30 seconds ago? Who are they talking about? Bang, bang, bang. There you go. Back 30 seconds. Back 2 minutes. However much time you need. You're in total control of that listening.
Who's that player? Where's that player from? Where's that player from? Let me rewind it for you. Thanks, Dawson, for bringing that up. I appreciate you, man.
You got it. And thanks to the Rangers and CY for bringing back a World Series hero.
Welcome home.
I think they played this perfectly. You know, you don't give Monty the $20 million that he wanted after pitching into a World Series because his resume didn't dictate that. You let him go. He was terrible in 2024 for the Diamondbacks, I believe. Yes, he was injured in 2025, and now you get him for $1.25 million guaranteed. And he's going to start the season on the 60-day injured list, according to Evan Grant. But lefty figures to factor into the team's rotation later once he's finished with his rehab process. But, yeah, it was bad in 24, 6.23 ERA on 117 innings pitched there. It
was rough for money.
But I mean, now he gets to join a staff in a position of strength, and after Gore and Leiter in the 3-4 holes, no matter how you have that slotted, you have Latch, you have Bradford, you have Rocker, you have Monty. Might be forgetting somebody, but I feel like the Rangers have a chance to have one of the best group of starting pitchers, maybe the best depth going right now as we head into spring training, Wolchuk.
Yeah, and you're going to need them. I understand some of the frustration. Bobby certainly has voiced that on the morning show when it comes what about the offense? And that is a question mark. But I think that the one thing that CY is going to constantly do is reinforce the pitching. And the one thing that we can definitely hang our hat on since he has taken over the reins is the Rangers have had the best pitching now, hopefully consistently in franchise history. And he's doubling and tripling down on it. And I'm totally here for it. You've got some guys that are a little bit older that certainly have missed time during stretches, whether it's velocity issues, you need to shut them down, whether it's Nathan Eovaldi for those reasons, Jacob deGrom. Now you've got reinforcements that you're going to look at the All-Star break, whether it's Cody Bradford and now Jordan Montgomery, they can come in and help you out. So if you need to shut somebody down, give them a 10-day IL breather, let that arm go ahead and recalibrate. Boom. That is now the benefit of having so many different options for you, because you're going through 162 of these things. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You got to have options, and I think they've definitely got themselves an embarrassment of riches right now when it comes to the starting rotation.
You think Monty circled back with Brandon Hurtado to see if he could take him up on that free barbecue for life bit he was trying to pull a couple years ago?
You would think, but I think Brandon Hurtado said, man, that was a one-time offer, and you didn't take it. But he'll be able to have that on game day at the Globe.
I guarantee Monty's got to be pretty disappointed with how things went post-World Series as far as what his compensation is. I know he's changed agents, but he's got the heart of a champion, and it's to the Rangers' benefit. He along with Eovaldi in that run, just kind of along with Corey Seager and Dolis Garcia, just played with this ability that the moment didn't bother them, and it was almost like they were at their best when all the chips were down. So, looking at this pitching staff, I think there's a case to be made that your offense and your bullpen is needy, but the offense is going to bounce back, and I think CY's shown that when necessary, he'll go out there and find the relievers for this team that can nail down the final 3 innings, and they have $40 or $50 million of money to play with. So really all we need is a hot start. Come out of the gates, play good ball, be over 500 April, May, June as the trade deadline approaches. I think this season could be really, really dang exciting. Okay, the criticism, of course, is. And I think this is what Bobby's talking about. Hey, you've made the majority of your moves in this offseason to address starting pitching, but that's the most difficult thing to get.
Yes. Yeah, I'm with you 100% on that. Like, I don't think that's a negative to do that. I get wanting to. I mean, when you see a Luis Ariz go for 1 year, $12 million, would I've liked to get into that? I absolutely would have. 100% I would have. But you got to just hope, and this is, I assume, what they're banking on, is if the offense does not go ahead and bounce back, whether it's Evan Carter being healthy, Josh Young finding his bat again, the addition of Brandon Nimmo is an offensive upgrade over Mark Semien. So they did get better from that standpoint. And a guy like Danny Jansen, I think is going to end up being an upgrade over what you had with Jonah Heim. So there's no way Jock Peterson, he was at rock bottom. There's no way he can be as bad as he was a year ago as a DH. So with a team that was just hovering around 500, if you get an uptick in production from all of those players, and it is maybe a bad assumption to make, that could be very, very true, because you've seen this now for 2 years with some of these guys, and to maybe think that they're going to turn it around at this point, if you're one of those fans that says, that's fool's gold, why are you believing it? I can't argue too much, but they were so close last year if your offense had just been middle of the pack, and I think you just need to give Ray Davis and ownership reason to go be aggressive at the deadline.
Yeah. They've been taxpayers 3 years in a row. There's all sorts of, punishments that come along with that. So you want to reset. I don't want them to go back into luxury tax threshold or go exceed that once again. But the great news is they have plenty of buffer that they're going to be able to spend more than enough if they do get that hot start. The Mavs are in one of their coldest stretches over the last decade. First time they've lost 8 games in a row since 2016. Is that before Luka? First time they've lost 8 games in a row since before Luka. 120-111 was the final last night. I was watching quite a bit of this, and I missed a pretty good comeback late because they were down 31. That's when I tuned away from that and finally capitulated to my kids, who were demanding either Zootopia or Spider-Man 3. By the way, Spider-Man 3, Mary Jane's is the worst love interest of any superhero in the history of superhero movies. Let me just say that.
Spider-Man 3?
Spider-Man 3.
I don't know. Hold on. I don't know. I got to see what you're talking about because Batman, they had, Maggie Gyllenhaal or something like that?
Yeah, that was
terrible, fam. What are we doing?
Yeah, that was a trip.
My man risking his life for Maggie Gyllenhaal? You got to relax.
Yeah. Okay,
Unbelievable.
Make it realistic. You know what I mean?
Well, it was a recasting. You had, was it Katie Holmes was the original, and then they had to recast her with Maggie.
So,
Is this the Kirsten Dunst?
Was it Kirsten Dunst, maybe the redhead gal?
Mary Jane? Yeah. The original Spider-Man series with Tobey
So
Maguire.
I'm not a superhero authority. I might have hot take that one a little bit. I did not consider there might be superhero plot lines that I was unaware of. But I mean, she's leaving him for the best friend. She's going and making a meal romantic style. You know how they cross their arms and they're feeding each other little morsels. She starts making out with Tobey Maguire's best friend.
Oh, with Harry.
Yeah, with Harry.
James Franco.
Yeah,
Harry
James
Osborn.
Franco, and it was probably an upgrade on her side.
Yeah, that feels realistic.
And he was more caring. But I'm sitting here watching this movie like, wow, this woman is absolutely terrible. But I think the good news, the saving grace, Tobey's got the black suit on now in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah,
and this suit's making him bad. Okay, that's a Venom suit. I didn't know that part. But finally, he's got a little bit of edge to him.
Yeah, he goes a little goth there. He starts dancing in the streets.
He's finally an enjoyable character, maybe ahead of its time for the dark personality superhero. So I was actually getting kind of interested in that. But again, I missed a comeback. They were down 31. They cut it to 6 with a couple of minutes to play, but they lost. They're now 19-34, and Utah won Monday night. So the Jazz are sitting on 17 wins. The Mavs stuck at 19, which they have been now for coming up on 3 weeks. They are sitting in the 7th spot of the draft lottery. That gives them approximately a 32% chance to jump into the top 4. But even at 7 or 8, I think you're in line to either take a good player or use that, what I think is more likely, as a trade chip to go get a good veteran player. Tim Cato's going to join us at 4 o'clock. He'll tell us what's likely coming next for the Mavs. Speaking of that, guys, the Mavs are hiring CAA Sports to help find naming rights partner for a future arena. So that's interesting in light of the Mark Cuban news from a couple of days ago that he's trying to buy it. I think this is obviously a clear sign that the current Mavs group is heading in the direction of business as usual here. And it'll be interesting to see what they come up with. It's unfortunate that we don't get naming rights that have any sort of permanency. It could change every 3 to 5 years, or don't have any sort of relevancy for the history of the team or the history of the area. It's just whoever's got the most money, and then you end up. I think the Rangers got lucky that Globe Life bought it, so we can call the stadium the Globe. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it usually doesn't work out that well. You end up with something like TD Waterhouse Center or something like that. Some sort of a
Crypto.com arena?
Yeah, Acrisure Stadium. What the hell's that?
That's so bad. What are the Steelers doing?
CeeDee Lamb says the Micah Parsons trade, win-win for the Cowboys and Micah Parsons. Is it a win yet for the Cowboys?
I don't think it's been fully... you haven't gotten to exercise the assets that you got for him. I think it's still sort of in due time to fully know how much you're able to come out on the winning side of this thing. Seeing the amount of money that Micah got and seeing him obviously get injured, that adds to, a decent win already. You get Quinnen Williams, so you're moving in a solid direction, but so much of it comes down to what they do with the extra money that they supposedly have and the draft assets.
Yeah, and it's just it really comes down to this one pick, and if it really is the difference of pick 44 to pick 20. It's not even like you got an extra pick because what you ended up giving up for Quinnen Williams. You end up getting Quinnen Williams, and the difference between pick 44 is where they would have been in the second round. Is that right? 43, something like that.
About right.
40 and 20. So it's hard, but I think they really got to nail this offseason if they want that to be true. There's no doubt in my mind the Cowboys were much more potent as a team with Micah Parsons than they appeared to be at any point this year.
Yeah, I think a lot of it with the Micah stuff is also not on the field. It's off the field, and it has to do with the culture. And now you don't have Diggs here anymore. Like you're getting rid of players that I don't think fit really what Brian Schottenheimer was trying to do. And there was a big tear on how players felt about him in the locker room. I think that he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Players, whether it was teammates, front office members, people that worked there. I think you can see some qualities about Micah that others might think are annoying. But on the field, there's no question he's an outstanding player. And I think getting Quinnen Williams, if they can hit on this draft pick, then I think it's a win for both sides, 100%. Especially if you're able to also then re-sign a George Pickens and you're actually able to be aggressive in free agency, which they would not be doing if they spent $47 million on Micah Parsons.
Quinnen Williams just did not have the impact. I'd say right now I'd call it maybe a 40% chance that this is going to work out, making you better on the field. Like, Quinnen Williams didn't have the impact that Micah Parsons did as far as being able to take a bad defense and make it good. You just weren't getting enough pressure.
Yeah.
And your corners were, not good to begin with, and you get to make them defend for 3.5 seconds. It was easy pickings for anybody. Yeah. And I feel like Micah turned that off by himself.
Yeah, I think the thing with Micah where they really, really missed out, though, is his ability to affect the game, like you're saying.
Yeah.
There were times where they needed somebody to come up with an absolute play to get them off the field, and they just didn't have anybody that could do that. They didn't have anybody to get their hands on the ball in the secondary.
Yeah.
They didn't have a guy that could really finish. You talk about, hey, Clowney, what a nice job coming off the couch, getting the sacks that he did.
Yeah.
But man, you just did not have that threat to finish. And I think that's what killed them. I think with Micah Parsons, they're a playoff team. They would have been a playoff team.
Yeah.
I do. I think he would have had that kind of impact to help the secondary.
If you would have just been able to get to Goff more in Detroit, you could have won that game and kept the party rolling. Joey Porter blasting Ben Roethlisberger on Cam Hayward's podcast. Fascinating story out of Pittsburgh today. Says he wasn't a good teammate, isn't a good person, and shouldn't be speaking on Steelers business. That's pretty strong. Yeah. I am surprised how beloved Roethlisberger is. I do a Steelers podcast with a buddy of mine up there, and I haven't got around to asking him because he literally loves Ben Roethlisberger, and I'm like, how do you get past all the accusations? How does this? It never gets brought up.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. And you win the Super Bowl, and then you never have another, I guess, off-field situation. But clearly, inside that Steelers organization, like Joey Porter played with him through 2006, but then circled back and was a coach on that Steelers staff in 2014 all the way through 2018. So it wasn't even like, okay, you're with a young Ben Roethlisberger in his first couple of years, and then maybe Ben Roethlisberger matures. No, you circle back in the later stages of Roethlisberger's career, and you hold the same opinion, even from a coaching standpoint, like, gosh, this guy sucks.
Yeah. I thought that was strong and very interesting because, he with the accusations, maybe it was totally proven false at some point. That's what it kind of feels like.
He is a sick puppy.
Yeah, the stuff that he was accused of, I think, should have him in that permanently alienated group. Bit of a scare in El Paso this morning. Flights were halted at the airport. You guys see this?
Yeah.
An abundance of caution is what officials said on the backside of it, but they were apparently worried about cartel drones breaching U.S. airspace and U.S. government ops. So they got some sort of an anti-cartel group working down there to try to take those drones out of the sky. The FFA and the DOD has determined there is no threat to aircraft. I think they're running dope over the border in drones. I'd probably want to do that away from an airport, but maybe that's just how much in control they are.
It's a crazy deal. I was trying to figure it out, and I still don't even know all that much about it. But it feels like it's something that is kind of wild that you rarely see.
Yeah,
you don't see them doing these sorts of things.
Yeah, I'd want to be flying under the radar.
Right.
Let's move a couple 100 miles away from cities and we'll just run it back in. But I think maybe the cartel does whatever the hell they want to do. You know, maybe they got to get a message to the airport: keep your planes out of our way.
Yeah, I do think they kind of just do whatever they want. There's no question.
All right, we got the top 10 at 2:20 coming up here after the GBag of the Day champ. Well, Chuck, what's the subject matter looking like?
Yeah, it's National Inventors Day. What are the top 10 greatest inventions of all time? Do you have an invention that you love? 877-881-1053. We'll talk about that next in the nation. But right now, I want to talk about Trajan Wealth. That's TRAJAN. And look, I thought I had things in good shape, and a lot of you probably do as well. But Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look, and boy, it turns out that I was missing some big opportunities. I know Eric was as well, and we've got a clear path to retirement, way more peace of mind, because Trajan Wealth are fiduciaries, which means they're going to put your needs first. I trust them with my future. We want you to trust them as well. Call them to set up an absolutely free consultation. The number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. I love that Frisco location. My guy Steve was super helpful, but they've also got locations in South Lake, Fort Worth, McKinney, and Arlington. But how about that South Lake spot, Eric?
Yeah, it's 10 out of 10, and shout out to Trajan Wealth for getting me taken care of at the highest level. And now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement is actually a possibility for me. And I would encourage you to go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Your AC and heat seems to run more than it should, right? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. And when that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now, get an extra 10% off. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. And we want to pay more at Give Me the VIN, because good cars are worth more, and so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Segment of the Fed is brought to you by Mexican Bar Company.
This Valentine's Day weekend, spice things up at Mexican Bar Company. Share handcrafted margaritas, bold flavors, and a vibe made for date night. Whether it's your first date or your forever date, make it memorable. Reserve now at mexbars.com. Mexican Bar Company, where love meets flavor.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We'll get Wolchuk's top 10 here in just a second. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Beast Mode Alexander with your champ.
Hysterical. All right, our winner and champ is the General Gavin Dawson right here. He told an unfortunate poo story. Very unfortunate poo story. I don't know how he had this lodged in his cheeks, but he did, and it surprised him later. And here's our champion for one day, going for 2 at 5:30.
Okay, so you ever go and think you're going, and you're not? Okay,
like nothing's coming out as you think you.
What'd you say?
That's what I thought had happened.
Like I just pooped
it
and
turned
you
out to
didn't?
be a fart, right?
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
I looked in the bowl when this was all over.
Nothing's there.
And the bowl was clean.
Them cheeks must have been vibrating. Yeah, for sure I'm clean now.
Record-setting fart.
That is wild.
I thought, okay, I'm constipated again. I got to double up on the fiber thins. Maybe get something a little bit stronger. So 2 hours later, I had been outside. I had jumped on the trampoline. I had walked with Remy around the neighborhood as she's driving her little electric car. 2 hours later,
trying to get that movement going.
I get in the shower and I wash back there. And
oh my God, dude!
All the poop came out.
Yeah, it was there.
You got lodged between the cheeks.
Oh my God!
Maybe the size of
my Lord,
a large gobstopper.
That is awful.
Yeah, like a large jawbreaker.
Oh no!
Maybe like a chicken nugget's worth. Yeah.
Hey.
Gobstopper, jawbreaker,
chicken nugget, bro.
Yeah,
chicken nugget.
Maybe a half chicken nugget, but it was
That's still too much.
It was way too much.
Damn nugget.
Did you talk to your family about this?
Is it McNugget?
Did not.
You better not.
Did not confide in them.
You think about it every time your wife steps in that shower.
Only you know. Well, I tell you what, things are flowing good now, though. I've had 2 apples and a double dose of fiber thins, and I think that's my new regiment. It's usually when I travel, I kind of get out of that mode of it, and I'm eating extra bad, and the backside of it, no pun intended, can be quite disturbing. So, see if the champ can face challengers coming up at 5:30 and Lucius's G-Bag of the day every afternoon before we get to LA Live. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is.
All righty. Happy National Inventors Day. Go out and invent something. 22 inventions that change the world. I'm going to focus on the top 10 here. We'll get to that in just a second. But, fellas, which states do you think produce the most 2026 U.S. Winter Olympians? As we've got the Olympics on right now, we're watching the Gold Zone. Shout out to Team USA. Utah. Number 1.
Ding, ding, ding.
No, it's not Utah.
Colorado.
Utah is on here, though. They got 16.
California.
California at 19.
Okay.
Ooh. At 19?
Which is the third most.
I mean, can we get some Texas love in there?
No, we can't.
We can't.
No Texas love. I think we've got a few. Certainly, Coppell Zone crushing it when it comes to the U.S. women's hockey team. And I think we do have a lot when it comes to the summer games. But we are not one of the 7 most when it comes to sending Winter Olympians.
Let's go
New
with
Mexico.
New Mexico. Not one of the 7
Let's
most.
go Maine.
Maine's not up there either. Massachusetts is number 7 with 12. New York at 14.
Michigan
at 15.
Wisconsin.
Utah at 16. Cal at 19. Minnesota's at 24. Colorado at 31.
Oh, ski.
I mean, these are all the cold places with mountains.
Yeah.
Wyoming, Idaho.
What are we missing?
Idaho.
Washington State.
Got to be big population. Ohio?
I just gave you the 7 guys.
Chicago?
I just listed them. Just Massachusetts, New York, Michigan.
I thought you were saying those were number 14 and stuff.
Yeah,
number 13.
I was looking for number 1.
No, I was giving you these are the amount of Olympians. Minnesota's got 24. Colorado's got 31. That's
like
the most
what's going on here.
Okay.
Yeah, California with 19 Olympians. Those are the 7 most states. So, hey, I mean, after that, you might have had a Texas in there, a Maine in there, but those are the states that are, hey, you guys have a ton of representation right now in the winter games. And the U.S. going 1-2, gold and silver when it comes to the skiing results. Women's free doing an excellent job. And, unfortunately, curling got the silver. We'll get hockey going on tomorrow. Puck Daddy Greg Wyshynski is going to join us to go ahead and preview Team USA in their opening game. But let's slide into our top 10, shall we? Top 10 greatest inventions that changed the world. 877-881-1053. What do you think is the best invention of all time?
I'd probably say the television.
Television's pretty great. Yeah.
It's hard to beat. Would the phone be number 1?
Phone's got to be top 5.
I would say lights.
Electricity
the carbon filament.
Bulb. Yeah.
Yeah.
The light bulb.
Shout out to Lewis Latimer right there for that invention. Lewis Latimer. If it wasn't for no lights, we'd be savages.
How about the steam engine?
The steam engine's a good one. Yeah, the light bulb's at 7 on here.
And they give it to Alexander Graham Bell or something like that, right?
Thomas Edison?
Yeah, he stole it.
Yeah, Thomas Edison is credited as the primary inventor because he created a completely functional lighting system.
How did he go about
including a generator?
Totally boxing out the original guy.
They worked for him.
Yeah.
So now it's my invention. You made it in my lab type of vibes.
Yeah, okay.
I get the credit for it.
Yeah,
I'm the one. Look at me. Look at me.
I mean, it's got to be the AC.
How about the refrigerator?
Refrigerator's a great invention. Number 2,
Frederick
by the way.
Jones right there. Frederick Jones.
Lucius, how do you know all these things?
Lucius
Black history.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
All right.
Number 2, the smartphone is number 2, which was unveiled in 2000. So the smartphone at 2.
How about the automobile?
Might be the worst invention at the same time. The second best, but also the worst.
Like, it's awesome because, like, now you feel naked without your phone, and there's so many awesome things about it, but it also has ruined a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like, kids will never, like, it's an afterthought now. Like, every once in a while I do see kids in my neighborhood going out and riding their bicycles and, like, walking and hanging out with their friends like I did growing up, and I'm sure you guys, there's even more so. But it changed when you're talking about kidnapping, and then now with the smartphones, it's like everyone wants to just hang in. Let's play video games. I'll just go online, and we're playing Call of Duty, and we're playing Madden and FIFA and whatever the hell other games that kids are playing.
The little ones play Roblox with each other constantly.
You talk about smartphones. A black lady invented the caller ID. Wow. Makes sense.
Dude.
Who the hell calling me?
Yeah.
That was the original patent filing. Who's playing on my phone?
No more surprises.
I'd say the microwave in my lifetime was way up there, early 80s. I remember my dad brought one home, and it was like, holy crap, what is this?
The refrigerator's at 19, by the way. 19 when it comes to the inventions that changed the world. 1748.
You'd have to say plumbing because it made things so much more sanitary.
Yeah.
And then irrigation systems that allowed us to, agriculture, organized agriculture was the beginning of civilization.
Mm-hmm. The internet comes in here at number 10. Internets. That's a big one.
10.
Number 10. At 9 is the internal combustion engine.
Yeah, I was thinking the steam engine.
Yeah. I mean,
the original ice.
That's a big one. Intake stroke, air and vaporized fuel are drawn in. You got the compression stroke, fuel vapor. There's a lot that went into this. This is a brainiac. Number 8 is the telephone.
Yeah.
The first ever telephone, March 7th, 1876, was the first electrical telephone. Scottish inventor Alexander Graham Bell was the first to be awarded a patent for this.
Have you ever used one of the spinny ones?
Yes.
My grandparents had one, and I used to love going over there as a kid, just like playing.
The rotary
with it. But it didn't
phone?
work.
Yeah, the rotary. There we go.
It wasn't connected.
Spinny.
Did you actually make it a call on one?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
absolutely.
those are
First 10 years of my life.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
7 is the light bulb.
I used to have to answer the phone. Brosh It's Brian speaking.
Brian speaking.
Yeah, we had a thing
My dad was on me about that, like constantly. Me and my brother, we had to answer the phone. Brosh It's Brian speaking.
Must have been weird for your brother.
Oh, he was Bruce.
Oh, Bruce speaking.
Yeah, Bruce speaking.
Bruce speaking.
Did you not have one of those? You could just answer however you wanted.
We used to just say hello.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah.
Can I speak with your dad, please?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Jim McCormick here.
We'll see. That depends on where you're calling from. Is this my teacher? Is this my principal?
Who's calling, may I ask?
Yeah.
The compass comes in at number 6 of inventions that change.
Pretty clutch.
Yeah.
Navigations.
5, penicillin.
Okay. Is that a Madame Curie?
1928 Scottish scientist Alexander Fleming noticed a bacteria-filled petri dish in the laboratory with its lid accidentally ajar. The sample had become contaminated with a mold, and everywhere the mold was, the bacteria was dead.
They figured out this whole thing. Like a lot of inventions by mistakes. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, you just kind of stumble into something.
It's like, oh, wait, what is it? This actually works.
Somebody figured out chili cheese fries.
Amazing.
They just, like accidentally dumped chili into the
Yeah. Locally, don't we get credit here in Texas for the margarita and the ballpark nachos?
The frozen
Absolutely,
margarita.
we
We were
do.
the first to sell the ballpark nachos. Absolutely, we were.
I think wine was discovered by mistake. They were burying fruit to hide it from raiders.
Okay.
You know, like the king would come around and be like, give me all your food.
Well, what did they want?
Somebody
with
needs to
fruit?
feed me grapes.
Yeah. So they went back like 35 days later or whatever to dig their fruit out, and they were like, well, it's ruined, but maybe we can drink it. Got hammered.
Let's step on it and see how it tastes.
Well, who gets the credit for making brisket something that doesn't get thrown away? Because that was the thing, right? Where it was like the brisket was looked at as
top 10 food invention.
Garbage.
Yeah, you had to cook it for so long that they were just like, well, this is no good.
Just too time consuming.
Yeah.
Still is.
Get it out of here.
Nobody had taken the time to, really go slowly low.
The printing press comes in at 4.
It's Gutenberg?
Gutenberg inventing the printing press sometime between 1440, 1450.
That one's kind of a curse, too.
Who gets credit for the recliner? I think that's an all-time
lazy boy
making that thing pop out. Where
Lane Z boy.
I love the recliner.
Recliners are just incredible.
Gosh, they're amazing.
And shout out to the beanbag stuff too. Like Bobby brought that beanbag in here. Don't you love that thing?
Yeah,
just sink into
but
it.
You know what we need? We need like a rope
handle
to pull you out of the beanbag.
Maybe that's something you should invent. You end up going on Shark Tank and just an extra piece to the beanbag.
You need something to pull you out of the beanbag.
I've taken great joy in watching Broadus roll himself out of that thing.
I've gotten better.
In the commercial breaks.
I've gotten better.
You have your leg strength. Your quad strength is already getting.
It's gotten better.
It's getting better.
It's getting better.
You're finding that technique and putting those legs to work.
682 says Chuck Wagon Cooks invented the slow-cooked brisket on cattle drives. That's what they believe.
Well, tip of the cap to them.
Yeah. All day
ends.
while you're out there.
Man, 903 burn ends for free appetizers while you waited in line.
Oh, wow.
Where's that?
That's crazy.
Now they're selling it for $18 a.
Yeah, now it's like, ooh, that's a fine piece.
That might be the best thing Hurtado does, to be honest with you. The way he candies those things.
Their burn ends are delicious. The turkey, though, to me, gosh, he really has that turkey down.
Well, shout out to the guy who created the baster.
Delicious. The turkey, or spatchcock. You created the spatchcock.
Shout out to all the Tolos who see me at Hurtado and say hi. I always appreciate that. They're like, man, we didn't even know about this place till you started talking about it all the time.
Oh, I was about to say,
yeah.
You just acknowledge him with a nod.
Yeah.
Get out of my life.
I had a couple of pretty good conversations last time.
Did you?
Yeah. I was waiting for my food.
That brought us really as jackass as he is.
Had nothing better to do.
Even more
Actually, what they said is, "Where's the rest of your guys? Is Lucius here?"
Yeah.
I was like, "Well, usually we don't just go everywhere together. There's no radio event. It's Sunday at about 12:30.
We live together.
It's like the
Probably home.
Scooby-Doo van.
Yeah.
Zoinks!
Oh, they're outside.
we all empty out of the truck.
Yeah.
It's
What's
Lucius.
up, everybody? Party's here. Wheel comes in at number 3. I mean, yeah,
Wheel?
your vehicles.
Oh,
everything
fire's
goes
going to be
back
number
the wheel.
1 then, right?
No, fire's not on here.
What?
The smartphone at 2.
Fire?
Yeah, fire should be.
Number 1, though.
A flamethrower.
Invention that changed the world. GPS.
Wow, that's a really good
I
call.
think that's another black invention.
I'm just telling you right now.
I think you're right.
There were times you could still find things without the GPS.
Where your ass at?
Yeah.
That's another black invention, I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah.
I'm over here. Yeah. I'm in the parking lot. There's a. Yeah,
I'm on the way. No, you're not.
No,
you're
you're
not on the
not.
way. Anyone tells you they're on the way. No, you're not. You haven't even left your house yet.
Cowboys Steelers Super Bowl, I missed about the first quarter, maybe a little bit more. I couldn't find my buddy's house. So I had to go, and I didn't have any cash, so I had to go find a way to get cash. I'm not sure how I did that, but then I had to get coins to go to a payphone to call him. You know, didn't have GPS, didn't have a smartphone.
Yeah.
It's
What
amazing.
lengths do you think he went to get that cash?
I forget what
Just
it was.
conveniently doesn't remember.
Hey, our buddy
Maybe
Red texted in. He said corned beef is what brisket was used for.
Oh,
That's-
yeah.
Yeah, corned beef brisket. Yeah.
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 Yeah, well, that's how they got the
very
start
Jewish.
for brisket. The idea for brisket.
I'd say they improved upon it.
Yeah, they hit that
Reds.
thing out the park, man. They really did.
Corned beef is really good. I know what you're talking about. Was it you? Was it Dawson?
Me.
Corned beef
Not
great.
compared to brisket.
I don't know.
They're two
man.
different. They're two
I don't
different
know.
briskets.
That's your second
The
worst
flat, the point?
sandwich take of the month
What?
after your pastrami line a couple of weeks ago.
Corned beef, pastrami, either one, please.
Those
All
are
right.
good Sammys, man.
We got a football fix coming up at 3 o'clock. What's next, Chief?
Yeah, and the inventor of the sandwich. I mean, big respect to that guy.
Mike Sando.
And the hamburger guy.
No kidding. All right, South of Sports Day with an Olympic twist next year in the nation of Fort Worth. It is my great joy to bring you this news today that the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located right in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle. And listen, I was in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. Him and his team are doing things second to none. His commitment to honesty, top-notch service, and treating every customer like family is absolutely the real deal. I've seen it firsthand, and honestly, it's why people keep coming back. Right now, the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is happening at Alliance Hyundai. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance for total peace of mind. You could score huge deals like 0% APR for 60 months on the 2026 Hyundai Tucson, and you could get $13,000 off MSRP plus 0% APR for 72 months on the all-new 2026 Hyundai Ioniq 9. No appointment needed for same-day oil changes, and they've got a great selection of the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisades ready to drive home today. It's a state-of-the-art facility. It features advanced diagnostic tools and Hyundai-certified technicians who train constantly on the latest tech. Quick, same-day service, plus relax in their comfy waiting area with free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole nine. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, one of the best interviews in college football, and new head coach of the Dallas Renegades, Rick Neuheisel, joins us at 7:20, Neighborhood Watch at 7:40, and 2 more 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaways in the Expressway at 9 o'clock hour, Thursday morning on The Fan.
Hi, my name is Jim, and I have low C. There, I said it. I started losing energy and becoming moody. Next, it was my marriage. With my low C, I just couldn't turn up the heat in the bedroom anymore. You see, low C is low comfort, and it's caused by worn-out heating and air conditioning systems. That's when a friend told me about the comfort maintenance program from Reliant Air Conditioning. I had an honest conversation with my service tech, and it turns out all I needed was a Freon supplement and new filters. Now, my C level is back to normal.
In a clinical study, Reliant Air Conditioning restored C levels back to normal in under 2 hours. Discontinue your low C treatment if your home is so comfortable that in-laws demonstrate tendencies to stay on a permanent basis. Common side effects include extreme comfort, reduced energy loss, and a very satisfied wife. To get your comfort level checked, call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO. Or go to ReliantAirConditioning.com. Get your comfort checked and turn the heat back up.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Oil lights never come on at a good time. You've got enough to juggle, so let Take 5 handle it. Drive in, stay in your car, and roll out in 10 minutes. No waiting room, no stress, just fast, friendly service. Visit Take5.com today to find your nearest shop.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Reign. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
From sudden weather changes to busy freeways, driving here can be a challenge. That's why switching to AAA could be a smart move. You could save up to 21% on your auto insurance. AAA gives you trustworthy protection, personalized coverage, and service that brings real peace of mind. Plus, you can save even more by bundling policies or insuring multiple vehicles. My family does both of those things to enjoy the savings. Check it out at AAA.com. That's AAA.com.
The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco, February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We have Tim Cato, All City, coming up to talk Mavs and NBA offseason, NBA rest of the season with you at 4 o'clock. What will the Mavs do next with this roster, losers of 8 in a row? It's time now, though, for Chiefs Sounds of the Sports Day. Here's Eric.
Yes, sir. We got an Olympic twist for today's installment. I'm pretty excited about this. I would like to start with a comedian named Alonzo Bodden, who has a nice... Bowden?
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. The double D had me thinking bod.
Big double Ds.
But here he is with a pretty fantastic Winter Olympics joke.
You watch the Winter Olympics, half of those sports, you're like, yeah, I could do that. Right? Everybody's watched curling and be like, yeah, I got a bowling team. I could be an Olympian. That's right. As far as women know, I was the third man in the 4-man bobsled in the 1996 Winter Games. Because no one knows who was the third man in the 4-man. The only person who knows the third man in the 4-man bobsled is the 4th man in the 4-man bobsled who had his head up the third man's ass for 1 minute and 34.43 seconds.
I do feel like a lot of people watch some of these things. I mean, you can't watch all of it and think you could do it. No. The curling is like the one, but all the ice skating stuff, all of the flying in the air with the skis and doing the crazy freestyles, or just the general speed that some of these people are working with, like there's no way. But the curling one, as Dawson, you were alluding to during Crosstalk yesterday.
Yeah.
That might be one you feel like you could at least have a chance at.
That one was just invented, by I believe the people on the Olympic Committee that wanted a way they could participate as well.
Surprised that wasn't on the top 10 inventions.
Why are athletic people getting to have all the fun? Let's do one that we could all do.
Yeah. Don't tell that to Broadus. Broadus thinks you got to be a world-class athlete to pull off the curling.
World-class sweeper and mopper. Yeah. Look how good I can sweep and mop.
The ladies do dominate that particular drill, don't they?
I think so.
I fell for that.
I was like, yeah, they do. Yeah, absolutely. They're naturals.
All right. So now this is an Olympic throwback. I really enjoyed this play-by-play, but you will hear the audible pain that the skiers, and it's the downhill skiing, okay? And they have like those little
gates.
Yeah, those gates that you don't want to run into.
Yeah, you don't want to hit a gate. But I just looked up, curling was invented in 1511.
Okay. But when was it brought to the Olympics?
So it had been invented?
It was bored as hell. You can tell, man. It's like, we're snowed in.
First
we got to get outside and do something.
1541.
Yeah, the shuffleboard court is frozen over. Yeah. What are we going to do now?
We got to get outside and do something.
Yeah.
So they invented it in 1500 in Scotland?
First organized club was in 1716. Is what we're talking about.
1924. It was part of the inaugural Winter Olympic Games in France. Just been around a while.
I'll tell you what, I think I could have made a run at women's breakdancing last summer.
Yes, you could have. Yes, you could. And nobody could tell you weren't a woman either.
That's right. If somebody can work the AI, let's get Dawson doing some AI breakdancing, please. I think we'd all appreciate that. All right, this is Winter Games of yesteryear. The skier racks himself.
Now it's the Frenchman Yannick Bertrand through the S-turn. Yannick Bertrand. Oh, the gate to the groin for Yannick Bertrand, and you could hear it. And if you're a man, you could feel it. Wow, watch this again. And listen. Oh, the Frenchman. Oh, monsieur. Wow, the boys took a beating on that one.
He said, let's go back and take a closer look.
Let's run that back real quick, please, as the skier is down and completely punting on the rest of the ride there, just writhing in pain. And you can hear the audible scream there, the high octave of getting smacked in the nuts.
Thought he jumped in some cold water or something.
Wish he would have.
Oh, my gosh.
That's probably 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, you are moving, dude.
I would say that's a cup situation, you know? Certainly there's got to be some sort of an aerodynamic cup that we could integrate here.
Banana cup.
Yeah, I wonder if they would even allow for that. I wonder if it's part of the, like, would it give you too much of an advantage?
Well, they don't let you juice up for the ski jumping. Do you think they're going to let you do that?
No, I think there is probably a rule because you're right. It seems like a no-brainer if you're one of these guys. Why wouldn't you cup up in a situation like that? Because it's
those awful close.
Pretty dang hazardous. Yeah, there's a comfort factor, but it's nothing more uncomfortable than getting racked at 70 miles per hour.
Yannick, was the second sound from the racer or from the announcer?
I think it was the announcer who was just having extreme empathy.
On-course announcer.
Yeah, dude.
I like to believe the steer's mic'd up.
Tom Rinaldi would be shedding a tear in that moment and making the rest of the world shed a tear as well.
It's unfortunate. He hit the gate with the groin.
Yeah. All right, so now we have a more recent one. This has actually been cool because
What year was that, by the way?
I don't know what year that was.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But this one this is from just I think it was just from yesterday maybe. But my daughter who's now in kindergarten, like for whatever reason her teacher's like, hey, like you have an assignment to like watch the Winter Olympics. So it's been a cool thing where she's like, Dad, we got to watch the Winter Olympics. So it's great. Every morning I just flip on the YouTube and they just have like all the gold medal winners from the day before, and you can just watch them all like in all the different events. It's like 10 minutes, bang, you just run through them all. It's like, okay, let's just watch the best stuff here. So my daughter's sitting down watching. Yeah, it's the best homework assignment ever. And so,
is this a Cliff Notes version?
Yeah, basically.
So you don't sit down at night and watch with her?
Well, she's in bed by the time I get home. You know, I mean, she's 5 years old.
What kind of assignment are they asking her to do?
I don't even know the extent of like what they want her to do. I guess they're just going to be talking about it and maybe have some thoughts on it. I mean, they're in kindergarten, so I can't imagine it's overly strenuous. I'm just sitting down there watching it, and I'm trying to like hype everything up. Like, look how cool that was. I'm trying to make sure she's staying into it. Yeah. Well, then we get to the latest gold medal winner, and I was not familiar with this person's work. And I don't know who I'm more impressed with, the actual Olympian here, the lady skater, or the broadcaster. Oh. But I would like to welcome you to Femke Koch.
Okay.
Femke Koch has become a sprinting sensation. She has not lost in the 500 meters this year. She has won 2,000 meters. She's a rival with her Dutch teammate Jutta Leerdam, and she may be the best pure sprinter in the world right now.
Femke Koch is going to open faster than anyone in the field, likely.
Femke Koch chasing with the Netherlands' hopes behind her.
Brittany Bowe's going to get the first chase, which we just saw, and she'll get the last chase as well. But now it's Femke Koch's turn. She's going to chase her down this backstretch, catapulting into this corner.
Koch got the mega draft there, and now she moves into the lead. At Dutch Olympic trials, Koch won both the 500 and the 1,000. She's won 3 500-meter world championships, and she is blasting this field away, a 26.5 lap.
We called early on that it would take an Olympic record to be able to win this race today. That's Olympic record pace for Femke Koch. She sometimes struggles in the last lap, but if she can hang on, she's set a blistering pace.
Here comes Femke Koch looking to end the Dutch medal drought over the opening weekend at these Olympics. Koch to the line, just completely dominant Olympic record of 28.62 final lap and 1:12.59 overall.
Oh man, Femke Koch.
What a legend.
She's blasting the field away. You was watching that with your daughter?
Who are you?
Femke Koch.
He was absolutely.
I kept it cool, bro. I didn't crack a smile. I just jotted down in my mind, okay, we're going to have to circle back on this one because the fellas need to know who Femke Koch is. And shout out to the actual broadcaster who's clearly doing Olympic bits here. Yeah. Like that's not your normal call. He had a blasting in there. He had a
I think this is a normal call.
You think he's just respecting the game?
I think he's being a pro here.
It's just incredible because the name and all of this feels like an SNL
Is this an NBC production? Is this an NBC announcer you're looking at here?
This is the.
And this is short track skating, or what are we doing here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's find out who this is.
Skating. She's a Dutch speed skater.
She's pretty incredible.
It's amazing. Oh my gosh, 25
I bet you
years old.
lit up when you heard that name right in front of your daughter, bro. Bro, do you hear that name, bro?
If she was like 15, we probably would have had a chuckle. But at 5, I just she didn't flinch. I'm like, I'm not gonna flinch here, but I'm never gonna forget Femke Koch. And I'm pulling for her.
You didn't have to fight a laughter back that hard since yesterday's Mrs. Price segment and the text messages that followed.
Here comes Koch.
I think this is Billy Spalding.
Billy Spalding.
Yeah, we got Billy Spalding and Joey Cheek are the announcers.
Okay, that can't be.
He's
How
announced.
old's Billy Spalding? I'm going to say Billy's about Chief's age here.
And Lewis Johnson's our on-field reporter, or on-ice reporter. This is Billy Spalding.
We've got Cheek calling Koch.
At least he has some
And
integrity.
Johnson on the sideline.
Yeah, Johnson on the sideline.
I'm telling you, bro. This is nuts.
NBC's doing a bit, huh?
Just need a Dick Fangio in there, and you'd have it all taken care of. Thank you, Eric.
This is nuts.
We got 1 hour down, 4 to go. Cowboys news coming up in 25 minutes or so. Football fix is next, Wolchuk.
What do you mean ball sack sacked? All right, we got Super Bowl sound, no days off, and a fresh hump day mock. That's next in the nation.
But, Tolos, if you're losing your hair, you need a simple solution that works. You, of course, want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. And that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or some just general thinning of the hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And how about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. And I highly recommend their team. They're absolutely fantastic. It all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Washington Commanders head coach Dan Quinn talked to the media on Tuesday and mentioned the idea of needing to unlock the potential of Jaden Daniels and the need for Daniels to play more under center. I agree, play Daniels more under center, but the Commanders also need to make protecting Daniels a priority next season. Save Daniels from himself. I'm Chris Fleck.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-6879. 800-575-6879.
Jeff Cox, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. I'm excited to announce the new Berkey's MVP membership plan, the only plan you need to maintain all of your home's vital systems, including plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical. Benefits include priority scheduling, no service fees during the week, and member discounts on repairs. Join MVP today for only $19.75 per month in honor of our 50 years of serving DFW. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com. Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
M37968.
It's a new year. Ready for a fresh start or career reboot? At My Computer Career, prep for a more recession-resistant future in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, in months, not years, including AI. Whether you're starting out or switching careers, no prior training is needed. Attend school online from home or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu to take the free career evaluation today. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who
qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, sports fans, it's Becca and Michaela from Boomer Jacks, and $2 domestic drafts are here all February.
Head to Boomer Jacks where the beer is cold, the games are always on, and the vibes are just right with $2 domestic drafts. That's right, just $2.
Kick back on our dog-friendly patio, bring your crew, and don't miss a second of the game.
From late night bites to the best drink deals in town, Boomer Jacks has you covered.
We're open till 2 a.m., serving our full menu late.
Get in here for $2 domestic drafts all February long.
Find your location at boomerjacks.com.
You follow here, and I couldn't be happier because CertaPro Painters got my house feeling more like a home, and they got me taken care of at the highest level. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home just like mine. So go ahead and schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 2, GBag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. C-Notes coming up in 20 minutes. We'll get you the latest Cowboys news. As the offseason officially underway, we're heading for the Combine, free agency, and the draft, and then OTAs. Before you know, we'll be back in Oxnard. In surprise here coming up before too long, just a couple of weeks away from Rangers spring training. So very exciting times here at The Fan. And again, thanks for tuning in. Here's Wolchuk with his daily football fix.
All right, let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side!
Left side!
Wrong side!
Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
No days off. Day by day. Seattle taking a page out of Bill Belichick's book as the public school system stayed open today as the Seahawks had their parade, no excused absences, whatever. I don't care. I hope there wasn't a single child in school in Seattle today. I hope they were all partying and celebrating a Seattle Seahawks championship as everybody should have, because I didn't see a single person in school when the Rangers won the World Series. I hope nobody was in school. I know they weren't in 2011 because it was the summertime when the Mavs won the championship and when the Cowboys were winning Super Bowls. Well, I don't even know because half of the people listening probably weren't born yet. But gosh, what a shame. Seattle, what are you doing? Celebrate this moment.
Missed opportunity. I mean, even for the teachers, like how many teachers had to take the day off? You know, it's like I'm not going to work today. If I'm a diehard Seahawks fan, I'm going to that parade.
Absolutely.
And if I'm a mom or dad, I'm saying, son, you don't have to go to school.
No, it's fine.
I mean, worst case scenario, you're going to sit in, you're going to soak it all in live from the couch, but hopefully we have a way to get you down there and let's enjoy the festivities, man. Because now that we've experienced a parade like the Rangers one,
there's nothing like it.
I will never pass up an opportunity to do that.
Never. And yes, I mean, we were blessed. We had a perfect spot. We were right in the middle of the action. We were broadcasting. It was incredible. But just to be able to enjoy a moment like that, you'll remember that for the rest of your life, and you don't know if it's ever going to happen again. I think Cowboy fans, after winning in Tempe, were thinking, man, we're going to go right back next year. You think they were expecting 30 years later we would be sniffing a championship?
We had a parade right after them.
No, yeah. It's crazy.
Seahawks
Absolutely
will.
Nuts. Seahawks could be going back right next year. Shout out to Ernest Jones. He was dropping F-bombs left and right at the parade. He said, man, I'm probably the last person they want to put on this mic, but he was defending everybody. If you got anything to say about my quarterback, you got anything to say about my defense, you got anything to say about my own line, and you got anything to say about the city of Seattle, I got 2 words for you. F you, said Ernest Jones.
Did he say anything about if you're not listening to the GBag Nation with Rodeo Ron?
Where the F you at, baby? No, he didn't say that.
Yeah, I do have a couple of good clips that we'll play in football's finest from the parade. Your guy John Schneider, hammered, trying to crack jokes.
He was really hammered.
I think he got crickets.
Yeah.
Oh, did he? Well, it wasn't a good reception.
He tried to weasel a joke in at the mic, and I don't think it really worked out.
About Walker, the negotiations.
Man, yeah, I just saw the quote of what he said. It seemed like
I have
that
the
was
sound of it. We'll play
awkward.
it.
Okay, I'm excited to hear that back because reading it, I was like, what?
His actually went well, but Schneider's, I think, kind of
didn't go well.
Fell on deaf ears.
Adam Schefter reporting on the future of the Eagles offensive lineman Lane Johnson and Landon Dickerson. He said, quote, I do expect that Lane Johnson will be back. I have heard the Lane Dickerson conversation. I don't know how real it is or isn't, but I'd be surprised if Johnson isn't back. But he's not sure about Landon Dickerson. So, hey, getting Lane Johnson back is still a big win. Dickerson might be leaning towards retirement. He's been dealing with a multitude of different injuries.
He's 27 years old.
Yeah, but, I mean, we got guys that are just retiring younger and younger. I mean, Chris Borland was kind of the first one that I remember. He retired because of the injuries. You had Luke Kuechly retiring young. Patrick Willis retired young. Maybe the injuries are just too much now for Landon Dickerson. I wouldn't mind it.
He did get paid 4 years and $84 million in March of 24, so he's played 2 years under that contract. I mean, if the back's bad and the knee's bothering you,
and you already got all your guaranteed money,
see you later.
Maybe it's time.
Yeah, I saw Lane Johnson's already back in the Iron Paradise doing big-time heavy deadlifts.
I bet he is, dude. Gosh, that guy. Look, I don't like the Eagles, but Lane Johnson, that dude's a freak athlete. All right, let's get to some sounds of the Super Bowl. Always cool in NFL films, pump some of this out. Here was Julian Love working in the secondary. He ended up having, you could say it was the game-sealing interception. It felt like the game was already over before this, but he knew he was going to get a pick at some point based on what Drake May was doing.
Yeah. He's coming to you. Yeah. That's all right, though. I'm going to stay patient.
Keep going on that out.
I'm going to give me one. Classic young quarterback. I know. As soon as that back foot hits.
Deep on is this.
As soon as the back foot hits, he's going to where he wants, but he's pausing for a second to confirm that he's open. He's not blindly doing like Stafford. There's like a little hitch there. Okay. But you can see you jumped that.
Yeah, I mean, it had to have been so much easier when you're playing in an NFC Championship game against the MVP and Matthew Stafford. And I get it, Drake May, runner-up, but there's levels to this. And Drake May, the lights were very big. And shout out to Mike McDonald and their defense. I mean, one, they're supremely talented, but you've seen some of the stuff that they were doing post-snap now. And it's really easy when you can rush four and the offensive line can't block it up. So Julian Love reading what Drake May was doing and was rewarded with that interception. Man, hump day mocks. I love a good fresh mock on a hump day. Here's Field Yates of ESPN, and they also just announced their new show that will be covering the draft. ESPN debuting NFL Draft Daily, a new weekday studio show across ESPN2, ESPN app, and Disney Plus at 2 o'clock. Every day. Of course, you'll be tuned in to the GBag Nation. You'll go back and watch that whenever you can later at night. It'll be starring Shefty, Jordan Reed, Field Yates, Mel Kiper Jr., Louis Riddick, Matt Miller, and Mike Tannenbaum, who Eric and I got to see out there at the Super Bowl.
Said hello to him.
Walked right by him. Goodness gracious. That guy's got a lot of chest hair, and he's not afraid to flaunt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took pride in that.
He really did. It seemed like a nice man. Gave him a nice little head nod. But Field Yates, not a shocker what he's doing for the Cowboys here. This is becoming more and more likely when it comes to the mocks as of right now. Sonny Styles at 12. Sonny Styles at 12. It's like pencil him in. Sonny Styles at 12. If he's there.
This has got very much a vibe like
if
Ashton
he's there.
Genty.
Yeah. Keldrick Falk at 20. To the Cowboys as well. Edge out of Auburn. So you've got Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State at 12. Keldrick Falk, edge, Auburn at 20. Brian, I feel like the more mocks we're looking at here post-Super Bowl, these are the two picks now that is the consensus the Cowboys end up taking. Everybody's going Sonny Styles and then Keldrick Falk. I would have no issue with this. I think you're getting the best linebacker in the draft. And Styles, he's physically what you want when it comes to the size, the speed, super aware player, instinctive, year 3 of the position. I think he's going to just grow and blossom into an absolute star. And Keldrick Falk Jr., I know we talked about this on the stack yesterday. To me at 20, if it was TJ Parker, I'd be more concerned. Keldrick Falk, I feel like we know what we're drafting here. I think he's an overall safe pick. Is he the guy that you're really hoping for in terms of pass rush ability? Maybe teams look at him and say that he can develop better, but I think you're getting a guy that's steady against the run. I think he's going to help others along your defense end up making plays. And to me, 5-sack guy, can he be a 5-sack guy? 5 to 8. Like, I think he's very Clowney-like to me.
Yeah. I mean, the thing I just worry about, I don't see because he's 6'6", he's 285, the twitchiness.
No, he doesn't have that.
He just doesn't have any, and I wonder, how do you win if you're 6'6", 285? You win with power, and do you always see power with this guy?
Yeah, he needs to add some more to his arsenal.
I hate this when everybody says, oh, you need to go back and watch 2024 tape. Well, how about I watch 2025 tape? Why do I have to? There's like 2 or 3 players in this draft where everybody's telling me you got to go back and watch. Go back up and watch. And I'm like, okay, I'll watch, but man, I want to see you get better from 2024 to 2025. I don't want to see you get worse. I just kind of feel like this guy he's a good player. I just feel like Dallas needs a different type of player, and I don't see it in this guy.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting. I think Michaud also had the Cowboys going with Keldrick Falk today. I wouldn't mind it. I'm not as down on him as maybe some others are, but he's definitely not the one that you're looking at day one. Can this guy be like a disruptive edge piece? I think he's just a solid foundational piece to your defensive line moving forward. The other one that was fascinating was Mike Renner going with Jermod McCoy, the corner out of Tennessee, which I think we'd be really excited about. But then Blake Miller, the offensive tackle from Clemson, and I know Corey and Alec broke him down earlier on KNC. You know, I haven't seen a ton of mocks putting an offensive tackle to the Cowboys. Blake Miller screams like the guy that, Brian, that's the definition of like an athlete. Mm-hmm. You don't see the power with him. But now he is durable as hell. This dude's never missed a start, 4 years starting on varsity in high school, never missed a start, 4 years starting at Clemson.
Yeah.
And you see athleticism. I think he's a good pass protector. When he has his technique down and he can anchor, set, get a little loose bend in the hips, he's got some oily hips there, he can be a really good player. The problem is I just don't see it consistently, and speed can give him some problem. If he is laid out of his stance, it is good night. So there, I don't view him as a first-round player. I think that's a bit of a reach there at 20, but it was interesting just seeing a different name for the Cowboys at 20 than we're accustomed to.
Yeah, I think this is a third-round guy. I am not. I mean, you could watch him. There was talk about him coming out last year. And I think the stuff with the technique and all is really, really good. But, you know, I always have trouble with guys that aren't very strong.
Yeah, and he's not that guy.
And he is not that guy. And, you know, we've played with a tackle who is not very strong. We've seen how that goes. So, to me, very similar to the type of guy you have right now. Mm-hmm. Athlete, lacks power.
Yeah, and it's the opposite in strength, right? I think he's a better pass blocker where Steele's the better run blocker.
Exactly, yeah.
But struggles in the run blocking.
Yep.
Man, we talked about this earlier. You mentioned the Joey Porter comments, and if you haven't heard it, here was Joey Porter and just ripping Big Ben Roethlisberger about being a bad dude.
He broke the brotherhood, then 7 definitely broke the brotherhood because, like,
that's the one I don't understand.
The 7 dude that we don't talk about.
I know.
is crazy. Like out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his ass is foul of all foul. Like the that he's did is foul of all foul. He's not a good teammate. Won the Super Bowl with him, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like, he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that, but we protected him because I've only won 1 Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking multiple accusations of sexual assault. And I think there was also, didn't he call out when one of the, was it Le'Veon Bell was going through his contract negotiations, and he called him out for he wasn't a team player there. And I'm thinking it was Antonio Brown. Somebody was throwing him under the bus for that. So there is, I mean, this is stuff that we've kind of known about Ben Roethlisberger. That was an appearance on the Not Just Football podcast with Cam Hayward. And I think Diana Rossini was the one who was there with him. Like, yeah, I know. But look, Big Ben's got a podcast career of his own right now. And I guess when you win 2 Super Bowls, like, you kind of look the other way.
Yeah, he's a meathead, though. He's a meathead of meatheads. I'm not surprised that people inside the organization are, think of him that way. But like I said last hour, it is amazing how if you brought a team a championship, people are going to look the other way on stuff. That would be a non-negotiable for me. But I mean, I've been doing this Steelers podcast, I think, for 7 or 8 months or something. This is the first time I've heard a single negative word about what happened in his background. He should be the one alienated from that fan base, or at least something that's not as celebrated as he is.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you don't hear any of this come up. It is wild with Big Ben's background. 100%.
Mason Rudolph saw the clip and commented, "Go off, Joey Porter."
Yeah, I mean, you don't see anybody defending him right now, and I'm sure that clip has gone absolutely viral. Last just news of note: the Giants have hired Brian Callahan, former Titans head coach. He's going to be on Harbaugh's staff there in New York as they continue to fill out the coaching staff in Big Blue. There you go.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Football Fix in the books. We got your C-Note Cowboys news of the evening coming up next year. It's the GBag Nation on the Fan.
Okay. The silence means I got a spot because nobody else is talking. Now, what spot is that? It's actually the Frankels. It's the Frankels here, Gavin Dawson. It's Frankel and Frankel time. Here he is, the General.
Thank you so much for that lead-in and introduction, Wolchuk. You know I love the Frankels, and if you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, you absolutely should call them. Scott and Mark, these guys are the GOATs of DFW courts. Their name commands respect wherever they go. And if you're hurt, not your fault, what do? They make sure you do not settle for less. Unfortunately, it's easy to do. You're laid up. Maybe you're on medicines that are clouding your decision-making. And at the same time, the guilty parties, fancy insurance adjusters, and lawyers, they are working overtime to make you settle for less so you don't get them for what you could. 6 or 7 figures often is what we're talking about when it's a commercial vehicle, big 18-wheeler that's completely turned your life upside down, caused pain and suffering, might impact the way you get around for the rest of your life. You might need to change careers. If you can't do the same job because your body functions differently on the other side of one of these accidents, what's career re-education cost? What's lost wages mean for you? New vehicle, medical expenses, and then, of course, the pain and suffering that might be on board for the rest of your life. Decades of pain and suffering. How do you put a number on that? The Frankels know how. So hurt not your fault. Their number is so easy to remember. 214 or 817, then 333-3333. Just nothing but threes. Go to frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Are you turning 65 or new to Medicare? Humana knows not everyone has the same needs when picking a Medicare Advantage plan.
Now that I'm retired, I want to enjoy the life I've worked hard to build. So I want a plan that covers me when I'm traveling the country.
Humana has a plan for that.
As a veteran, I want a plan that fills in the gaps my VA coverage doesn't provide, like dental care.
Humana has a plan for that.
I feel good about my health. I just want care and coverage with predictable costs. No surprises.
Humana has a plan for that. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you get coverage and benefits that focus on what matters most to you. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh my gosh, you'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Helzberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Helzberg. Shop in store or at helzberg.com.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Saturday on the CW.
Driver, start your engine!
The new NASCAR season roars into action at the Daytona International Speedway with all new drivers, new rivalries.
Somebody needs to break his teeth in.
And a brand new name.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Buckle up for pure raw racing live from Daytona.
Let's turn them loose!
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
This Saturday at 3 p.m. on CW 33.
Texas knows tradition, and this March a new one hits the streets. You've seen touchdowns and home runs, but nothing like IndyCar speed ripping through Arlington, Texas. Fearless drivers, crowds loud enough to match 700 horsepower. It's an action-packed weekend filled with concerts, entertainment, and racing. Kids 12 and under get in free, so bring the whole crew. The first ever Java House Grand Prix of Arlington is coming. This isn't our first rodeo, just our fastest. Get your tickets at gparlington.com.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get a jump on your spring to-dos at Lowe's. Right now, get 4 bags of Stay Green 2 cubic foot mulch for just $10. And that's not all. Grab 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil for just $10 too. Kick off spring with fresh savings. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/18. Excludes Hawaii. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The recent freeze was another reminder backup power matters, and that is why thousands of Texans are switching every month to Base Power. Base Power is the only power company with home backup built in, so when the grid goes down, your lights stay on automatically.
And right now, if you switch using our special link for fan listeners, we'll cover your current termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's. We're celebrating 50 years of serving DFW. Save $19.75 on a new 40 or 50-gallon American water heater installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
In 37968.
Yeah, buddy, it's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Man, listen to some of that mock draft content you guys were doing. That would just be, if you're going to take an offensive lineman, can we get one who's just like a no-doubt-about-her blue chipper, Mawanoa or Fano? Don't get to 20 and surprise me with a name.
Yeah.
And then get up there and tell me how, this guy's got all the right stuff. We've seen too much Taco and Mozzie and frankly, Tyler Guyton. Maybe Tyler Guyton's going to end up being a good player, but after 2 years, he's certainly looking like a 4th-round draft pick, who is long and athletic. So you're like, let's bet on this guy. but it's sloppy. His college tape wasn't good. He was a penalty monster. If that's what you're going to do at 20, I just don't think you're that serious about trying to get this team turned around. They need a tackle ready to play, or they need to go find an edge or a linebacker. Like if C.J. Allen's on the board and they're like, hey, eventually we're going to have to move on from Terrence Steele, so we got this guy who's got great traits. He's tall and athletic, and we think he's eventually going to grow into one of these guys. This ain't the year for it. When you're bad and you have no chance of making the playoffs and you want to take guys and sort of gamble on their traits to become something in the future, I kind of get it at this point, but this 12 and 20's got to be two dudes that can go. Bills and Patriots listed as top suitors for George Pickens if the Cowboys decide to not do the contract he and his agent are asking for. Bills don't have anything close to a number one wide receiver. The Patriots might end up moving on from Stephon Diggs, who has a pretty serious legal issue, and apparently his contract is very cuttable there with the New England Patriots. For me, I would look at Kansas City. That's where I'd want to go if I was George. They have the 9th overall pick. Like, that would be awesome. The Max Crosby idea is picking up some steam as well.
Yeah, I mean, even Brad Sham chimed in because Jason McCourty went ahead and threw that out there on Get Up this morning. So I was like, man, this guy must be a Tolo. He's listening to the show because we've thrown out there maybe a Pickens and Crosby swap. And Brad said, wouldn't be mad about it. So you've got the voice of the Cowboys who's signing off on that. And if you're getting a stud defensive player back for Pickens. Like, that's the only way that I would do that. I wonder if Kansas City's open to trading 9, then hell yeah. I mean, obviously, that's a yes, please. You're getting a top 10 pick. They'd probably offer you their second-round pick. Could you get their second and third? Could you get their second and fourth? Maybe. But, yeah, Buffalo at 26. We know where New England is at 31. Buffalo, to me, has just always been the team that makes so much sense here. And then the other one that's kind of interesting today, because you have the Courtland Sutton stuff that's been thrown out there. He put out chapter closing, so people in Denver are wondering, like, is he about to get traded or be a cap casualty? Is his career in Denver done? Maybe the Broncos are a team that would jump in on that, but all of these are cold weather teams, and George told us he doesn't want to go play for a cold weather team.
I mean, I guess I'd make an exception for Kansas City. It's somewhat close to the south. It's within striking distance, and it doesn't get super cold that often, but it still does. I mean, you could be facing some frigid playoff weather, but I think the opportunity to play with Patrick Mahomes and with Andy Reid in an organization that has history of winning championships, I think I could get talked into that. But it's a tough fit, and I've seen the idea now that maybe teams are thinking they could get George Pickens for a 2 and a 3, and the Cowboys would be happy because they only had to give up a 3. I think that's horse bleep. If it's not a 1. I'd say, and if you don't want to do a long-term deal and you're not being offered a 1, just leave him on the tag and say, we'll see you week 1 if you want to hold out.
Yeah. I mean, and then it's just sort of a game of chicken at that point. Are you willing to have him just not do anything for you? Is he willing to sit it out? I mean, that would be a fascinating thing to see who budges first on that.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know how they're going to handle it.
That's another statement made 2 off seasons in a row where you're showing agents around the league we're not screwing around.
Yeah, and I think specifically it's Mulligeta. I think he's telling his clients, heck, if they hit you with the franchise tag, we're holding out. I'll get you, what you are owed. If you're a young man, especially at 24 or 25, time is on your side. You can play this as aggressively as we need to. And I think if this one goes sour, like the idea of Mulligeta agents working with the Cowboys, I think is definitely something you'd have to take into consideration with, who you're adding, because at that point it's becoming a big issue if you got to move on from all pro level players, because they're trying to reset the market. I think that's what they're going for. I think they're going for over $40 million, and that's why the Cowboys have said
just no. I mean, I love George Pickens. I can't pay you like Jamar Chase. I can't pay you off 1 year of production, man. I think you're awesome. but CD's getting 34. 35 is kind of where I'm going to be capped out here. And if you want more than that, then, hey, totally fair. Go get your money, but we're going to now need to work on a trade for you to go somewhere else.
And it's just an extra $5 or $6 million, but ultimately, I kind of like what the Cowboys are doing, drawing a line in the sand, because how many times can you give an extra $5 or $6 million before it's made you competitively irrelevant, because you're just making yourself 10% more top heavy. So they got to get a handle on it, and I think this is a sign they're in the process of it, and they want George to think about it over the next couple of weeks with the combine coming up. Like, we're about to go talk with teams about trading you. Are you sure you would be willing to leave the Cowboys and everything that's going on here? And if George wants to, or if George is open-minded to it, I think CeeDee Lamb's going to miss his running buddy. There's just so much to like with the Cowboys. Like, you can be a star player somewhere else, and 2 years after you've retired, you can walk the streets of America. Nobody's going to know who the hell you are. You play with the Cowboys, you are going to be world recognizable for a long time, and you're going to have money-making opportunities well beyond your playing days. And if there's no value in that for you, like, maybe you want to be anonymous. Maybe you don't want people to recognize you. Last year with the Pittsburgh Steelers, a lot of football fans outside of Pittsburgh would not have known George Pickens from just another tall guy in the room. Now he is nationally recognizable. Do you want to continue down that path, or do you want to be anonymous? And we've seen, you talk with people that do business with the Joneses. They value being associated with the star as just monumental. Right? Mm-hmm. With their business partners, they're like, no, we're not going to pay you for these services. You're going to advertise that you did this, that, or the other thing for the Cowboys, and you are going to get super paid as the official blankety blank of the Dallas Cowboys. That's how they go about all their business. So they put the highest of premiums on that. And for an agent to look across at Jerry Jones and say, I don't give a crap about that, I think it's personally offensive to Jerry. Doesn't jive with his worldview.
Yeah, because he totally believes in that. And I do hope, we talk about this thing stretching out into the season, and then it's like, hey, sign it or whatever. Like, are you actually going to play or not, and play that game of chicken? But I really hope they can find a way to just get everything out on the table as early as possible.
Yeah.
From both sides. Hey, this is what we're willing to do. Mulligeta's side, hey, this is what we want. And if we're not going to come to an agreement, let's move quickly to get this thing so that we can get as many assets as we can for this particular team and not stretch this thing out and waste everybody's time.
Lesson learned from the Micah thing.
Yeah. Like, just if you make a decision.
Yeah.
You either want to pay him or you don't.
Yeah.
You either want to be a Cowboy or you don't.
Yeah. It's good that they're going to get some resolution on this earlier and not have it drag into training camp. Maybe that's a shoddy ask. Like, hey, I get it that you want to negotiate the way you want to, but it really is a problem for team building and getting everybody together at camp 2 years in a row. We didn't know what defense we were preparing to run.
Yeah.
Like, training camp was almost null and void. They should have been figuring out how they were going to get stops without Micah Parsons, but they didn't know they had to do that. Joseph Hoyt, Morning News, writing, the Cowboys are still trying to replace Jordan Lewis in the slot. Here are some options. Do you guys like any of these options? Keontae Scott, D'Angelo Pons, Avion Terrell. That's Miami, Indiana, and Clemson out of the draft. And then you have in free agent. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, the thing with Scott is interesting. Zach, help me here. How well do you think he covers?
I think he covers. We've talked. You and I know have talked about that. I think he can cover, and I think specifically as when it comes to a nickel corner,
better than what we had with Terrell.
No.
And Pons?
No, I think he's more of a physical player. The guy that I
think this guy's a safety. I think Scott's a safety.
You said strong safety.
I don't think he's a nickel corner.
And a lot of people deploy a safety at nickel defensive back.
Yeah. I think he does have some good change of direction. I think he does show the ability to have tight man coverage inside and contest catches. I think the guy that I look at here would be Chandler Rivers, the corner from Duke. 5'9", 185. And I love D'Angelo Pons, don't get me wrong. But, Brian was like, man, you might watch Rivers and like him more, and he was absolutely right. I do.
These day 3 picks?
These are day 2. These are probably second-round corners.
Trade down candidates.
So, if you were to trade back and pick up an extra pick, I'd look at those guys. Terrell would be the guy at 20 that you would take.
I kind of feel like that maybe that Rivers or Pons might be late ones.
They could. I've seen Keontae Scott in a couple mocks go late one.
Yeah.
These guys are at worst second-round picks.
I haven't seen your Duke guy, but I have watched Scott, and I think he's tough enough that he could support the run.
Oh, absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah, the only question I had is how much coverage do you want to put him in? Mm-hmm. Whereas the others, I think, are more pure corners.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. But I think I like his, as specifically as an inside player, he can get it done.
Blitz, tackle, physicality, Tremendous. All that stuff. Yeah, he's
got the play temperament for it, for sure.
Yeah.
Teams are getting it done with safety. Is that just adjustments they're making behind him to protect him? Like if you have a guy that can't cover in there, but he is such a demon, he's operating as a third linebacker, how do you mitigate that?
Yeah.
Behind him if he can't cover. Yeah. And I think that's got to be specific to your scheme.
I don't think you particularly want to play a guy that can't cover in that spot. That's why I think teams are not having to worry about it because the guys are playing.
Because the guys they are doing can't cover?
Can't cover, yeah.
Okay. In free agency, there's Mike Hilton, but he was out there all last summer and in training camp, and the Cowboys didn't want him.
Big-time injury history with that guy.
Yeah, injured all the time. You could move Deron Bland there.
Yeah, I mean, I think on your roster right now, that would be probably the first guy up to think, okay, can he do this? But it is such an important role we've seen with a lot of these new age defenses and what Christian Parker is going to want to emphasize. I wonder, like, do you look at some of these safeties having a chance at being that kind of guy, like the Emmanuel McNeil-Warren guy, the Thieneman guy? Like, are they able to play that Eminwari role for the Seahawks? Where like that's a safety, but now like he's playing well in coverage, and it's not like super down the field stuff, but like within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, he's really good in coverage, but he's a bigger body. And it's like you still have your two safeties on the field. He's kind of that third. He's like nickel / linebacker / safety kind of player, but he's around the box.
Thieneman, is not the size of.
Yeah, no, Thieneman's not.
He's a 6 foot, 205-pound guy.
Those are guys that could cover the tight end if they're flexed out. I mean, I think McNeil-Warren absolutely could. Thieneman, I think, is more of your Harrison Smith-esque, like true too high safety, can in a pinch. I mean, I think with all of these guys, like outside of Brian Branch, like I don't know how much is Nick Eminwari really actually being their slot corner. They've got like Julian Love will come up and do some of that for them. In theory, it's like I just don't know how many snaps are these guys specifically playing the slot man-to-man nickel corner. I think in certain plays and schemes you can do that where they're like shaded over and it's more of a zone. But if you want your traditional nickel corner like a Jordan Lewis, I think the only safeties that are doing that, maybe McNeil-Warren from Toledo and probably Caleb Downs, Ohio State.
Yeah, Downs for sure.
We'll get more Cowboys conversation coming up a little bit later on in the show. Tim Cato's coming up at 4 o'clock. It's time for Krusty's Corner coming up next, buddy.
Yeah, I got some more conversations about the draft. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, one of the best interviews in college football, and new head coach of the Dallas Renegades, Rick Neuheisel, joins us at 7:20, Neighborhood Watch at 7:40, and 2 more 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaways in the Expressway at 9 o'clock hour, Thursday morning on The Fan.
Follow here, Tolos. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but hey, some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
Hey, everybody, it's Corey Majors. Tolos, when it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
When Texas chills, Specs thrills. Keeping spirits high, glasses full, and the fun from freezing over. Bundle up with a bold bourbon or mix up mulled wine that'll melt the frost right off. Whatever your winter looks like, Specs keeps it toasty. Because when the temps dip, grab a jacket, light a fire, and keep the good times rolling. At Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods, the fun starts here.
Your kid goes to bed a size 8 and wakes up a size 10. That's not magic. That's expensive, unless you shop at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They've got undefeatable prices on all the best brands in sports gear, like Nike, Easton, and Baseball Lifestyle 101. And on the off chance that you find a better price at a competitor, Academy will beat it by 5%. That's their best price guarantee, which kind of is magic. Academy, fun can't lose.
Celebrate the new year with a resolution you can easily achieve. Regrow your own natural hair with the simple one-day hair loss solution from Advanced Hair Restoration. They've changed tens of thousands of lives. Advanced Hair even guarantees that your new hair will grow. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. To find out if you qualify, call 469-599-HAIR or visit advancedhair.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now, you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't miss out. This offer will end soon. Schedule your free quote right now at WindowNation.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, my name is Jim, and I have low C. There, I said it. I started losing energy and becoming moody. Next, it was my marriage. With my low C, I just couldn't turn up the heat in the bedroom anymore. You see, low C is low comfort, and it's caused by worn-out heating and air conditioning systems. That's when a friend told me about the comfort maintenance program from Reliant Air Conditioning. I had an honest conversation with my service tech, and it turns out all I needed was a Freon supplement and new filters. Now, my C level is back to normal.
In a clinical study, Reliant Air Conditioning restored C levels back to normal in under 2 hours. Discontinue your low C treatment if your home is so comfortable that in-laws demonstrate tendencies to stay on a permanent basis. Common side effects include extreme comfort, reduced energy loss, and a very satisfied wife. To get your comfort level checked, call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO. Or go to ReliantAirConditioning.com. Get your comfort checked and turn the heat back up.
The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco, February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-purchase sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the GBag Nation here on the Fan. We got Tim Cato talking Mavs with you coming up here in about 15 minutes. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate that. Thank you to Greystone as well for being a part of the program as always. I'm sitting here watching these players, and I think people are starting to catch up with the players I've watched. It's like people are kind of, you finding guys. I'm like involved.
Like starting to pop up now.
I'm starting to have to people are watching players, and now they're challenging me on the players. They kind of figured out that I'm handling the account over there at Crown Global Media because my account's still hacked. So people have kind of found me over there. But are people challenging you on some of your views on some of these players yet? Have they well, I don't see that, or no, you're right about that guy, or have you found any of that, Wolchuk?
Yeah, some have definitely. When it comes to some of these corners, we've talked about the later round guys. Zion Young's a player that I've had a lot of people reach out to me about. The Kevin Johnson conversation we had about yesterday on the stack. So there are a couple of these players for sure. Because I think now Chris Johnson, I said Kevin. Especially now after the Super Bowl. I think, there's not games to look forward to, so people are going to be way more.
People diving in.
The draft. Yeah.
People diving in. Dawson, you have any of these problems?
No, I'm having more. My biggest issue right now in the comments on my YouTube channel is people thinking I'm way too optimistic about Shoddy and about their ability to turn this thing around. I'd say that's the highest criticisms. I got into trouble talking Caleb Downs, and why I think he could be available at 12, and some of my concerns with his ball skills and his coverage, and is that the kind of player as a safety that you would want to take in the top 15 of a draft? They think I'm an idiot for not recognizing his greatness, which I acknowledge. But I think it's my first year, and I'm approaching everything humbly.
Yeah.
That, hey, man, I don't got all the answers here.
You're doing the work. See, that's the thing that I'm just kind of
It's an inexact science.
As long as you're doing the work, it's just what you see. I'm never going to fight with anybody about it. I mean, I'm going to fight where I maybe put a guy. And the thing I appreciate now is over the years, the guys and gals that I've worked with, there was a time where they wouldn't challenge me on it.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
And now they're challenging me on it.
Which I would not challenge Brian.
I think it's so cool. I think it's cool because, doing work with Zach and Aisha and Vach and others, I just appreciate the fact that somebody has as much interest in it as I do. The fact that you've picked it up,
it's fun.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot.
And I think that people out there have figured out, and there's so many people now. Was it Ted Wynn? Is that from The Athletic? I was listening to him on Sean and RJ this morning talk about watching tape and how he got started, and he was a high school coach, and then he was a teacher and he hated teaching. And then he became this film nerd. Wow. So I think there's just more opportunity for people to study these guys. Now, we don't know what scheme they were told to play or what their assignments were and stuff, but you can tell if a guy could play or not, right?
Yeah, for the most part, absolutely.
That's kind of where I'm at. I got to the point, there were times when I would study players, I didn't know what they were. I'm like, what the hell technique is, what coverage are we in here? So you don't know if it's the player's fault or the scheme's fault. But I think the fact that more people are studying these players, I think is really cool.
Yeah,
I really do, and I'm really happy you guys are studying the players too. Have you guys had a problem with people coming after you about taking injured players? And yes. I say this. I'll tell you what. I saw a wide receiver from Louisville, this Chris Bell.
I like Chris Bell a lot.
Chris Bell reminds me of Des Bryant.
Okay, yeah.
Chris Bell
pretty much
is
the same size.
6'2", 225 pounds from Louisville. And you watch them throw him the football, and Chris Bell is like, damn, that's Des Bryant. And then you find out against
SMU.
88. And you found out against SMU, he blew out his knee. And now you're like,
crap.
So yeah, you're like crap. Well, but I find myself putting players, whether they're hurt or not, in where I feel like that I would take them. But I'm also having problems with people absolutely wanting nothing to do with McCoy, the corner from Tennessee.
Which is why, and I'm trying to get more on this TikTok thing to try and grow that channel. And so I'm doing a video specifically on McCoy. And I talked about it yesterday on our show. It's not the same as like Savone Revel. You're talking about a guy that's a full year plus removed from the injury. Now, he needs to go out and show people this. Like, he needs to compete
go
at the
run
combine.
a 40
he needs
and
to
work
do
out.
a pro day.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to show the movement skills and prove to everyone my leg's good to go. Because I have been under the understanding that he could have played this year, and the fact that Tennessee's season went awry and they were not competing at the end there, he just shut it down and focused on the draft. I get it. I get the PTSD as a Cowboy fan. But that specific player is not the same as your Bruce Carters and your Sean Lees and your Savone Revels that are directly a year off of an ACL injury.
Yeah, I think what it comes down to for McCoy, and I have a long history of being against bringing in previously catastrophic injured players. But at 12, if you're wiped out, the edges are gone. The two tackles that you love are gone.
Yeah.
Delane's gone. Downs is gone. And Sonny Styles. And it's like, do you want to take McCoy as the last premium defensive player on this board? 100% I'd do it.
Yeah.
I'd love to get him at 20. Hopefully a bunch of teams want to pass on him. But coming back from one torn ACL is not that bad. Players do it all the time and have all pro careers on the other side.
Yeah, McCoy's one of my favorite players, and I don't look at him as the same as Revel. I just don't. I think Revel, I look at it as Revel got a setback in camp. I think that's the thing that hurt him the most this year. I think he's going to bounce back.
And McCoy's significantly more talented, isn't he? I didn't watch Revel.
He
is.
Yeah, he is.
His tape is better.
Yeah. Another thing that I'm kind of finding out working through this stuff and like looking at where I'd want to pick players, I feel like the window of maybe more players, an opportunity for more players, opens up for me in the back end, trading down.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about trading down from 12. I think the window for the type of player that I might get is smaller than the player that I might like at 20 or going back. And we did a deal, Vach and I did a deal today where we traded back to Carolina's pick. I'm trying to get a second round pick. And guys, I'm interested in moving back and getting that second round pick. And if I have to kick a 5 to somebody to make it happen instead of somebody offering me, like when the Chad Reuter mock draft where it was a 3 and a 4, I think picking 3 players in the top 50 is better for me than, say, picking 4 players in the top 125.
Because if you move back a handful of spots, you're still confident you're going to get a really good player.
I think I am. I think the board really opens up for me when we did the Carolina trade, and that's to 19, and somehow you get there 51, right? And I'm just thinking, man, let me pick at 19, 20, and 51. Let me do that.
I don't agree with you here. I think at 12 you're going to find one of the last remaining players that you're like, damn. I think you're going to get one of these guys. I think Delane or McCoy or Styles or maybe it's Downs. I don't want to trade. I don't want
to trade away from a great player, and
but if they're gone, I'm with you. If they're
Styles
not there,
and Downs and those guys are gone,
then yeah, I'm open to it 100%.
Yeah, I'm kind of in
maybe
that,
your best player could be like Mekhi Lemon at a USC, the receiver, or Tate if he's there.
I think, like I say, if I'm trading back, I am fighting you for your second round pick.
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of getting it.
And I'm fighting you to a point where I'll flip you one of my compensatory 5s or something like that to make it happen.
Yeah,
because just getting the 3 and the 4, that doesn't interest me. But if you give me 3 players, say, in the top 50, it might be worth it for me, Zach.
Yeah.
To back out of there at 12.
Yeah, it could be. Depending on who's there, I'm totally down with that if you can get an extra 2.
And you might be able to charge a premium, like if the draft falls where 12 is a guy that you're not hot on, but he's the last guy at his position that's got a chance to be plug and play.
Yeah, I keep saying this. I just think the board opens up for you more options the little bit further down you go. I think 20 is going to have a lot of really good options for you. Well, I don't know if 12 is going to have as many. You think that there's going to be...
I think at 12 there's going to be one of the guys that you're wanting. Yeah, I do.
And that's with offensive players going ahead of you, right?
Yeah, I think both the tackles are going to go.
Yeah.
I think you're going to get, in this scenario, at least one, if not both, 2 receivers going. The runner goes, and Jeremiah Love. And I think what's going to happen is you're going to get wiped out of the edge group. Reese, Bain, Bailey. And if that happens, then you're going to have either a Styles, a Downs, or one of those 2 corners, Delane or McCoy.
Then I'm not interested in moving then. But all of a sudden, if I see Downs is gone, Styles is gone, Bailey's gone, Bain's gone.
Now, let me ask you this. If Amalanoa somehow slid to you at 12, would you stay in and just take him?
Yes, please. I'd hang in there.
I would too.
I would hang in there. But you know what? Cowboy fans don't want to hear that right now.
And that's the tackle from Miami.
Yeah, but I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to fight my ass off to get that 12th, to get a second-round pick back on a trade.
Cowboys' offense isn't good enough. We'll talk more about that coming up at 4:20.
Thanks, guys.
There's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. I like this Des comp on this Chris Bell kid as well.
Yeah.
Torn ACL November against SMU. Maybe that could be a potential day 3 slip.
Watch this kid play. I swear.
His yak is incredible.
I swear it's Des Bryant.
He moves like him.
Catching the ball and running.
I just watched some highlights there during the segment.
Watch him versus Miami. He was a dog.
Let's go. All right, we got 2 down, 3 to go. Tim Cato, national NBA writer for All City, on what happens next for your Mavs is next in the nation.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Vegas Raiders head coach Clint Kubiak and owner Mark Davis both said yesterday that they want star edge rusher Max Crosby to remain a Raider next season. But what's best for the franchise is trading Crosby, acquiring as many picks as possible, and building around your young quarterback. The Raiders aren't a team that's going to go worst to first or even make the playoffs, so do what's best for both parties and trade Max Crosby. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's T Clinic, they have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's T Clinic today.
Lowe's of Salina is now open, and we'll be celebrating from 12 to 2 p.m. this Saturday, February 14th. Join us at 3540 South Preston Road for in-store promos, giveaways, and more while supplies last.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Hey Tolos, Eric Chiafalo here with Josh and Alexis Vining of Greystone Roofing, a family-owned business that's been serving DFW for years.
Thanks, Eric. Here at Greystone Roofing, we're licensed, we're local, and we don't use door knockers or high-pressure sales tactics.
We just deliver honest, quality craftsmanship. We're a family, and we treat your home like our own.
If you're looking for a roof that's built to last with no gimmicks and no hassle, just honest, reliable service, call my friends at Greystone Roofing today or visit them online at greystone-roofing.com.
So many of you still have that 3% rate from the COVID years and you want to keep it, but you want to get cash out of your home. It's very simple. A second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. We have an automated appraisal. It goes fast. We have great rates and we have loan officers who care. Call us today. Get that financing done now with TexasLending.com. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, GBag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for a basketball conversation. Our guy Tim Cato joining us, national NBA writer for All City, joining you here in the nation. And a good afternoon, Tim. How the heck are you?
Hello, friends. How are you guys? There's always something to talk about in Mavs land as I'm there.
Absolutely, yeah. And hopefully the arrow's pointing up this time. Hopefully they are emerging from the catastrophe suffered just over a year ago. I'm wondering if you have any insights on what their big vision is for team building. Like if you wanted to go young and build around Cooper Flagga, I think you would have wholesale sold all of your veterans, tanked super hard. But it kind of seems like they want to build long term with Flagg, but they're also having next year in mind as well. What do you think is their ideal development here over the next 6 months or so?
Yeah, I think the idea of like slow playing Cooper's development into team building around him would make more sense, of course, if Dallas had their first round picks in subsequent seasons, but they don't. So Dallas doesn't actually, they don't have to be good per se. Those picks are owed. That's a sunk cost, but there is no reason to be bad. And, obviously PJ Washington was not tradable based off when he signed his extension with the team before this season. So that's a piece that potentially could be more redundant with Cooper and someone they now look to move this summer. They just weren't able to at this deadline. But yeah, I also look at Cooper. I mean, is there any question at this point that Cooper is or is very near to being the type of star, the type of second best player on your team? And I'm just talking like next season, eventually he will be the best player on your team. It might be as soon as next season. It seems like he's ready now. So they have veterans in place. They obviously moved off Anthony Davis. That was the guy. That was the chip that had to fall for them to reset around Cooper's timeline. But I just think there's a big argument, and there's a convincing argument that Cooper's timeline is right now, that he's already that good. And so for what Dallas is going to be doing, I don't think there's any bad way to build around him. He is that flexible and malleable as a player that there's 20 different ways that you could build this team around him. But I don't think, requiring or needing to strip down this team and make Cooper go through a couple more seasons that, we're not even talking like whether Dallas is going to be awesome and going to be a top 4 seed, just a couple seasons where the objective is to win. I think that's perfectly fair and perfectly fine. And past that, it's just a question of how quickly you can kind of build this team up into something that resembles a contender.
What are you seeing, back in this year, the 8-game losing streak? Are they tanking? Like I could see after the success they had 3 weeks ago, like somebody in the building having a fit that we're playing way too good, Jason, and we need to make adjustments to increase the chances of losing here. Now they got 8 in a row.
Yeah. I mean, it's at the end of the day, this team is still bad. Like, too many pieces are injured. They've also been feisty. They've also won. I tend to think that we're still going to see the feisty Mavs and some wins that, if you're a tanking purist, that's all you care about, you're going to be kind of bummed out that, Dallas just managed to beat, the Portland Trail Blazers on a Tuesday night or something like that. Or maybe even like teams that are competitive. Like, they're still going to do that, but yeah, I do think it's in the team's best interest to lose. I just don't think that they're going to be as brazen about it as obviously we're seeing some teams around the league be.
So you think 7 is the best that the pure tankers could hope for, where they are right now?
About right.
Yeah.
I think that feels about right. Just based off how many wins they've already banked, and the fact that the main person driving their winning is the number 1 pick rookie 19-year-old who is going to play as many games as he's capable of and should.
Tim, now that we're a week removed from the trade deadline, when you reflect back on it, I mean, how do you feel about what the Mavericks did? Were you surprised that ultimately they were able to accomplish what they did?
I was a little surprised. I was most surprised that Anthony Davis was traded at all because I didn't have Washington on my radar. I'm sure the most plugged in people probably had maybe a little bit more sense of that. And I'm not sure if Washington wasn't available that there was going to be another partner that Dallas could find. I think it did kind of come down to the fact that Washington was willing to offer them what they did. And yeah, the picks aren't great. I think there's some value in just having picks to attach, to move on from a salary to, kind of even a trade valuation that, with another franchise that you're trying to make. Dallas only had 3 picks before they got these 5 back. And even though these 5 are, for the most part, not going to be, high picks, they're going to be, second rounders, or in the case of the one they got next year, it's Oklahoma City. That's going to be, into the first round, of course. But I think there is value in just getting a quantity of picks, given how depleted Dallas's war chest was. I also think there's value, and you have to look at the trade this way, especially in the new apron era, in the new salary cap era, where essentially teams are operating as if there's a hard cap. it is really valuable to shed about $12 million of salary in Jaden Hardy and D'Angelo Russell, assuming D'Angelo picks up his player option. I'd be surprised if he didn't at this point. That is direct value that allows Dallas to have more functionality as they built this team around Cooper Flagg. That is super valuable. That should be considered part of the trade return. I was a little bit surprised they were able to get that done too. So in looking at all of those things, they sold low on Anthony Davis, but if Anthony Davis doesn't get healthy, they would have sold lower on him. They're gambling, that it's best that this return was good enough to make that move rather than risk any more of this Cooper timeline they're now on, with the chance that their depreciating asset only gets worse.
Tim, is there anything to this Mark Cuban story trying to buy the team back?
There might be. There definitely might be. So let me set it up. Obviously, Mark Stein was the one reporting it. He's my colleague at All City and DLF, and I trust that Mark Stein, as respective of reporter as he is, et cetera, all the accolades go on. I trust that he believes that there is some reason, something behind this. Obviously, his report is unclear about whether the Dumont family, the Adelson family, is interested in selling, and it's unclear about who the buying group is. I will say this. This would be, if the Adelson family wanted to sell, this would be the time to do it. Their idea for a new arena with a sportsbook casino type thing attached to it, they've already scaled that back to just an arena. But they haven't settled on a site. They haven't broken ground. They're still, months, if not a year away from that really becoming something that they're invested in as a franchise, even though it's imminent. It's not right now. So this would be the time that, if they decide, okay, this just doesn't make sense, it's more expensive than we thought, they can absolutely afford it. But, if the goals of sports gambling, legalizing here in Texas and, turning the Mavericks into even more of an asset, timing makes sense. My sense from talking to people, and it's a sense, it's not anything definite. My sense is that I just don't think the Adelson family would sell right now. I even as I kind of listed those reasonings, I'm just not quite sold on it myself. But I guess we'll see. I don't think there's nothing to the story. I just would scale back the idea that, oh my God, Mark Cuban, he's back in charge, or he's going to be back in charge. I don't think it's a matter of time or anything like that. I think there's still a decent amount to the story to figure out, or maybe it's nothing. And maybe it was just Mark Cuban, feeling like he hadn't been in the headlines in a while and wanted to get that out there. It really could be that as well. That was probably my first reaction, but I am at least giving this the time of day.
Do you feel like that the family was like, that they felt like that they could come in here and get gambling done? I mean, that they were that cavalier and brazen that they thought that they could?
I think so, based off how much money they spend in, political PACs to, try to push it across the line. I certainly think that they felt like it was something going to happen. I certainly think it was part of the calculation to buy the Mavericks. Sands Corporation, everybody knows them for Vegas. They don't have casinos in Vegas. They have divested from Vegas. Their money, their casinos are on Macau, they're in China. If that's their approach, if they're moving on from Vegas, which they were even before that buying the Mavericks, it certainly seemed like they were interested in, investing in Texas. And the laws haven't changed. That's not a possibility right now.
Yeah.
Still absolutely could be a possibility in the future. The Adelson family is very wealthy and very politically powerful. So I wouldn't count it out. But yeah, I think when they bought the team, they thought it would already be done.
Yeah, that seems like a very expensive mistake on their part.
Yeah, I don't disagree. But hey, when you have that much money,
Sure.
You're allowed to make a lot of mistakes. for a lot of money, and you still look at your checkbook and it's like, oh man, these people made a mistake bigger than any I would ever make at my job, and they barely even blinked. Okay then.
I think their biggest mistake was the Luka trade, but I'll say their casino interests were probably second in line to that.
Big time. Tim Cato, national writer for All City Network, with us here in the GBag Nation. What are your thoughts and what are you hearing right now regarding Kyrie and his future? We're kind of at that timeline where if he was going to return, maybe it could happen here soon. But then there's also the reports of, I'm sure the Mavs are going to get calls about Kyrie. So is he in the plans for Cooper Flagg as this thing grows, or is that also a trade possibly brewing this offseason?
I think as long as Kyrie wants to be in Dallas, the Dallas would be happy to have him. I feel pretty comfortable saying that, at least as far as we can see. Things can change. Maybe, the team they build next year just is a couple years away, and they do need to take another half step back, and it's best for Kyrie to move on. But I think it's kind of up to him. I don't think he's been so good in Dallas in every possible way that I don't see. I don't think Dallas has any urgency to move on from him or any interest, unless it's his own interest that they're, acknowledging and helping him with. So whether he comes back this year, obviously there's no on-court reason for him to come back this year. It does cross my mind. This is just speculation. If Kyrie wants to come back to the point that he's like, you guys got to bring me back. Like I want to stay at the franchise, but I want to play this year because I'm ready to play. Maybe that has some impact on the decision. But again, that's mildly rash speculation that just kind of crossed my mind as I was thinking about your question. I think the odds are still that Kyrie doesn't play this year. There's just no on-court basketball reason for him to.
Are there any updates on Derek Lively and what's going on there? I saw did he delete social media? Like, is everything still going well with Derek?
I am going to be honest. I've heard not anything substantial about Derek Lively. I hope his recovery is going well. I know, as recently as a couple weeks ago, he was, on a scooter, big part of the Mavericks future, or big storyline for the Mavericks future, because, they would really love him to be a healthy teammate pairing with Cooper Flagg for years to come. And if that can't happen, then it does absolutely change Dallas's calculus a little bit.
Yeah, back to Mark Cuban here real quick before we let you go, Tim. I feel like we know that if Cuban was in charge, he would be targeting a big fish in the offseason, and he would probably fail at that, as he did several times in his own ownership. But, I think he'd be going after Giannis, and that's a dream of fans. You do have his former coach in Jason Kidd. You have one of his favorite teammates in Chris Middleton now. To what extent could you see them trying to position, and maybe that's the most important thing you got in the Anthony Davis trade, is a little bit of flexibility. Are they a player at all in the Giannis sweepstakes?
I definitely think that it's probably something they're going to look into. I don't know how far they would go down that road. I don't think they have the most competitive offer. They have a more competitive offer than I might have expected. Maybe this time a year ago. But I think it's worth keeping tabs on. I'm still not even convinced that Giannis gets traded 100% sure this summer. So it is possible that the Bucks find yet another way to retool the roster, probably in a way that still isn't good enough. But, I still think it's possible that Giannis just ends up staying in Milwaukee. I wouldn't count Dallas as a favorite, but I'm not ruling it out. I'm not here to throw water all over the entire concept, and we're just going to have to get a little bit closer to, the actual summer to kind of see how that's all playing out. I do think that one thing that would make it quite a bit more reasonable, still probably wouldn't make them the favorites, but if Giannis wanted to come here for all the reasons that you laid out, that probably would, change the calculus again. And I might take it a little bit more seriously.
Saying there's a chance.
Let's go. That's all we need is the chance. The last player I wanted to ask you about is Clay. I mean, we weren't sure if maybe Clay would get moved. He doesn't. Obviously, it seems like it's kind of a bummer of the entire situation with the Luka trade and everything that's happened in his Mavs tenure. What's his future looking like?
I think he's going to be far more tradable next year when he's on an expiring contract. If that's what he wants. If Dallas is not a contender, and we'll see what next year looks like, but probably feels a little bit. That would be a little bit quick in the timeline. If he's looking to go to a contending team and, do what he does, which is, be the second best shooter of in NBA history. I think that's plausible, but I don't get any sense that he's unhappy here. Obviously, this is not the experience that he signed up for, but he got a very reasonable chunk of cash. He got a good contract out of this, and he got out of a situation where he felt disrespected. And yes, Dallas has moved him to the bench, stuff like that. But just from what I've heard about how sour his relationship had got with Golden State, I think that this was always likely, as long as Dallas, treated him with the respect that he has earned, as a future Hall of Famer. I didn't expect this Dallas situation to, I thought it would go pretty well, and I think it still is. So he should be on the team next year. We'll see. Maybe not. It's possible he's a trade candidate, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's on the team next year, even with still the possibility that they move him if he wants out, if other teams have interest. Once his money just makes a little bit more sense to take for another contender to take a gamble on.
You are the man, Tim. Enjoy your All-Star weekend and the rest of the season, and we'll try to catch up with you soon.
Always great.
There he is, Tim Cato, with All City here, national NBA writer in the GBag Nation. Bobby Belt talking about our guy all wrong. What do you think? Is CY messing up with how he's building the Rangers? We got some Cowboys Twitter as well on the other side, then a mixed bag with Wolchuk, and we'll be on to the 5 o'clock hour before too long. Stay tuned if you can in the GBag Nation, the fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Save on premium entrees for your Valentine's dinner at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off New York strip steaks with Prime through February 14th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity, avoid wasting weekends at dealerships, and get payments that actually make sense. With managers averaging 20 years and salespeople averaging 10, you're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, or you just want a smarter way to upgrade, call D&M. Drive what you want and keep more money in your pocket.
O'Reilly. Stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Glen Heights on Santa Rosa Drive near Shepman Elementary now through February 24th for the grand opening sale. Receive 2 times O-Rewards points with the purchase of 5 quarts of any Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil. 2 times points means you can reach your next $5 reward twice as fast. Plus, buy one, get one free Coca-Cola products at your new O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hey, Dallas. The Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics. They're right here in Dallas.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club, fixing up the ranch, or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics Dallas now and schedule your consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Dallas? Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
The recent freeze was another reminder backup power matters, and that is why thousands of Texans are switching every month to Base Power. Base Power is the only power company with home backup built in, so when the grid goes down, your lights stay on automatically.
And right now, if you switch using our special link for fan listeners, we'll cover your current termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, as you move forward on your health and wellness journey, count on a bond that forever puts us at the center of trust. You and Blue together from the beginning, the true color of trust for the last century and the next. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, through it all.
Welcome back. It's the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got a Ranger signing to talk about, and Bobby Bell going upside CY's head throughout the broadcast day on Twitter as well. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. So the Rangers bringing back Monty, proper World Series hero. $1.25 million guaranteed incentives if, he's amazing. He's only 31 years old, but since he left, he was bad for Arizona in 24, then he was hurt last year in 25, had the Tommy John surgery, I think in like March or something. When he got into spring training, it popped on him, and he had surgery. So season lost, and I guess he's going to start the year on the 60-day DL. But in your guys' mind, is CY messing this up? Bobby's been on this rampage, saying you need offense. And, he's got some receipts. 3 out of the last 4 years, the offense has been bad. 2023 was an outlier. But I feel like Bob threw this out earlier this morning and has been fighting Rangers fans ever since on Twitter. And I enjoy it. It's good theater. But, I mean, if you think for a second CY isn't doing everything in his power to get this thing figured out, you're dead wrong. It's just like Jordan Montgomery was doable, right? Getting the moves they have done so far has been doable. But they had a group of hitters, like a solid half dozen of them, suddenly take massive dumps right in the middle of their career and become bad players. They are untradeable. He has no money. How do you want to find good offensive players if you're dealing with a handful of $1 million and, trying to trade depressed and distressed assets? It's not doable right now. So I think my only criticism of Bobby's critique is that he direct his angst towards the players who have suddenly sucked and Ray Davis, who's taken CY's checkbook away this offseason.
Yeah, I can see, from Ray Davis's perspective, I can understand. I'm looking at other payrolls that are less expensive than mine, and those teams are performing. Why have I not given you enough? And I can get it from CY's perspective, I'm feeling squeezed right now. Let me go out there and be aggressive, because I realize the fan base like Bobby are looking at this and saying, I haven't done enough on offense, and they're right. And I'm frustrated by that, but there's only so much that I can do. So I'm totally in on doubling down and making pitching a strength. And I think CY has proven when it comes to building a bullpen the last couple of years that's competitive, he's got the eye for this. He's a former pitcher, and he's going to make sure the Rangers defense and pitching is amongst the best in Major League Baseball. Where we can question, and I think fairly, is does he have the eye when it comes to acquiring offensive players and bats? Jock Peterson hasn't worked out. Jake Berger to this point hasn't worked out, right? But I think that he took a big step in kind of ripping the Band-Aid off of holding on to the World Series by saying, Jonah Heim, you haven't been good enough. Adolis Garcia, you haven't been good enough. We need to make a change because our two best players, well, they're not our two best anymore, but our two highest paid players don't get along, and it's causing problems in our clubhouse. So, Marcus, we need to trade you because Corey's a better player than you. So adding Brandon Nimmo should be an upgrade offensively than what you had over Marcus Semien. So I think some of this is you need Josh Young and Evan Carter to step up and be the players that you thought they were, and then you need Nimmo and Jansen to be upgrades offensively over what you had with Heim and with Semien. And if those things happen, this team should be, in my opinion, if the pitching carries over, a wild card team.
Yeah, I think you got a point on Jock Peterson. That's $20 million, and you had to be right, and he's getting older and more injured, and it's starting to get a little bit portly. I mean, I could see that one, but I think a lot of the other players were either here or they were young players that came up and were outstanding, and you're believing in them. But I also look at the coaching staff as well. Did Boach not have the right words to get people on the same page? Are you still looking to find the right hitting coach?
Yeah, the thing with the hitting was so surprising, not that I'm a baseball expert or anything, but sitting out there watching those games and watching spring training, listen to people who live with the team talk about it, how confident they were. I just wonder if it's something within the organization, and maybe the hitting coach was the sacrificial lamb in this whole thing. But you also, with the way baseball is, evaluators.
Yeah, they have not drafted. They've been a bad drafting team.
Where all of a sudden, though, is when you're starting to talk about obviously the free agent acquisitions, in pitching, they seem to have a plan. And a lot of the times it seems like, oh, well, let's take the injured guy and see what we can do. But where they've missed, I think, the boat is the evaluations of the, as we've mentioned here, the bats. And there's just somebody saying like, oh, for our ballpark, we need this type of player. And they're just not. I think that's the frustrating, if I'm CY as a general manager, he seems like to me that he's very much that type of guy that he trusts his staff. And maybe there's some people within the organization that are letting him down when it comes to the evaluations of the sticks. Much like the Cowboys are struggling with the evaluations of defensive linemen.
And there might be part of it where, and we talked about it last year, like the way that this ballpark is playing and balls not carrying, like it is a newer park. I don't know if they have all the data and information yet to really even know like what is the exact hitter that could benefit the most. I mean, it's clearly is a pitcher's park. There's a lot of ground to cover out there.
Shohei's good for this one.
Yeah,
Shohei with the Angels,
one of the greatest players of all time.
Shohei with
Sign
the Angels
me up, man.
was like 12 of 16 in every series in that ballpark.
But I think they look at Brandon Nimmo as a guy that might have success here with the way it plays. So that's something I think every year, hopefully, they get better at evaluating that. That's been a problem.
Do you worry about once again, like what we suffered through with the Cowboys, that if you have players that you spend money on and it doesn't work, that the money is no longer going to be there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because all of a sudden it's like...
He did that when they missed on Shin-Soo Choo and Prince Fielder 12 years ago.
Yeah, all of a sudden, with Nimmo, it doesn't work out, and now you're like, well, okay, that's it. We're not doing this
I'd say
anymore.
the time you did give him money to spend, he went out and got you a World Series, But I think to Bobby's point, if you have a finite amount of resources and you're really not even trying to find the hitters that hard, I get it, and it's frustrating, and you have to hope and believe that if the pitching is as good as it can be and they're at least average offensively, that Ray will be willing to step up, but... the last 2 years, Ray has been a luxury taxpayer, and they couldn't even make the playoffs. So, I don't think it's an ideal ownership situation, but I do have faith that if they're winning, he'll give them what it takes to get back over the top, and I do believe they have the right man for the job. It is frustrating, and it's crazy to watch an organization for our entire lifetimes has been great offensively and couldn't pitch, and now it's the exact
Complete
opposite.
Yeah.
Speaking of great hitters, though, Wyatt Langford listed as a possible replacement for Corbin Carroll on the Team USA World Baseball Classic roster.
Be exciting.
That could make spring training that much more interesting. All right, so best of luck to Bang Bang if he goes. Maybe that'll be a springboard for a massive breakout year. I know he's due. Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's hit a mixed bag. Should these quarterbacks swap teams? And Logan Paul versus the GOAT. That's next in the nation.
We have 3 more days in this Window Nation Valentine's Day sale. Window Nation's the best way to get new windows. They have the most energy-efficient windows in the world. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. But right now with this Valentine's Day special, it's an extra 10% off your window order. WindowNation.com. Lock it in right now. Have a Window Nation guy out to the house. They'll do a free evaluation of your existing windows and then give you a no-obligation quote that's good for 6 months, right? So you don't have to do this deal in the next 3 days, but you got to get the appointment locked in and then the quote to take advantage of this extra 10% off. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and plus pay nothing for 2 years. Nothing down, no payments, no interest. WindowNation.com. You're going to be dealing with the best window company in the world as determined by Forbes magazine, the best window company in the world, the most energy efficient windows. And with our North Texas climate, that's as important as ever. Sure, we're enjoying pretty dang perfect temperatures so far this week, but before too long, it's going to be too hot and it's too cold, and it just wreaks havoc on your energy bills. You can save hundreds, if not thousands, every year on your energy bills with new windows from Window Nation. That's how important it is for the insulation of your house. WindowNation.com. Tell them we sent you. Salute.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll have our power most of the hour with Texas Rangers baseball play-by-play man and Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. Plus, I got a special classic movie edition of the Combo Platter for you. Tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Comedy sensation Matt Rife is bringing his Stay Golden World Tour to the Choctaw Grand Theater for 2 unforgettable nights, September 25th and 26th. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. and the laughs start at 8 p.m. Don't miss your chance to see Matt Rife live at Choctaw Casino's Durant. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com. Matt Rife. 2 nights, endless laughs. Be there.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Tonight in college hoops, Florida, a 9.5-point road favorite at Georgia. And Florida, the defending national champions, playing much better basketball as of late, blowing out Alabama recently. Georgia likes to get up and down just like Bama, but Florida's got better athletes, Florida's got better players. Florida wins tonight by double digits. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When shopping for a new auto insurance policy, AAA could help you customize your coverage to fit your unique needs and budget. Trust AAA Auto Insurance to help you find the balance that works for you. See how a simple switch could make a big difference. AAA, we're always with you. Visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
You follow here, and I'm a proud CertaPro Painters customer because each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And now is the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next. CertaPro Painters gave reliable updates and communication all along the way, and my house looks amazing. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you, and they will take care of you at the highest level. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. Certa with a C. CertaPro.com.
You just returned from holiday vacation, and there it is, a letter from the IRS. You don't even want to open it. I'm local tax attorney Nick Namath. The law offices of Namath and Flores can help get your life back to normal, so call us right now. We've been right here in Dallas for more than 25 years, helping Texans resolve their IRS issues. National tax resolution companies with 1-800 numbers do a lot of talking, but when you have the IRS coming after you, it's a serious legal matter and deserves the attention of an experienced tax attorney. At the law office of Namath and Flores, we focus specifically on helping people like you resolve IRS wage levies, bank levies, and even unfiled returns. The first visit is completely free and confidential, and I'll let you know on the spot exactly how much it'll cost. IRS problems don't go away on their own, so quit losing sleep over possible jail time and call the law offices of Namath and Flores, the Texas tax attorneys, at 972-484-0TAX or go to myiRSteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats of points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Right now, take a look at it. We have talked about it a lot. Cooper Flagg with the 4 straight games of 30-plus points. Take a look at those points for Cooper Flagg and strongly consider going higher. Download the app today and use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Need a new AC system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco, February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back. It's the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll hit the expressway. GBag of the day, LA Live, is coming up in less than an hour now. It's time for a mixed bag with Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. And we're going to start with the audio of the day that has been circulating as things got awkward. As Tom Brady joined the Impulsive podcast with Logan Paul. And, well, here was the exchange and the final question between the GOAT that is Tom Brady and Logan Paul.
I'm told that I'm being flown out to Saudi Arabia to compete in a Fanatics flag football game.
You know
with you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually a little worried for you because I know
for me.
Well, you're a good athlete, but you're like these guys are another level. So,
I am the highest level. I am the level.
No, you're not the level.
I am the level.
You're a good athlete, but honestly, when I'm thinking of Saquon Barkley and I'm thinking of like
can Saquon
Odell
Barkley
Beckham and Justin Jefferson,
a flip off the top rope?
Have you not
seen
him
moonsault
jump
off the top
over
rope
someone's head? It's cute. It's a great, I love WWE. It's very cute. But honestly, this is like real football. This is real competition.
I was an all-state linebacker. I rushed for 1,200 yards, 19 touchdowns my senior year.
Well, let's see what you can still bring it. I mean, look, we all had a great pass. I won 7 Super Bowl. Who don't gives a shit? You know what matters? This game, March 21st in Saudi. I'm glad you're going to be there, and I'm glad you're finally going to participate in like a competition that matters.
This guy's insane. The audacity of Tom Brady. I can't believe it. Wins 7 Super Bowls, thinks he can just go around and talk about his flag football game like it's going to be the Pro Bowl.
It's going to be way better than that.
Amazing. Now, Brady taking to Twitter, I guess X, said, I hope people understand the level of competition this game is going to be. If you're on my team, you're going to be locked in, all out, and we're going to not just win, but dominate. I do think Logan Paul has the right attitude, and the effort will be there. How far that gets him will remain to be seen. Then he quote tweeted it and said, I was having a great morning, and now I'm mad. So you got a ticked off Tommy Brady. I think he's probably had some of the impulsive army coming at him and acting like, well, why'd you dunk on our guy like this? But I loved this back and forth. I thought it was awesome. And we are talking about the same Logan Paul now. Hey, boxing, it is extremely taxing. If anybody's ever done even 30 seconds of trying to just go out there and do anything boxing related, you are going to be worn out. But fatigue, this guy went out there, fought Floyd Mayweather, and Floyd's like holding him up out there. I think Logan Paul is a phenomenal athlete, but I loved this. I thought this was a very entertaining exchange.
Yeah, Paul's doing a nice job selling this thing, hyping himself up. It's a good bit. I'm sure he is playing with some level of confidence here, but my goodness, dude, when you get out on their terms, like this isn't different. This isn't fake wrestling stuff that you're throwing NFL players into. You're on their field. Okay, you're in their house now. This is where they're comfortable. You want to get Logan Paul, all-state high school linebacker 12 years ago, in open space with Saquon Barkley? That's going to end poorly for you. I'm excited to see it. I am. And the fact that Tom Brady's going to be out there spinning it, Yes, sir.
It's like that old show, Pros versus Joes. You know, these guys that thought they were good in high school.
Yeah,
and, you know,
and it's like you are a run of the mill good athlete.
Yeah,
but this is about to get the level of difficulty is about to get ridiculous over here.
I did wonder as that was going on, like, is this a rollout like a boxing press conference where they're going to talk trash to each other to hype up the event, get people talking about it?
I think so.
Okay,
I think so. Yeah, they're going to try and do this thing up and make it a big deal.
If that's the case, then I think Fox should try to position Brady to do more of that style broadcasting during games. You know, that was a good Tom Brady again. Tom Brady might be coming around here.
And no, Logan also boxes for the text coming in like wrong brother. Logan 100% is a WWE guy, but Logan's the one that boxed Floyd Mayweather. Jake did not. Jake boxed Mike Tyson, so both of them, and there's been talks about them actually boxing each other.
And Logan's only 30.
Yeah, you know? Logan Paul is a freakishly gifted athlete. 100% he is, but it's very different when you're going up against current NFL studs. It's a totally different
if
sport.
If they want to win the game, they don't want him on the field.
100%.
Yeah, he's going to be a total liability.
Yeah, I wonder how many people are going to be like cut from the Logan Paul cloth here that are going to be on the field. Like, what's the ratio between like real NFL players or real football athlete players compared to just Logan Paul level athletes? Because I don't know what that mix is going to be. You would like to think it'd be pretty even. Like for every. If you have 2 or 3 Jake Pauls on your side, then we need to have some, or Logan Pauls, and we need that on ours.
Yeah.
You know, to even things up a little bit, because you definitely don't want to be a team where the other team is all professional athletes, and I'm stuck out here with a couple of these guys.
Well, and I really don't want them to even be on the same team anymore. Like with this, I want them to be playing against each other.
Oh, they're supposed to be on the same team?
Supposedly. I want them to be mother bleeping each other. But the confirmed participants, you've got Barkley, you've got CD, McCaffrey, Tyreek Hill, Myles Garrett, Sauce Gardner, Brock Bowers, Max Crosby, Odell Beckham Jr., Jaden Daniels, Rob Gronkowski. Like, there's some studs, current and former players, including Brady himself.
It could still be good, though. Like, Brady will still rip you, even being like your teammate. If Paul gets worked on a play, Brady's going to let him know about it.
Definitely. I mean, he did say, like, if you drop a pass, I'm going to mother bleep you like I did Edelman and Gronk.
Let me say this, though, about the idea. I think there are a number of unknown players that have committed their life to flag football that were good high school players, maybe a little bit of collegiate players. We've never heard of them. They're not professional athletes, but they will go toe-to-toe with the NFL pros because of how different the game of flag football moves and how less important the violence and the reading players is, you know, when closing on a hit or avoiding a hit. Like, that's such a huge factor. There are flag football specialists that I think could beat NFL teams.
Yeah, I would not disagree with that one. This is a fascinating topic, in my opinion, because you've got J.J. McCarthy, whose future is not certain in Minnesota, and you know Kyler Murray, his future's in doubt in Arizona. Should we just do a quarterback swap here? Kyler in Minnesota, J.J. McCarthy in Arizona, both of them fresh, clean slates, and we move forward.
It could definitely work for the Cardinals to do, you know, you're leaning into the tank here. You're trying to go get the Arch Manning #1 type pick. So you run J.J. McCarthy out there for 17 games, and he allows you to do that, especially with the roster that they have.
He's on a rookie deal, so if you need to move on,
cheap labor. Fine. And if all of a sudden he ends up being something that nobody really anticipates and he's good, then great, you got you one. If you're Minnesota, is there a better veteran option for you out there? I think
I want to go Malik Willis. I want to bet on the unknown of Malik
instead of Kyler.
But there's not many options at all.
Yeah, like they're talking about Kirk Cousins go back to Minnesota.
Yeah, that's a tough place to be. And I get why you would connect those dots, but Kirk Cousins is only taking you so far. We've seen this before. If the Vikings really have championship aspirations and they don't just have, like, let's get back to being respectable aspirations, you can't do the Kirk Cousins thing.
I think I would rather pick a guy in the second round, whether that's Nussmeier or Chambliss or Ty Simpson. You know, everything that we've heard about Kyler Murray just suggests that it's not something you want to hitch your wagon to. Now, I guess if you could protect him perfectly, if you improved your offensive line and you said, we're going to go with this Kyler Murray experience for a year, but he's also got a contract situation here that I don't want to.
He does, but that is a ready now to win now team. I mean, the roster's good. 2 years ago, they won 14 games. So, hey, I mean, but I'm with you. Like, there's a lot of baggage that comes with Kyler off the field.
Yeah, is the only thing really wrong with Kyler Murray the off-the-field stuff?
Yeah, he's just,
on the field, he's not
the
great.
commitment, right? The commitment?
Being a quarterback, like the intangibles of being an NFL quarterback, it seems like he does not possess.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal. It certainly is. We got news in Major League Baseball. I mean,
Hard
you brought
to
up
prepare for.
Corbin Carroll. He is. I mean, what he's able to do running the football, he's also a freak. Jackson Holliday, going to have hand surgery for the Orioles. He might miss opening day. You mentioned the Corbin Carroll injury, so he's going to be out. And maybe Wyatt Langford replaces him in the World Baseball Classic. And we've got a reunion for Justin Verlander. He's returning to Detroit. He's going to play with the Tigers on a $13 million deal. This is now a really good rotation in Detroit. I mean, you look at the Rangers rotation, what they've got going with the return of Jordan Montgomery, who hopefully should be available around the All-Star break after Tommy John. But Tarek Skubal, Framber Valdez, whom they signed. You've got Jack Flaherty. They bring in Justin Verlander here. They've got Casey Mize. That is a nice rotation for A.J. Hinch and the Detroit Tigers, a team that was in the postseason a year ago. They are ready to compete right now. Watch out for Detroit in the American League.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We got 3 down, 2 to go here in the GBag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, it's time for football's finest, Eric.
Yeah, the NFL plans on giving us options for Super Bowl 61, plus Seahawks sounds from the parade next in the nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, GBag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Could the Seahawks repeat as champions? Now that the dust has settled on the Super Bowl, we can look to next season, and it's not surprising that the two favorites to win are once again the Seattle Seahawks and the Los Angeles Rams. The Buffalo Bills have the next closest odds, followed by the Philadelphia Eagles, New England Patriots, and Baltimore Ravens. The last time we had repeat champs were the Chiefs in Super Bowl 57 and 58. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're next to order. Please pull forward.
You know, Josh, when you said you were springing for lunch, I didn't think you meant drive-through fast food.
Come on, man. Money's been tight lately, and these high gas prices are killing me.
You pay full price at the pump? Get your head out of the sand and start using Upside.
What's Upside?
Come on, dude. Upside is the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it every time I fill up my tank.
Does that really add up?
I've already banked around $200.
That's serious cash.
Hi, can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm ordering the free Upside app to start earning cash back on every gallon of gas I buy.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ORDER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
AutoNation's New Year, New Wheels event is going on now. Drive any new or used vehicles 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Save thousands on your favorite cars, trucks, and SUVs. Plus, we'll buy your car for top dollar today. Don't miss 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. On select models with approved credit, interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details, subject to in-store verification.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to get Texas-sized savings. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Just in time for Valentine's Day, you can enjoy free delivery on orders of $50 or more with your digital coupon. Restrictions apply. See coupon for details. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
If you're looking to buy a home, this is a call out to you to call TexasLending.com for your home purchase. Mortgage rates have fallen. It's a great deal right now with the number of homes that are for sale, and TexasLending.com has a free call, free application, free pre-approval letter. Get a free quote right now at TexasLending.com when you call 972-387-4600. It's TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4 GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan coming up in 20 minutes. Why the Cowboys got to be serious about improving the offense as well. I'll have the details on that coming up for you here in 20 minutes before we get to the G-Bag of the Day in LA Live. Time now for football's finest. Here's the Chief.
Holy crap, this guy landed another job, I'll tell you right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
The man who had his house egged by filthy fans, Kevin Patullo, their one-and-done offensive coordinator who loves hitch routes more than Scott Linehan, Jason Garrett, and Kellen Moore combined. Kevin Patullo lands another job as the Miami Dolphins passing game coordinator.
Oh, my goodness. All the hope that you've been building since the Jeff Hafley hire.
Wow, can you imagine?
Just up in smoke.
Can you imagine? This is the same Jeff Hafley who tried to get Nathaniel Hackett on the offensive staff before the Cardinals said, nah, we need a crappy offensive coordinator. We'll take you.
Ouch.
So they sub out Nathaniel Hackett. They bring in Patullo, and I wonder if he was able to even sell his house. Like, I could see Eagles fans all banding together and be like, hey, like, don't even let him sell his house. Make him have to eat that. You know, like, he's going to keep paying mortgage payments on that thing. Probably still got egg residue all over it anyways.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of downside here for Dolphins fans. I'm only comforted by the fact that they're used to it.
Yeah. This is their. I mean, at least their territory.
At least you got an OC that refuses to run his quarterback. That should be good for Tua's health, right? If he's still around.
If he's still around, yeah. And I don't know how that whole Tua situation is going to play out. $99 million in dead cap for the Dolphins there, so they're in a disastrous situation. There's no question about it. And now Kevin Patullo adds a nice little cherry on top of whatever that offense is going to be. Now, elsewhere, you have the Seahawks parade celebration. Broadus' guy John Snyder.
He was red cupping it, huh?
Celebrating. Yeah, I mean, he usually is, right? Like, he's when you think about your drinking buddies that you used to run around with in the league, Schneider's right around the top of that list, isn't he?
Yeah, as a young man, though, they put a $100 bill on the bar one time, and Scout says, we're not leaving until it's gone, and this was when it was dollar Leinenkugels. And Snyder sat there with him. Those guys, next day of practice, John was wrecked. And I said, man, those guys are professional drinkers. He's kind of like, I know, I learned. Yeah.
Well, we will see how he held his beer today.
Yeah.
And also, you know, with Wolchuk, 3 minutes into the segment not being in his seat,
I wonder if he got a bubble gut situation.
Restroom revelation.
I could see that. I wonder if Wolchuk's in a dogfight right now.
The rare public appearance on the crapper.
That is not Wolchuk. That is always an emergency if he's there.
Lost a big hand in a poker game at a casino one day. And this was before Texas Hold'em, right? This is like early 2000s, maybe late 90s. And I was playing 7-card stud at this Native American casino in like right around Salem, Oregon. And I was just kind of confused, didn't really know what I was doing on a competitive level. And after the other gentleman raked the pot, this Russian dude leans over to me and he goes, "These guys, professionals. Be careful."
Yeah.
I was like,
"Yeah,
thanks, buddy."
Thanks for that. Was that your cue to get up and walk away, or did you sit tight and say, "No, I got this"?
I think I lost another $100 and then left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's the way that goes. Oh, there he is. He comes strolling in. He doesn't look like a guy who just had to fight through anything that was miserable. And if he did, he certainly wouldn't be back this quickly.
No, I probably would have missed the whole segment. I just had to finish off a promo.
Oh, heck yeah.
Priorities.
Big money. Wolchuk in the building.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good, man. I'm just glad that you didn't have an emergency situation.
No, thank goodness. I would have texted you and said, "Bro, there's a possibility I missed the entire segment." Because those can go long.
Your average time, you're like a 20-minute toilet
I'd
tinker, aren't you?
say a minimum of 12 to 15.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Eric, by the way, we're leading the luge doubles.
What are we doing with the luge doubles?
Americans, we're on top. Literally.
We're luging.
The luge doubles. Have you guys laid eyes on this?
Yeah. We're winning the damn thing right now.
I would have found another sport.
I mean,
you're going to be the luge guy like the old man, but I don't know, fam.
How do they decide who gets to be in the back?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right? Do you want to be the top guy or the bottom guy in this scenario? I'm not sure.
I guess you're right. Both have potentially their, I don't know about this, but I think I definitely would not want to be the guy in the back. It just seems demeaning.
The whole thing is as weird as it gets. There's not a weirder visual.
It's like the horse costume,
Yeah,
it's two guys that are just one guy's laying on his back and then the other guy lays on his back on top of the other dude's stomach.
Dude, you're not laying flat enough.
What's the point? I don't. Why did we have to? Why did we have to make this a 2-person deal?
I don't
think we do.
This is the most progressive sport in all of the world.
Ambiguously gay.
Yeah. There's no question.
It's very gay.
This is one of those things where it's like you and your buddy were doing this, and then somebody walked in, and you're like, "No, we're reinventing
for the luge, man.
We're reinventing the sport. We're innovators.
I promise, Mom. I promise."
This is so much better.
Seriously, how do you decide if you're on top or bottom?
I don't know, but I feel like you're going to get squished on the bottom.
This is, it's just ridiculous.
There's no need for the segment.
They are going fast.
Yeah, I'm
helicoptered every day after practice.
They definitely helicopter in their restrooms and locker rooms for sure.
Oh, my Lord, man.
We're first again. Second run.
You have to be a certain weight and everything, right? You can't get too crazy. But you would want to be a certain weight because you can go down the hill faster.
Look at the smile on the top guy's face there. He is in his happy place.
He sure is. I just made that guy happy.
I feel you down there, partner.
Do we really have to get up?
You're right down there.
Can we just stay right here forever?
I mean, some of these guys might not want to get up too quickly with a uniform that night.
Hang on.
Hey, keep laying on me a little bit.
I'm not ready, bro.
2 guys, 1 lose.
I knew we were going to win. My partner was excited 3 to 4
Bring you a cake. They bring you a cake when you come out.
Is that a wiener candle?
Is that what happens?
He's got the candles. He's got a cake.
It's a Wang candle.
When you're coming out now, or you're just giving you cakes?
They're fighting over who's going to blow it.
I light that candle.
It's the gayest thing I've ever seen.
You want to play some big boy ball, huh?
Yeah. Pretty killer helmets, though. I like these.
Which one are you talking about?
You're on fire, dude.
All right, let's cleanse the palate.
It's so bizarre. Good Lord.
It's uncomfortable. The start is uncomfortable.
It's very uncomfortable.
You got to get that thing going by just like upper guy thrusting as hard as possible.
I've heard the key here, though, is you got to have very strong neck muscles because you're kind of sitting up.
Yeah. That's a good scouting report right there.
That early analysis. Yeah.
Look at the neck on that guy. I want that dude to be my partner.
Seriously.
Are you scouting out the necks out here?
The neck on that dude, bro. Hell yeah. He's a base.
That's my neck.
Wow. Oh my gosh! All the American losers from California, Wolchuk. Did your list have that?
No, not at all.
Minnesota.
Could you guys tell me? Could somebody do some research on this and just let us know
where are they from?
The genesis of the double dude luge. Could we get the genesis of that? In the meantime, we take you to Seattle, where a very drunken Ernest Jones, a now world champion, takes the mic, and he's got 2 words for you.
If you got anything to say about my quarterback, you got anything to say about my defense, you got anything to say about my O-line, and you got anything to say about the city of Seattle, I got 2 words for you. F*** you!
Man, we just got the debut of women's doubles in this Olympics. Previously, it was only men.
Dude, come on. We gatekeeping that film. For real.
GAYTE keeping.
I thought maybe it would start off as mixed, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it'd be hot.
Yeah, the mixed one,
I prefer that.
it certainly makes a little bit more sense.
They have a lot more athletes in it, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt, bro.
What are you here for?
That looks interesting.
I'll give the Winter Games another shot.
You want to get on top, honey?
Something I could actually do.
254, so that's the Brokeback luge.
2 guys, 1 luge was great. Chuck, good pull.
Hysterical.
All right, let's go ahead and hit round number 2 here. This is the second and final installment from our Sounds from the Seahawks parade. This is Chuck's, Broadus' old intern, general manager of the Seahawks, John Schneider, with a red Solo cup in the left hand.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, he's got Kenneth Walker right behind him, your Super Bowl MVP. He is a free agent, okay? So contract negotiations are about to get underway. Here's a drunken general manager.
To Ken Walker being the MVP, let's go! Woo! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird. Anyway, hey, MVP, 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 MVP.
When you hit a joke with a anyway.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
That just really did not land.
So bad.
It did not land, but it was a good pivot. Anytime you can just pivot into the MVP chance, get the people back going again.
Remind me of KT back in the day. That's what KT will give you he'd bum a joke, blow a joke, and then USA, USA. He'd start the USA chant.
It's such a better move right there. I love that.
Man, KT on stage at a championship parade.
Yeah.
That would be all time, dude. Okay, so it looks like ESPN is reportedly considering, because they're going to have ESPN's going to be broadcasting the Super Bowl for next year in Los Angeles, and they are considering a Pat McAfee Field Pass altcast for the Super Bowl. That's pretty exciting. The only bummer is I really enjoy listening to Buck and Aikman. You know, there's other.
Would it take away from that broadcast? I mean, would it take away numbers?
It would. You would still put them all together.
Okay.
It would still count in the big number at the end of what were the ratings. But yes, it would take away for sure from Buck and Aikman. So I mean that would be pretty fascinating. I don't think we've seen them do an NFL game at all. But McAfee would meet the moment of excitement for sure for the Super Bowl. I know that's what Lucius and I would be watching, the Pat McAfee Super Bowl cast. That'd be pretty dang strong. So
I'm into.
Yeah. Buck and Aikman?
Well, I know that, and that's the thing that sucks.
Yeah.
Is because it's easy for me to punt on Herb Street and his pup. But for a natty
and Tirico and Collinsworth,
and Collinsworth, no question, I would have, if you told me I could have watched the McAfee cast instead of Tirico and Collinsworth, it'd have been a no-brainer. But now having to choose between my guy Troy and Joe,
I'd probably just get the highlights on the McAfee cast.
Okay, just keep it traditional.
It's just a better hangout because when it kind of quiets down, you're like, what is McAfee gonna do now to recapture the attention? He is like an attention freak on Adderall, dude, and his creativity, but his ability to keep the audience engaged and relating to them. He's got an absolute gift for this.
He does. I mean, it is very, very entertaining. But gosh, yeah. I mean, I still think Buck and Aikman right now might be the best. That'd be hard to punt on.
I think they are as well, and that would be the most difficult call. Like, am I really going to go off of Troy Aikman, one of the great quarterbacks of all time, and Cowboy guy?
And Super Bowl parties. I mean, look, if I'm by myself, then I can really soak into the broadcast. But it's rare that I'm not with family and friends, and there's a lot of talking going on. I can't really even focus on it anyway.
That's totally fair.
Didn't you just turn 35?
I will be turning 35.
A few years away from going solo on this.
Oh, okay. Once you approach 40, you realize just solo time is better.
I think it was hilarious. Didn't you say yesterday they put up the old Seahawk?
Yeah, there was a whole bit. Somebody put up the 2014 Seahawks Patriots Super Bowl, and I guess it took an entire hour and a half before anybody realized. I think he told them, like, guys, nobody realized. Like, it says 2014 regular season. Brady's out there. They're like, oh, Tom Brady. Nobody at the party realizes it's the 2014 Super Bowl.
That's how you know you got a bunch of non-football people.
Unreal.
Like, as soon as you see Brady or Russell Wilson, like, either one of those would be a huge tell. Yeah. Like, what are we doing here?
Marshawn Lynch is still playing.
But I could have probably done that. I mean, I was at my parents' house, and like me and my dad and my brothers would have known, but all the wives, my mom, they had no clue. Okay, we have a Boston radio crash out here.
Yes.
98.5 The Hub or whatever, Mike Felger. He went off. They were asking the question, how would you rate the halftime show? And the commercials, and he took the mic and ran with the halftime show.
I just caught enough of Bad Bunny to know that, here's another guy that has a penis. Did you know that he has a package? Because he spent the whole time, and all their dancers spent the whole time just, here it is. Here's Mike. Congratulations, Mr. Bunny. You have a penis. You probably have a big one because you're so proud of you. Just want to show me, and your dancers just have to show me their package. So you are special men. You have penises. Congratulations, guys. Thanks for showing me.
Wow. I did think he would have gotten flagged for too many pumps.
For sure. That was I mean
that would have been excessive celebration.
A bit of a one-trick pony that way.
Yeah.
But he definitely leaned into it, and Felger was not pleased.
A boy right there with a hair to watch Jagger.
Yeah. That's true. It is a staple for a lot of these.
Yeah, the rock stars, man, they used to stuff up there, too. They're on stage, and you're staring right up at their crotch.
There you go.
So they used to stuff up there.
I wonder if they were doing the hydraulic
acids
like the Olympians.
Everybody but Lenny Kravitz, I heard, was stuffing back in the day.
Lenny Kravitz.
You know what? He got that video erased off the internet, bro.
Wow.
Why would you do that?
That's what I'm saying.
Free advertising.
You just got to lean into it like Serge Ibaka.
I do feel like the NFL game itself is very wiener heavy,
Chicks dig it.
It's the tight pants, man.
If you're going to make a deal about the halftime entertainment, then maybe the game itself should bother you. Because there's like full-on outline of just dong after dong after dong during the game.
Dong, dong, da-dong, dong.
Like, at least Bad Bunny's was covered by some regular pants, Can we get some sort of undergarment?
Yeah, they got them luge
that
pants
hides
on.
The silhouette.
They got them luge pants on.
Yeah, they do.
It's a close-up of his crotch. It looks like he had a groin injury last year, game 3. Like, damn.
It is a dong fest.
Dong fest, bro.
It is, dude. Non-stop.
I never noticed, too. My girl's the one told me there was a dong fest going on. I never really paid attention. Now I can't help but see it.
I always thought it was just the backsides. I thought the chicks were always just looking at the sports guys' backsides.
No,
but I guess there's a whole other element that we have to be concerned
we
about.
Slipping, fam. We were slipping. Watch them eyes next time.
I do have these super.
I put an eye tracker on that.
Keeps asking for a replay.
Yeah.
Run that back.
I think you missed something there, honey.
I have the Super Bowl 61 halftime show odds for the next performer, and we will do that at a later date.
Looking forward to that.
Man, that's a tease.
Sorry to ball sack you
That's
boys.
a tease, baby.
Better be speaking English. I'll tell you what.
What do you mean, ball sack?
Ball sack.
We got to run. When we return, why the Cowboys got to be serious about improving the offense as well, and we'll take a look at what's been breaking here. It's the GBag Nation, the Fan.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
which way to Specs.
Come on, let's go.
Specs Wine Spirits and Finer Foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you. Shout. Cheers to savings.
Saturday on the CW.
Driver, stop your engine!
The new NASCAR season roars into action at the Daytona International Speedway with all new drivers, new rivalries.
Somebody needs to break his teeth in.
And a brand new name.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Buckle up for pure raw racing live from Daytona.
Let's turn them loose!
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
This Saturday at 3 p.m. on CW33.
Lowe's of Salina is now open, and we'll be celebrating from 12 to 2 p.m. this Saturday, February 14th. Join us at 3540 South Preston Road for in-store promos, giveaways, and more while supplies last.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel despised the word empty. Empty plates, empty tables, empty stomachs. That's why he made the KFC $5 bowls, like the famous bowl. Creamy mashed potatoes, crispy chicken, corn, gravy, and cheese. Because the only empty the Colonel liked was when you reached the bottom of that bowl. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon, making it easier than ever to connect and save at home and on the go. And now, Frontier customers who switch to a Verizon mobile plan could get our best offer ever. 4 mobile lines for just $20 per line. And 4 powerful iPhone 17s with no trade-in required. Visit Verizon.com/WelcomeFrontier to learn more. $20 per line after $40 monthly promo credit applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G or 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Mexican Bar Company.
This Valentine's Day, elevate date night at Knife Plano. Prime steaks, award-winning cuisine, and an unforgettable atmosphere, because some moments deserve something special. Reserve your table now at knifeplano.com. Knife Plano. Love served perfectly.
Welcome back. It's the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now to hit the Expressway. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Let's take a look at what's happening in the world of sports. But first of all, I want to go to Warren Sharp. He lists the top explosive teams in the NFL by explosive play rate. And he details first how important explosive plays are. Okay, now, everything I've heard about the Cowboys, what did Mike Sando tell us last week? They're about to go supernova with their offensive capabilities because of how good George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are?
Nate Tice.
Yeah, that was Nate.
Nate Tice, okay. Warren Sharp writes, how important is it to generate explosive plays in the current NFL? In 2025, if a drive had 0 plays of 15-plus yards, the score rate was 16%, touchdown rate was 6, and you got 0.7 points per drive. If a drive had just 1 play of 15-plus yards, 61% score rate, so a 45% increase, 36% touchdown rate, 30% higher, 3.3 points per drive, 2.5 points higher. And that is the highest that these differentials have been since at least 2000, wrote Warren Sharp. So the Cowboys having this awesome offense and as explosive as Pickens and Lamb are, I'd expect to see him top 3, top 5. But I didn't. You got them coming in at 11th. Okay, so now the difference is the Patriots lead the league at 13.4%. Cowboys were 2.3% lower than them at 11.1%. 2.3% over 60 plays or so. What are you looking at? 1.5 at most plays per game, depending on how many plays you run. But if you consider that in that drive, you are getting 2.5 or 3 points more, that's what could take you from being 28, 29 points per game to 32, 33 points per game. I think it's pretty big, guys. So as we talk about that, there was a poll on Cowboys Twitter. Biggest need of this team going into the offseason, and all 4 of the options were defensive players. And, fans voted corner as the most needed with 35%. I would disagree with that. They had linebacker second most, 30%. They had edge third most at 21%. I think if there is a biggest need, it is edge. I don't care how good your corners are. If you can't get home more, I don't believe the pressure rate stuff. From last year, some of the numbers said the Cowboys were good at getting pressure. I think they played guys that were holding onto the ball too long, or there was some weird statistical anomaly happening that made the Cowboys good at pressure. They weren't good at pressure. It was a field day against them. So I kind of got 2 different ideas going on here. Number 1, edge is clearly the most important, but I think better offensive line play that can give Dak an extra just quarter second to look downfield more often and increase these explosive plays cannot be overlooked.
Well, I need to break it down a little bit more, but I remember during the season, like your passing, your explosive plays through the air were pretty on par. I think a lot of where you can make some headway here
in the explosive plays is with a running back that can house call it.
Okay,
I think that's spot on.
The passing game. If you have a healthy Lamb and Pickens, and then with what Flanoy was doing and Dak at quarterback, your passing explosiveness is generally there. I think the difference in a lot of these teams that are ahead of you in the explosive play rate is they were able to bang home 50-yard home runs. Or even in this case, we're just looking at plays of 15-plus yards. Like Javonte Williams was not that guy. If Jaden Blue was able to meet the expectations that we had hoped for him, you probably would have had an element of that. But I think your explosiveness here, if you're going to keep Pickens and the offense generally status quo from a passing attack standpoint, it needs to come from the backfield. And that's where it's like, okay, is that Javonte Williams? It's not. Still a really good player, brings a lot to the table, but the explosiveness there, you need that element in your backfield.
So this becomes a running back conversation more than an offensive line to give Dak more. I mean, I would like the offensive line to be better as well.
I think in a perfect world you would, but I think you're spot on with the running back, and I think also as much as I love Ferg, and I think we all do, tight end. You didn't get anything from your tight end in terms of yards after catch this year.
Right. And part of that, I don't know if that's part of the design. Like, how often were they really sending Ferg down the field for those opportunities? Or was it just everything to Ferg was just like last-second check down? It felt like he was catching balls at the line of scrimmage or 3-4 yards down the field all the time. And it's like, go make a play. That's a tough thing to ask of a guy. So, that's a fair point. Like, you weren't getting explosiveness in your passing game from your tight end. That's for sure. But the offensive line is still a part of this. From a running game standpoint.
Absolutely. I think, though, Javonte Williams and Rico Dowdle had that thing in common where they just could not make guys miss at the second level or run away from anybody. Let me ask you this, Wolchuk and Broadus and Chief as well. I think I know how you're going to answer this, though, Eric. What if Love does get past the Saints? I'm not taking him at 12, but
at 20, I'd take him. Yeah, at 20, I would absolutely, because I do see, I know you and I differ on this one, but I do see a super explosive. Like, I think his ability to get to top speed in the games that I watch are super impressive. Also, as a receiver, he is a guy that is a big-time weapon. Now, where this could open up, and ideally, I kind of think, and in doing some homework, the sweet spot at running back is the second round. I think you've seen a lot of really good second-round running backs. You're not spending the premium first-round pick. Do you lose out on that fifth year? Sure you do. But I think the second round day two, if you could trade back, then you've got a Jadarian Price, who is a local kid, and I believe there is a lot of love in the Cowboys building for him, who was the backup to Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame, and I think is the set number 2 back. You look at his explosives, he was a big, anytime he touched the ball, this dude's getting 5 to 10. I mean, I think he averaged 9.5 yards per carry in his career there at Notre Dame. So Jadarian Price would be a guy that then factors into me in round 2 if they could trade back and acquire an extra pick. But Love at 20, he'd be too good probably to pass up there for me.
Kenneth Walker's a free agent. Breece Hall's a free agent. Maybe they'll upgrade that spot before we even get to the draft. All righty, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your GBag today.
Much higher, so high. Hey, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander, all right? Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day so far is the General Gavin Dawson. Had a very unfortunate poo story. Can't believe he told us, but he did. And now we're playing it over and over and over again, just in case you missed it.
Won't happen again.
What won't happen again? You telling us or the situation?
The situation, this particular situation.
I don't know if you can guarantee that, but I like that.
Yeah.
I like that, brother. And I'm here for you.
Thank you. I need support right now.
Yeah, Gavin Dawson had a very unfortunate pool situation. He told a story to us. He's our one-time winner, going for 2 today.
Okay, so you ever go and think you're going and you're not? Okay,
like nothing's coming out as you think you.
What'd you say?
That's what I thought had happened.
Like I just pooped and
it turned out to be a fart, right?
Oh, okay.
So I looked in the bowl when this was all over.
Nothing's there.
And the bowl was clean.
Them cheeks must have been vibrating.
That's
for sure I'm clean now.
Record-setting fart.
That is wild.
I thought, okay, I'm constipated again. I got to double up on the fiber thins. Maybe get something a little bit stronger. So 2 hours later, I had been outside. I had jumped on the trampoline. I had walked with Remy around the neighborhood as she's driving her little electric car. 2 hours later,
trying to get that movement going.
I get in the shower, and I wash back there. And
oh my God, dude!
All the poop came out.
was there.
He got launched between the cheeks.
Oh my God!
Maybe the size of
my Lord,
a large gobstopper.
That is awful.
Yeah, like a large jawbreaker.
Oh no!
Maybe like a chicken nuggets worth.
What? So you had like,
and
all of a sitting in there.
All of a sudden, well, the bottom of the shower all of a sudden got really different colored. It was clearly not clean water anymore.
Oh my!
It's not clear water.
Gosh. It took me 3 or 4 passes to get clear water.
No, it did not.
It was the worst. It was the worst bowel situation I've ever
You
had.
deuced in your shower this morning.
That is awful.
I did. I deuced much earlier.
Constipation.
I had deuced much earlier, but it had been wedged. It was wedged. It was wedged, or it was hanging on to the end.
It's crazy.
I couldn't get a full evacuation.
I said no, he did not. No,
Yeah.
please don't. Chuck was so disappointed, bro.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh my Lord, that's
Poor son of a gun.
I couldn't believe it. You know, like how did I not smell that?
Big old, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a whole lot of hows and
That's
what's
a lot stuck in there.
Yeah.
a lot of questions, man.
So last night I get home and I'm getting ready for to draw Remy's bath, and I noticed the water was dark, and I think it's mineral deposits. Like I was up for a while Chat GPT in it, and I thought, is there any way like backflow is happening?
Oh man!
But Chat GPT ruled that out.
Okay,
Thank God.
not possible. Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Maybe an issue with the hot water, something like that.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
Goodness gracious.
Hey, that cheating skier.
Yeah.
I seen him for the first time on television right now. He looks like the Coldplay guy, Chris Martin.
Oh,
The guy that cheated and told his girl and was crying all on television. Fan, what are you doing,
he was
bro?
boo-hooing, bro.
Where's your daddy at, bro? Talk to your uncle. Hey, should I tell her?
Popular guy.
What are you doing, bro? Hey.
I saw that she said it was hurtful to have to relive it.
Hell yeah. Just don't say it again.
And he told the world.
Yeah, man.
He's got no chance now.
Oh, man, that backfired. That's an ultimate backfire.
That's crazy. I'm going to be honest. No, don't be honest.
He
Don't
thought
be
he
honest.
was getting her back with this.
My mom I just know it's time to clean up on Saturdays, and I hear this in the background. I'm like, oh, crap. All right, let's go right here. This is from Radio Row. I've been sitting on this one for a second. Oh, hold up. ESPN's First Take. Deion Sanders. He got a little too comfortable. Caught himself, but he was about to talk for real.
Before Shotty went to the Cowboys, your name was kind of in the mix. Is there anything that would get you to jump to the National Football League?
Not whatsoever. What transpired with my son last year, ain't no way in the world. No, I don't ever. Thank you, Lord. When I stop like that.
That's to keep you from saying you don't need to say.
When I stop like that,
Gotcha.
that don't mean I'm lost for words. That means God said, that means God said, you're a head coach now. You can't do that now. You can't talk like that. You can't say that. I know you're comfortable with your brothers here, but you can't say that. That's what it was.
Prime almost came out for real. The San Francisco Prime almost.
See, Stephen A. does that for me. When I'm looking down there, I know him, and I know what he want me to do. But God said, don't
say hold fast.
Man, I can't wait till he stops coaching now so we can get this story.
I want to hear it. Yeah, I want to hear what you really think. I feel like I know what you're thinking, but I got to hear it from you, Coach Prime. Hey. Now, I got 2 Tolos that sent me this right here. Coach JB from Last Chance U. I looked it up, and I was like, this is 3 months old. Did I play it already? I looked through the folder. I didn't play it. But he went at Mina Kimes for her MVP vote. Feels like she shouldn't have one.
I know.
You know, Coach JB from Last Chance U on Netflix is very toxic. Very. It might be a little misogynistic. He goes in on a little bit. I try to shoot him a little bail with the probably. I try to do it. Here you go, kids. Cover your ears, please.
Why the does Mina Kimes have a vote?
Because she's one of the top football, media, analysts, personalities, whatever title you want to give her, on TV right now.
What is DVOA?
D something OA. It's something average. Defense, okay.
Why don't we know? Why don't we know what it means, homie? Hey, Dan Orlovsky, you better come out with your mother vote right now. And it better be different than her. Mina, you need to shut the up and make me a sandwich. No. That's why there's a t-shirt going around about you.
I don't like that.
I'm so tired of this, homie. She's got the DVOA. The DVOA is the highest rating of the DVOA. Shut the up. What does that even mean?
You disrespectful, homie.
You're right. I'm going to calm down.
You get so emotional when it comes to Mina.
You are absolutely 1,000% right. It's not her fault. I've come to the realization that it's not Mina at all. Mina, I've been wrong about you the whole time. It's his fault. It's my co-host's fault. It's everybody else's fault who listens to you and actually believes you. That's whose fault it is.
Wow. Damn. Wow. How's his podcast doing?
Doing numbers, bro.
Yeah,
he's doing numbers. He's doing numbers. People like to crash out. When he raises his voice, he reminds me of Fred.
Why don't we know? Why don't we know what it means, homie?
Hey, look.
Yeah, hey. I'm just saying. I don't care if his penis is on the ball. My boy. Your boy. All right, let's see here what we got.
Homie's looking at DVOA.
Yes. Man, Broadus had a good clip yesterday. Well, I guess it's a matter how you look at it.
It was great.
I laughed for a whole hour.
Me too, bro. All day it stuck with me.
Really did.
It freaking stuck with me all day. And the text kept coming in about it. It was just so funny, bro.
All night it never stopped. But I guess I'll wait a second to play that, let it cool down a little bit. It might be hot. But we do have an AI Broadus that shares your same sentiments, Mr. Broadus, even when it comes to celebrities.
Australian crocodile hunter Steve Irwin has died during a diving expedition.
Crikey is right. I'm glad he's gone. Seriously. He was just a rude person. I saw him show up to a congressional event one time in his safari outfit. Leave the cargo shorts in the Outback at. Put on some pants when you know you're going to meet Newt Gingrich.
For 3 decades, Fred Rogers welcomed children into his television neighborhood. The gentle, soft-spoken Mr. Rogers died of cancer.
I don't know. I always thought he was kind of a creep, to be honest.
Damn.
Who gets that excited to work with kids, you know?
People around this country, and for that matter around the world, are reacting tonight to the terrible news of the death of Robin Williams. A statement from his wife.
You all know he did cocaine, right? Oh, yeah. He did so much blow that Mike Reiner was about to refuse to ever work with him again.
No!
Mother Teresa.
No!
The tireless work. God, she was just always asking for money. She's a total bum. This woman took a vow of poverty. So how about you go back to your Vienna sausages and ramen and leave me in peace, okay?
Oh, wow. Wow. Shout out to Bobby Bell with that one, bro.
Oh, God. AI Broadus is pretty undefeated, man.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Anything you want to get off your chest about James Vanderbeek?
No, we're good, man.
Okay.
We're good, man. We're good. We're good.
I hate a dozen streak.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, it is. Hold on one. I'm sorry. I was going to hear Fred yell one more time.
Why don't we know? Why don't we know what it means, homie? Hey, Dan Orlovsky, you better come out with your mother vote right now.
Why do we know?
That is the fan after dark, bro.
Why do we know?
All right, what do you say? Time to vote?
Hell yeah.
We got Dawson's number 2 story. We got ESPN's first take. Prime catches himself before rant about the NFL. Coach JB, last chance you on Mina Kimes. Or AI Broadus on notable deaths in the world, celebrities there. That's my vote. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with the champ.
Lucius, we're tied at 1.
Oh, my gosh. Good stuff. Pooh story.
It's 2-1. Wolchuk.
I got to stick with the champ on this one.
Oh, it is.
It did stick right in there. I don't know how. Brian?
I'm going to vote for myself.
There you go.
By a score of 3-2. Still your G-Bag of the Day champion. Salute to Bobby Belt, though. That AI Broadus
that was fantastic.
Is pretty hilarious.
Great work, Bobby.
And it's a deserving champion. Okay, it's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
It is a Butt Naked Wednesday, right? It is a hump day. Mm-hmm. It's Wednesday. All right, let's get into it right after the great Rick J.
Well, all right, you squares.
fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
Last time I went home, my sister Madison, she decided to tell the entire family that she's only into black guys. Didn't know you had to come out with that. Like, I thought you could just be fat, you know?
Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike.
Well, this is going to be a good show.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hey, man, everybody loves a pog out here. Everybody loves a pog. You should see my Reddit saves. This is LA Live for Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. We're busting out. We're busting out. Some serious funk, y'all. Shout out to Miss Erykah Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. Dallas's very own right there, Erykah Badu. I too was born underwater, $3, $6. Peace to the gods and earths out there. You either build or destroy. You either build or destroy. Where you come from, huh? Where you come from? And shout out to the 85ers. I hope you're having a good little hump day. We're almost there. Don't crash out. We're almost there. Hey, I found this too the other day and I thought it was funny. Listen to how quickly interviewer Jason Lee, changed his opinion when talking to Mike Tyson. Listen to this.
Yeah. You know, I remember when Kanye West first came out and said, I'm a king, I'm a god, I'm this. Right, People right. destroyed him, and I thought he is. And I thought he is.
And I thought he is.
He is. He is. You know what? You're right, Mike.
I thought that same thing.
He is.
Yeah. You know, I remember when Kanye West first came out and said, I'm a king, I'm a god, I'm this. Right, People right. destroyed him, and I thought
he is.
And I thought he is.
He is.
Funny to me, man. Because you're not going to tell Mike he's wrong.
No.
No.
You don't want to get that. You don't want to get in that discussion.
I seen it at an award show one time. Mike Tyson was one of the presenters, and they handed him the envelope, but he had to read the winner's name, and I guess he couldn't read the name. Yeah. And he just said, the winner is the lady, and everybody's looking around confused. He said, the lady, and everybody got up.
Yeah.
Get up there, lady.
Yeah, that's
You're
right.
Mike.
It's the lady.
Hello, everybody. I'm the lady. Thank you for this award.
I loved it. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Butt Naked Wednesday. Every Wednesday, I like to ask the Tolos questions about themselves, you know, their opinions on things, because we talk a lot. But I don't get to hear from you too much unless you're on the fan text sending us mean things. Hold up. Watch this.
Baby, please don't ever leave me. Just stick with me, mama, put your hand in mine. Yeah. We can be together to laugh and chat to our very last dime, our last meal, our last sip of wine.
Little Roger and Zapp coming at you. So I got a question for the Tolos right here. At first I wasn't going to do a question because I had no inspiration, but then I got some later in the game. It popped up somehow. What's one thing kids these days will never understand? What is one thing kids these days will just never understand?
Communication.
What?
Communication.
Yeah, how about that? They got so much communicating devices around them, they still can't communicate.
They can't talk to each other.
I say that respectfully. Kids. Yeah, what's one thing kids these days will never understand? I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook and Threads, and I got answers like sitting by the radio, waiting for your song to come on so you can record it.
Yeah.
You guys do that?
Yes,
all the time.
Absolutely.
Woolchuck and Chip follow?
No, that was...
I did not.
That was in a burn CD.
Yeah, we were like the LimeWire. Yeah, the burn CDs deal.
Well,
Definitely.
I made some good money during the burn CD days.
Did you?
Oh my gosh. And then that's how people used to steal CDs from you. Hey man, let me burn that. Oh, you'll never see it again.
Never get it back.
You'll never see it again, bro. Oh, I'll bring it back Wednesday. Fam, you said that 2 Wednesdays ago.
Yeah.
I'm going to fight you at school. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you, bro. Oh, how about this one? Couldn't binge watch anything back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had to wait week to week.
Had to be at your TV to catch a new episode, and if you missed it, you missed it.
To be continued was the worst.
Yeah. Previously on. Yeah.
Next time on Dragon Ball
You got
Z.
a whole Thursday you got to wait, bro. And you young, man. Days go by long.
What about Saturday morning cartoons?
Hey! Hey, they don't have that anymore. That's all the time. It's all the time now. You don't have the ritual of going around the TV in the morning with your big old bowl of cereal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the ritual right there.
As soon as the parents got home, you lost the TV for like 2 or 3 hours, and you were hoping that they would want to watch something that you would be excited about around 8 o'clock. You know, but it went news, like Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, yeah, no.
And you're just sitting there like, what the hell?
Oh,
You know, you get like 90 minutes when you get home from school where you get to watch TV what you want.
Oh, yeah.
Outside of that, on your own.
That didn't change until I got a TV in my room later. Like I'm in high school days by that point. Other than that, now you're not watching TV. You're watching whatever the mom watching. You're hoping that she wants to see like Will Smith or something. Martin. You're just hoping. Let's see. I like this Tolo right here. What's one thing kids these days will never understand? How to write in curse of writing.
Yeah.
Curse.
That's how they wrote it?
Curse of writing.
Wow.
Curse of writing.
Wow.
That's
Curse of writing.
Cursive, man. I'm happy that got phased out. I hated that.
I used to be so good at it.
Yeah.
You were you?
I used to be so.
I mean, it's
the
pretty.
loops.
Like if you were good at it, it looked good. But oh man, I hated it.
My penmanship was terrible.
So
it
bad.
seriously looks like I'm a serial killer.
To this
If
day,
you
it's
profiled
bad.
me.
Yeah.
Based on that. But yeah, Abby hasn't learned it. She's trying to figure out how she can write her own name in cursive now. 14 years old. Yeah.
Stacking a whole bunch of papers together and then writing on it helped me with my penmanship. Nice, soft
Yeah, the
situation.
cushion.
Yep. Trying to beat a game you rented before taking it back to Blockbuster.
You just Blockbuster, man.
Yeah.
I'll never know that. Going to renting a movie.
No.
Yeah, that was incredible.
No.
We'd have to go rent the entire console because my parents wouldn't buy one. I got so addicted to the original Nintendo. They were like, we're not doing this again. So I had to wait till I was maybe out of the house at 18 years old and had a job that I could go buy the 64. So from original Nintendo to Nintendo 64, I didn't have one.
I didn't realize you could even just rent the console like that.
Yeah, it
That's
was like in this
crazy.
big hard case, you know.
Wow.
Parents had to leave the credit card on file. You know, and they would let me get that like at Thanksgiving break and Christmas break, maybe spring break.
What's one thing these kids nowadays will never understand? Tolo says, playing outside all day.
Yeah.
We used to get kicked out the house.
Getting whistled for dinner.
Yeah.
Getting whistled at. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah,
That's my dad.
That was yeah. My dad had a pretty good one
Yep.
too. That was the thing though. Without the phones, without the video games, you have to make stuff up to play. Just making up games. Home run derby, one-on-one
Use your
basketball,
imagination.
Yard football.
Yeah.
I mean, at least Chief had like what, 3 brothers, 2 brothers?
Yeah, three brothers.
3 brothers. So you got 2-on-2 with whatever you need.
Yeah, we were getting after it.
Oldest
It was
and
a lot of
youngest
fun.
against the 2 middles, probably.
Yep.
Dope.
What's one thing kids these days will never understand? Looking up someone's phone number in a phone book.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow. Yeah. Sometimes you look your crush up, be like, I know she lives on Edelweiss.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's her number right there, bro.
There's like 10 with no address, and you're just calling them randomly. Is Christina there?
How about just having like a home line, like just an at-home phone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now everything,
Yeah.
everyone's just got the cell phone.
Yeah. Yeah, you used to leave the voice message on your thing with R&B playing in the background. Yeah, you called L.A. I'm not in right now.
TVs.
Working at Golden Corral, call me back. The Dewey Decimal System is something kids nowadays will never understand.
Library, yeah.
The library. Oh, wow. Keeping a pen and piece of paper to get girls' numbers, as Tolo says.
Wow.
Right on matchbooks.
Yeah, now you just put it in your phone.
Yeah, used to be able to have it. Hey, man, let me get a pen, bro. I got that.
Right on your arm.
Yeah, let's see.
Matchbooks.
What else? Not having an option for dinner and eating whatever your mom made. Kids will never understand that.
Yeah.
Dude, facts. Yes.
Yeah.
I thought about like just rolling in one day recently and saying, here's what we're having for dinner. But I know it wouldn't work. Oh, I'm not eating that. You know?
Well,
This isn't a restaurant.
Up, and I would have got
Right?
told up saying that back in the day. Oh my
I mean, not
God.
only could you not have a custom order, but you had to eat it all. Like green beans.
All of
and
it.
Just horrible things.
Green beans.
Things you love, everything you love right now.
This is so disgusting.
Figured out how to make those. Make various.
It
things
is
taste
crazy.
good.
Like I remember just sitting
Brussels
there.
sprouts taste good.
Yeah, freshman year in high school, like we're talking about, man, what if we could just order Taco Bell right now? McDonald's. We're having sleep. Now you can on DoorDash, Uber Eats, you name it. It's amazing.
What's one thing kids nowadays will never understand? Channel 3 for video games.
Yeah.
You had to be a Channel 3 or Channel 2 or something like that.
Yeah, it had another channel.
There was no HDMI.
That's right. The UHF thing.
How about TVs you physically had to turn?
The knobs.
The knob.
First two TVs were like that.
Yeah.
Had a 13-inch black and white as our secondary TV.
It had two knobs on it, right?
Yeah.
First knob like for the local channels, and the other ones you can get like the higher channels on the bottom. If you got this one, it was damn weird stuff. Having to stand in line at Sears to buy concert tickets.
Sears?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever did that.
Yeah, they did.
That was the Ticketmaster outlet or
they
something?
had an outlet there. Yeah, sure did. Yep.
What's one thing kids nowadays will never understand? Low prices. Somebody said low prices.
$1 menu, bro. $5 would get you a pretty good ways.
Yeah, gas for under $1.
Bro, $10 could last you a while back in the Gap.
Oh, yeah.
It could last you a while.
$10 would make you feed, like, unbelievably a Jack in the Box.
Yes.
You could, like, buy everybody's meal for $10.
Feasting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd get the cheeseburger value meal at McDonald's for $1.99.
Yeah.
Like 1993.
Somebody on the fan text says rotary dial phones.
Yeah.
Those used to be so fun.
Did that. And then you'd miss out. You had to redo it again.
Yeah.
And your mom would be super fast on it.
Yeah.
I mean, she'd been doing that for 20 years.
Grandma had that gold one that would just stand by itself. It had like ivory on it and everything. Like, what is this, lady?
Like a clock decoration.
Yeah.
I remember the first phones that didn't have the cord to it. Like you could walk around the house, how big that was. But if you got too far away, you were away from the base and the person would like fade out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
Having change available for payphones. Kids don't understand that.
Nope.
Had to have that 35 cents. I remember when it went up to 35 cents. It was just 25 cents. We're like, 35? Shoot. I'm going to have to call collect and say what I need real quick. Mom, pick me up. I'm at the movies live. Looking for movie times in the newspaper.
Yep.
How to use a pager or a beeper. Every girlfriend I've ever had gave me a pager. Every girlfriend, I thought I was stunting. She was keeping tracks on me, bro. I didn't even realize it. Drinking from the water hose.
After every sporting event, outdoors, in 100-degree weather.
That's why I think you have a trucker's gut now, Mr. Broadus.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were drinking from the water hose a long time ago. Nothing can really phase you at this point.
Nothing phases
other than
me.
orange juice and soy sauce.
Soy sauce. Yeah. Soy sauce will get me.
Yeah. What's something kids nowadays will never understand? The East Bay Magazine, when that dropped.
Amazing.
Oh, that's with the shoes and all the gear.
The shoes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it the shoes? Trying to put a wrinkled dollar in a vending machine. You ain't gonna do that nowadays.
Did you ever do the trick where you could, the dollar trays? You would slide in the whole thing. You could tape that down to the outside, and if the manager wasn't watching, you could get them for about $10 in quarters.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
All kinds of little scams there.
Oh,
we
we
were
had
learning
it
at the arcade.
At the soda machine, you had to hit the things at the same time.
And then two would come?
And two would come out. Somebody was real good at school. Out, you go get him. Hey, man, come